There are 20,000 types of anomalous biological sequences globally, and the lower the number, the more godlike the power. But on the first page of human history textbooks, an ironclad rule is written in bold, blood-red font. Sequence 1 through 9 have never appeared worldwide and are suspected to be vacant. Until today, when Chong Li was melted in the middle of the street by corrosive blood rained from an anomalous creature falling from 6,000 meters above. He did not die. His consciousness plunged into an immeasurable palace of golden crystals. At the end of the palace, 9 giant mirrors over 100 meters tall stood in a row, as if imprisoning 9 forbidden gods capable of destroying the world. The mist on the first mirror faded away, and a colossal Buddha statue, with a face of mercy on the left and a face of slaughter on the right, stared fixedly at Chong Li. Sequence 9, the Buddha of good and evil, has reshaped your Vajra body. Warning, containment progress is at only 10%. If you do not improve it within 30 days, 9 will tear your body apart and descend into reality. Chong Li woke up with a start on the hospital bed. The senior asper in charge of the examination shook his head and tossed down an evaluation form. To be able to self-heal after being corroded by high-concentration beast blood means you have awakened. It is a pity that you are the trash sequence 19,976, the salamander. You will only ever be a human punching bag for the rest of your life. Looking at the man's condescending back, and then at his ex-girlfriend standing nearby who had just cheated on him because she thought he was useless. Chong Li crushed the evaluation form in his hand. Trash number 19,976. If you knew that the top 9 forbidden sequences the whole world is going crazy looking for were all locked away inside my mind, would you still look at me like that? And this drastic change in fate all began that absurd afternoon 2 days ago. 2 days ago. An abnormal defense wall, 6,000 meters high, pierced the sky. Inside a luxury mansion in District H05 of Jiangnan Province, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. A beautiful woman with an alluring figure lay on the carpet, her light-colored yoga outfit soaked through with sweat, accentuating her provocative curves. Keep going, raise it higher. It took me so much effort and connections to get this one-on-one private lesson with an ability user. A man leaned against the bar counter, holding a wine glass, his eyes playful and intensely aggressive. On the electronic screen, an instructor with abilities was demonstrating a high-difficulty move. Deep breaths, hold it. Ah, it is too hard, honey. The woman finally exhausted her strength, panting softly as she collapsed onto the carpet. Giving up already, the man put down his glass and slowly closed in on her. Just as his hand was about to reach out, the woman's phone rang. Wait a second, she swatted his hand away, caught her breath, and pressed the answer button. Hey, what is it, Chong Li? She used a sweet, coy voice while sliding into the arms of the man next to her. Where are you? On the other end of the line, Chong Li's voice was filled with suppressed emotion. I am doing yoga with my best friend. What is wrong, baby? She replied dismissively, her fingers wandering restlessly over the man beside her. Want something to eat? I will bring some back for you. She intentionally emphasized the word eat, her eyes fixed intently on the man behind her. Listening to the increasingly rapid breathing on the other end, Chong Li closed his eyes, made up a random excuse to hang up, and collapsed limply onto the sofa. I am sorry, Chong Li. She threatened me not to say anything, but I just could not stand it anymore. Beside him, a beautiful woman looked on with a face full of guilt. Yeah, thanks, Chong Li nodded helplessly. In the dim light of the rented room, the truth was already clear enough. I would better go then. Whatever you do, do not tell her I am the one who told you. The woman left a small 100 ml energy drink on the coffee table as a consolation and hurried away. Heh, Chong Li looked at the bottle, the corners of his mouth twitching in self-mockery. Having a hunch was one thing, but having it confirmed was another. His heart felt somewhat constricted. He picked up the drink, twisted it open, and took a gulp. In the apocalypse, electricity and water were extremely expensive, and sugary drinks like this were a luxury. This 100 ml bottle could sell for 50 beast wax on the black market. It tasted sweet and sour, but Chong Li did not think it was worth the price. Putting down the empty bottle, he stood up and began to pack the belongings of his girlfriend, Yang Xiu. She was 5 years his senior, not an ability user, not a researcher, just an ordinary mall employee who had become an apocalypse socialite thanks to her top-tier figure. From pre-college students like him at research institutions to high-ranking abnormal biology researchers, they were all fish in her pond. If her friend Zhou Hui had not come to tip him off today, Chong Li would have genuinely thought he had just found a girlfriend who was a bit popular. Half an hour later, Chong Li stuffed all of Yang Siyu's belongings into a burlap sack and threw it out the door. Blocking her number, deleting all contact methods, and resetting the door lock password, all done in one go. Now that he knew the truth, he would not even give her a chance for a meaningless explanation. Not long after he lay down, the sound of Yang Siyu pounding on the door and calling for her baby echoed from outside. Chong Li just found it noisy. He put on his headphones to ignore it, listened to an audiobook, and drifted into a deep sleep. He had an exam tomorrow. No need to waste his energy on a woman like her. Early the next morning, the sack at the door was gone, and there was a note on the floor. "You villain, you scumbag, abandoning a weak woman like me, just you wait." Heh, Chong Li shook his head helplessly, crumpled the note, and tossed it into the trash can. After dumping the scumbag girlfriend, aside from a slight feeling of emptiness, he felt nothing at all. He put on his headphones, pulled up his study materials for the day, and headed out. At this moment, 6,000 meters above District H05. A black monster bird with a wingspan of over 20 meters flew over the abnormal defense wall like a heavy fighter jet, diving toward the city at supersonic speeds. Within seconds, it had cut through the skyscrapers of the city from an altitude of 6,000 meters. Abnormal sequence 15,649, the fierce bird. Called. The fierce bird opened its giant beak and let out an incredibly high-pitched screech toward the ground below. Boom! The sonic shockwave shattered the windows of the surrounding skyscrapers instantly. Countless shards of glass rained down like blades onto the road, triggering a chorus of car alarms from the wrecked vehicles below. The crowd on the street panicked for only a second before relying on the instincts from countless drills to quickly dive into the metal bomb shelters on the side of the road. Meanwhile, Chong Li was already a kilometer away, immersed in his study materials with his headphones on. He did not hear a thing from the sky. Beep, beep. Less than 2 seconds after the fierce bird rushed into the building area, the surface-to-air artillery, mounted on the roadsides and rooftops, automatically locked onto the target. The barrels tilted upward, and clearance mode was initiated. The fast-flying fierce bird just happened to be directly above Chong Li's head. Boom! A torrent of metal at a terrifying rate of 2,500 rounds per second instantly tore the fierce bird's body apart. Called. The fierce bird let out a dying cry as its massive body lost all momentum, crashing straight down toward Chong Li on the ground like a downed fighter jet. It was not until the deafening roar of the artillery fire pierced through his headphones that Chong Li realized something was wrong. He took off his headphones and looked up sharply. The dark, massive corpse of the fierce bird was already blotting out the sky. Just like a pedestrian stepping into the path of a speeding semi-truck, at this extremely close range, a human could not possibly react in time to dodge. Beep, beep. The surface-to-air artillery intelligence system locked on instantly, engaging high-heat laser mode. Multiple laser beams struck the fierce bird's corpse simultaneously. In less than a tenth of a second, the massive corpse was vaporized. But it was too late. The corpse turned into a rain of blood that drenched Chong Li. From the fall to the vaporization, the whole process took less than half a second. Chong Li had no time to react at all. Splat! The first drop of beast blood hit his cheek. Untreated abnormal biological blood is highly corrosive. Splat, splat. The second drop, the third. Excruciating pain, as if thousands of thumbtacks were being driven into his skin, struck him. Chong Li could not even scream. He instinctively raised his arms to protect his face. Whoosh! A torrential downpour of beast blood washed over him, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. All that. Clothes and skin were being violently corroded, emitting wisps of white smoke as a piercing scream erupted from Chong Li. Passers-by witnessed the horror, which was comparable to being doused in sulfuric acid, and not a single person dared to step forward to help. Less than 2 minutes after Chong Li was covered in beast blood, a specialized fire brigade and medical unit arrived at the scene and set up a cordon. The firefighters jumped off their truck in full gear, all wearing identical anti-corrosion suits designed for beast blood. The captain rushed to the front, immediately confirmed that Chong Li was still breathing in the pool of blood, and issued orders at once. They sprayed fast-setting foam to quickly build a circular pool, isolating Chong Li from the beast blood. A large amount of neutralizing agent was then poured in to forcefully reduce the corrosiveness of the blood. Save him! The special firefighters immediately jumped into the murky chemical liquid. They pulled out Chong Li, whose body had been horribly mangled by the corrosion. Stretcher, bring a stretcher. The captain carried the bloodied Chong Li out of the perimeter. The medical team quickly took over, and the ambulance roared away. Just as the ambulance pulled away, a private car with the camphor tree logo parked outside the cordon. The door opened, and a burly middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese tunic suit stepped out and flashed his credentials to the firefighters. Camphor Tree, Jiangnan Province H05 District Senior Ability User, Li Ling, Sequence 10,357, Jumping Locust. Li Ling passed through the cordon without obstruction and stood by the foam pool. Camphor Tree is the government-affiliated agency of the Great Xia, directly responsible for investigating and combating anomalous creatures, possessing supreme law enforcement power. Did you pull the footage from the defensive artillery? Li Ling stared intently at the murky liquid before him. It is right here, the fire captain handed over a tablet. The footage lasted only a few seconds. A giant raptor bird dove from high altitude, but the artillery made a precise prediction and instantly vaporized it. The defense system worked perfectly. Chong Li was just unlucky. Wearing headphones and oblivious to the outside world, he got hit squarely by the residual blood sprayed after the bird was vaporized. Confirming it was an isolated incident, Li Ling breathed a sigh of relief. How is the victim's condition? The fire captain shook his head. Initial estimates suggest his skin is completely disfigured, but his life is not in danger. Understood, leave the follow-up to me. I will go to the district administration department to apply for free medical treatment for him. Thank you for your hard work in cleaning up the scene. Li Ling transferred the video to his phone and handed the screen back. Yes, guarantee completion of the mission. With a camphor tree agent in charge, the fire captain felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and immediately turned to lead his team in cleaning the scene. How could a raptor bird have the courage to cross the high wall? Li Ling looked toward the anomaly defense while 100 kilometers away, his brow furrowed. The raptor bird ranks only 15,649th among the 20,000 anomalous species globally. It has low intelligence and should have an instinct to avoid danger. It is like a wild boar charging into thorns. It completely violates biological nature. And this kind of anomaly has already appeared for the third time in these past 2 months. Li Ling closed his eyes and pulled up his ability user panel in his mind. A thin, two-dimensional crystal appeared, recording his awakened ability and personal information. Names: Li Ling. Gender: male. Sequence 10,357, Jumping Locust. Sequence ability: jumping ability exceeds the average humans by 20 times. Record information. Looking at the blinking ellipsis in the last line, Li Ling focused his thoughts and uploaded the details of the incident. The two-dimensional crystal in the mind is standard for awakened ones. After modification by the Great Xia Anomaly Research Institution, it is capable of communication with others and uploading information to Camphor Tree headquarters. 10,357 is Li Ling's exclusive sequence number. There are 20,000 anomalous creatures in the world, and every ability awakened by humans corresponds to one of them. Is anyone there? However, the human ability limit is far from that of the original host. Li Ling's jumping power is 20 times that of a normal person, while the real jumping locust's is nearly 100 times. Generally speaking, the lower the sequence number, the stronger the strength, but there are occasional exceptions. Where am I? Chong Li, who had fallen into shock and a coma due to the beast blood corrosion, slowly opened his eyes. All around was a void, except for wisps of mist. He could see nothing. Am I dead? Chong Li reached out to touch the mist, and his fingertips actually felt the cool dampness of water vapor. This realistic feedback snapped him awake. He was not dead, but had arrived at an unknown place. Is anyone there? He shouted into the darkness, but there was no echo. This space was shockingly vast. Chong Li could only gather his courage and walk blindly through the dark. He did not know how long he had walked, but there was still only void and mist all around. Just as he was about to lose patience, bam! Several strong beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, focusing in the distance. Chong Li squinted to adjust to the glare, and was shocked to find that in the center of the light was a half-meter-tall miniature crystal palace. But with every step he took, the palace magnified wildly in his field of vision, as if his line of sight was automatically performing an eerie Hitchcock zoom. After only a dozen steps, the palace, which had looked like an ornament, swelled into a gargantuan structure dozens of meters wide and over 100 meters high. The transparent crystal material remained unchanged, and the shape was not exactly magnificent, yet it exuded a suffocating sense of pressure, as if a terrifying entity capable of destroying the world lay dormant inside. Chong Li's mind went blank. The next second, the main gate of the palace swung wide open. There was no suction, no process. It was an instantaneous spatial displacement. Chong Li did not even have time to react before he was moved inside the palace. Outside was an endless dark void, but inside the palace, it was a blinding, golden splendor. The palace's bricks, tiles, and beams were all constructed of golden crystals. As soon as he entered, the piercing golden light forced Chong Li to squeeze his eyes shut. Once he adapted to the light, he finally saw the full view of the interior. The interior of the hall was a massive space over 100 meters in length, width, and height, far larger than it had looked from the outside. Every 10 meters on both sides stood a massive crystal pillar, reaching up to the dome and extending to the end of his vision. There was nothing else besides the pillars, and it felt eerily empty. But Chong Li had no time to ponder. His gaze was instantly drawn to the several giant mirrors at the end of the hall. He walked quickly and stopped beneath these heart-stopping giant mirrors. There were 9 giant mirrors in total, all over 100 meters high, spaced over a dozen meters apart, staggered in a stepped arrangement. Rather than mirrors, they were more like frosted glass. Vaguely, he could see that behind each piece of glass, a gargantuan creature was imprisoned. Dang! As soon as he approached, the palace made a loud roar, and the white mist on the first piece of glass instantly dissipated. Chong Li steadied himself amidst the loud noise and looked up. The moment he saw what was inside, his breath caught in his throat. It was a 100-meter-tall giant Buddha statue, with every detail vivid and realistic, as if it were alive. The Buddha's face was split in two. The left side was compassionate, seeking to save all living beings, while the right side was fierce and brimming with malevolence. The moment he made eye contact with the Buddha statue, a large amount of text information scrolled across his eyes. Sequence 9, Good and Evil Buddha Face. Sequence ability, Vajra Body. The true body of Sequence 9 Good and Evil Buddha Face can withstand all physical attacks from sequences below 9. This is a conceptual ability held only by the true body of the Good and Evil Buddha Face. The Palace Master cannot replicate the intensity of this ability until assuming the avatar. Current containment progress, 20%. Detected that the Palace Master's body is severely damaged. 10% of progress has been consumed to repair the Palace Master's body. Warnings, warning, warning. The containment progress of Sequence 9 Good and Evil Buddha Face is down to 10%. This containment will become completely invalid in 30 days. The Buddha Face of Good and Evil. Chong Li stared at the words before him, his pupils contracting. A Buddha-faced Guanyin and a demon-faced Ksiddhagarbha. How could such legendary existences appear here? What shocked him even more was the suffix, Sequence 9. That is impossible. History textbooks state clearly, after humans built the 6,000-meter defensive wall to fend off anomalous creatures, scientists recorded exactly 20,000 anomalous sequences. But sequences 1 through 9 have been like ghosts that vanished into thin air, never leaving a single trace in the world. Chong Li jerked his head up, looking at the giant Buddha statue sealed within the glass crystal. If 9 is here, then what about the rest? Behind the giant Buddha statue, there stood 8 more mirrors of the exact same size. With a heart full of trepidation, Chong Li walked to the next mirror and reached out to touch it. The moment his palm touched the mirror's surface, a line of text appeared. You must raise the containment progress of the Buddha Face of Good and Evil to 50% to unlock this sequence, currently unavailable. Fine then, Chong Li withdrew his hand and stepped back to the Buddha Face of Good and Evil. If his guess was right, the other 8 mirrors surely held sequences 1 through 8. But where on earth was this place? Why were the top 9 sequences all here? and who was the hall master mentioned in the panel earlier. The next second, a new panel popped up, confirming his unease. Name: Chong Li, hall master. Gender: male. Sequence: none. Sequence ability: 9, Buddha face of good and evil, diamond body. The intensity of the ability the hall master can use increases with the containment progress. It is not a direct 100% inheritance. The hall master and the Buddha face of good and evil are independent entities. Progress 25%. Randomly acquire 2 abilities from the Buddha face of good and evil. Progress 50%. Unlock and view sequence 8. Progress 100%. The hall master embodies the 9 Buddha face of good and evil, acquiring conceptual level abilities. Progress increase instructions. Act with a mindset where Buddha and demon coexist. Each successful instance can yield up to 5% progress. The progress automatically drops by 1% every 3 days. Warning: if containment progress hits 0, the sequence becomes void, and it will tear through the hall master's body to return to reality. At that time, the hall master may choose to continue unlocking the next sequence. Chong Li was speechless. If his body is torn to pieces, how is he supposed to continue unlocking the next sequence? And that part about acting with a mindset where Buddha and demon coexist, doing good and bad things at the same time, what nonsense. But no matter how ridiculous it sounded, looking at the progress bar that had already dropped to 10%, Chong Li realized immediately. If he could not raise the progress bar, then in 30 days, when this giant Buddha broke out of his body, he would definitely die. There was no doubt about that. Boom! Before he could think it through, the entire palace let out a deafening roar. Chong Li's vision blurred, and the entire palace, along with the void space, shrank rapidly in his field of view, as if swallowed by a black hole. Immediately after, a massive force shoved him out, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. The next second, Chong Li opened his eyes in a hospital bed and sat straight up. A dream. He instinctively checked his arms and torso. They were perfectly fine, without even a single scar. But the bone-deep agony of being flayed alive, while submerged in beast blood, had been absolutely real. A line of text from the palace flashed through his mind. 10% progress, consumed to repair the hall master's body. It was all real. The palace, the 9 mirrors, the massive 9-sequence Buddha face of good and evil. It was all real. His severely injured body had been completely healed by the so-called sequence ability, the Diamond Buddha. At this very moment, he could even clearly feel that the Crystal Palace was lurking deep within his own mind. He was just about to close his eyes and re-enter the palace to confirm it. Whoosh! The hospital room door was pushed open. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. His legs were extraordinarily robust, with muscles as taut as those of a top-tier track athlete with explosive power. And following behind the man were the 2 faces Chong Li least wanted to see. Yang Xiu, who had just cheated on him, and her best friend Zhou Hui. Chong Li, right, hello there. The man in the suit walked to the bedside, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before reaching out to shake Chong Li's hand. I am Li Ling, a senior ability user with the Camphor Tree Organization, Jiangnan Province, H05 District. Sequence 10,357, ability, Jumping Locust. As the person in charge of this incident, I represent the Camphor Tree in expressing our condolences for the attack you suffered from an anomalous creature. As he spoke, Li Ling took out a bank card and handed it over. It was clearly compensation money. You have been in a coma for 2 days. The system shows you are an orphan, and we could not find any information on your family, right? Li Ling cut straight to the business. Yes, Chong Li nodded, his skin crawling under the gaze of Yang Xiu nearby. So we checked your recent call history, summoned these 2 friends of yours, and informed them of the situation. Li Ling just wanted to finish the protocol and call it a day. He did not care about whatever drama existed between Chong Li and these 2 friends. Right, thanks, Chong Li replied, glancing sideways at Yang Xiu. To his surprise, Yang Xiu looked pale, her eyes filled with an act of overwhelmed worry and shock. Who would have thought that this woman, looking so worried before him, was the very same one who had cheated on him and then turned around to bite back? Besides this, there is one more thing. Li Ling took out another card and handed it to Chong Li. The card looked like a business card, printed with Chong Li's information. Name: Chong Li. Gender: male. Occupation: student at the Preparatory University for Anomalous Biological Research. Ability status awakened. Estimated sequence 19,976. Salamander possesses minor wound self-healing capabilities, no combat capability. What is this? Chong Li stared at the card in a daze. The one that repaired his body was clearly the 9-sequence Buddha face of good and evil, so how did it become 19,976? And why was it just an estimate? It is an audit application card issued by the Camphor Tree Oversight Committee, Li Ling explained. After you had been in a coma for a day and a half, your burn injuries healed automatically, and your attending physician reported it. Since no other characteristics were manifested, the Oversight Committee gave you this estimated sequence number. Even though the ranking is low, do not be discouraged. As long as you have awakened, you are qualified to apply to join the Camphor Tree. It is up to you whether to join or not. Li Ling offered an encouraging look filled with fake kindness and wrote a string of numbers on the back of the card. That is my phone number. Contact me whenever you want to join. I will be going now. With that, he rose, nodded at Chong Li and the 2 women nearby, and walked out of the room. That encouraging look Li Ling gave him, the kind one gives to a weak junior, made Chong Li feel deeply insulted. Sequence 19,976. Are you kidding me? The weakest thing I have is 9. But before Chong Li could even voice the sarcastic remark stuck in his throat, Yang Xiu hurriedly rushed over and interrupted him. Oh baby, how are you doing? Does it still hurt anywhere? As she spoke, she threw off the quilt covering Chong Li and reached out with her slender fingers, intending to caress his arm. Thanks for your concern, it does not hurt. Chong Li moved a bit to the side with an involuntary look of disgust, dodging her touch. He could not understand why this woman, who had done such terrible things to him before, was suddenly fawning over him now. Yang Xiu was not discouraged after being dodged. Instead, she scooted further into the bed towards Chong Li, deliberately closing the distance between them. Then, in a way that made it impossible for him to dodge, she threw herself directly onto his stomach. Boo-hoo-hoo, you have no idea how worried I was when I got the notification call. What would I ever do without you? Sob, sob. This move of Yang Xiu's was carefully designed and full of ulterior motives. The warm breath from her mouth traveled through his hospital gown and hit his manhood with pinpoint accuracy. What exactly are you trying to do? Chong Li sighed helplessly, instinctively wanting to pull away, but there was not enough room left on the bed for him to maneuver. I have to admit, the physical sensation was quite nice, but unfortunately, Chong Li felt absolutely zero interest in Yang Xiu now. Boo-hoo-hoo, I am just worried about you. Is it a crime to be worried? Yang Xiu acted as if she were completely oblivious to his disdain, continuing her calculating little moves relentlessly. I really am. Chong Li felt annoyed by her inexplicable flattery, and a wave of unnameable anger flared up in his heart. Just as he was about to raise his hand to push her away, he caught the awkward look on Zhou Hui's face, who had been standing to the side the whole time. Her expression suggested she felt like she was watching the most cringeworthy short drama in the world, and she was already blushing from embarrassment. After catching Chong Li's eye, Zhou Hui hesitated for a second, then winked at the business card in his hand. Only then did Chong Li understand the reason behind Yang Xiu's current behavior. As a self-proclaimed socialite of the apocalypse, her goal had always been to climb the social ladder. She had kept him on the hook back when he was just a student at a research institute's preparatory university, so imagine how she felt now. She must have broken up with her cheating partner the moment she heard he had awakened, and rushed right over here without a second thought. Chong Li looked down at the serial number on the business card in his hand and gave a disdainful smile. 19,976 out of 20,000, which is practically at the bottom. But even so, it is enough to hook someone like Yang Xiu. This is the value of awakening an extraordinary ability in the apocalypse. Serial number 19,976 is not the 25th from the bottom. It is in the top 20,000 out of a population of several hundred million. Thinking of this, Chong Li's expression towards Yang Xiu became even more dismissive. If just being number 19,976 made this woman throw herself at him, what would happen if he revealed his real serial number, 9? The line of women chasing him would probably stretch to the other side of the planet. But neither 9 nor 19,976 is something a woman like Yang Xiu could ever covet. If you want to marry into a powerful family, you have to be worthy of it, even for the poorest of the powerful. Chong Li remained unmoved, while Yang Xiu laid across his stomach for a long time. If Zhou Hui had not finally pulled her away because she could not take it anymore, Chong Li would have started to wonder if she was going to take his pants off next. The only reason Chong Li had been able to endure this long without slapping Yang Xiu was because of the business card in his hand. If the first thing an extraordinary individual who just awakened and registered with the government does is hit a woman, it would not look good for his reputation. After watching Yang Xiu depart in a dramatic fashion, Chong Li composed himself and used his phone to call his teacher. "Hello, Chong Li, you are finally awake." Ms. Jiang's gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. "Are you feeling any better? I came to check on you a couple of days ago, but you were still asleep. I am finishing up some lesson plans now. I will head over once I am done." "No need, Ms. Jiang, you do your work. I just called to let you know I am okay. My body is totally fine now." Upon hearing Ms. Jiang's voice, as gentle as a mother's, the gloomy feelings Yang Xiu had provoked in Chong Li's heart instantly eased. "Do not be polite with your teacher. You must be starving after just waking up. You just wait there. When I am finished, I will buy you something to eat and bring it over. Hanging up now." Before Chong Li could even refuse, the beep of the call ending echoed from the phone. This sigh, Chong Li looked at the dark screen of his phone, feeling both touched and helpless. Ms. Jiang is the only person in this world he can rely on. Chong Li never knew who his parents were since he was a child. Ever since he had memories, he had been wandering on his own, struggling to survive beneath the high walls of this apocalypse. Later, with the help of a charity organization, he earned his own tuition by working odd jobs. Fortunately, Chong Li worked hard in his studies and was admitted to the Camphor Tree Research Institute's preparatory university with excellent grades. And Ms. Jiang was his advisor at the university. Perhaps because she never had a son of her own, or perhaps because of Chong Li's excellent grades and character, Ms. Jiang had always been very good to him. She had provided him with a lot of help not just in his studies, but in his personal life as well. Chong Li was also very grateful, and he would buy Ms. Jiang gifts like cooking oil or grain during the holidays. Back and forth, their relationship grew closer and closer. By now, Chong Li had come to treat Ms. Jiang as his own family. It would not be an exaggeration to call her his spiritual mother. While waiting for Ms. Jiang, a bored Chong Li began browsing the Extraordinary Creature forum on his phone. Before this, Chong Li had always treated the posts on this forum like little science fiction stories. After all, even in the apocalypse, even with the high walls, those ability users and extraordinary creatures were very far removed from a normal person like him. Some lucky people might go their whole lives without ever seeing a real extraordinary creature. They only get to see clips of ability users killing these creatures in online videos or news reports, or official science segments released by the authorities. But now everything is different, from the 1% progress countdown every 3 days to the business card in his hand, which signifies he is officially registered. All of this means that Chong Li has been forced out of his comfort zone as an ordinary person. For the world of extraordinaries and serial numbers that he is bound to face, Chong Li can honestly say he knows absolutely nothing. Before the containment progress of the Buddha face of good and evil reaches zero, he must find some useful information and start taking action. Otherwise, he is dead for sure, and even this city could be destroyed in an instant. Opening the forum, the first thing that hit his eyes was a mountain of posts praising ability users. Chong Li was already tired of seeing the content of these posts. Some of them were not even really praising the ability users. They were just using trending topics to post their own science fiction novels. There was no longer anything in the trending section that could spark Chong Li's interest. He opened the search page, thought for a moment, and typed in serial 9 before clicking search. Of the posts that came up, the most recent one was nearly 8 years old. The title was, "Why are there no serial numbers higher than 9?" Clicking into the post, Chong Li spent a long time looking through the comments without finding any useful information. Most of it was just speculation like, "It's very mysterious, has it ever appeared before?" Or maybe it is just a rumor, could 10 actually be the real one? This kind of guessing had no reference value for Chong Li, since 9 was currently right there in the crystal palace of his mind. He kept scrolling to the very bottom of the post, where there were even spam comments like, "I have a huge one, local ladies who are interested add me," but still found nothing useful. Just as Chong Li was about to exit, a comment with 0 likes and 0 replies caught his eye. 9 is real, it is a huge Buddha statue, I have seen it. The author of the comment had an ID made of a string of meaningless random numbers, and their avatar was the default gray system image. To anyone else, this comment might have looked just as much like spam as the "I have a huge one" message. But Chong Li's hand hovered over this comment for a long time. Someone had actually seen the serial 9 that had never appeared in the world. They had even accurately stated that it was a huge Buddha statue. A moment later, Chong Li clicked on that person's profile, thought for a long time, and finally sent them a private message. "Hello, I am a college student working on a graduation thesis about sequences. I saw your description of 9 from a few years ago. I am very interested and would like to learn more. Can we talk?" As the saying goes, a man may be innocent, but his treasure is his undoing. I absolutely cannot let it be known that I possess 9, or I have no idea what kind of trouble it would invite. If I want to find out more information, this is the only way to say it. The good news is that this person's account has not been deleted, and the message was sent successfully. The bad news is that the last login time for this account was 5 years ago, which is practically the same as it being deleted. After sending the message, Chong Li closed the forum immediately. This was a complete long shot. There is no way I will get a reply in a short time. Before long, Teacher Jiang arrived at the hospital room carrying a small bag. Inside the bag was a hot bento, a very cheap one, containing Chong Li's favorite braised taro leaves. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang." Chong Li took the bento and began devouring it the moment he opened it. Having lain in bed for so many days, his subconscious feeling was that he was starving. "Hehe, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Teacher Jiang looked at Chong Li with a smile. Then she pulled a stack of test papers from her bag. "You missed the last exam, so I helped you apply for a deferred exam with the school. These are the review papers. Make sure to study them well during your time here." After saying this, she stood up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to let the sunlight stream in. "Young man, you still need to soak up some sun. It is good for your health," Teacher Jiang said. But at this moment, with his mouth full of food, Chong Li's expression turned somber. It was not because of those unexpected test papers, nor was it because the sunlight was too bright. It was a strange sensation coming from within his body. He was not hungry at all. Not only was he not hungry, he had absolutely no appetite for these braised taro leaves in the lunchbox, even though they were his favorite food. This feeling was very strange. He was neither hungry nor full. He just had no appetite at all, to the point where he wanted to spit out the food currently in his mouth. It was like that feeling of being sick of instant noodles after eating several bowls in one go. What is going on? This is clearly my favorite dish. How can I feel so sick of it? What is wrong? Is something wrong with the food? Teacher Jiang turned around and saw Chong Li's uncomfortable expression. "That cannot be right. I just went to the cafeteria to get it before coming here. There should not be any problems." Teacher Jiang sat on the edge of Chong Li's bed, full of worry, and leaned down to smell the lunchbox. "No, it is not that." Chong Li shook his head quickly. Then, enduring the feeling of disgust and nausea toward this bite of taro leaf rice, he forced himself to swallow. "No matter how uncomfortable I am, I must not let down Teacher Jiang's kindness toward me," Chong Li thought to himself. As a result, the moment he swallowed that bite of rice, dang! The crystal palace floating in his mind suddenly let out a loud bang. A line of text immediately appeared before Chong Li's eyes. Hallmaster acts with both good and evil coexisting. Containment progress for good and evil Buddha face increased by 1%. Current containment progress, 11%. Hallmaster's diamond body sequence ability strength, 11%. The moment the text appeared, Chong Li froze, holding his chopsticks. So this is acting with good and evil coexisting. The evil of feeling disgusted by the food, and the good of being kind to Teacher Jiang. You have got to be kidding me. And here I was racking my brain for half a day, trying to figure out what acting with good and evil coexisting meant. They should have just said it was this simple. The text gradually faded, and Chong Li picked up the lunchbox and started shoveling food into his mouth. 1% for every bite, so if I finish this whole box, I should be able to get another 20 or 30%. Oh my, this child, why did you start eating like this all of a sudden? Slow down, slow down. oh dear. Chong Li's sudden action startled teacher Jiang. She patted his back gently, half reproachful and half doting, afraid that he would choke. But to Chong Li's disappointment, even though he forced himself to finish the entire box of taro leaf rice despite his nausea, that line of text never appeared again. It seems that eating the disgusting food, while harboring kindness toward teacher Jiang, only counts as one instance of good and evil coexisting. Enduring the intense urge to vomit, he swallowed the last bite of rice and set down the lunchbox. After chatting with teacher Jiang for a while longer, Chong Li insisted on getting out of bed to see her off, despite her stern refusal. Returning to the room, Chong Li's expression turned somber again. This time, thanks to the lunchbox teacher Jiang brought, he accidentally increased the progress of the good and evil Buddha face by 1%. But according to the text information he saw earlier in the Crystal Palace, there was still only about a month left before the containment became completely ineffective. If he does not find a way to increase progress, he is still heading toward death. But how many opportunities like this can he stumble upon? If he relies on random events like this, it is no different from waiting to die. What kind of actions would actually count as good and evil coexisting? Chong Li lay on the bed for a long time, but still had no clue. After brainstorming for so long that his brain felt like it was boiling, Chong Li gave up. Humans cannot imagine what they have never seen. Rather than racking his brain like this, he might as well look at something to get some ideas. Thinking this, Chong Li opened the Anomalous Creature Forum again. Besides discussions about anomalous creatures and individuals with anomalous abilities, this forum had several other sections. The section Chong Li entered this time was called Meme Posts and Meme Images. Most of the content here consisted of funny images and dark, hellish jokes that were so bad they made people laugh. When Chong Li's brain felt tired from reviewing or studying, he would come to this section to look at these bad jokes to relax his mind. Opening the section, almost everything that caught his eyes were dark jokes, mocking various controversial historical events and figures. These memes were nothing new to Chong Li. As a regular user of the forum, in a sense, Chong Li could be considered a loyal fan of the dark joke series. Looking at the wide variety of new and old memes, his boiling brain calmed down significantly. After scrolling for about 10 minutes, a dark idea flashed into Chong Li's mind. Are not some of these dark jokes classic examples of good and evil coexisting? If he were to put the actions from those memes into practice, would it? The moment this thought appeared, Chong Li felt that his merit points had already been drained to zero, the kind that no amount of tapping a wooden fish could ever recover. But what are merit points compared to his own life? If it succeeds, containment progress increases. If it fails, he loses nothing. Time to get to work. Looking at the hospital room in front of him, the first dark and extreme instance of good and evil coexisting that came to his mind was finding a patient in a vegetative state in this hospital, and while paying them a visit, watering them like a plant. What? As this idea crossed his mind, Chong Li felt as if his merits accumulated over 18 lifetimes had just been wiped clean. What could be more wicked than doing something like this? But for the sake of his life, for the sake of survival, he had no other choice now. He pressed his palms together, bowed a few times toward the sky outside the window, muttered Amitabha, Buddha forgive me, and then Chong Li began his plan. He first took the bank card Li Ling gave him, went to the small shop in the hospital lobby, and spent exactly 10 beast wax to buy a carton of milk and a bottle of pure water. The milk was for a condolence visit, and the pure water, naturally, was for watering later on. The next step was to poke a few small holes in the bottle cap, so the bottle could sprinkle water like a watering can. But this point stumped Chong Li. He did not have any sharp objects to use for poking. After returning to his ward and thinking for a long time, he finally looked at the back of his hand. The 4 cannula he had used while unconscious was still there. No other choice, this will have to do. Chong Li peeled off the tape, gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, grabbed the tail of the needle and pulled. To his surprise, the entire needle felt like it was stuck inside his skin by something, and it would not move at all. Even more ridiculous was that, whether he tried to wiggle it side to side or push it deeper, it would not budge even a fraction. The back of his hand felt like a piece of solid, incredibly hard steel plate. And this needle, which had been inserted before he awakened, was now firmly fixed inside him. That was why no matter what he did, he could not move it at all. Is this Vajra body? Chong Li murmured, looking at the needle stuck firmly in the back of his hand. There was no mistake, this level of physical strength was clearly far beyond that of an ordinary person. As expected of the 9 sequence, at just 11% progress, it has already reached this level. Chong Li subconsciously exerted force with his hand muscles, and the 4 needle was launched out with a pop sound due to the compression of his muscles. Dango! After flying several meters, the silver needle, carrying immense kinetic energy, buried itself deep into the ward wall. Good heavens! Chong Li looked at the needle, which was embedded so deep only a centimeter remained visible, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He had only clenched his fist lightly, how did it fly so far? Just how terrifying is the physical strength granted by 11% progress? This was the first time Chong Li realized this problem. In terms of his 5 senses, he had not felt any obvious changes in his body. But this moment made Chong Li directly realize the terrifying power of the 9 sequence. Thinking this, Chong Li reached out and grabbed the load-bearing steel plate under the hospital bed, then applied a little force. Crank! The steel plate, over 5 millimeters thick, bent so easily in Chong Li's hand. With a slight twist of his wrist, the entire steel plate was torn off as easily as a thin piece of paper. Oh my God! Looking at the 5mm steel plate he had effortlessly torn off, Chong Li instantly understood why ability users had such high social status. Yang Siyu's arrogant attitude did not seem so incomprehensible anymore. Pulling the needle out of the wall and carefully poking a few holes in the bottle cap, Chong Li put on his mask and stepped out of the ward. Having experienced the terrifying power of the 9 sequence, benevolent and evil Buddha face, he cared even less about whether what he was about to do was wicked. Entering the elevator, Chong Li carefully checked the department floors, and after a moment, he pressed the button for F, the Department of Neurology. Vegetative patients were most likely in this department. Even though he told himself he did not care, when he actually stepped out of the elevator and saw the sign that read Neurology Inpatient Department, he still felt a bit intimidated. This kind of thing, if said as a dark joke, would be the kind of thing even Satan would not accept after you died, and now he was actually going to carry it out. Amitabha, Amitabha. On the way to the ward, Chong Li kept muttering, I am doing this to survive, I am doing this to survive, not to troll, not to play a dark joke. May the Buddha understand, may the Bodhisattva protect me. Along the way, Chong Li passed several young nurses who looked at him with strange expressions. Chanting Amitabha in a hospital was not that rare, but they had truly never seen someone as young as Chong Li doing it. Not long after, Chong Li pushed open the door to the first ward. Inside was an elderly couple with gray hair. The grandfather lay quietly on the hospital bed with a ventilator on his face, his limbs exposed from under the blanket, visibly withered from long-term bed rest. And the grandmother was wiping the grandfather's body with a towel dipped in warm water while whispering something in his ear. Hearing the door push open, the grandmother looked up at Chong Li. Who are you? Ah, wrong room, sorry. Meeting the grandmother's eyes filled with hardship and sorrow, Chong Li bowed his head, apologized, and immediately turned to exit the ward. How could this be possible? An old couple who had been through everything together their whole lives, never knowing when they would be separated forever. Go in now and pour water on the grandfather's head. That would be utterly villainous. Even to survive, he could not do it. After mentally apologizing 1,000 times, Chong Li headed toward other wards. But the situation in the next few wards was much the same as the elderly couple. It was either a struggling old couple, a pitiful parent sobbing while accompanying their child, or a child accompanying their elderly parent. Chong Li could not convince himself to go in and pour water on the patients' heads, even if he chanted Amitabha 10,000 times. It was not until he reached the end of the hallway and pushed open the door to the last room that the scene inside gave him the courage again. Lying on the bed inside was a super muscular man covered in tattoos. And sitting by his bed was a group of burly men whose very gazes were filled with murderous intent. Every fiber of air in the room was shouting to Chong Li that they were gangsters. Since these were people who clearly looked like villains, Chong Li did not have the deep sense of guilt he had before. Hello, Chong Li stepped into the room and raised his hand politely to ask, Whoosh! A row of murderous gazes shifted toward him in unison. What do you want? One of them, who looked like a small leader, frowned, stood up, and walked menacingly toward Chong Li. I am here for a condolence visit. This is a gift. Chong Li lifted the carton of milk in his hand and looked at the tattooed muscle man on the bed. And can I water him? What? The small boss in front of Chong Li could hardly believe his ears. He took a step forward with a fierce look, leaned down slightly, and stared into Chong Li's eyes almost face to face. Say that again. I said, can I water the vegetable on that bed? Although the guy was huge and had a much more intimidating presence than Chong Li, he was not afraid at all. The super strong ability he had just experienced from the 9 sequence had subconsciously given him enough confidence. Never mind a bunch of ordinary street thugs, even if an ability user came right now, he would not necessarily be afraid of him. Are you fucking looking to die? Just as Chong Li finished speaking, the small boss's sandbag-sized fist swung towards Chong Li's face. In his eyes, this little brat was practically asking for death. His boss had just become a vegetable because of an accident while collecting a debt from an old couple, and now he was being mocked and provoked by this wet-behind-the-ears kid. As the boss's most loyal subordinate, how could he possibly swallow this? Whoosh! Must say, having spent years brawling, the punch he threw did carry some real weight. At such a short distance, he actually managed to make the air whistle. But the next second, bang! The moment the sandbag-sized fist made contact with Chong Li's cheek, the sound of human bone breaking against a steel plate rang out instantly. As expected of a street fighter, he did not even scream despite his metacarpal bones snapping, just gritted his teeth and swallowed his howl. The moment he felt his fist bones shatter, the small boss immediately realized. The boy in front of him was an ability user. Sai, why did you have to hit me? Chong Li reached out to touch his face where he had been punched. Although he felt almost no pain, he did genuinely feel that not-so-small impact force. If you do not want me to water him, you could have just said so. It is not like we could not discuss it. Chong Li looked down at the small boss, who was squatting on the ground from the excruciating pain, with a look of confusion in his eyes. He was not obsessed with watering this specific person, so why did the guy just start hitting him? Damn it, do not think you can shit on our heads just because you are an ability user. The small boss endured the pain and looked up at Chong Li. To the small boss, Chong Li's words did not sound like a negotiation, but an even more outrageous mockery. Although his tone remained arrogant, he did not dare to get back up and attack Chong Li. No matter which sequence this kid belongs to, as long as he is an ability user, he is definitely not someone his gang can handle. He did not yet know why this ability user came to provoke them, so it would be better not to act rashly for now. The minions behind the small boss had wanted to swarm him the moment he made his move, but seeing him squat down in pain, none of them dared to move anymore. Trying to challenge an ability user with numbers of ordinary people was useless. I did not come here to bully anyone. I just wanted to ask if I could water him. Why are you so nervous? Seeing the serious, nervous, and vigilant expressions of everyone in the room, Chong Li felt a bit awkward. He had never crossed paths with such thugs before. If he had known it would be this awkward, he would not have come in. After locking eyes with the small boss for a few more seconds, Chong Li weighed the water bottle in his hand and prepared to turn and leave. This idea really was both outrageous and very hard to realize. But just as Chong Li turned around, the ringtone of one of the minions in the hospital room went off. This had nothing to do with Chong Li, and he did not want to listen or care, but the conversation he heard over the next few seconds made him scrap the idea of leaving. Hey, what is so important that you have to call now? What? That old man refuses to pay, then beat his wife, beat her until he pays. The thug knew that making such a call with an ability user present was inappropriate, so he finished his instructions quickly and hung up. But he did not know that these few sentences had already handed a death sentence to everyone in the room. Damn it, are you crazy? The moment the thug hung up, the small boss, who was squatting on the ground, turned his head and glared at him with rage-filled eyes. Because the small boss clearly felt Chong Li stop in his tracks after hearing the conversation. The thug on the phone also seemed to realize the consequences. Ability users were meant to defend humanity and fight anomalous creatures. Although they did not have to perform police duties, they were law enforcers too. What was the difference between saying those things in front of an ability user and just turning himself in? Chong Li slowly turned around and looked at the thug standing in the corner with interest. What did you just say? Could you please repeat that? I. The thug being stared at by Chong Li was speechless and did not dare say a single word. He had just joined the group and lacked the courage of the small boss and the others. Being stared at by an ability user, he had no energy left to speak, let alone not collapse from fear. Damn it, we're trapped anyway. Take him down, the small boss yelled. Chong Li's question sent him a clear signal. No one in this room was going to walk out today. Since that was the case, they might as well go for it. Who cares if he is an ability user? Who cares if this is a hospital? Save as many as we can. Attack! The others in the room also let out a roar almost at the same time. They pulled out all sorts of weapons from their pockets and clothes and rushed towards Chong Li. Seeing such a scene, Chong Li gave a light laugh. Half an hour ago, he would have been scared by the momentum of this crowd and would have turned and run, but now. Let us test what 9's strength is like at 11 containment progress. Chong Li consciously clenched his fists and met the first thug holding a sharp knife. Thud. Clang. The sound of a solid steel-like fist shattering a cheekbone and the sound of the sharp knife breaking upon hitting Chong Li's abdomen rang out simultaneously. The next second, the thug struck head-on by Chong Li flew backward instantly. Chong Li's punch carried significant force. The thug flying backward was like a tattered sandbag, carrying huge kinetic energy, and crashed into several other thugs rushing up behind him. Damn! Ouch! Just from the collision with that thug's body, the others behind suffered varying degrees of injury. With one punch, Chong Li took down nearly half the room. However, after this punch, Chong Li also realized a problem. Besides his insane physical strength, he did not seem to have any other upgrades. If it were not for his sturdy torso, that knife just now would have gutted him. Damn it, kill him. If just a moment ago, the thugs, including the small boss, were only hoping to save as many as they could. Then after this lethal punch from Chong Li, their mindset had changed. At this point, if they wanted to leave alive, they had to kill Chong Li. With a roar from the gang leader, all the thugs in the room assumed a menacing look, grabbed their weapons, and charged straight at Chong Li. Based purely on combat experience, any one of them could easily crush Chong Li. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 blades were already pressed against Chong Li's throat. The gleaming silver tips looked as if they would slice through his throat and plunge deep inside in the very next second. Chong Li let out a cold laugh, making no attempt to dodge. No experience to dodge them, then do not dodge. Sorry, the sequence I am using right now is ranked 9th in the world. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic snapping sounds rang out. All the daggers and fruit knives pressed against Chong Li's neck snapped instantly. Before the thugs surrounding him with knives could even react, Chong Li's fist was already slamming into their kidneys. Thud, thud, thud. Chong Li's fist landed squarely on the kidney of the nearest thug, then carried him along as he spun in a complete circle. The whole circle of thugs was sent flying by this single punch, like meat threaded on a skewer. They lined up and slammed heavily into the wall behind them. With the punch from before and this one just now. In just 2 hits, the thugs in the hospital room were completely wiped out. Not a single one could stand. Except for the little gang leader, who was still squatting there with all the bones in his hand shattered from punching Chong Li earlier. Why did you have to provoke me, huh? After taking out all the minions, Chong Li walked over to the leader, squatted down just like him, and stared at him with a playful look in his eyes. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. I deserved to die. I should not have had any murderous intent towards you. Seeing that Chong Li had finished off all his brothers with just 2 punches, the gang leader could no longer act tough. When there is a chance to fight back, a trapped beast will still struggle. But when faced with an absolute death threat, the instinct for survival forced the leader to beg for mercy. He started kowtowing to Chong Li while slapping his own face wildly. Boss, I was wrong. Spare my life, I beg you, spare my life. The leader's pleas and the relentless sound of his slaps echoed throughout the hospital room. It was not until his face was all swollen that Chong Li slowly spoke up. "Who said I was going to kill you? It was you who exposed your own villainous behavior, so I am just teaching you a lesson, right? Besides, look up and see if anyone here is dead." As he spoke, Chong Li stood up and pointed at the thugs lying all over the floor. The leader looked up and realized that all his brothers had merely suffered fractures and injuries and were all groaning on the ground. And just at that moment, dang! Another loud sound echoed from the Crystal Palace within Chong Li's mind. A line of text appeared simultaneously. Palace Master conducts acts of coexistence between good and evil. Benevolent and malicious Buddha mask containment progress increased by 5%. Current containment progress, 16%. Palace Master's Vajra body sequence ability strength, 16%. The moment the text appeared, Chong Li, who was about to raise his hand to teach the leader another lesson, froze. 5%. How did it jump so much all at once? But after just a moment of hesitation, Chong Li understood. Standing up for an old man being bullied by gangsters is good. Attacking all the thugs, beating them to the ground, and breaking their bones is evil. So that is what coexistence of good and evil means. Starting with benevolent intent and carrying out evil deeds that make the target suffer, that is the benevolent and malicious Buddha mask. Benevolence first, malice follows. I see, so that is it. The moment he realized this, Chong Li almost jumped up with excitement. Just by beating this group of people down, he had already gained 5% progress in containment. Then what if next time, with benevolent intentions, he killed someone even more evil? How much would it increase? Chong Li looked at his fist with a spirited expression. There is no doubt about it. This is the fastest way to increase the progress of the benevolent and malicious Buddha mask. Boss, do not hit me, boss. I know I am wrong. I will steer clear of you from now on. Seeing Chong Li clenching his fist again, the leader was almost scared out of his wits and hurriedly begged for mercy again. He had seen Chong Li's combat power. If that fist landed on his head, he would at least be half crippled, if not dead. Get lost! Chong Li's train of thought was interrupted, and he glared at the leader with some displeasure. He despised bullies who act tough but turn into spineless cowards when they lose their advantage. After kicking the leader aside, Chong Li walked to the bedside and looked at the high wall on the distant horizon. Eliminating the most evil targets with the greatest benevolence. In terms of worldly goodness, what could possibly surpass protecting all living beings? And in terms of worldly evil, who could be worse than those anomalous creatures that have slaughtered countless humans? Thinking of this, a brand new idea took root firmly in Chong Li's heart. I am going to join the camphor tree. Using 19,976 salamander as a cover, and utilizing the characteristic of the benevolent and malicious Buddha mask to grow stronger through the coexistence of good and evil, I will protect the people, slay anomalies, and grow powerful in silence. With his plan confirmed, Chong Li took out his phone and Li Ling's business card from his pocket, then dialed the number. Hello, Officer Li, I want to join the camphor tree. When Li Ling arrived, he was stunned by the scene in the hospital room. Thugs all over the floor, each of them groaning in silence. And Chong Li, sitting coldly on a sofa in the corner of the room, was making shushing gestures at the thugs. That is right, no loud noises allowed in the hospital, so bear the pain in silence. After notifying the police department to arrest, register, and provide medical treatment to all the thugs, Li Ling and Chong Li returned to his hospital room. What happened? Li Ling asked directly without hesitation. Chong Li scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. He did not know how to explain how all this had come about. After a long silence, Chong Li made up a lie. I was bored, walking around the building, heard them planning to beat up an old man, and decided to intervene. Is that so? Li Ling nodded, half believing, and then asked, then how did you manage to beat them up like this? If I recall correctly, your estimated sequence is 19,976 salamander. Where did such strong combat power come from? Having been with the camphor tree for many years, Li Ling had memorized most of the sequences. 19,976 salamander. Its sequence is extremely low among anomalous creatures. Other than being able to regenerate and being difficult to kill quickly, it has zero combat ability, making it the type of target you would find on a battlefield. Could it be that after this sequence appears in a person, it mutates and grants a combat bonus to the ability user? Well, Officer Lei, if I told you I practiced by watching combat videos, would you believe me? Chong Li smiled awkwardly, putting on a look that said, "You should believe me, right?" as he looked at Li Ling. Well, just as Chong Li was thinking about how to invent another lie to cover up the previous one, Li Ling unexpectedly nodded directly. "That is perfectly normal. You are young, after all. It is only right to practice some self-defense." With that, he turned around and began contacting the auditors from the camphor tree. He left Chong Li completely bewildered. He just believed that. Do I really look like someone who has trained before? Chong Li looked up in disbelief at the mirror by the wall. Only then did he discover with shock. His body had somehow become significantly more robust and muscular. Could it be? He immediately recalled the text that appeared right after he finished dealing with the thugs. After reaching 16% progress, it actually has the effect of enhancing physical muscle. No wonder Li Ling believed him. When he came to visit earlier, Chong Li was lying in bed covered by a quilt, so he did not know Chong Li's true physique. This was the first time Li Ling saw Chong Li properly, so he naturally assumed that this was how Chong Li had always looked. "All right, I have contacted the sequence auditors from our camphor tree." After a while, Li Ling hung up the phone. Then he sat on the sofa and started explaining to Chong Li. The previous preliminary assessment was simple and conducted while you were unconscious, so the results might not be very accurate. The auditors who come later will use the most professional procedures to evaluate your sequence. If you pass, you will be directly admitted to the camphor tree preparatory team. Evaluating the sequence, what does that mean? Chong Li frowned. He understood joining the preparatory team after passing the audit, but what exactly was a sequence audit? He had always been confused about this point. Is it not the case that after a person awakens an anomaly, whatever they report is what it is? Do they really use some special equipment to test it? You do not know. Seeing Chong Li's puzzled expression, Li Ling became interested. You want to join the camphor tree, yet you have not prepared by learning anything about it beforehand. Li Ling shook his head helplessly. In his eyes, Chong Li was just a naive rookie who thought he could be a savior just because he had a little bit of power. He had seen many such rookies over the years. Some joined the camphor tree full of confidence, only to die mindlessly in battle against anomalous creatures. Others learned from their predecessors through repeated battles, slowly becoming the backbone of the preparatory team. I wonder which one this young man in front of me will turn into. Never mind, I will explain it to you, so you will not be completely clueless and unable to cooperate when the auditors arrive. As he spoke, Li Ling patted the sofa cushion beside him, signaling for Chong Li to sit down. The so-called sequence audit exists to prevent people from lying about their true sequence. For instance, if your true sequence is 19,976 salamander, but you report it to the organization as sequence 976 for the sake of face, status, or other benefits. Then your registered combat power, including the type of your ability, would deviate significantly from reality. If you were originally only suited for a patrol squad, but were assigned to a hunting squad because of your lie, the consequences would be obvious. As he spoke, Li Ling took 2 lollipops out of his pocket, ate one himself, and offered one to Chong Li. Seeing Chong Li shake his head to decline, he pulled his hand back and continued. To show you the seriousness of lying, I will also tell you about the functions of the various camphor tree squads. Those with lower sequence numbers or weaker combat capabilities are assigned to the preparatory team after passing the audit. Unlike a standard preparatory phase that leads to full status, once you enter the preparatory team, you stay in it for life unless your sequence changes. But that is almost impossible. In the entire history of the camphor tree, it has only happened once. Chong Li nodded. He knew that the camphor tree was divided into the preparatory team and the hunting team. The preparatory team is responsible for patrolling within the high walls, clearing out anomalous creatures that were not expelled back then and have since hidden themselves to live alongside humans within the walls. Li Ling in front of him is a member of the preparatory team. Their job is to maintain social order. The hunting team is completely different from the preparatory team. Their sole duty is to head outside the high walls as a team. to hunt those powerful anomalous creatures and bring back their corpses. Since the bodies of anomalous creatures contain powerful energy, the government converts these corpses into fuel and uses their subcutaneous fat to make beast wax, which is the universal currency in the apocalypse. The work of the hunting team is to ensure that human society within the walls can function normally. Those with higher sequence numbers and extremely strong combat capabilities are added directly to the hunting team. Li Ling continued. In the past, before the audit mechanism existed, there were often cases where someone with a sequence only fit for security work would end up dying at the hands of those powerful creatures outside due to vanity. Therefore, to prevent this from happening again, the government launched the current audit mechanism. As for the audit process, it is actually very simple. Li Ling looked up, meeting Chong Li's eyes. That little chip, you can see it, right? The one that shows your sequence number and ability. Oh. Hearing this, Chong Li was instantly stunned, having no idea how to respond. A little chip. 9 entire mirrors, each over 100 meters tall, with each one sealing a top-tier world-class sequence creature. Does that count as a little chip? No one can see that little chip except you. Li Ling seemed not to notice the change in Chong Li's emotions and continued. However, the Camphor Tree High Command and the government have jointly invented a server that can detect all chips. In addition to your own report, we can also perform reverse detection to confirm whether you have lied. After hearing Li Ling finish, Chong Li was completely frozen in place. Reverse detection possible. Then it is all over. His original plan was to use the 19,976 salamander sequence to sneak into the camphor tree, and then slowly increase the containment progress of 9, making a fortune quietly from the bottom up. If reverse detection is possible, then the palace in his mind and all 9 mirrors would be exposed to the public. It is over, it is over, it is all over. Forget about making a quiet fortune. If he is not dragged away to be dissected and have all 9 mirrors ripped out of his body, that would be a miracle. Chong Li immediately regretted it. He should not have been so rash in submitting the application. But now it was too late for regrets. Not long after Li Ling finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was pushed open from the outside by a group of people. Entering were several public officials, carrying various forms and instruments. "You are here," Li Ling stood up to greet them and said. "Let me introduce you. This young man is the one who submitted the application. His estimated sequence is 19,976. Chong Li, these are the auditors. You just need to cooperate with them to complete the audit process." After Li Ling finished, he nodded to everyone in the room, turned around and walked out of the room. "Come on, Mr. Chong Li, let us start with the panel scan." Once Li Ling had left, one of the women carrying the instruments walked over to Chong Li and handed him something that looked like a pair of headphones. That's all right." Chong Li's face turned beet red as he took the headphones and put them on. At this point, there was no turning back, and running away was impossible. That would only invite greater suspicion, or worse, be mistaken for having malicious intent, leading to a citywide manhunt. Now he could only hope that this machine would malfunction. But that seemed even more unlikely. As he put on the headphones, Chong Li began to mentally plan how to escape unscathed once the Crystal Palace and all the mirrors were exposed. Once Chong Li had the headphones on, the woman in charge of the equipment flipped the switch. In an instant, a visible beam of light, like an electric current, shot out from the headphones, surged into Chong Li's mind, and headed straight for that Crystal Palace. With his eyes closed, Chong Li could clearly see the trajectory of the current, but he was completely helpless to stop it. He could only watch as it wrapped around the entire palace and then tunneled straight through the gate. Hiss and crackle crackle. The moment the light entered the palace, the detection instrument began to emit a sound like a short-circuiting wire. What happened? The man standing nearby, who seemed to be in charge, stepped forward immediately and took the device from the woman's hands. "I do not know, it seems like. The machine is malfunctioning." She had never seen anything like this before. Everything on the panel looked normal, yet the device was making a noise clearly indicative of a breakdown. "Impossible," the man said with a grave expression, rejecting her conclusion. "This is the ability of the sequence 1069 hive. Unless the ability user dies, it is impossible for it to malfunction." While speaking, the man began to rapidly adjust the various knobs and dials on the device, trying to control the frequency and stabilize its operation. But it was all in vain. The electrical crackling showed no signs of letting up. Meanwhile, Chong Li, sitting to one side, had opened his eyes and was watching everything nervously. He had no idea why the machine was malfunctioning, and since that beam of light had coiled around the palace, he could not touch or reach the palace either. There was no way to know what was happening inside. Inside the Crystal Palace, the beam of light seemed to have a consciousness of its own. Once inside the palace, it headed straight toward the mirror containing 9, the Buddha of good and evil. It seemed intent on wrapping it up just like the rest of the palace to scan it. But the moment it approached, 9 inside the mirror suddenly opened its eyes and looked straight at it. The Buddha's eye was half closed, filled with mercy. The demon's eye glared with boundless rage. 1069, you have some nerve. How dare you try to pull me into the hive? Amitabha, the secrets held within cannot be brought out. The side of the mouth belonging to the Buddha spoke, radiant with divine light. The voices of both the Buddha and the demon rang out simultaneously, and the beam of light was instantly suppressed, pinned to the floor by an invisible force like a struggling eel. Having suppressed the light with nothing more than the power of their words, the Buddha face slowly closed its eyes and transmitted some information to the light. All living beings suffer. Take this information I give you and leave. Get out, the demon face roared. The demon's voice formed a terrifying shockwave that distorted space and unceremoniously blasted the light right out of the Crystal Palace. The moment it left the palace, the beam of light seemed terrified, its flight path becoming completely erratic. But this state only lasted a short time. Once clear of the palace, the light returned to normal and followed its original path back into the headphones. The moment it returned, the malfunctioning instrument instantly stabilized. After flickering a few times, it displayed the results. Detection complete. Sequence confirmed. Name Chong Li. Gender male. Sequence 1998, Honey Badger. Sequence ability, near invincible skin defense, extreme resistance to acid and toxins. Temperament, highly aggressive. Recorded history, none. This kid, the man stared at the results on the panel, stunned, and looked toward Chong Li. It is actually sequence 1998. Before arriving, they had known Chong Li's estimated sequence was 19,976 salamander. They were prepared for the fact that the estimate might be inaccurate. But they never expected the actual result to be so vastly different from the estimate. He had gone from a bottom-tier healing sequence to a combat sequence ranked within the top 2,000. What's wrong? Chong Li asked with concern, noticing the man's shocked expression. Was I completely exposed after all? It is over, what should I do now? But the man ignored him, turned around, and excitedly pulled Li Ling in from outside. Look at this kid's sequence is actually... Li Ling, who had been waiting while sucking on a lollipop, had not really thought much of it, wondering how ridiculous it could possibly be. With an estimate of 19,976, he figured it would at best be around his own 10,357. But when he saw the numbers on the screen, his expression mirrored those around him. Even the lollipop fell out of his mouth and onto the floor. The next second, he excitedly grabbed the instrument, verified it multiple times, and then bounded over to Chong Li. You kid, ha 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 ha, our Jiangnan Province H05 district has really hit the jackpot this time. Unlike the excited Li Ling, Chong Li was tense to his limits. It is over, he said. He hit the jackpot. Does he mean he is going to capture me and take me to a lab for dissection? No wonder you recovered so fast and fought so hard, just passing by that room, and you managed to floor everyone inside, ha ha ha. Li Ling reached out and wrapped an arm around Chong Li. So you are the 1998 sequence, the Honey Badger. You have got some guts, kid. What Honey Badger? Chong Li was completely bewildered, subconsciously looking at the screen of the instrument. The next second, his jaw dropped in shock. 1998 Honey Badger. What the hell? Where did this Honey Badger come from? It was not 9, the benevolent and evil Buddha face, nor was it the 19,976 salamander, but some 1998 Honey Badger. What on earth is going on? However, after thinking for a moment, Chong Li roughly guessed a possibility, and the only possibility at that. That is, this so-called 1998 sequence Honey Badger is Nine's masterpiece. After all, besides it, there is no one else who could easily do this and fool professional testing equipment. While Chong Li was still a bit dazed, Li Ling let go of his shoulder and waved at the testing personnel nearby. Then one of the men holding a camera walked up to Chong Li. "The testing is over," Li Ling said. "All that is left is to record your application video. Just answer whatever he asks." Li Ling's attitude toward Chong Li had completely changed from before. Sequence 1998 really has the qualifications of a rookie. Oh, Chong Li nodded dazedly and sat back on the sofa. The following process was just official questioning and official answering. Finally, after Chong Li said, "I confirm that I volunteer to join the camphor tree and will obey the organization's personnel deployment," the entire review process was considered complete. "I will submit your application to the Jiangnan province headquarters now. There should be results in 2 days, and I will go directly to your house to find you then." After leaving these words, Li Ling left the hospital with the audit team. And Chong Li, who had been confirmed as the 1998 Honey Badger, naturally did not need to lie in the hospital anymore. After packing up, he completed the discharge procedures and returned to his rental apartment. But what gave him a headache was that, after pushing open the door to his place, a familiar figure appeared in his field of vision. Yang Seyo. At this moment, she was wearing an apron, holding a rag, looking like a virtuous wife and mother, wiping the tea table in the living room that was not dusty at all. "Baby, you are back. Is there anything you want to eat? I will go make it for you." Seeing Chong Li enter the door, Yang Siyu immediately approached him with a fawning expression, shaking his arm and acting spoiled while she spoke. "How did you get in?" Chong Li did not buy it at all, shook off her hand, and looked at her with some displeasure. Chong Li clearly remembered that he had changed the password to the door's digital lock. "The numbers related to you are not hard to guess. I remember them all, and besides, what are you doing? Are you not welcoming me?" Seeing Chong Li's tough attitude, Yang Siyu immediately lowered her head, feigning weakness. "What is wrong with you? First you threw all my things outside without a word that day. When you were hospitalized after the incident, you chased me away when I went to see you. Even now, sob, what did I do wrong?" After forcing out a few tears, Yang Siyu leaned against Chong Li's chest like a delicate bird. I have to say, every movement she made was meticulously polished. When she was in the hospital earlier, she used the heat of her breath to cleverly tease Chong Li through the sheets. Now she used the same method to breathe the warmth from her sobbing onto the little son on Chong Li's chest. Again, I have to say, this feeling is quite nice. But Chong Li would not be fooled again. He used to naively think this was her reliance and affection for him, but now Chong Li had figured it all out. She agreed to his pursuit before entirely because he was a preparatory university student at a scientific research institution with a bright future. But later, she met the man who took her to yoga, who was a formal staff member of the research institution. Unable to wait for the glory and wealth, she immediately abandoned Chong Li and climbed into that man's bed. And now, learning that Chong Li had awakened an anomalous ability and received condolences from a member of the camphor tree, she immediately abandoned that man, who was merely a researcher. She returned to Chong Li's side, acting as if nothing had happened, attempting to continue to use her body to get everything she wanted. "You did not do anything wrong." Chong Li turned to the side and pushed Yang Siyu away. "A parasite wants to find a host more suitable for it. What is wrong with that? Nothing, but whether the parasite can stay depends on the host's mood. If the host is in a bad mood and wants to throw the parasite into a septic tank, that is also a very normal thing. After all, when the parasite chooses to parasitize, it should have expected this step, right?" Chong Li walked to the bedroom door without even looking back at the stunned Yang Siyu. "Leave by yourself, or do you want me to kick you out? By the way, I will be an official member of the camphor tree in 2 days. Provoking me now will not be a wise choice." Yang Siyu looked at Chong Li's cold back, both flustered and excited. "He will be an official member in 2 days. I really did not choose wrong. That little cutie thought he could hook up with me with a yoga class, humph, in his dreams. But Chong Li is right. He does not seem to be in a good mood, and provoking him now is indeed not a good choice. I would better wait until he is in a better mood. Thinking this way, Yang Xiu took off her apron, deliberately made a look of reluctance, took one last look at Chong Li, and turned away. And Chong Li regretted it the moment he said the last sentence. His guts were turning green with regret. Damn it, am I sick? Is not this throwing a bone to a dog? It is over now, this dog skin plaster is impossible to get rid of. But the words were already out, so regretting it was useless. After slapping his own loose mouth twice, he took a shower and went to bed. Perhaps because he consumed too much energy beating up the hoodlums in the hospital earlier, as soon as Chong Li's head touched the pillow, he was engulfed by sleepiness. He did not even have time to open the audiobooks he usually listened to before bed and fell asleep. The next day, Chong Li went to school as usual. Although after awakening his anomalous ability and applying to join the camphor tree, he was only one step away from the class sleep that ordinary people dream of. But after all, he still had 2 days before he was an official member. There was no need to rush to abandon his studies now. The tuition fee of 600 beast wax for this semester had already been paid, so at least he should finish the classes for this semester. Teacher Jiang said you were hospitalized. Are you okay? Just as Chong Li arrived at his seat, a gentle female voice came from behind him. He Lan, the girl sitting behind him, the school beauty recognized by the entire campus. And also the crush Chong Li liked for a long time before Yang Xiu appeared. Chong Li turned his head dazedly to look at He Lan behind him. Not only did she possess the beauty of a school goddess, but she also had a figure comparable to those provocative social media influencers. However, thanks to her wealthy background, such a figure did not look the least bit vulgar on her. It could only be described as a feast for the eyes. It is nothing at all, just a small accident. I spent 2 days in the hospital and I am perfectly fine now. Having dumped Yang Xiu and obtained the Crystal Palace in Sequence 9, Chong Li felt as if he were living in a different world when he saw He Lan's face, which was so exquisite it felt unreal. Even though they had last met just 3 days ago. He Lan nodded gently, showing a sweet smile. If there is anything you do not understand regarding homework or test progress, you can ask me. After saying that, He Lan lowered her head to look at her textbook, a blush seemingly spreading across her cheeks. Damn it, I am such a scumbag, Chong Li roared in his heart. Watching the elegant, well-bred air that He Lan exuded in every movement, Chong Li deeply regretted his past choices. What was so great about Yang Xiu anyway? Was not she just a bit older? Was not it just about her figure? Was not she just good at those bedroom tricks? Why was I so head over heels for her back then that I got together with her? If I had chosen to pursue He Lan back then, how great would that have been? Maybe I would already be together with this school goddess now. Filled with deep regret, Chong Li started the class. Students, today's lesson will be about the Human Protection Organization, Camphor Tree. As everyone knows, the reason it is named Camphor Tree is that our great Xia government wants to tell the public that even though they are powerful ability users, they are still everywhere, not noble, and provide shade for others. Just like the most ordinary camphor trees on the side of the road. The Chinese teacher spoke passionately on the podium, not mentioning social classes directly, yet every sentence was about class. This was simply because her son was already a formal researcher at the Camphor Tree Research Institution. Her son benefited from the glory of being an ability user, and she benefited from her son. Almost every class started with ability users and ended with, "You all know my son." Chong Li had never been interested in listening to such repetitive content. But things were different now. The Camphor Tree ability users her son relied on might very well be him in the future. In Chong Li's eyes, it was a very strange feeling to have someone bragging about a person right in front of him, only for that person to be his own subordinate's subordinate. He inexplicably felt the satisfaction one gets when a relative brags about their son working for a Fortune 500 company, only for you to be the CEO of that company. MMH. Every time the teacher on the podium said something, Chong Li nodded in agreement. He had never paid such close attention to this teacher's Chinese class before. He even felt a bit unsatisfied when the class ended. Tell me who could refuse a teacher who spent the whole time flattering them. And just as Chong Li was immersed in this silent self-satisfaction, a commotion suddenly broke out at the classroom door. He looked up and saw 3 boys standing at the door, draped in luxury and looking every bit like rich young masters. The commotion was caused by a group of fangirls, the same type as Yang Xiu, who had surrounded the three of them. But the three seemed completely uninterested in the fangirls, pushing them aside and walking straight into the classroom. Chong Li was originally uninterested in the affairs of such playboys. But when the three walked behind him and leaned over to whisper something in He Lan's ear, a bad premonition flashed through Chong Li's heart. He did not even know why he did it, but when He Lan followed the three outside, he got up and followed them as well. He Lan followed behind the three, and they did not stop until they reached the back of the school library. What is this, a date? No way, He Lan is such a pure goddess, dating three guys at once. Chong Li quickly dismissed his own thoughts, hid behind a nearby flower bed, and looked toward the four of them. Chong Li was nearly 10 meters away, but their conversation came through to his ears clearly. Miss He, the deal between my father and your uncle He may have fallen through, but I still do not want to give up on you just like that, the lead boy said. He Lan frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. I knew you were still here for that. I have come to find you several times because of this. Just say yes to me, I really like you. The same boy spoke again. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed He Lan's arm. But I do not like you. He Lan's body trembled as she was grabbed, and she shook off the boy's hand with an expression of disgust. Miss He, you really do not know what is good for you. Seeing He Lan turn to leave, the lead boy's expression suddenly turned vicious, and the two boys next to him immediately moved to sandwich He Lan in between them. Do not think too highly of yourself. My father is the school board member here. Asking you out to talk is doing you a favor. The boy completely dropped his polite facade from earlier and became a total thug. Seeing this, Chong Li's heart tightened. What era is this? How can there still be such shameless scum who use their status to bully girls? Do you think you are filming Meteor Garden? Watching the lead boy get closer to He Lan step by step, Chong Li thought for a moment, took out his phone, dialed Li Ling's number, and charged out with determination. Hello, Brother Lei. I am not officially a member of Camphor Tree yet, right? Chong Li's voice drew the attention of the three boys, who all turned to look at him. That is right, what is wrong? Asked Li Ling on the other end. In my current status, without any law enforcement authority, if I perform a brave act and beat up three thugs who are bullying a girl, it will not cause any big trouble, right? Chong Li walked slowly in front of the three boys, deliberately emphasizing the word thugs. Hearing Chong Li's words, the three surrounding He Lan did not quite understand, but were clearly provoked. They exchanged glances and marched menacingly toward Chong Li. Li Ling on the other end was silent for a few seconds, as if thinking. During those few seconds of silence, the three arrived in front of Chong Li, and the boy who had been rejected by He Lan grabbed Chong Li by the collar. But Chong Li, even while being held by the collar, did not care. He was waiting for Li Ling's answer. It should not be a problem, just do not kill them. I will report the situation later. All right, go ahead and beat them. Thud. The moment the words go ahead and beat them came through the phone, Chong Li swiftly and lightly slammed his forehead into the lead boy's nose. A light strike from Sequence 9, Buddha's benevolent and malevolent face, diamond body, at 16% progress. It was no different from a punch from Mike Tyson. What? Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. The leading boy's body traced a perfect arc in the sky before crashing into the ground in the distance, falling unconscious without a sound. Did I use too much force? Seeing how far the guy had flown, Chong Li reached up to scratch his forehead with a sheepish expression. Back when he beat up those punks at the hospital, his power had not exceeded the average person's by much, and it was still within a controllable range. But after adding another 5% to his progress, the force seemed a bit harder to regulate. And he had just promised Li Ling a second ago not to kill anyone. I hope this guy did not just die from that hit. Chen Yusun. The other two boys were completely stunned by Chong Li's strike. Ignoring him, they rushed over to the boy who had been sent flying. It was obvious that Chen Yusun, having taken that blow to the head, had completely lost consciousness. It took both of them working together to barely drag him up from the ground. Splat! The moment he was pulled up, a large amount of blood gushed and splattered onto the ground from his severely deformed nostrils. Damn it, when did an awakened one show up in this school? Let us go. One of the boys supporting Chen Yusen turned his head, shot a vicious glare at Chong Li, and then urged the other to help him drag the battered Chen Yusen away in a panic. As they left, Chen Yusen's nose was still bleeding, but he did not seem dead yet. His feet were still dragging along the floor with slight, reflexive muscle twitches. "Hello, Chong Li's, hello." After watching the three of them leave, Li Ling's anxious voice came through the phone in his hand. Chong Li quickly put the phone back to his ear. Hey, I am here. What is up, brother Li? You were silent for so long, and now you ask me what is up. You kid, you did not kill anyone, did you? Li Ling's tone was unusually nervous. After all, the serial number detected for Chong Li was 1998, the honey badger. Although that species no longer existed in this post-apocalyptic world, there were plenty of pre-apocalypse wildlife videos on the internet. Who in the world does not know the fearsome reputation of the honey badger? Seeking revenge on the spot is the honey badger's life motto. Oh, do not worry, no one died. Chong Li waved his hand at the empty air, but then, seeing the trail of blood splattered all over the ground, he added, They did not die, but they might as well have. Fine, as long as no one died. Tell me what happened later, and I will report it for you. Hearing that no one had died, Li Ling sighed and hung up the phone with a sense of annoyance. He thought he had found a treasure, but it turned out to be a honey badger. Li Ling immediately felt that he had not made a profit. In fact, he was probably at a loss. He would probably have to clean up a lot of messes for this kid in the future. Are you okay? Chong Li put his phone away and approached Helan, who looked completely terrified. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had not just never seen such a violent scene as someone getting knocked flying by a headbutt. She had not even seen a regular street fight. If Chong Li had not reached out to steady her arm in time, her legs would have given way and she would have collapsed to the ground. I am fine. After Chong Li helped her sit down on the nearby stairs, she finally spoke after a long pause. Oh good, I thought you were scared. Are you an awakened one? Before Chong Li could finish his sentence, Helan interrupted him timidly. Yes, I'm an awakened one, Chong Li stammered, still trying to deny it. But then he realized there was no point in denying it anymore, so he nodded and admitted it. That is right, I will come clean. I am an awakened one. I originally wanted to get along with you as a normal person, but I simply could not tolerate any evil in my sight. Sigh, I just could not help but step in. As he spoke, Chong Li stood up and put his hands behind his back, putting on the appearance of a worldly master. Since there was no hiding it now, why not seize this perfect opportunity to show off in front of the school bell? Yeah, thank you. Helan lowered her head, a faint blush appearing on her face, followed quickly by a look of deep concern. It is nothing. If anyone bullies you again, just tell me. I have got your back. Chong Li patted his chest in front of Helan. Even though he felt embarrassed by how cringeworthy he sounded, well, let us just consider it making up for the regrets he had about Helan in his heart. Thank you, but Helan looked up at Chong Li, her face full of worry. Do you know who that was you just knocked away? Uncle Chen Yusen. He was knocked unconscious by an awakened one. The two boys dragging Chen Yusen away had barely walked a few hundred meters before they pulled out their phones to call his father. What? A furious roar came from the other end of the line. What happened? Who did it? Where are you? I am coming to pick up my son right now. At school, we are at the school. Uncle, let me explain. The boy on the phone worked with the other to lay Chen Yusen gently on the ground, then embellished the story and twisted the facts, recounting what had just happened. Damn it, who cares if he is an awakened one? Anyone who touches my son deserves to die. After hearing the account, Chen Yusen's father was so angry he almost had a stroke on the spot. His son was just at school pursuing the girl of his dreams, and he was treated like a dog for half the day by some rogue, awakened one who then mercilessly beat him up before letting him go. It was an absolute disgrace. Less than 20 minutes later, a luxury business sedan, a car that would be considered top tier even before the apocalypse, arrived at the school. After picking up Chen Yusen and the other two, it turned around and drove away rapidly. When Chen Hyungjin saw his son lying in the private treatment room, covered in blood while receiving emergency care, his blood pressure spiked, and he fainted on the spot. As the president of the Golden Group, which managed the entire Jiangnan province's wax production, Chen Yusen was the only son and the apple of his eye. He had not even dared to lay a finger on his son his entire life. Now, seeing him in such a miserable state, it was a miracle he had not just died from a brain hemorrhage right there. After several doctors took turns performing emergency treatment on the father and son, Chen Huingjin finally regained consciousness. "Call Chen Beiyin, call Chen Beiyin," Chen Huingjin roared at the butler by his side the moment he woke up, not even waiting to sit up. "Sir, please do not." The butler rushed forward to support him. "Call Chen Beiyin, let him see what kind of mess the awakened one he trained has made of his precious nephew." "What?" Ring, ring. The phone on the desk started ringing. Chen Beiyin, who was busy processing documents, picked up the receiver and put it to his ear. The next second, he was startled by his older brother's roar coming from the other end. "Chen Beiyin, look at the mess you have caused." The piercing roar made him instinctively pull the receiver away. "Wait, what is wrong, brother? Why are you so worked up all of a sudden?" After listening to his brother's account, Chen Beiyin's brows knit tightly together. A student at the preparatory university, an ability user, acting like a thug and beating his nephew into a coma. As the captain of a hunting squad in Jiangnan province, Chen Beiyin knew his nephew's character very well. Hearing this description, he already had a pretty good idea of what really happened. It was highly likely that his playboy nephew had done something outrageous and faced retaliation. "Chen Beiyin, Sen is the only successor of our family line. You cannot just let him be bullied so unjustly." Chen Huingjin's voice on the other end sounded like he was about to cry. "Sai's brother, it is not that I do not want to help, but I really do not have the authority to handle an ability user privately." Chen Beiyin shook his head helplessly. This had happened countless times already. Whenever his brother Chen Huingjin or his nephew got into trouble, they would immediately make him, a member of a hunting squad, clean up their mess. The past incidents were manageable, nothing more than corporate disputes or brawls between street thugs. But he never imagined that this time, they would actually provoke an ability user. Just how much influence do these two think I have in the organization? Because the camphor tree is under government regulation and protected by the 1069 hive, infighting between ability users is basically impossible. Even in the post-apocalyptic era, this is still Daxia. It is not some lawless land where you can do whatever you want just because you have money. "Chen Beiyin, have you no conscience? Do not forget who raised you through thick and thin." Hearing Chen Beiyin's words, Chen Huingjin's anger surged again, his voice cracking over the phone. Sigh, Chen Beiyin let out a long sigh and closed his eyes with a bitter expression. It was always like this. Whenever he showed any reluctance to clean up his brother's mess, he would immediately use this to pressure him. "Brother, it is not that I do not want to help Sen, but he has provoked an ability user this time. The internal rules of the camphor tree are very strict. Unless I do not want this job anymore, I cannot touch an ability user." As soon as Chen Beiyin finished speaking, he realized he had fallen for the trap. Because his brother's tone on the other end suddenly calmed down. "Sai, I understand your position. Tell you what, I will not make things difficult for you. Just help me find out who did this. I will handle the rest myself. Sen has been beaten like this. This is the only thing I am asking of you. Surely you will not refuse that." Hearing this, Chen Beiyin leaned back in his chair with regret. He should have just hung up the phone. Getting Chen Beiyin to make a move was never Chen Huingjin's true intention. His real goal was to have him identify the ability user, use his own influence to have that person killed, and then let Chen Beiyin clean up the aftermath. It was too late for Chen Beiyin to realize he had been tricked. He was forced to agree to his brother's request. A student at the preparatory university, an unregistered, unknown ability user. With these two details, it was not hard to find out who it was. Just half an hour later, Chong Li's identity information, along with his vetting report, was already in Chen Huingjin's hands. Still 2 days away from officially joining the camphor tree. There was not a trace of the helplessness he had displayed just moments ago while begging his brother. Looking at Chong Li's photo, his eyes were filled with cold malice and murderous intent. Sequence 1998, Honey Badger. Quite a fierce sequence. If it were 2 years later, I might really be helpless against you. But what a pity you are still too green. Joining the camphor tree, you have already lost the qualification. After setting the files down maliciously, Chen Huingjin picked up his phone again. But it was not the one he used to call his brother, but an old flip phone with a greasy, worn-out plastic shell. "Hello," Chen Hyungjin said into the receiver in a low voice. 5 million beast wax and 3 women, help me kill someone. Yes, an ability user, just awakened not long ago. The sequence is 1998, Honey Badger. 7 million then, plus 5 women, make sure he is dead, the price is negotiable. Put the word out, bring me his head within 2 days, and add another 500,000. The body, do whatever you want with it, good deal. Chen Hyungjin put down the phone and looked at the darkening sky outside, a vicious smile creeping onto his lips. An ability user, a hero of humanity, so what if you provoke me, you are going to die all the same. Back in his rental room, Chong Li tossed his school bag onto the table, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. The person you sent flying is the son of the Gold Group's chairman. Even if you are an ability user, they will not let you go easily. Lan's words still echoed in his mind. He certainly recognized the name Gold Group, though he did not know much about it, he had heard of it. Chairman Chen Hyungjin, one of the top 10 philanthropists in Jiangnan province, frequently featured on television for his charity work. However, Chong Li never believed any of that. To him, a person's character should be judged by their heart, not their actions. All villains can easily coat themselves in a mask of goodness with gold. Chong Li would not believe for a second that a man who could raise a son like Chen Yusen was a good person. Before school ended, Lan warned him repeatedly to be careful. She knew of many cases where weak ability users were assassinated. Careful, what can they even do? Whether it is the 1998 Honey Badger, or the benevolent and evil Buddha face in the palace with 16% progress, neither fears retaliation from ordinary people. With that thought, Chong Li closed his eyes and moved his consciousness. After a dizzying spatial expansion and displacement, he arrived before the benevolent and evil Buddha face for the second time. Your coexistence of benevolence and evil is really hard to figure out, he said, looking up at the 100-meter-tall statue in the mirror. I performed a heroic act, saving Lan from thugs. How is that not coexistence? Is it because I showed off a bit after saving her? You have got me such a big enemy. Could you at least give me a little bit of progress for that? What? Chong Li reached out and gently placed his hand on the mirror, and a line of text immediately appeared before him. 9. The face of good and evil Buddha, Vajra body. The power level of this sequence can increase as the containment progress of 9 advances. When the containment progress of 9 reaches 25%, you can randomly obtain 2 abilities of the face of good and evil Buddha. When the containment progress of 9 reaches 50%, you can view the information of sequence 8. When the containment progress reaches 100%, the Hall Master can transform into 9, the face of good and evil Buddha. Last time he saw this text, it was so sudden that Chong Li did not read it carefully. But now his attention was completely captured by the second sentence. When the containment progress of 9 reaches 25%, you can randomly obtain 2 abilities of the face of good and evil Buddha. 2 abilities of the face of good and evil Buddha. Chong Li looked at this line of text with curiosity. As far as he knew, neither among anomalous creatures nor sequence ability users was there such a concept. A sequence's ability is what it is. He had never heard of an expression like a certain ability of a specific entity. Could this be a special power unique to 9? What about those behind it? Chong Li turned his head and looked at the mirrors behind the face of good and evil Buddha. Would they also have these kinds of extra abilities? Just as Chong Li was wondering in his heart, the eye on the Buddha side of the face of good and evil in the mirror suddenly opened a little. In the next second, a massive force surged from the mirror, and with a loud boom, shoved Chong Li directly out of this space. Looking at the ceiling of the room that suddenly appeared before his eyes, Chong Li was stunned, having no idea what had happened. Was not I just in the palace? Before Chong Li could figure out how he had suddenly come out. Boom! The wall of the room facing the street suddenly burst inward as if hit by a missile. A massive shockwave lifted Chong Li off the bed and slammed him violently into the wardrobe on the opposite wall. The entire room was instantly filled with billowing dust, and everywhere, steel bars and bricks were left exposed after the explosion. The wooden wardrobe could not withstand the impact of Chong Li's body and collapsed completely the moment he hit it. Cough, cough, Chong Li kept coughing from the thick dust. He pushed aside the wooden planks that had buried him and crawled out. With the 16% progress Vajra body protecting him, this level of impact was not enough to hurt him. What the heck, a stray shell? Chong Li looked with a grim expression at the wall that had been blasted away in the dust. But he had never heard of something so ridiculous as a stray shell appearing in a downtown area and blowing up a residential building. This is Daxia, not the neighboring country. Heh, kid, you are pretty tough. That did not kill you. Within the yellowish dust, a silhouette slowly emerged. Who are you? Only then did Chong Li realize that the explosion just now was not a stray shell, but a man-made terrorist attack. There is no doubt it must have been sent by Chen Yusen's father. He just thought they would at most send someone to assassinate him or stage an accident, like in the TV shows. What he did not expect was that they actually sent an ability user. What a bold move. Me, I'm here to earn some money. As the dust cleared, the figure slowly became distinct. However, the entire upper body and face were hidden beneath the hood of a giant windbreaker. Aside from her voice sounding like a woman's, no other features could be seen. Earn money, Chong Li's fists slowly clenched. Just the extremely violent way this person appeared made Chong Li feel the threat. Someone paid 7 million to buy your head, the woman said with a light chuckle. 7 mil. Before Chong Li could finish saying million, the woman's figure flashed, and she was already in front of him, grabbing him by the collar. So do not struggle, please just go die obediently. As she finished, the woman bent her back, used force in her wrist, and threw Chong Li out through the hole in the wall like a shot put. Whoosh! A tremendous sound of wind rang out, and Chong Li felt his entire body flying through the air at high speed like a cannonball. The massive sense of weightlessness and air resistance made it impossible for him to move a muscle in midair. Apart from watching the buildings grow smaller in his field of vision, he could not do a thing. Whoosh! Amidst the receding city lights, the woman's figure appeared in front of Chong Li again like a ghost. Without any unnecessary movement, after contorting her body beyond human limits, she delivered a whip kick to Chong Li's abdomen. Clang! The woman's legs were thin, showing almost no signs of muscle training. But this leg, thin as a chopstick, made Chong Li feel like he had been hit head-on by a huge truck. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Chong Li's mouth the moment he was hit. The massive kinetic energy of his upward flight was cancelled out by this kick, and immediately after, his body plummeted toward the ground. Before he could reach the ground, the woman flashed again, and with the same movement and angle, delivered another whip kick to his abdomen. 2 consecutive kicks, less than a second apart, and everyone was meant to kill. This woman had no intention of letting Chong Li live. Boom! The tremendous impact from the 2 kicks sent Chong Li crashing toward the ground at nearly supersonic speed. The high heat generated by his back scraping against the ground instantly incinerated his clothes. Only after crashing into the ground and creating a 5-meter-deep pit did the kinetic energy in Chong Li's body fully dissipate. Damn it, and cough, cough, cough. Even with the protection of the Vajra body, this attack left Chong Li's body severely wounded. He could clearly feel that at least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. But the woman's attack was not over yet. Without even giving Chong Li a chance to climb up, her high heel was already above Chong Li's head. Bye-bye, little brother. I am Sequence 2169, Hummingbird. You just awakened, so you probably do not even know how to properly trigger your abilities. If you have any grudges, just look for your big sister in your next life. Boom! She stomped down. The heel, like a steel nail, dug fiercely into Chong Li's scalp, pinning his head to the soil at the bottom of the pit with terrifying kinetic energy. In that moment, Chong Li felt the whole world spinning. His senses were confused, his body uncoordinated, and it felt like his head had been crushed. Dang! The crystal palace made a booming sound. Severe damage to the Hall Master's body detected. 16% of the containment progress of the face of good and evil Buddha has been consumed to heal the Hall Master's body. Warnings, warning, warning. Containment progress of Sequence 9, the face of good and evil Buddha, has dropped to 0. Containment failed. What? Heh, honey badger, I thought you were some impressive sequence, but you are just a useless little brat with no combat experience at all. Hummingbird looked down at Chong Li, whose skull she had just crushed into the pit, and gave a scornful smile. With a sharp sheeing, a deadly dagger sprang from Hummingbird's sleeve. She leaned over, grabbed Chong Li's blood-soaked hair, twisted his neck to the side, and prepared to cut his head clean off. Click! At that exact moment, Chong Li's eyes, drenched in his own blood, suddenly snapped open, glaring fiercely at Hummingbird just inches away. His eyes, brimming with murderous fury and filled to the brim with blood, made him look like a demon bent on slaughtering every living thing in the world. Ho! The look in his eyes sent a jolt of danger through Hummingbird, causing her to instantly retract her blade and flicker away more than 10 meters in a blur of motion. What on earth was that? After putting some distance between them, Hummingbird immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Her years of assassination and combat experience told her in an instant that the look she just saw could not possibly have come from the boy she had just been torturing. It was a tremor from the depths of the soul, perhaps even fear. It felt like a tiny shrimp floating on the water's surface, coming face to face with the gaze of a humpback whale rising rapidly from the deep sea to feed. Oh! Chong Li, covered in blood, slowly stood up from the bottom of the pit, stretching his neck and shoulders as he climbed back out. You are actually letting me take over. Well then, I will not hold back. The voice emanating from Chong Li's throat was clearly no longer his own. It sounded like it belonged to an ancient god. Ancient and divine. Crackle. Just as Chong Li reached the surface, his skin began to undergo a bizarre transformation. In mere seconds, his normal human skin transformed into eerie, metallic, bronze-like patterns. The bronze patterns spread from his chest and rapidly covered his entire body. In the center of every pattern, a fierce glow shone like boiling magma. The boiling lava flowed like tiny rivers all over his body, converging into his eyes. It slowly swallowed and consumed his eyeballs, turning them into two endless pools of magma that wept tears of molten fire. The transformation froze in place. Chong Li's body was now completely under the control of the evil Buddha. What are you? Hummingbird watched the entire transformation process, completely stunned. The intel was wrong. This cannot possibly be the 1998 sequence Honey Badger. Not only is he not 1998, but this monster covered in bronze armor is likely not any known sequence at all. Oh, you are asking me. The evil Buddha turned his head toward the distant Hummingbird. With his bronze face and magma eyes, there was no way to read his expression. 2169. Little Hummingbird, this boy is truly trash, a waste. Even after the benevolent one warned him, he still managed to get killed by such pathetic sequences. Deserved, damned. The evil Buddha opened his mouth and roared. Every word uttered from his mouth transformed into terrifying sound waves that blasted directly toward Hummingbird. Run! That was the only thought in Hummingbird's mind. The monster in front of her was the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Her body's instincts screamed that staying here for even one more second could lead to her death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing the incoming roar, Hummingbird did not hesitate, utilizing her maximum speed to flee into the distance. Within mere seconds, she was already several kilometers away. But even so, she did not dare to slacken for a moment, because the terrifying pressure from that monster was still there. Hee, little Hummingbird, in such a rush, where are you going? Without any warning, the evil Buddha appeared directly in the path of her escape. He was less than 2 meters away from her. At that range, Hummingbird had no way to stop her momentum. Then, like she had flown straight into a trap, she was seized by the throat by the evil Buddha and lifted into the air. How could you possibly be so fast? Hummingbird had absolute confidence in her speed. While she might not be the fastest of all sequences, her endurance definitely ranked in the top 3 among speed types. But the speed she prided herself on was like a joke in front of the evil Buddha. Hummingbird struggled painfully, striking at the evil Buddha's chest and arms with all her might. But the attacks that could easily kill Chong Li were less than a tickle against the evil Buddha. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Are you trying to challenge me with that pathetic speed of yours? Ha 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 ha. The evil Buddha held her by the throat without applying more force, simply watching her struggle as if she were a clown. What on earth are you? Even if the evil Buddha stopped applying pressure, the grip was no different than a noose. If she did not break free, she could not last much longer. Miss Hihi, you are not even remotely worthy of knowing my name. The evil Buddha spoke slowly, his other hand rising to point at Hummingbird, clenching into a fist. The mere act of him making a fist caused the surrounding space to warp. If this punch landed on her, forget dying, not even dust would remain. But just as he was about to punch, he suddenly stopped. His brow, covered in bronze patterns, furrowed significantly, and he began to speak as if to himself. "Let us go back, why should we? HMPH, fine, so troublesome, damn it, damn it. I have no interest, you do it." The words were barely out when the bronze patterns on the evil Buddha's body receded like a tide, turning into golden Buddhist inscriptions within half a second, enveloping Chong Li's entire body. The magma in Chong Li's eyes returned to normal, along with the appearance of the golden script. His eyes remained partially closed, looking at the struggling hummingbird in his hand. "Amitabha, I apologize for your suffering." After pressing his palms together in a respectful gesture, the benevolent Buddha gave a flick of his wrist, and Hummingbird's body was sent flying. She went hurtling straight toward the traffic and pedestrians kilometers away. Evil act. As Hummingbird was about to crash into a pedestrian, the benevolent Buddha whispered. He appeared between Hummingbird and the pedestrian, caught her body, and tossed her into the distance again, saving the pedestrian who would have certainly died. Good act, the benevolent Buddha whispered. What? Tossing Hummingbird toward the pedestrians, evil deed. Saving the pedestrian at the very moment of certain death, good deed. Good Buddha grabbed Hummingbird and repeated this routine exactly 16 times. After the final movement, Good Buddha had brought Hummingbird to the suburbs, over 10 kilometers away from Chong Li's residence. "Damn it, are you treating me like a toy?" Hummingbird was pressed gently against the ground by Good Buddha's single hand. Though she could move her limbs, she still could not break free at all. Amitabha. Good Buddha once again pressed his palms together in a one-handed salute toward Hummingbird. "Someone wants me to spare your life as a tool for this child's progress. I will not kill you." "Screw you, what kind of stupid tool? I will not do it. If you're so capable, just kill me." Hearing this, Hummingbird exploded with rage. Although she did not understand what had happened to Chong Li, or what this monster that could switch forms back and forth really was. The word tool made her feel insulted like never before. As a member of the camphor moths, who absolutely rebel against the camphor tree, she would rather die than agree to serve as a progress tool for an ability user affiliated with the camphor tree. But there was one thing she did not know. As 2169 Hummingbird, in front of 9 Good Buddha, whether she wanted to or not did not depend on her at all. Good Buddha ignored her provocation, still squinting his eyes and looking at her with a kind and benevolent expression. Then he reached out a hand and slowly placed his palm on her forehead. "Amitabha, I will replace your memories for you. From today on, help him well." Good Buddha's palm glowed faintly. A moment later, Hummingbird stopped struggling, and the cursing in her mouth gradually faded away. She fell quietly asleep. Amitabha, how kind, how wonderful. After finishing all this, the golden Buddhist script representing Good Buddha gradually vanished, and Chong Li's body returned to normal. Then he collapsed weakly onto Hummingbird. Inside the crystal palace, within Chong Li's mind, Good Buddha and Evil Buddha had merged back into one, standing in the center of the empty palace in the form of the Good and Evil Buddha face. At its feet lay Chong Li's body, which no longer showed any signs of life. And standing opposite it was him. "You said that when the progress reached 0, you would let me out." Evil Buddha looked at him and spoke angrily. "Why did you make me come back? On what grounds? And why did you have Good restore all the lost progress? Why is that?" Evil Buddha's voice was deafening, causing the entire palace to hum and vibrate. One could see the rage in his heart. But that he did not answer Evil Buddha's words, instead slowly lowering his head to look at Chong Li, who was lying on the ground. His gaze was calm but not indifferent, his expression distant yet compassionate. A moment later, his voice rang out in the mind of the Good and Evil Buddha face. "Observe the movement of stars and the changing of constellations. Your freedom, sorrows, and joys are but a fleeting moment in the long river of time. The change you anticipate is merely a balance already predetermined in my palm. I will only assist him for this one phase. From now on, all tribulations are destiny." Having said that, his voice withdrew from the mind of the Good and Evil Buddha face. He then slowly crouched down and placed his hand on Chong Li's chest. "Those who defy the path must imprison themselves within the palace of the heart. However, there will come a time when the heavenly gate opens, and I shall wait to take your hand. Go back, Chong Li." After these words, he waved his hand lightly, and Chong Li's body immediately regained signs of life, then slowly floated out of the palace, out of the void space outside, and returned to his body. After completing all this, his body also slowly dissipated and vanished from the palace. "Damn it, on what grounds?" roared evil Buddha. "Amitabha too must have his reasons for doing this. Why must you get angry? Let us return," said good Buddha. With a flash, the good and evil Buddha face returned into the mirror in an instant, turning back into the 100-meter-tall Buddha statue. When Li Ling arrived with his people to find Chong Li, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Chong Li, his upper body bare, was lying quietly on top of a woman's chest as if he were asleep, breathing softly. And the woman under Chong Li was gently cradling his head with one hand, while using the other to gesture for the arriving crowd to keep quiet. "Is this kid crazy? He got ambushed in the middle of the night, reported nothing, and after handling it, he ran this far away for a date. And here I was, so worried about him. He really is a honey badger in name and deed." This was the first thought that popped into Li Ling's mind when he saw the scene. Chong Li's rental apartment had been completely blown up, and the attackers were still being investigated. Li Ling took Chong Li and Hummingbird directly back to the Camphor Tree's H05 branch and arranged a room for Chong Li in the member dormitory. Due to extreme exhaustion, Chong Li remained unconscious in the room for a full 2 days. As for the mysterious Hummingbird, she was taken by Li Ling to the branch's interrogation room immediately after Chong Li was settled. Name: Yao Jiao Jiao. Occupation: delivery person. Relationship with Chong Li: a secret crush. I have liked him for a long time. How did you end up there? I saw him fighting someone on the street while I was delivering food, so I followed him. Fighting with whom? I did not see clearly. By the time I caught up, the other person had already been beaten away by Chong Li. All right. Li Ling adjusted his posture. Yao Jiao's testimony did not seem to have any loopholes for the moment, and the oversized windbreaker she was wearing also corroborated her identity as a delivery person. Do you have no impression at all of the person who fought with Chong Li? No, I could not even tell if it was a man or a woman. Li Ling frowned. This really is bizarre. Chong Li is a candidate who has not even joined the Camphor Tree yet, so where did he get such a deep-seated enemy that they dared to carry out a terrorist attack in a busy downtown area? Could it be? Li Ling vaguely thought of the phone call Chong Li had made to him earlier. Did Chong Li tell you anything before he was attacked? No, I am the one with the crush, not him. Why would he tell me what happened to him? Yao Jiao shook her head coldly. Forget it, go look after him. Sorry for the trouble these past 2 days. Seeing Yao Jiao, who had been absent-minded and worried about Chong Li, Li Ling sighed and waved his hand. Yeah, thanks. Yao Jiao stood up, bowed politely, and turned to walk out. Wait a minute. The moment Yao Jiao turned around, Li Ling keenly noticed a trace of abnormality. Are you also an ability user? What? Yao Jiao did not answer, but she stopped in her tracks after hearing Li Ling's question. But this action was already as good as an answer to Li Ling's question. Why did not you report it? Li Ling's expression gradually grew serious. Yao Jiao rubbed the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and only after a long silence did she speak. I awakened, but I do not want to be some kind of hero. I just want to make good money and live a good life. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? Yao Jiao's response left Li Ling completely speechless. He certainly knew that there were many people in this world who would choose to remain obscure after awakening, continue living as normal people, stay away from the fighting, and have no interest in protecting humanity. Although he had heard of many such cases, this was the first time Li Ling had actually met someone like that. Then what is your sequence? Li Ling did not give up. Since he had discovered a hidden awakened individual, he had to at least get the sequence out of her. Hummingbird, I run fast. It is perfect for food delivery, Yao Jiao said, leaving the interrogation room without even looking back. Li Ling held his breath for a long time trying to say something, but in the end, he did not say it out loud. Once Chong Li's review is approved, I will come find you. Li Ling watched Yao Jiao's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. During the 2 days of coma, Yao Jiao had been staying by Chong Li's side to take care of him. During that time, Li Ling had come to check on him a few times, and from Yao Jiao's behavior, he had basically confirmed the rumors that she had a crush on Chong Li. On his last visit, Li Ling brought the news that Chong Li's review had been approved. This meant that Chong Li had officially become a reserve member of the camphor tree. It was just that Chong Li, in his coma, did not get the news immediately, and it was Yao Jiao who accepted the camphor tree member badge on his behalf. However, the oath of initiation still had to wait for Chong Li to wake up and complete it himself. District H05, center of the underground sewage pipes. The sticky pipe walls were covered in grime, and every now and then, a lump of foul-smelling gunk would slide down from the walls. The entire space was filled with the stench of ammonia. If an ordinary person were here without a gas mask, they would probably pass out from the smell in less than a minute. Yet in such an environment, on the wall of one massive sewage pipe, there was a metal door that looked completely out of place with its surroundings. There were no signs on the door. At a glance, it looked like a passage for maintenance personnel. But inside that metal door, there was a whole new world. In the center of a space of over 100 square meters, there were hundreds of tables and chairs arranged. And along the walls, there were rows of transparent boxes containing the weapons of the camphor nest moth members, as well as a large amount of beast wax. This was the headquarters of the camphor nest moth, the organization Hummingbird belonged to. At this moment, at least 50 people were gathered in the entire space. Everyone was dressed just like Hummingbird, with their upper bodies and faces obscured by the hoods of large windbreakers. For many of them, it was hard to even tell their gender. Damn it, what is going on with Hummingbird? There has been no word since she took the mission. Even the target, Chong Li, has disappeared. One of the men roared. It does not matter. Just as those around him were about to chime in, a man, dressed differently from everyone else in just a tank top and shorts, walked out from the shadows in the corner. The man's appearance looked extremely ordinary. If he had not appeared here, one would think he was just a small roadside stall owner grilling skewers. Yet this unassuming man managed to stun everyone present with just 3 words the moment he appeared, including the man who had been roaring. But Termite, Hummingbird is the one among us with the best mastery of her ability. A small girl in the crowd said, her voice sounding like a child who had not hit puberty yet. I said it does not matter. The man called Termite was the one who looked different from everyone else, dressed only in a tank top and shorts. He was the boss of the camphor nest moth, sequence 2138 Termite. Since we have chosen this path, death is inevitable. We shall tentatively assume that Hummingbird has sacrificed herself. Termite walked among the crowd, his expression remaining unchanged as he spoke. The target has also disappeared at the same time, which can only mean he is still alive, so Hummingbird's mission is considered a failure. As soon as Termite finished speaking, many organization members around him lowered their heads. Judging by their leg features, those who lowered their heads to silently mourn for Hummingbird in their hearts were all young women. It was evident that Hummingbird was quite popular among the female members of the camphor nest moth. After all, the opponent was 1998 Honey Badger, known for his defense and rage. It is understandable that Hummingbird, who only had offensive capabilities, failed to defeat him and died at his hands. Termite's voice was devoid of emotion. He showed no sign of regret for Hummingbird's sacrifice. Although an awakened individual's combat capability is not directly related to their sequence ranking, as a combat sequence, it makes sense for Hummingbird to have lost to Honey Badger, who is more than 3,000 sequences ahead of her. After this failure, I believe everyone now knows how difficult this mission is. Otherwise, they would not have put such a high bounty on Chong Li's head. So, is there anyone else who wants to take this mission? Termite looked coldly at the crowd around him. Those whose sequences were even lower than Hummingbird's naturally lowered their heads, not daring to meet Termite's gaze. After all, if Hummingbird, the member with the highest ability mastery, had fallen on this mission, why would they dare to take it when their mastery and sequence were both lower than hers? Humph, a bunch of losers. After scanning the room and seeing no one dared to accept, Termite's face turned ugly. With such cowardice, not even daring to challenge 1998, how do you expect to go toe-to-toe with the camphor tree in the future? I will take it. Before Termite had even finished speaking, a giant man walked out from the crowd. The windbreaker that was extremely loose on others looked like a tight-fitting garment on him. The outline of his massive pectorals, arms so thick you could see the muscle definition, and trapezius muscles so exaggerated they pushed the entire jacket up. Everything about him proved his absolute advantage in terms of strength. If no one dares to take it, I will. The man pushed his fellow members aside and stood in front of Termite with intense momentum. Is not it just a honey badger? No matter how tough he is, can he be tougher than me? As if to prove his strength, the man tapped his pectorals, making a loud thumping sound. 3341, Polar Bear. Termite looked up at the man who was 2 heads taller than him and smiled with a hint of amusement. Polar Bear versus Honey Badger, a contest of toughness. Hee, interesting. What? Chong Li felt as if he had a very long dream, a dream filled with chaos, just like the void where the Crystal Palace was located. But unlike that place, this chaotic dream was empty. There was no palace and no mist. He felt as though he had been walking for a very long time, seeing nothing and finding nothing, as if he had fallen into a crack in space. The sensation of having no destination and losing all 5 senses filled Chong Li with endless confusion and fear. He did not know how long he had been walking through this chaos. In the midst of it all, he seemed to vaguely catch a glimpse of a soft, faint light. So he began to dash toward that point of light. After running for who knows how long, he saw a figure emerging from the light as it gradually grew larger. He could not tell its height, figure, or gender. All he knew was that as he looked at the figure, it was looking back at him. Return, Chong Li. Just as he was about to be completely engulfed by the soft light, these words resonated within his heart. The next second, he felt himself enveloped by blinding electric light. He was forced to raise his hand to shield his eyes. This light was completely different from the soft, distant glow he saw in the chaos. This was an harsh, continuous glare produced entirely by electricity. You are awake. Before Chong Li could even grasp what this blinding light was, a gentle yet weary voice sounded in his ear. Chong Li struggled to turn his head to look at the speaker. Straining to open his eyes, which were aching from the light, he hazily saw the back of a woman. She had an incredible figure. Even through her shirt and trousers, one could discern the muscular lines and curves that exuded both strength and sexiness. Who are you? Chong Li felt his throat was as parched and painful as if he had swallowed molten lava. It took a great deal of effort just to squeeze those few words out of his dry throat. The woman turned around, revealing a face Chong Li had never seen before. In terms of figure, this woman left Yang Xiu miles behind. And in terms of beauty, she was every bit a match for He Lan. Yet no matter how hard he searched his memory, he had absolutely no impression of this face. He did not know this woman at all. Do you still remember what happened? Without answering directly, the woman grabbed a glass of water, sat gently by his bedside, and handed it to him. What happened? Chong Li took the water and gulped it down. Only after the lava-swallowing sensation in his throat eased slightly did he begin to recall. He remembered lying on his bed in the rented apartment, entering the Crystal Palace in his mind, and searching for information on the Buddha face of good and evil. Immediately after that, he lost consciousness and entered that chaos. And when he woke up, he was already here. Forget it, do not force it if you cannot remember. The woman raised her hand and gently stroked Chong Li's head. When I found you, your head had suffered a heavy blow, so memory loss is to be expected. You've found me. Chong Li looked up in confusion. Who on earth are you? My name is Yao Jiao. The woman took the empty glass from his hand, stood up, and refilled it at the water dispenser. It is normal that you have not seen me or do not know me, but I have liked you and been secretly in love with you for a long time. As she handed the refilled glass back to Chong Li, her cheeks turned bright red and her eyes began to dart away. Yao Jiao's words felt like a deep-sea bomb dropped right into Chong Li's heart. It blew his mind completely. In that instant, Chong Li felt his entire worldview, his values, his sense of reality, all of it just collapsed. What the heck? I just woke up from a coma, and I am being forcefully confessed to by a super beauty I do not even know. No, I must still be asleep. This is nothing but a pure daydream. Chong Li, dazed, set down the glass. He lay back down on the bed. He closed his eyes. I need to wake up. I really need to wake up. I cannot keep having this dream. I'm afraid I will lose control and do something naughty to the gorgeous woman in front of me. Her figure is just too good. I cannot hold back, I really cannot. As Chong Li closed his eyes, the surrounding air became deathly silent. A few seconds later. What are you doing? Yao Jiao's voice sounded in his ear again, and this time it was extremely close. It sounded as if she were whispering right against his earlobe. Her breath brushed against his ear canal, tickling like a tiny hand creeping deep into his ear. Chong Li's natural instinct made him instinctively pull his head back, and then he turned to look. Yao Jiao's face was less than 2 centimeters from the tip of his nose. Their eyes met. Chong Li could clearly feel the warm air exhaled from Yao Jiao's nostrils, and the warmth radiating from her soft, delicate lips. In her eyes so close to his, there was no impurity. They were as clean as 2 of the world's most flawless ambers. What were you just doing? As Yao Jiao parted her lips, every word released a sweet, girlish fragrance that wafted into Chong Li's nostrils. This proximity and scent completely overwhelmed Chong Li, turning him into a stuttering mess. He wanted to stand up and move away from her to break the ambiguous atmosphere, but he could not control his body at all. For the first time in his life, Chong Li felt completely paralyzed in front of a girl. Even with Yang Xiu, he had never felt like this. Are you okay? Wait, are you still having a fever? As she spoke, Yao Jiao reached out to touch his forehead, carefully checking his temperature. It was as if she did not realize his embarrassment, or perhaps she did and was intentionally teasing him. As she felt his temperature with the back of her hand, she leaned in even closer. The tips of their noses touched, and the gap between their lips shrank to less than 2 centimeters. Chong Li only needed to move his neck slightly to taste those lips. Thud. At that moment, the room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Chong Li, you are finally awake. You have no idea. I have been watching the data from your wristband for so. Li Ling's voice trailed off as he saw the scene in the room. They were all adults, and he was an even more experienced middle-aged man. He knew exactly what kind of situation this was developing into. Everything's fine, you two carry on. Thud. Li Ling turned around at lightning speed, walked out of the room, and closed the door. My God, these young people, just waking up and already getting busy. Well, a few minutes later, Yao Jiao sat to the side with a flushed face, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, not knowing what to do with her hands. Li Ling, meanwhile, had his arm around Chong Li's shoulder, wearing an expression that said, "Do not worry, I totally get it." Brother Li, I really did not. Chong Li felt speechless when he saw the look on Li Ling's face. Of course he knew what Li Ling was thinking, but that really was not the case at all. It is all right, big brother understands. You are young, these urges are normal. You just woke up, it has only been a few minutes, I can totally understand. Li Ling offered his thoughtful comfort to Chong Li. Because from the moment he turned to leave until Yao Jiao opened the door to call him back in, only a few minutes had passed. As a sequence 1998, finishing that quickly made no sense, so it must have been due to just waking up from a coma. No, I really did not, forget it. Chong Li wanted to explain, but seeing Li Ling's knowing look, he gave up. Forget it, it is impossible to explain anyway, let us just leave it at that. Brother Li, what is actually going on here? After an awkward silence, Chong Li changed the subject. What happened to me? Where am I? How did I get here? Chong Li was filled with countless questions. And her, when he mentioned Yao Jiao, Chong Li lowered his voice, leaned into Li Ling's ear and whispered, who is she? Huh, you do not remember anything. Hearing these questions, Li Ling frowned, his expression turning grave. I was counting on you to provide some information about the attackers. This is a real problem. Attackers? Chong Li was stunned. What attackers? For the next few minutes, Li Ling told Chong Li everything he knew about what had happened to him. Starting from the terrorist attack at his rental apartment, to finding Chong Li lying in Yao Jiao's arms on a lawn in the suburbs. And what Yao Jiao said about being secretly in love with Chong Li, and that after seeing him fight someone, she reached the unconscious Chong Li before Li Ling and the others did. So I was attacked at my apartment, and then you saved me. After listening to Li Ling, Chong Li turned to look at Yao Jiao sitting to the side. Yeah, I was delivering food at the time, and then I saw you fighting someone. Yao Jiao nodded gently. From her expression, Chong Li felt her personality was a bit strange. When they were alone earlier, she had seemed quite outgoing. But now that Li Ling had entered, she appeared very shy, and her voice had become incredibly soft. Fighting whom did you see clearly? Chong Li's first thought was actually the same as Li Ling's. Upon learning he was attacked, his first reaction was that this must be revenge from Chen Yusen and his father, Chen Huongjin. Numbers, you guys were moving too fast. I could not see it all, Yao Jiao said with a look of apology. By the time I caught up, the person who attacked you had already left, and you were just left there unconscious. Oh, I see, Chong Li nodded in realization. Hearing her say that, Chong Li found it a bit easier to accept the fact that such a beautiful woman had a crush on him. After all, there are so many people who pass by us in this world. Who is to say someone is not secretly fond of you without you ever knowing? And her actions really did seem like something someone with a crush would do. But just as Chong Li began to convince himself, Li Ling suddenly frowned. Wait a minute, Li Ling looked past Chong Li at Yao Jiao. What did you say your sequence number was again? His tone carried the same suspicion he had when he first questioned Yao Jiao. He sensed a discrepancy in her story. It was there during the last interrogation, but not as strong as it was now. My sequence number, Yao Jiao looked puzzled by Li Ling's suspicious stare. 2169, Hummingbird, what is wrong? Hummingbird, Li Ling nodded. He finally realized where the discrepancy in Yao Jiao's words came from. If I remember correctly, Hummingbird is among the best when it comes to speed-type sequences. I'm still not sure if you lied about your sequence or your combat style, but Chong Li's sequence is 1998 Honey Badger, which is not a speed-type sequence. In other words, his combat and movement speed should have been easy for you to follow, so how could you not see anything clearly? As Li Ling spoke, his gaze became stern, staring fixedly into Yao Jiao's eyes as if interrogating her. But Yao Jiao's reaction and micro-expressions did not look like she was lying at all. I do not know, but they were just so fast that I could not keep up. That does not make sense, you clearly. Li Ling wanted to push further. But the next second, Chong Li leaned forward and stepped between Li Ling and Yao Jiao. Brother Li, she is probably right. There is one thing I have not told you guys, you know. What thing? Li Ling had not expected Chong Li to interrupt him to protect Yao Jiao. Damn, has this kid been so blinded by beauty that he is ignoring this obvious logical flaw. Actually, my little bored. It says that when the honey badger is provoked, it can unleash terrifying speed. Chong Li tried his best to sound reasonable and logical. In reality, he was just making it up on the spot. His goal was not just to protect Yao Jiao. He realized from their accounts that he had likely displayed power far beyond his current level during the attack. And if that were true, it must have come from the 9 ability he was still unaware of. Yao Jiao was likely not lying. Because from start to finish, the only one who needed to lie was Chong Li himself. Oh, is that so? There is such a thing. Li Ling took his eyes off Yao Jiao, half doubting. He turned to look at Chong Li instead. Yeah, of course, it is just, I always thought it was insignificant, so I did not pay much attention to it, yeah. Chong Li met Li Ling's gaze and nodded quite solemnly. He will believe it, right? He believed that crazy story at the hospital. He will believe this too, right? After Zhang Li finished speaking, Li Ling remained silent for a long time, looking at him with an expression that clearly said, "Are you sure?" After the three of them fell into a long silence, Li Ling finally gave up questioning, simply because he could not find any reason to refute Zhang Li. For now, he would just assume that everything Yao Jiao saw was true. After all, he could not imagine what point there would be in Zhang Li lying to him under these circumstances. Seeing that Li Ling stopped questioning, Zhang Li let out a long sigh of relief. If he had kept asking, it would have been hard to hide the fact that I possess 9. Well, Brother Li's. To break the slightly awkward atmosphere in the room, Zhang Li took the initiative to change the subject. Has my application been approved yet? It has been 2 days, right? Zhang Li was not entirely sure how long he had been unconscious, but it had definitely been over 2 days. Zhang Li's question successfully interrupted Li Ling, who was still lost in thought. It is approved. Yao Jiao already picked up your member badge on your behalf. You just need to go with me in a bit to take the oath. Li Ling nodded while looking at Yao Jiao, who had a shy and happy expression, signaling her with his eyes to give the badge she had picked up to Chong Li. Yes, okay. Yao Jiao quickly stood up, retrieved a box from the table across from the bed that had the words camphor tree and its tree-shaped logo printed on it, and handed it to Chong Li. Because Chong Li had just stepped in front of her to resolve the situation, her face was still flushed as she handed over the box. But Chong Li's attention was entirely fixed on the small box in his hand, and he did not notice the change in Yao Jiao's expression. With trembling hands, he opened the box and saw the leaf shield-shaped badge inside, representing the camphor tree. The outline of the entire badge was in the shape of a shield, but it was formed by intricate veins of a leaf. These veins looked almost identical to those of a real leaf, with no two patterns on the left and right sides being the same. If not for the metallic luster refracting in the light, Chong Li would have mistaken it for a real leaf. At the very bottom of the leaf shield, the name Chong Li was engraved in tiny characters. This was his own, one-of-a-kind camphor tree leaf shield badge. Picking up the leaf shield badge, he saw that the back had no leaf veins, but was instead a smooth, solid metallic surface. On this side, two lines were engraved. The wood is evergreen, the protection is eternal. Born of this land, shielding its people. Just like the name of the organization, Camphor Tree, these two lines were full of a sense of ordinary yet resilient meaning. This was the spirit of the great Zia that had been passed down for thousands of years, and the foundation of all its culture. Even the most powerful heroes come from the people, protect the people, and never consider themselves superior. It is just that, occasionally in this process, some scum appear who use this goodwill to harm society. Such as the father-son duo Chen Huangjin and Chen Yusen, who relied on Chen Beiyan's status as an esper to commit crimes and run amok. As Chong Li took the badge and held it in his palm, Li Ling, who had been sitting to the side, suddenly stood up, gave a standard military salute to Chong Li, and said in a resonant voice, "High-level esper of Jiangnan Province H05 District, Tactical Commander of the Reserve Squad, Li Ling, welcomes you on behalf of the entire Camphor Tree." From this day on, sequence number 1998, Honey Badger Esper, Chong Li, officially becomes a member of the Camphor Tree. Every action and sacrifice you make to shield humanity will become an eternal growth ring on the Camphor Tree. H05 District Reserve Squad member, Chong Li, stand at attention. Snap! Infected by the solemn atmosphere Li Ling had created, Chong Li stood up without the slightest hesitation, puffed out his chest, and returned a standard military salute. Picking up the badge meant he had truly become an esper belonging to the Camphor Tree, so Chong Li completely understood Li Ling's sudden change. Just like a soldier putting on their uniform, no matter how carefree they were before, the moment they put it on, it meant they had shouldered these responsibilities and obligations. So even if Li Ling's attitude had changed suddenly, it was entirely justified. After the salute, Li Ling remained solemn, head held high and chest puffed out. As an official member of the Camphor Tree, please come with me to the oath chamber, place the badge against your chest, and take the final oath. Yes. Chong Li's voice was equally resonant. Since it was the member oath-taking process, Yao Jiao did not follow them out. When Chong Li followed Li Ling out of the room, he finally saw the full picture of the facility. It was an egg-shaped building covering an extremely large area, divided into 7 levels from top to bottom, each with the same structure and purpose, serving different functions. And Chong Li's room was in the dormitory area on the 3rd level. Walking down the stairs on the right, Chong Li saw a large number of staff members dressed in white, all wearing a brooch that looked very similar to the leaf shield. Chong Li recognized that brooch. It was the emblem of the Camphor Tree's affiliated research institution, the very thing he had studied so hard for before awakening his ability. However, that was no longer necessary. Although they shared the name Camphor Tree, the duties of the research institution and the espers were completely different. Some espers were responsible for clearing out abnormal creatures hidden within the walls, while others were responsible for hunting down powerful sequence creatures outside the walls. And what the researchers had to do was to take the abnormal creatures brought back by the espers and either contain them, dissect them, or process them into fuel and raw materials for beast wax. Unlike the work of espers, who faced life-threatening dangers directly, researchers more often had to face unpredictable biochemical hazards during the process of handling the corpses of abnormal creatures. Because they lacked special abilities, even when dealing with corpses, the danger they faced was not necessarily less than that of the Espers. After reaching the first floor via the stairs, Li Ling had Chong Li try to open a glass door marked Reserve Squad Training Ground using his palm print. And less than 5 meters behind that door was the Oath Chamber. After entering the Oath Chamber, Li Ling's expression became even more solemn. "I am Li Ling, commander of the Great Zia Esper Agency, Camphor Tree. Member Chong Li, take the oath with me."
Yes.
After the oath was completed, as he led Chong Li out of the Oath Chamber, Li Ling's expression finally softened as he said to Chong Li, "The higher-ups have already sent specialists to investigate this attack, but it will take time for the specific results to come out. Although your sequence is very strong, after this incident, you should have realized that a sequence is not synonymous with combat power. To improve your combat skills as quickly as possible for real-world application, I have applied to the higher-ups for special training for you. The personnel responsible for this training will be my squad, Broken Spine, and of course the instructor for the training period will be me, as the squad's tactical commander. Kid, are you ready?"
What?
After leaving the oath room, Li Ling took Chong Li and continued walking further inside. This was a very long corridor lined with tightly shut iron doors on both sides. There were no signs on them, so Chong Li had no way of knowing what was behind them. Just as he was turning his head left and right, looking curiously at these doors, Li Ling, walking in front, began to explain. "What is kept in here are all the anomalous creatures contained by our squad. We built the containment facility and the training ground together so that if a containment breach occurs, our squad members can react immediately." Chong Li looked at the thick iron doors one by one and nodded silently. "Containment breach." These 4 words reminded him of Nine, the Buddha face of good and evil, which was imprisoned in the crystal palace inside his body. Could this attack and his memory loss have something to do with it? "The training ground is just up ahead, and all the members of our Spinal Break Squad are already inside waiting for you." Arriving at the door at the end of the corridor, Li Ling stepped aside, gesturing for Chong Li to enter first. Chong Li interrupted his train of thought, took a deep breath, and solemnly raised his hand to grab the doorknob. What on earth would a team of superpowered individuals, which he had only ever seen on forums, actually be like? He pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was a huge space, roughly estimated to be the size of 4 basketball courts. In the center of the arena, 6 people were gathered around a long table, arguing loudly about something. "Old Shi, stop eating. This is for welcoming the newcomer when they wake up." A woman in her late 40s wearing a green apron was pulling on a big guy's ear with a furious face, unleashing a sonic roar at him. The big guy who had his ear pulled in public was not the least bit angry. Before he was dragged away from the table, he reached out and grabbed another egg roll from the plate on the table. "Hee, Sister Liu's cooking is just too good. I could not help myself, hee." The big guy had a full beard, making it impossible to tell his age, but since he called her Sister Liu, it meant he was at least younger than the woman in the apron. "I am telling you, Shi Yue, flattery will not work. Stop eating." The woman called Sister Liu was not buying it at all. She raised the ladle in her hand, ready to strike. Just then 2 slender arms stretched out from under the table and stole a piece of cake, while Sister Liu's attention was diverted by Shi Yue. "Lin Mo, put that down." As if she had a sixth sense, Sister Liu, while still pulling Shi Yue's ear, turned her head and glared at the little girl stealing the cake from under the table. Hands. The little girl under the table, known as Lin Mo, realized she had been caught, giggled, and put the cake back. Besides these 3 who were making a mess, the other 3 appeared much quieter. One girl with glasses looked very gentle and was carefully wiping the tabletop with a rag. The remaining 2 boys were standing with their backs to Chong Li, responsible for placing plates on the areas she had wiped clean. Chong Li froze at the sight before him. This did not seem quite like the image of heroes he had imagined. Li Ling beside him scratched his head awkwardly. They are just like this. When they do not have missions, they usually do not act like professionals at all. "Yeah, this is actually quite nice," Chong Li nodded. Although it was different from the hero image he had imagined, Chong Li unexpectedly liked this feeling. After all, he had basically grown up alone. He had never experienced such a scene of warmth and harmony like a family. Just then, one of the two boys who had been placing plates with their backs to Chong Li seemed to sense something and immediately put down the plate in his hand. Then with a sudden leap, he vaulted over a distance of more than 10 meters in midair, performed a perfect backflip, landed in front of Chong Li, and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Shen Zio, the combat leader of the Spinal Break Squad, 26 years old, serial number 8996, Fruit Bat. Hello, my name is Chong Li, the new recruit, 1998 Honey Badger. Although Chong Li was a little confused, he instinctively returned the greeting and shook his hand. Was not he standing with his back to me? How did he know I came in? Shen Zio immediately noticed Chong Li's confusion and looked at Li Ling beside him with some annoyance. You have got to be kidding, Captain. You did not introduce any of us to the new guy at all. I was busy, I forgot. Li Ling shrugged awkwardly. You are really unreliable. Forget it, I will introduce you myself. As Shen Zio spoke, he put his arm around Chong Li and began to introduce the members in the area. First is me. My Fruit Bat ability uses ultrasound to cover a 100-meter radius. The closer you are, as long as there are no obstacles, I can know what you look like even if you are behind me. That big guy is called Shiyue. Shen Zio pointed to the big guy, who was still having his ear pulled by the woman in the green apron. He lives up to his name, a pure tank. He is our squad's frontline combatant, serial number 9526, Wild Boar. The woman in the apron is Liu Lei. Shen Zio pointed to Sister Liu, who looked like she was about to have a breakdown. We all call her Sister Liu. Like Shiyue, she is also a frontline combatant, serial number 7787, Praying Mantis. By the way, her cooking is super delicious. The one under the table, Shen Zio pointed to the little girl under the table. Linmo, 12 years old, is our squad's flank combatant, serial number 9047, Funnel Web Spider. Do not be fooled by her small size, she is actually quite brutal. A friendly warning, do not make fun of the fact that she has many arms. Even if you are a newcomer, you will get beaten up. Chong Li looked where Shen Zio was pointing and realized that the two arms Lin Mo used to steal the cake were actually from the same side of her body. The one wiping the table is Wen Yuan. It seems she is your senior. She used to be at a research institution before her ability awakened, and she joined our squad. Shen Zio's introduction continued. She is in charge of medical duties, serial number 7094, Honey Ant. However, much like Lin Mo, she is quite fierce in a fight too. The one still placing plates is Jiang Qi, our sniper, serial number 7765, Archerfish. Although he is called a sniper, he does not use a gun. How exactly he snipes, you will find out later. After introducing all the members of the Spinal Break Squad, Shen Zio cleared his throat and shouted to the crowd, who were still busy and arguing in the arena, in an extremely piercing voice. Everyone, the newcomer is here.
What?
The group in the training ground was shaken by that shockwave-like shout, and all turned their heads to look at Chong Li. Only then did they put down what they were holding and walk over toward Chong Li. Oh my, so this is Chong Li. Let me get a good look, dear. The first to reach Chong Li was Liu Lei, a woman wearing an apron. With an excited expression, as if she were looking at a child she had not seen in a long time, she turned Chong Li around several times to inspect him before nodding with satisfaction. Yes, not bad at all. This young man looks quite strong. Sister Liu, do not spin our new recruit silly. Before Chong Li could even stand steady, the massive Shiyue squeezed in front of him, still chewing on an egg roll he had just stolen from the table. Yeah, he is definitely sturdy. Kid, you have got a remarkable physique. Come train with me. I am a power type user too, and I guarantee I can unlock all your potential. Give it a rest, Shiyue. Tiny Lin Mo shoved Shiyue aside and stood in front of Chong Li. Training with you would be a complete waste of such a high-level ability. Despite her small stature, she stood with 8 arms akimbo, looking indignantly at Shiyue, who was several heads taller than her, showing an aura not a bit weaker than his. Hey, you little brat, if you do not train with me, are you going to train with you instead? Anything is better than training with you. A few of them started arguing about who Chong Li should train with. The chattering was so loud that Chong Li felt his eardrums ache. It felt even louder than Shen Zio's shout earlier. Is this really a professional team of ability users? Chong Li wondered to himself. Everyone quiet down. Just as they were arguing endlessly, Li Ling, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. True to being the captain, although his ability level was the lowest in the team, it was clear that everyone respected him, and the moment he spoke, everyone fell silent. Everyone knows that Chong Li's ability is extremely high. Logically speaking, his level 1998 ability qualifies him to join the Outer Wall Hunter team directly. But given that he lacks sufficient combat experience, the higher-ups decided to place him in our reserve team for now. And the ones who will provide him with special training are not just one of us, but all of us. Li Ling looked at everyone with a serious expression as he spoke. Seeing the captain take such a serious stance, the others stopped their joking and turned somber. Chong Li will not stay in our team forever. Once his ability is developed to a sufficient level, he will leave here and join his own hunter team. Our duty while he is still with us is to enhance his combat skills and experience and cultivate a new talent for the country. And this has always been the duty of our reserve team. After Li Ling finished, everyone except Chong Li nodded solemnly. And from his words, Chong Li caught a piece of information he had never known before. The function of the reserve team is not limited to purging abnormal creatures hidden behind the walls. They are also responsible for training new members for the hunter teams. No wonder it is called a reserve team. But, Brother Lei, did not you say before that once you join the reserve team, you are in it for life? Chong Li, holding onto his doubts, turned to look at Li Ling. He clearly remembered Li Ling saying exactly that while they were at the hospital. That is right, members who join the reserve team remain reserve members for life, unless their ability level changes. Li Ling did not deny Chong Li's question and continued. I never said you have joined our team. From the moment your oath-taking ended until now, I have only ever said that our team acts as your special training instructors. Oh, so that is how it is. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chong Li's mind. He had just begun to enjoy the feeling of being part of a family. Now his fantasy was shattered by Li Ling's words. So he was just a temp here, not truly part of the team. Slap. Just when Chong Li was feeling disappointed, Liu Li, wearing her green apron, strode forward and slapped Li Ling on the back of his head. Hush, you brat, cannot you say something nice for once? Keep your mouth shut. Say something so discouraging again, and you will not get a single bite of the food on the table today. With that, Liu Li turned around, grabbed Chong Li's arm, and walked toward the long table in the center of the training ground, saying as they walked, Young man, do not listen to his nonsense. Once you come here, you are family. What is this talk about joining or not joining? Who cares about that? Listen to Sister Liu. Treat this place like home. Even after you finish your training and leave, you can always come back whenever you want. It is just an extra pair of chopsticks, really. That is right, big brother, just treat this place like your own home. The two women, one large and one small, acted as if Li Ling, the captain, did not exist at all. Shi Yue, Shen Zhao, Wen Yuan, and Jiang Qi, who were still standing there, did not act as directly as Liu Li, but they all shot a glare at Li Ling before heading to the long table. Hey, are you all revolting? Li Ling touched the back of his head where he had been slapped, smiled helplessly, and stepped forward to follow them. Until all the food was brought out, Chong Li did not even get to help out. Instead, Li Ling, the captain, was forced by Sister Liu to do a lot of chores as punishment for his discouraging words. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Welcome Chong Li as one of us. Cheers.
Cheers.
With Sister Liu taking the lead, the atmosphere at the table was ignited instantly, and even Chong Li found himself feeling genuinely happy. Just as everyone raised their glasses, Shen Zhao, the bat-like ability user with sonar, suddenly sensed something and turned his head toward the entrance of the training ground. The rest of the group followed his gaze. Yao Jiao was standing there, looking quite awkward and lost. The glass door outside was not locked, so I came in. Am I disturbing you? Oh my, is not this our Chong Li's little girlfriend? You idiot Li Ling, how could you leave her outside? Still, it was Sister Liu who broke the silence and hurriedly stood up to welcome her.
What?
Technically speaking, Yao Jiao is not a member of the camphor tree, so she has no qualification or authorization to enter this place. But even Li Ling felt too awkward to kick her out directly in this atmosphere. So he just let Liu Lei bring her over to the table to sit down. Yao Jiao felt a bit shy when she first sat down. After all, the only people she knew here were Chong Li and Li Ling. But she was soon infected by everyone's enthusiasm, and started joining in on the drinks and cheers. Time passed quickly, and by the time they had finished most of the food on the table, it was already evening. Chong Li was dragged away by Shi Yue and Shen Zhao to tour the outside of the base, while Liu Li and Lin Mo were left in charge of cleaning up. HMPH, a bunch of heartless people, running off every time they finish eating and leaving a big mess for me to clean up. Liu Li complained while putting on her apron and briskly started tidying up. As for Yao Jiao, who had joined the party last, Li Ling called her over before she left. Yao Jiao, come with me for a moment. Hans me's, oh. Yao Jiao did not know why Li Ling was suddenly calling her, but she followed behind him anyway. I know you do not want to join the camphor tree, but there is still something I would like to ask of you. Li Ling looked at the back of Chong Li, who was being dragged away by Shi Yue and the others, and spoke to Yao Jiao. Ask me. Yao Jiao's face was full of confusion. What could a squad leader and tactical commander possibly need to ask her for? Yes, Li Ling nodded and continued. You should already know that Chong Li's sequence ranking is very high, even higher than yours. If he undergoes training, our entire squad's combat power combined might not even match him alone. But he also has one of the most volatile temperaments among the sequences, 1998 Honey Badger. I am actually very worried that he will lose control during the training process. So I would like to ask if you could stay and join this special training against Chong Li as an interim instructor. Li Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at Yao Jiao with a serious expression. This was the conclusion he had reached after careful consideration since seeing her at the table. Their Broken Spine squad had acted as instructors for hunting squad members before. But the sequences of those members were basically ranked after 3,000. Even someone with his wealth of combat experience felt a bit uncertain about a sequence starting with one like Chong Li's. He had already checked Yao Jiao's Hummingbird sequence, 2169 Hummingbird, which surpasses all members of their squad in combat power. If Yao Jiao could agree, it would certainly be of great help to the results of Chong Li's training. How about it, can you accept this request? Li Ling looked at her, probing for a response. This is not a top-level plan, it is just my personal request. If you do not agree, it is perfectly fine.
I'd agree.
Yao Jiao's response was very swift, which took Li Ling by surprise. Although I have almost never used my sequence ability in combat, if it can help Chong Li, I agree. Yao Jiao answered firmly, blushing. After her memory was altered by the Buddha face of good and evil, Yao Jiao not only fell in love with Chong Li, but also lost all previous memories of the camphor moth. In her current impression, she has only ever used her sequence ability to deliver food. Great, thank you. Li Ling was very satisfied with this result. I will apply for your temporary status immediately. If the top brass agrees, you can enter and leave the base freely for as long as Chong Li is here for special training.
Okay.
In front of the camphor tree oath room, the two reached a consensus and shook hands. Chong Li had a bit too much to drink, and added to the fact that he had just woken up from a coma after being severely injured by Yao Jiao, he was exhausted. He slept exceptionally deeply that night, and did not even know when Yao Jiao had returned to the room. There was only one bed in Chong Li's room. After hesitating for a long time between sleeping next to Chong Li or on the floor, Yao Jiao walked out. It took a great deal of effort to find Sister Liu's room, and she knocked and walked in. The next morning, Chong Li, who was still fast asleep, was lifted right off the bed by an immense force. Chong Li, get up for training. Shi Yue's voice, like a roaring tide, instantly shook Chong Li out of his dream. But before he could fully wake up from his dream of how delicious Sister Liu's braised pork was, he was already being carried on Shi Yue's shoulder to the training ground. Li Ling, Liu Li, Shen Zhao, Lin Mo, Jiang Qi, and Wen Yuan had all already arrived on the field. Their attire was completely different from the casual look they had yesterday. The one who shocked Chong Li the most was Sister Liu Lei. Yesterday, in her apron, she looked every bit like a housewife managing the kitchen. But now, wearing a tight, pure white combat suit, she unexpectedly had the aura of a female general ready for the battlefield. The others were much the same, except for Lin Mo, who could not really emit any killing intent due to his small stature and age. What surprised Chong Li even more was that Yao Jiao, who was not even a camphor tree member, was also wearing the same pure white combat suit. Pinned to her chest was a brooch that looked like a leaf shield metal. "Why are you here and dressed like that?" Chong Li looked at Yao Jiao with a head full of question marks. But Yao Jiao did not answer him. She just playfully stuck her tongue out at him. "Chong Li, your special training starts officially today." Li Ling, also wearing a pure white combat suit, spoke up. Chong Li's head had even more question marks now. "What is this training?" As soon as I opened my eyes, no time to brush my teeth or wash my face. However, Li Ling ignored his baffled expression and continued. "You can choose any opponent from among us and start a one-on-one fight. Given that your sequence is powerful enough, we will not hold back during the special training battles. But rest assured, whichever side is injured will be treated immediately, so there will be no life-threatening risks." After Li Ling finished speaking, all the members of the Broken Spine Squad, including Yao Jiao, took a step forward simultaneously. "All right, pick whoever you want to fight." It took Chong Li a long time to realize that Li Ling was not joking, they were all serious. The special training had really started, just like that, without any preparation on his part. Chong Li looked at the squad members in front of him and fell into a long thought. His true sequence is 9 Buddha face of good and evil Vajra body. Even if he only has 16% containment progress right now, it feels a bit wrong to use it to bully girls.
Then,
"Brother Shi Yue, you are the one, let us go." After careful selection, Chong Li crooked his finger at Shi Yue, who was the largest and looked the most durable.
"What? How means you are picking me?"
Shi Yue pointed at himself, looking completely bewildered by Chong Li's choice. It was not just him. Shen Zhao, who had introduced the team members to Chong Li yesterday, looked just as baffled. "Wait, I distinctly remember telling him that Shi Yue is our frontline combatant. Could this kid have actually trained before?" Thinking this, he turned to look at the team leader, Li Ling, and blinked, trying to convey his confusion. Li Ling replied with a blink of his own. "Do not worry, he has trained. He told me so himself." The rest of the team was in an absolute uproar. "Liu Lei, oh my, is this kid really that fierce?" "Lin Mo, goodness, fighting Uncle Stone." "Jiang Qi, should we step back a bit? A honey badger fighting a wild boar, this is going to be quite a scene." After selecting their sparring targets, Chong Li and Shi Yue walked to the center of the training field. After a few seconds of warming up, they took up their fighting stances. Everyone else stood in the corner, holding their breath in anticipation of the epic clash between these two tanks. Boom, finished with his warm-up, Shi Yue made the first move. He stomped his left foot, using the ground's reaction force to blast toward Chong Li like a rocket. With his massive frame and full, bushy beard, he really looked like a wild boar charging through the wilderness. Facing the charging Shi Yue, Chong Li panicked instantly. Looking back on his life, aside from using his Vajra body to tank a thug's knife at the hospital, he had zero combat experience. Other than lowering his center of gravity and swinging his fist to meet Shi Yue's rapidly approaching punch, he could not think of any other defensive posture.
Bang!
The two fists collided head-on, sounding like two heavy trucks crashing at 120 kilometers per hour, the massive noise echoing throughout the training field. Unsurprisingly, or rather, without any suspense at all. 0.01 seconds after the explosion of sound, Chong Li's body was sent flying backward at high speed. Without any technique to dissipate force, let alone the Vajra body, even a solid iron statue would have been sent flying.
Pat pat pat, boom.
After being launched by that punch, Chong Li skipped along the floor like a stone skimming over water, bouncing several times before slamming firmly into the wall dozens of meters away. But Shi Yue's movements did not stop there. The few seconds Chong Li spent skipping along the floor were just Shi Yue going easy on him. As soon as Chong Li crashed into the wall, he pushed off the ground again, blasting forward. He swung his fist again, with pure raw power, aiming for Chong Li's head. When they were standing face-to-face earlier, Chong Li still had a chance to react, but now that he was practically embedded in the wall, he could not dodge even if he wanted to.
Whoosh!
Shi Yue's fist, carrying a powerful gust of wind, stopped right before it touched the tip of Chong Li's nose.
You lost.
With those words, Shi Yue retracted his fist. He knew that even if that punch had landed, Chong Li would not be seriously hurt. But the moment Chong Li was sent flying, the fight had already turned into a one-sided beating. Even a honey badger like Chong Li, no matter how tough, what could he do? A fish on a cutting board, even an iron one, is only a matter of time before being chopped to pieces. One punch to launch him, one punch to end it. The battle between the honey badger and the wild boar ended just like that before it even truly began.
Sigh.
The entire Broken Spine team, including Yao Jiao, let out a long, disappointed sigh. What was that? We were all ready to see a real show, and this is what we get. Seeing everyone's disappointment, Chong Li felt so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Man, I am at 16% progress on the benevolent and evil Buddha face. How is the gap this big? This is so embarrassing. Forget it, Li Ling shook his head helplessly as he watched Chong Li pull himself out of the wall. Let us not let him pick his own opponents anymore, or he will be taking one-sided beatings until who knows when. Anand, you are up. Hold back a little. Just help him get a feel for what a fight is like. Li Ling turned his head and said to Wen Yuan beside him. Sure, Wen Yuan accepted the task, nodded to Shi Yue as he returned, and walked over to Chong Li. Wen Yuan was the Broken Spine team's medic and the last member to join. Logically, combat duty would not fall to her. But the current goal was to train Chong Li, to help him grasp combat techniques from scratch. It was pointless for anyone else to go, so the weakest member, Wen Yuan, had to step up. As soon as Wen Yuan left the team line, Li Ling felt a resentful gaze from Shen Zhao. Did not you say he had trained? He has not trained a damn thing. After Chong Li got off the wall, the second sparring session began immediately. Wen Yuan's ability set is 7094 Honey Pot Ant. This ability has no combat capability and is purely for logistics and medical support. But for dealing with a combat novice like Chong Li, it was more than enough. The moment Chong Li stood his ground, several translucent gelatinous spheres shot from Wen Yuan's palms toward his limbs. Whoa, what are these? These transparent gels were not nearly as fast as Shi Yue's charge, and Chong Li captured their trajectories instantly, dodging them by moving around. The dodging was easy at first, but before long, Chong Li started to struggle. There were just too many of them, and Wen Yuan's firing patterns were becoming increasingly tricky. Often, before his feet could touch the ground, a gel blob was already waiting at his landing spot. And Wen Yuan was clearly doing it on purpose, only creating obstacles for Chong Li rather than launching an actual attack. Damn it, if this keeps up, I will not have anywhere to stand. Seeing that the ground around him was covered in gel, Chong Li had to start thinking about how to break the stalemate. Ranged attack, Chong Li looked up, dodging the blobs toward Wen Yuan in the distance. Then I will just go for a melee attack. This was the so-called combat technique everyone in the world knew. After landing once, Chong Li immediately adjusted his stance, pushed off the limited space available on the floor, and charged straight at Wen Yuan. Archers cannot fight in close quarters. That was the solution Chong Li came up with. But nearby, Shen Zhao, upon seeing Chong Li rushing at Wen Yuan, was once again dumbfounded. I remember telling him, do not let Wen Yuan's quiet demeanor fool you. She is actually fierce in a fight. Chong Li pushed off the floor with all his might, lunging rapidly toward Wen Yuan. Unable to adjust his body in midair, he had no choice but to take the hits from those gelatinous masses head-on. It was only then that he realized these gelatinous masses did not seem to have any offensive capability at all. Once they stuck to him, they just felt gooey and cool, much like the iodine antiseptic a doctor applies to your skin before an injection or surgery. But Chong Li did not have time to dwell on it. He had already reached Wen Yuan. Since Li Ling had explicitly told him not to hold back, Chong Li did not show any mercy, despite facing Wen Yuan's gentle and quiet face. Instead, he pivoted his waist and threw a punch with all his strength. Although Chong Li did not know much about combat techniques, throwing a punch with pure brute force was not exactly difficult for him. This punch, will it land? Chong Li held his breath, watching his fist stop less than 10 centimeters from the tip of Wen Yuan's nose. But he failed to notice the smirks on the faces of the entire Spinal Break squad watching from afar. They all looked as if they were eagerly anticipating what was about to happen.
Pop.
Just as Chong Li's fist was about to make contact with her face, a mass of gel appeared and blocked his path. The soft substance made his punch feel like it had hit cotton. Not only could he not move an inch further, he could not even pull his fist back. and this blob of gel had materialized out of thin air right in front of his fist. Hee, little junior, you are about to lose again. Looking at Chong Li, who was held in place by the small blob of gel, a gentle smile curled onto Wen Yuan's lips. That smile made Chong Li instantly sense danger. But it was already too late. All the gelatinous masses that had previously been launched from Wen Yuan's palms rose off the ground following her smile. Then, as if drawn by gravity, they all flew toward Chong Li. Whether Wen Yuan was going easy on him, or if those blobs were just naturally slow, she left him plenty of time to react before he was completely surrounded. Damn it, what even is this thing? Chong Li roared, looking at the gel binding his fist. Guess, Wen Yuan said with a calm smile.
Stomp.
Chong Li planted his feet and used every ounce of his strength to engage in a tug-of-war with the gelatinous mass. If he could not twist his fist out, he would just break free with raw power. The effort soon paid off. Under Chong Li's brute force, the gel began to deform, stretching like a piece of Play-Doh, until it burst apart after a few seconds, losing its hold on him.
Whoosh.
The moment he was freed, Chong Li dashed away, moving as fast as he could to clear the perimeter of the gelatinous traps.
Huff and huff.
The constant dodging had exhausted much of his stamina, and he was drenched in sweat once he moved outside the containment circle. But he did not realize that a tiny bit of gel was stuck to the back of his shirt. Bye-bye, little junior. Watching Chong Li escape her perimeter, Wen Yuan was not in a hurry. She simply waved at him. What? The panting Chong Li was still thinking about how to continue his attack, but seeing Wen Yuan make such a strange gesture left him confused. The next second, the gel on his back flowed toward his nose and mouth with lightning speed, instantly blocking all his airways. The sensation of suffocation struck him instantly. The fact that she did not let the gel crawl further into his respiratory tract proved that Wen Yuan had been holding back an ocean's worth of effort. Honey Badger versus Honey Pot Ant. Honey Badger loses. Chong Li's training record, 0-2. Watching Chong Li fumble desperately to clear his nose and mouth, Shen Zhao in the distance became a heartless play-by-play announcer. Chong Li's next sparring partner was the sniper, Jiang Qi. Less than 5 seconds into the match, Chong Li, who wanted to try his close-quarters tactics again, was hit in the forehead by a high-speed water bullet fired from between Jiang Qi's index and middle fingers. If Jiang Qi had not held back 99.9% of his power, Chong Li's head would have been blown to pieces. Chong Li versus Jiang Qi finished in 5 seconds. Chong Li versus Liu Li. Liu Jai's mantis-like forearm blades instantly pinned Chong Li, ending the fight in half a second. Chong Li versus Lin Mo. He was not only defeated in seconds, but also toyed with like prey by Lin Mo's 8 arms, ending the fight in 2 minutes. Chong Li versus Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao did not even leave his spot. A blast of ultrasonic waves took Chong Li down. In other words, the fight ended before it even began. Finally, Chong Li versus Li Ling, ending with Chong Li bruised and battered by Li Ling as he ricocheted off the walls at high speed. The fight lasted 5 minutes. First training session, 1998 sequence Honey Badger, a 0-7 crushing defeat. To the members of the Spinal Break Squad, it was brutal, but normal. But for Chong Li, this was an entirely unacceptable reality. Because his true sequence was 9. A crushing defeat of this magnitude was no different from being publicly humiliated. Let us take a break and then count. Again. Just as Li Ling was preparing to give Chong Li some time to rest, Chong Li, who had been beaten to the ground, let out a sudden roar. He raised his head, eyes bloodshot as he looked at everyone. Everyone come again. The entire Spinal Break Squad stared blankly at the bruised and swollen Chong Li. Liu Lei and Shi Yue showed looks of admiration, while the others were slightly moved. Only Li Ling and Yao Jiao exchanged glances. Li Ling, oh boy, the Honey Badger is ticked off. Yao Jiao seems like it. Chong Li was angry, but it did not help much. He still ended up taking every beating he deserved. Second round of training. Third round of training. 20th round of training. Chong Li went from being one-sidedly pummeled in the beginning to eventually relying on his reflexes and body control to successfully dodge Wen Yuan's gelatinous containment and Shi Yue's direct heavy attacks. After a full day of sparring, Chong Li finally learned what those weird, cool, gelatinous masses were used for. as Shen Zhao had introduced at the beginning, when Yuan was the squad's medic. Those gelatinous substances were her sequence ability, which she could control in battle to patch up her teammates' wounds, providing both healing and blood-clotting effects. In other words, the thing that had nearly suffocated Chong Li earlier was just medical protein.
What?
The filler protein released by when Yuan quickly healed the wounds on Zhang Li's body. All members of the spinal fracture squad had already left the training ground, not because their break time had arrived, but because they were tired from beating up Zhang Li. As Shi Yue left, he even left behind a remark: "This kid is really tough. I am exhausted, but he is still ready to fight." After everyone else left, only Zhang Li and Yao Jiao remained in the training ground. "How was it after a full day? Did you learn anything?" Yao Jiao leaned against the wall, drinking water while watching Zhang Li. Hiss, ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhang Li pressed against the bump on his forehead, wincing in pain. "It was all right. I learned quite a bit, especially Brother Shi's combat techniques, which are extremely practical for me." In the earlier rounds of sparring, Zhang Li had absolutely no room to resist against Shi Yue and was almost instantly defeated every time. But slowly, after careful observation, Zhang Li began to learn how Shi Yue applied his force. That is, one must absolutely not rely solely on brute force and reaction from an impact to attack. The reaction force from the ground should only be used for dashing. The real direction of force must be determined accurately within those few tenths of a second when approaching the enemy. Besides Shi Yue, Zhang Li also learned many combat skills from the others. For instance, Liu Li taught him how to instantly target the enemy's most vulnerable points. Lin Mo taught him how to use high-frequency attacks to compensate when there is a size difference between him and his opponent. And so on and so forth. Yao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. "Do you want to try one more time?" Zhang Li did not understand what she meant. They have all left. It would not be right to call them back. Who said anything about calling them back? Yao Jiao smiled faintly. "I meant try with me." "With you?" Zhang Li was stunned by her words. He had never understood why Yao Jiao was here, and only now, seeing her expression, did he realize. "Oh my, you are also part of the spinal fracture squad." Yao Jiao shook her head gently. "Not exactly. I was just invited by Captain Li Ling to come and help with your training. I have been watching you guys spar all day, and it made me itch to join in, so that is why I asked if you wanted to try with me again. Hehe, are you ready?"
Ready. Whoosh.
Before Zhang Li could even finish his sentence, Yao Jiao's figure had already flashed behind him. Then she gently raised her hand and tapped him on the back of his neck.
You lose.
He was wiped out instantly, without even giving him a chance to react or be shocked. It was not until Yao Jiao's hand left his neck that he turned his head in astonishment to look at her standing behind him. Her speed was actually much faster than Li Ling's. Forget about neurological reaction, his eyes could not even catch a glimpse of her. "Do you know where your problem lies?" Yao Jiao took a step forward and pressed lightly against Zhang Li's back. Zhang Li's entire face turned red as he felt those two soft spots. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but was grabbed by the arms by Yao Jiao from behind. "The reason you always lose to them is that your speed is just too slow." While speaking, Yao Jiao leaned in close to his ear, her warm breath crawling into his ear like tiny insects. It made his whole body itch. He did not know why, but it seemed that whenever they were alone, Yao Jiao would turn into a completely different person. She was even more proactive and skilled than Yang Xiu.
Speed and too slow.
Zhang Li gritted his teeth, struggling to move his focus away from the softness behind him and pay attention to what she was saying. "Yes, just too slow," Yao Jiao nodded. But that simple nodding motion made the softness tremble. Yao Jiao was wearing the same skin-tight combat suit as the rest of the spinal fracture squad, so while it trembled, it also clung tightly to her curves. "I am not too knowledgeable about combat methods," she added, suddenly letting him go just as Zhang Li was about to lose control. "But I can teach you about mastering power." Gulp, Zhang Li swallowed hard. The sensation of that trembling softness had almost shattered his focus. But looking at Yao Jiao, she wore a serious expression, as if nothing had just happened. "Your speed is insufficient because you focus entirely on the enemy in front of you. You ignore the control over your own body. You have been thinking about how to react, how to counterattack, but never about how to actually attack. With a whoosh, Yao Jiao had already appeared a dozen meters away. If you attacked from the very beginning, the results might be quite different. As she said this, her serious expression suddenly changed to one of playful mischief, and she looked down at the bulge on Chong Li. If you cannot control your muscle power, let Big Sister teach you how to use it. Damn it, watching Yao Jiao talk about how to use power so deadpan, Chong Li felt his blood rush to his head. He lunged at her with a roar.
Tusk.
Wow, I guess we just do not understand young people anymore. Yeah, if they had trained like this from the start, this kid would probably have finished his training in one day. The 7 members of the Spinal Fracture Squad were all standing in the monitoring room outside the training ground. Watching the intense yet somewhat steamy combat scene on the screen, everyone wore a knowing, motherly smile. However, it must be said that Yao Jiao's training method was unexpectedly effective for Chong Li. With her flashing speed, combined with her occasional moves that said "catch me if you can," it really was twice the result for half the effort. As for what exactly those moves were, because Liu Li blocked the view, no one in the squad saw them, and they had to retreat disappointed.
Huff and huff.
After 2 hours of marathon-like training, Chong Li was drenched and exhausted. And Yao Jiao, who had been sparring with him, was not doing much better. Although the suit itself remained clean, the vast patches of sweat turned all the fabric she came into contact with into a deep, dark color. It could be said that every feature of Yao Jiao that would drive a young man crazy was outlined by these dark patches. But right now, Chong Li had no heart to admire it. All his thoughts were focused on pondering the power application method she had just taught him. After a long while, having fully memorized those techniques, Chong Li was already looking forward to tomorrow's sparring session. For the past few mornings, Chong Li had been yanked out of bed by Shi Yue. He practiced with the team members during the day, and with Yao Jiao at night. Chong Li's progress could only be described as lightning fast. By the 6th day, he was already able to spar with Mantis Liu Lei for a full 2 minutes without falling behind. As for school, per Chong Li's wishes, Li Ling had requested leave for him. The reason given for the leave was, attacked by an anomalous creature, sustained severe shock injuries, transferred to Jiangnan Provincial General Hospital for treatment. Huff, kid, you are making fast progress. In the massive training ground, Mantis Liu Lei, Wild Boar Shi Yue, and Funnelweb Spider Lin Mo surrounded Chong Li. This 3-on-1 sparring match had been going on for 10 full minutes. Under their joint assault, although Chong Li was exhausted, he had not shown a single opening. During these few days of practice, Chong Li had mastered the control of his own muscles. Whether accelerating from a standstill or adjusting his posture during combat, he could now handle it with ease. In terms of fighting technique, he was a completely different person from when he first arrived here. Ready, kid, Auntie is coming at you again. Liu Li assumed an offensive stance again, and with a swish, revealed the mantis blades hidden inside her forearms. Bring it on, sweat pouring down his face. Not only was Chong Li not afraid, but he even wore an excited expression. But just as the fight was about to begin, the gates of the training ground opened. Li Ling walked in with a stern expression. Everyone, that is it for today's training. We have got a mission. As Li Ling walked toward the group, she waved the file in her hand. 10 minutes ago, in the H05 district, south of the city at Camphor Tree Scientific Preparatory University, an incident occurred where a hidden anomalous creature attacked students and faculty. Li Ling looked at Chong Li, whose expression had shifted slightly. That is your school. So far, it has caused 30 injuries and 2 people are missing. The silver lining is that there are no fatalities yet. Police and local military have cordoned off the school. According to radar detection reports, the anomalous creature is still on campus. At the same time, nearly 50 teachers and students are trapped in the library, their status unknown. According to eyewitnesses, this anomalous creature is likely a serial 6759 mimic octopus, and it is quite powerful. 5 minutes ago, the military, concerned for the safety of the teachers and students, could not use weapons of mass destruction, so they sent us a clearance request. After Li Ling finished speaking, she put down the documents and looked at the team before her. After resting for so many days, it is time to move.
Yes.
Chong Li, normally a clearance mission like this would not allow a recruit like you to join. Li Ling looked at Chong Li again and said, "But given that it is your school, you surely know the terrain and details better than us. After consideration, the higher-ups chose to let me take you along."
Are you confident? Yes.
Chong Li shouted, his voice slightly trembling. Partly due to excitement, 10 days of special training were finally coming to fruition, and he was about to start his first battle as a member of the Camphor Tree. Partly due to worry, it was his school, and he did not know if anyone he knew was among the teachers and students trapped in the library. Especially Ms. Jiang. Thinking of Ms. Jiang's kind and gentle smile, Chong Li's heart tightened. I hope she is all right. Move out. Li Ling waved her hand, and everyone set off immediately. Walking out of the huge egg-shaped base, a military attack helicopter was already waiting in the open space outside. And Shi Yue, Shen Zio, and the others were already waiting on board. Vroom! Once the 7 members of the Broken Spine Squad plus Chong Li were settled, the huge blades and engines of the attack helicopter roared to life, lifting everyone off the ground. Kid, this is your combat helmet. Use it to receive communications from the squad leader and the military during the fight. Put it on. Amidst the deafening roar, Liu Li shouted at the top of her lungs and handed Chong Li a pure white semi-eggshell-shaped hat. Without waiting for Chong Li to take it, she pressed the eggshell onto his head. Clatter! The sound of metal grinding echoed as the semi-eggshell hat automatically adapted and morphed into a helmet that perfectly fit his head the moment it touched him. The helmet covered his entire face, and the bottom of the helmet connected directly to his white combat suit. The entire helmet had only one V-shaped black visor for observation. Every other part was seamless. Once the helmet covered Chong Li's face, the massive external roar vanished immediately, showing its excellent soundproofing. The next second, Shen Zio's voice echoed in the helmet. Hey, can you hear me, Chong Li? This is squad leader Shen Zio. The sound was extremely clear, not like it was coming through some device, but rather as if Shen Zio herself were speaking right in his ear. I can hear you, Chong Li nodded, and then looked at the team members around him. They had all put on their helmets, and on the jawbone of each helmet, their respective serial names were written in elegant font to distinguish them. Chong Li's helmet was also marked with 1998 Honey Badger. We have arrived, is everyone ready? Just as Chong Li was wondering if this helmet had any other powerful functions, he heard Captain Li Ling's voice in his ear. Chong Li turned to look outside, and sure enough, the school was right under their feet. With a jolt, the attack helicopter slowly landed on the square outside the school gate. The cabin door opened, and everyone rose at once and walked out. The moment the helicopter blades stopped spinning, the helmet's soundproofing automatically deactivated. It seems this helmet has the effect of automatically identifying sound frequencies and performing selective noise cancellation. The next second, the cheers of the surrounding crowd, teachers and students, reached Chong Li's ears. The ability users are here. Ability users, come on, take down that monster. Broken Spine Squad, come on, you guys are the coolest. Fox Bat, you are so cool, I want to marry you. Archer Fish, I want to have your babies. Mixed in with the cheers were a few remarks that left Chong Li speechless. Honey Badger, enjoy the encouragement from the public before the battle begins. Do not let their expectations down. Li Ling's voice rang in Chong Li's ear. The cheering grew ever louder, and Chong Li could not help but tremble. It was not out of excitement, but because the roar of the crowd made him feel an unprecedented pressure. No matter how confident he was in 9, or how effortless it felt during practice, the reality of the responsibility weighing on his shoulders left him feeling tense. Young man, no need to be nervous. Liu Li's gentle voice came through his helmet. It was the first time Chong Li had heard her speak in such a soft tone. Look at me, I am much older and I am not nervous, so why are you young people worrying? Right, besides, you have the highest rank among us. Exactly. Brother Chong Li, do not be nervous, just pretend you are at the training ground. Following Liu Li, Lin Mo's playful voice also rang out in the helmet. Yeah. Encouraged by them, Chong Li took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Let us go, the teachers and students inside are still waiting for us. As Li Ling finished speaking, the 8 figures in pure white armor crossed the military cordon and walked toward the school gate amidst the cheers and encouragement of the crowd. The central avenue of the school, which should have been bustling at this hour, was deathly silent, without a soul in sight. After walking a dozen meters in, a flower bed splattered with blood came into their view. The scent of blood is thick. There is blood from at least 4 people here. Shenzhou not only possessed sonar-level consciousness coverage, but was also highly sensitive to blood composition, allowing him to make an accurate judgment even through his helmet. Can you determine if it is the 6759 mimic octopus? Not yet. No clear characteristics of the attacker were left behind. Shenzhou replied negatively. Chong Li, you lead the way. Our goal is to find and eliminate the anomalous creature as quickly as possible, then coordinate with the military to rescue the 50 trapped students and teachers. Li Ling's voice was unusually grave, stripped of his usual casual, laughing demeanor. Understood, Chong Li nodded firmly. Liu Li, Shiyue, you two follow me and Chong Li. We will go straight for the target anomalous creature. Understood. Wen Yuan, provide cover from the flank, and be ready for protein filling at any time. Understood. Shenzhou, stay behind Wen Yuan, and provide real-time updates on everything within 20 meters of us. Understood. Lin Mo, plan your own route. Once we engage the target, be ready to provide web support at any time. Understood. Jiang Qi, take the high ground. Understood. Spinal fracture squad, pacification operation begins. Li Ling arranged the tactics with lightning speed. A second later, aside from Li Ling, Chong Li, Shiyue, and Liu Lei, the remaining 4 turned into phantoms and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Let us go, Chong Li leads the way, Li Ling said. After a few deep breaths, Chong Li led the 3 of them toward the library. He knew that they had entered the real battlefield, and there was no time left to dwell on the tension born of responsibility. Even with the campus empty, their advance remained very slow. Because shortly after Li Ling set the tactics, the voice of the military commander came through the helmet. Bioradar shows that, in addition to the anomalous creature, there is another target on campus with an extremely high energy signature. Based on the energy level, the sequence ranking is likely within the top 4,000. The atmosphere on the battlefield became immediately tense. An anomalous creature trapping 50 people was already troublesome enough, and now there was another powerful, unidentified target. The 4-man team led by Chong Li had Shenzhou report the surrounding situation every 10 meters they advanced. It took nearly half an hour to reach the library entrance from the school gate. Yet along the way, even with Shenzhou's consciousness coverage, they had not detected any hidden targets. That was why their pace was so slow. They were in the open while the enemy was in the dark. Once they alerted the enemy, they might have to face 2 powerful anomalous targets simultaneously. Captain, do we know which floor they're trapped on? Chong Li asked immediately after arriving in the open lobby of the library. Every second sooner they found the victims, the greater their chances of survival. I do not know. The military cannot provide specific information, so we have to find them ourselves. Upon entering the library, the formation of the 4-man team shifted. Shiyue took the lead, Liu Li and Chong Li were on the sides, and Li Ling brought up the rear. Taking the stairs from the side of the lobby, the 4 quickly arrived on the second floor. The second floor was as quiet as the first. Aside from a few areas obscured by bookshelves, everything was clearly visible. The space on the second floor was much smaller than the first. Although it was called a library, there were not many books left due to the apocalypse. The aisles between the shelves were incredibly narrow, far too small to hide 50 people. Even so, the 4 searched every aisle between the shelves carefully. Nothing, Shiyue said, shaking his head after checking the last shelf. Let us keep going up, we must speed up. If we get surrounded by 2 anomalous creatures, we are in trouble. Li Ling's tone had become slightly anxious. His experience in fighting anomalous creatures told him that if such a pincer attack occurred, casualties would be almost certain. They had to increase their speed and take out at least one of them as soon as possible. To double their efficiency, the team split into 2, Chong Li and Liu Li in one, and Li Ling and Shiyue in the other. One team would search upward toward the roof, while the other would search downward toward the basement parking lot. After agreeing to use the helmet communication, once a target was found, the 2 teams split up to search independently. Yet strangely, after searching the entire library from top to bottom, they saw no sign of the anomalous creature, or the 50 trapped students and teachers. 10 minutes later, the four regrouped in the library's lobby. What is going on? Could the military have provided incorrect information? Shi Yue asked first. Impossible. The Great Xia military would not make such a low-level error. Something must be wrong somewhere, Li Ling negated, then fell into deep thought. But the next second, Shen Zio's perplexed voice echoed in their helmets. Captain, Sister Liu, Brother Shi, Chong Li, you all have been standing at the entrance of the library motionless for so long. Is there something on your minds?
What?
Hearing Shen Zio's words, the four of them were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. What do you mean? What do you mean? We have just been standing still in front of the library entrance. Li Ling immediately realized something was wrong and asked Shen Zio through the helmet comms. You four have just been standing there motionless ever since you reached the library entrance. I was wondering if you were discussing tactics, but I could not hear you saying a word. Before Shen Zio could finish his sentence, Li Ling's shout rang out in everyone's helmets. Lin Mo, pull us four out of here. Chong Li had not even processed what they were talking about when he felt a powerful force hit his back, yanking him backward at incredible speed. The next second, the scene of the library's main lobby in front of him suddenly began to change. In the instant he was pulled back, the scene before him seemed to turn into a mass of sticky clay, rapidly crumbling apart. Then the image of the lobby faded like a receding tide, much like a stage backdrop being pulled away. The actual library doors appeared before the four of them once again. And now they had been dragged more than a dozen meters away from the entrance by the spider silk Lin Mo had fired. Captain, what is going on? Chong Li stared at the changing scene in a daze, completely unable to grasp what had just happened. Before Li Ling could answer, Shen Zio's voice came through the helmet. I can confirm it now. The anomalous creature trapping the teachers and students is a mimic octopus. Only a mimic octopus could release this kind of geometric camouflage and trap you in a sensory illusion like that. Damn it, when did we fall for it? I did not feel a thing. Just as Shen Zio finished speaking, Shi Yue's angry cursing echoed in the helmets. You could tell he was absolutely furious with this mimic octopus and wanted nothing more than to rush in and smash it into pulp. Geometric camouflage must rely on visual input to take effect, Shen Zio explained. It uses its geometric mimicry to continuously simulate the surrounding environment. You were compromised the moment you stepped into the area it was mimicking. No wonder. Chong Li nodded gravely. No wonder only the four of them had entered the mimic illusion. Shen Zio and the others were far away, meaning they were not exposed to the mimicry, which is exactly why they could spot the abnormality in the other's status. Thinking of this, Chong Li was struck with total admiration for Li Ling's tactical arrangements. With Chong Li and his team acting as the tanks for the advance, Shen Zio as the sonar for pathfinding, and Lin Mo for guerrilla support. They could make the best judgment, no matter what the situation was. Oh, listening to Shen Zio, this thing sounds pretty tricky. What do we do now, Captain? Liu Li's voice sounded in the helmet. The same question arose in Chong Li's mind. If this creature's mimicry has absolutely no warning signs, how are they supposed to fight it? Is not that simple, Li Ling said with a calm laugh. Since it works via sight, then let us fight with our eyes closed. If you close your eyes and cannot see anything, let us see how it manages to mimic. Understood. Understood. Shi Yue and Liu Li both replied. Only Chong Li was left completely confused, fight with his eyes closed, just swinging punches blindly. Just as he was overwhelmed with doubt, Shen Zio's confident laughter echoed in his ears. Chong Li, have you ever watched a rally race? From here on out, you guys are the drivers, and I am the navigator. Young man, Liu Li added right after, just leave every step and every movement to Shen Zio. Even if you feel like you are stepping into thin air, do not hesitate. Shen Zio will always guide us. Got it? Although it felt strange, Chong Li immediately closed his eyes. Let us move. After Li Ling's shout, the four of them charged toward the library simultaneously. Shi Yue charged straight ahead. Everyone else run in a straight line, Shen Zio commanded. Shi Yue at the front did not hesitate at all, barreling forward like a truck at full throttle. Bang! Crash! The sound of glass shattering rang out, and the next second, as Chong Li ran, he felt his feet stepping on a pile of sharp objects. They must have crashed into the library lobby. Liu Li, stop, left chop. Captain jump up, stomp hard. Chong Li full power, front punch. Shen Zio's instructions were fast and precise. There was not a single wasted word. The moment he heard his name, Chong Li lowered his center of gravity, channeling power from his feet, up through his waist and back, all the way to his arm. Then he threw a punch with everything he had. Wham! The moment Chong Li's punch landed, it struck something soft yet incredibly resilient. The next second, the creature, attacked by all three from different directions, let out a piercing scream. Guale! Everyone back, Shiyue, bear hug. Now execute a suplex. Shen Zio's commands flowed without a second of delay. Squish! Chong Li stepped back as ordered, and immediately heard the sound of something slimy being gripped tightly. Then slap. The sound of slimy splatter erupted. Chong Li could easily imagine Shiyue slamming something into the ground. Shiyue, tilt your head left. Liu Lai, turn and strike down. Whoosh, scratch. Before Shen Zio's instruction finished, Chong Li heard the sound of blades cutting through flesh on the floor nearby, followed by a monster's scream even sharper than the last. Shiyue, Liu Li, get up. Captain charged straight ahead, 5 steps, then soccer kick. Chong Li moved 2 steps right, hands together for a heavy overhead smash. Chong Li reacted immediately, taking 2 steps to the right, raising his hands, and locking his fists together above his head. Huff. Taking a deep breath, the technique Xiao Jiao had taught him on how to focus his power flooded his mind. A terrifying amount of core power exploded from his abdomen to his chest, and using his waist as the pivot point, he swung his locked fists down like a meteor hammer. For this strike, Chong Li used every ounce of his strength, pouring all 16% of his power boost from 9 into this single blow. Boom! Splatter! Chong Li felt almost no resistance from his punch, like a pile driver bursting a water-filled balloon. Countless amounts of bodily fluids sprayed everywhere. What? Okay, it is over. After Chong Li smashed the balloon, Shen Zio's voice came into his ears. It should be fine now, open your eyes. Hearing this, the 4 of them, Chong Li included, finally opened their eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, Chong Li gasped instantly. Shiyue was hugging a giant, slimy octopus tightly, pinning it to the ground. His head was turned to the side, and the blade on Liu Li's forearm was less than 10 centimeters away from his head, pinning the octopus's head to the ground. The octopus's tentacles were still twitching, a result of the final soccer kick from Li Ling that had completely severed the creature's central nervous system. The octopus's massive head was now completely burst open, and Chong Li's fists were buried deep into the octopus sashimi covering the floor. With Shen Zio's perfect coordination, the 4 of them, fighting with their eyes closed, had managed to kill a high combat power mimic octopus in just a few seconds. The proximity between Shiyue's head and the blade on Liu Li's forearm made Chong Li's calves cramp up. If Shen Zio's judgment of their positions had been off by even a tiny bit, it would not have been the octopus's head pinned to the ground, but Shiyue's. Great job, Shen Zio deserves a big credit. Li Ling and Liu Lai shouted almost at the same time. Chong Li also felt excited. Is this what it feels like to fight in a coordinated ability user team? It is simply amazing. Just then, a familiar voice came from nearby. Ability users, are you the camphor tree ability users? The voice was so familiar that Chong Li turned his head to look instinctively. Teacher Jiang, covered in blue octopus blood, was hugging a female student who was trembling with fear, crouching behind the library's reception desk. Only after the sounds of battle had ended did she stand up, pulling the student with her. Jiang! Chong Li almost blurted it out, but realizing he was supposed to be receiving treatment at a hospital in another province, he quickly swallowed the word teacher. Deng! The moment Chong Li recognized teacher Jiang, the crystal palace in his mind suddenly gave a loud bang, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. The master acts with good and evil coexisting. Containment progress of the good and evil Buddha face increased by 5. Current containment progress, 21%. Master's Vajra body sequence ability strength, 21%. Sequence ability has broken through 20 for the first time, and the master's physical strength will receive an exponential boost. Exponential boost. Chong Li did not even have time to be stunned for a second before he felt a powerful force pouring out of the crystal palace, rushing into every muscle fiber of his body. It felt as if his body was being meticulously washed. In an instant, all his fatigue and soreness vanished, as if he had been reborn. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, neither when 9 first appeared nor during any previous progress increases. Is this the power of 9? Feeling the relaxation in his muscles, Chong Li began to look forward to future progress increases even more. Especially the note he saw last time: when progress reaches 25, you will randomly obtain 2 abilities from the good and evil Buddha face. How powerful will he be by then? Chong Li could not even imagine it. Hello, we are the Camphor Tree Reserve Squad, Spine Breaker. I am the captain of the Spine Breaker Squad. While Chong Li was feeling the changes in his body, Li Ling had already walked up to Teacher Jiang. Hello. Because of prolonged fear and sensory confusion caused by the mimic environment, Teacher Jiang's voice was trembling. Where are the rest of the students? Li Ling hurriedly stepped forward to support the collapsing teacher. It is okay, they are all fine. They are in the library warehouse at the back. Teacher Jiang's voice grew fainter. Being saved so suddenly in the midst of despair caused her emotions to fluctuate wildly. As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted. Linmo, library warehouse. Li Ling bent down to lift the unconscious Teacher Jiang, shouting into his helmet communicator. Already found them. Linmo was extremely fast. Having heard the conversation between Teacher Jiang and Li Ling, he had already located the students. Ability users have come to save us. How is Teacher Jiang? Is she okay? Sob, she went out by herself to lure that big octopus away. Is she alright? Sob. The concerned voices of the children reached Chong Li through the helmet, snapping him out of his focus on his physical state. Captain, is the teacher okay? Chong Li ran over to Li Ling and looked at the unconscious teacher. No visible wounds on her body, she should be fine. Li Ling shook his head. Hearing this, Chong Li finally let out a long sigh of relief. The premonition he had before coming here had come true, but thankfully, Teacher Jiang was not physically injured. She had only fainted from severe mental stress. Linmo, lead the children out. Shen Zio, contact the military for extraction. Jiang Qi, maintain vigilance from the high ground. After confirming the safety of the teacher and students, Li Ling immediately started giving orders, because he remembered that besides this mimic octopus, there was another target on campus with a strong energy signature that had yet to appear. Understood. Understood. Linmo and Shen Zio's voices sounded in the helmet simultaneously. But the next second, Jiang Qi, who had been maintaining high-altitude vigilance, suddenly spoke. Do not move just yet, Captain. On the school's central avenue, something big is running towards your direction. Bang! Before he could finish, a sound as loud as a sniper shot rang out from Jiang Qi's side. It is too fast, my water bullets cannot hit it. Bang! Another shot, but it clearly missed as well. I have spotted it too. Shen Zio's voice followed immediately. It has already entered my perception range. Linmo, pause the mission. Chong Li, Liu Lei, Shiyue, prepare to engage. Li Ling reacted swiftly, quickly placing Teacher Jiang behind a pillar that could serve as cover. He realized the severity of the situation when he heard that Jiang Qi had missed 2 consecutive shots. Jiang Qi's marksmanship, while not infallible, was certainly among the top in all the reserve squads in Jiangnan province. For him to miss twice shows the strength of the intruder. Shiyue and Liu Li quickly adjusted their states, watching the library entrance with full alert, ready to start the second battle at any moment. Less than 200 meters, Shen Zio lowered his voice. 50 meters. The intruder was not only incredibly fast, but also possessed immense destructive power. Even dozens of meters away, they could hear the heavy thudding of its footsteps. It was as if a behemoth, like Godzilla, was charging at them. Just as Li Ling and the others stared into the distance, ready for a bitter fight. Chong Li suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path. Captain, you stay here to protect the teacher and students. Leave this one to me. Chong Li had no idea what was outside or how strong it was. He only knew that if the 4 of them fought that monster right here, Teacher Jiang, behind the cover, would definitely suffer from the shockwave or even get hurt in the crossfire. Moreover, judging by the creature's speed and the sound of its charge, Chong Li had a hunch that among those present, besides himself, having just pushed his good and evil Buddha face containment progress to 21%, no one could stand against it. What? Li Ling looked at Chong Li in astonishment. Are you kidding me? You are still a rookie. How could I possibly let you go alone?
Boom.
Before Li Ling could finish his sentence, Chong Li had already rushed out. After increasing the containment progress of the Buddha face of good and evil to 21%, Chong Li's strength had clearly increased several times over. Back in the training ground, when he sparred with the members of the Spinebreaker squad, his lunging would at most leave a mark on the ground. But this time, the massive reaction force actually blasted a deep crater into the ground. The dust instantly kicked up, enveloped the stunned Li Ling and his two teammates. By the time the dust settled, Chong Li had already vanished from their sight. Shen Zio, report the movements of Chong Li and that thing, Li Ling ordered immediately. This was the first time Chong Li had gone on a mission with him. If anything happened to him and caused the camphor tree to lose the 1998 sequence, he would regret it for the rest of his life.
Captain I.
To Li Ling's surprise, Shen Zio, who was always calm, was actually stammering. What is going on? For some reason, Li Ling had a bad feeling. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead inside his helmet. Chong Li's speed is even faster than that thing. I cannot track him. Shen Zio's voice began to tremble. How is that possible? Li Ling's voice trembled as well, a rarity for him. The speed of that thing had already caused Jiang Qi to miss 2 shots, and Chong Li is even faster than it. Could you have sensed it wrong? Li Ling asked again. Whether it was back at the training ground or in the fight just now, Chong Li had never shown such terrifying speed. Captain Shen Zio sighed helplessly. He did not say anything, but that sigh explained everything. His consciousness coverage could not be wrong. Could it be? Li Ling turned his head to look at teacher Jiang behind the bunker in the distance. The only explanation is that this kid Chong Li was afraid his teacher would get caught in the crossfire, so he let the 1998 honey badger enter berserk mode. Chong Li heard every word of the conversation between Li Ling and Shen Zio, but he had no time to answer because he had already reached that thing. He was a person, a man with an absurdly large build. Shi Yue, who possessed the wild boar sequence and served as the squad's lead tank, looked as tiny as a little girl in front of this man. The two of them, both possessing terrifying speed, collided within a fraction of a second.
Boom.
Fist against fist, the sound of the explosion reached the ears of the Spinebreaker squad members through their helmets. But even compressed by their equipment, the sound they heard was still deafening. And Chong Li, who was facing the man directly, was even deafened for an instant at the moment their fists collided. It was only now that Chong Li finally saw the man's appearance clearly. His massive body was covered by an even larger windbreaker, and the hood was so ridiculously large that it blocked the light, making it impossible for Chong Li to see his face. Who are you? Chong Li used every ounce of his strength to hold his ground against the man. He had a hunch that the attack in his apartment last time, which eventually led to his memory loss, might be related to this man. Haha, so you are the 1998 honey badger. I heard you are pretty tough. The man chuckled lightly. From his tone, it was easy to tell that he was having a much easier time in this standoff than Chong Li. Listen closely, I am Polar Bear, sequence 3341, and I am here to take your head for the bounty. The moment the man finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his wrist, grabbed Chong Li's arm, and tilted his head back as far as he could, preparing to deliver a fatal headbutt to end Chong Li.
Whoosh.
Just before the man's forehead could slam down, Chong Li used the strength of his arms to lift his body into the air, drawing force from the man's wrist, then brought his legs together and kicked directly at the man's throat.
Crack.
The throat is the most vulnerable part of any living creature, and Polar Bear was no exception. This kick from Chong Li, while not dealing fatal damage to Polar Bear, successfully caused him pain, forcing him to release his grip on Chong Li. Damn it, the man, hit in the throat, let out a roar. A second after letting go, he lunged forward, trying to bear hug Chong Li and drag him to the ground. But the Chong Li now was no longer the same Chong Li who had just joined the camphor tree. The moment Polar Bear let go, he had already executed his next attack. Pivoting on his feet, he easily launched himself several meters into the air, his whole body spinning 360 degrees, channeling all the kinetic energy from the rotation into his lower leg. Then he smashed it down directly onto the top of Polar Bear's skull.
Clang.
Chong Li's heel struck the center of Polar Bear's crown. The massive impact rippled through Polar Bear's body, actually forcing him down to his knees. Polar Bear's strength and speed during his lunges were extremely high, but his reaction speed during combat was far outclassed by Chong Li. Unable to react in time, he could only take Chong Li's blow head-on. But he was worthy of the 3341 sequence. This blow, which could have crushed the steel plate of an armored vehicle, was actually taken head-on by his skull.
Damn you.
After the impact of Chong Li's blow faded, Polar Bear immediately stood up, pushing against Chong Li, and began flailing his arms, attacking the space above his head crazily. Seeing this, Chong Li did not dare to linger. He kicked off Polar Bear's crown once more for leverage and jumped far away, opening up distance between them. Damn it, looks like your head is not as easy to take as I thought. Polar Bear turned around and glared fiercely at Chong Li. Fury made his teeth grind audibly. Chong Li's attack, although it still had not dealt a fatal blow to Polar Bear, had clearly been more effective than the previous kick to his throat. Polar Bear's eyes were bloodshot. Hess, if that is all you have got, then it really is not that hard to take. Chong Li pretended to be relaxed and gave Polar Bear a universally recognized gesture, then pushed off with his legs and ran. Damn it, suddenly provoked for no reason, Polar Bear's rage reached a new level, and he lunged out without hesitation, chasing after him. The two were incredibly fast, and within seconds, they had rushed out of the campus. But Chong Li did not head towards the main gate where the crowds were. Instead, he chose a more secluded small gate used for cafeteria supply trucks. After smashing open the iron door with a bang, Chong Li accelerated and sped directly towards the southern suburbs. The reason he did this was because after those two exchanges, he had clearly felt the terrifying combat capability of Polar Bear. If they were to go all out on campus, regardless of who won, the school would have to be rebuilt once the fight ended. Honey Badger, do not run if you have the guts. Polar Bear followed closely behind Chong Li. In his blind rage, he did not realize why Chong Li was doing this. All he wanted now was to catch and crush this little honey badger, who was aiming for his vital points in every strike. However, there was one thing Chong Li had not considered. While luring Polar Bear out of the school avoided turning the campus into ruins, it brought misfortune to the cars on the road. Even though he had tried his best to lead Polar Bear onto side roads, many cars parked on the side were smashed to pieces by this rampaging dumb bear. Sorry, my apologies, my apologies. Every time the sound of a vehicle being smashed or falling apart echoed behind him, Chong Li repeated this in his heart. But fortunately, the school was not far from the suburbs. After sprinting for 6 kilometers, Chong Li lured Polar Bear to a piece of wilderness where no buildings were in sight for a radius of 1 kilometer.
Screech.
Just as he stepped into the wasteland, Chong Li came to an abrupt halt, leaving a long skid mark in the soft dirt. Heh, run, why did you stop running? Polar Bear was close behind. Once Chong Li stopped, he curled his lip and gave a disdainful laugh. To lure Chong Li out, Polar Bear had gone to great lengths to sneak the mimic octopus into the school. He had originally thought the school was too cramped for his type of strength-based ability, which is why he had been toyed with twice by the more agile Chong Li earlier. He was just wondering how to deal with Chong Li, and here he was, running into such an open space on his own. Is not this just begging for death? With this kind of brain and this level of intelligence, how did he even take out Hummingbird? Polar Bear was highly skeptical of that. Just as Polar Bear was thinking this, Chong Li lowered his voice and contacted the members of the Broken Spine Squad through his helmet. Damn it, what are you whispering about over there? Looking down on me, are not you? Polar Bear vaguely heard Chong Li muttering something. Infuriated again, he kicked off the ground and lunged violently toward Chong Li.
Boom.
His brutal punch slammed into the soft earth, creating a deep crater and causing the ground to shake for a dozen meters around. Missing the hit, Polar Bear did not stop. Catching Chong Li's movement with his eyes, he turned and threw another punch. But Chong Li did not engage, he just kept dodging. After arriving here, Chong Li adopted a completely different strategy than the one he used in the school. Only dodge, do not block, and do not get close to Polar Bear. After dodging over a dozen of Polar Bear's attacks, the ground looked like it had been plowed countless times. It was not just Chong Li. Even Polar Bear found it impossible to walk as easily as he did at the start. Damn it, stop dodging if you have the guts. What kind of fight is this, just running around? Polar Bear's anger had reached its limit, but he had no way to handle the constantly dodging Chong Li. If Chong Li were running away, he could track him, If Chong Li stood and fought, he would not be afraid at all. But now, Chong Li was just annoyingly dodging back and forth. It did not seem like he was deliberately draining his stamina, because if he attacked, Chong Li dodged. If he did not, Chong Li just stood there without provoking him. It was as if he was waiting for something. Damn it, fight me face to face if you have the guts. Polar Bear was losing his cool. Chong Li did not respond directly, but said in a calm, unhurried voice, "Big stupid bear, do you know why I lured you here?" What? Hearing this, Polar Bear's blood pressure spiked, and veins bulged on his neck and forehead instantly. He hated being called a stupid bear more than anything. Chong Li did not care about his rage and continued. "Did you think I came here because I was afraid of damaging the school, or because the area was too small to let loose?" Hearing this, Polar Bear was visibly stunned, a bad premonition dawning on him. Chong Li kept talking. "Do you know why the military, fully armed, invited us to clean up the mimic octopus that appeared on campus? It is because..." Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the sky, followed by the roar of missile propulsion engines. Polar Bear and Chong Li looked up at the same time. A missile nearly 10 meters long was flying toward them at near supersonic speeds. It is because, Chong Li gave a disdainful smile, the military cannot use weapons of mass destruction inside important facilities like a school.
You.
Realizing he had been played, Polar Bear glared at Chong Li with bloodshot eyes. He finally understood what Chong Li was whispering into his helmet earlier. 5 minutes ago. Chong Li, Captain, can this helmet pinpoint coordinates? Li Ling, it can, but the military has to lock onto them. What are you doing? Where are you now? Chong Li, the wasteland not far from the school. Help me ask the military to locate me, then support these coordinates with the highest damage weapon available. Tusk. I really was not kidding about you being a big stupid bear. The missile drew closer. Just as the warhead was about to touch the ground, Chong Li gave Polar Bear the universal international gesture. Then he sprinted in the opposite direction of the missile, at top speed. Chong Li could not be sure if he would survive the missile strike. All he could rely on now was his combat suit and the 21% progress of his diamond body.
Boom.
After the massive explosion, there was a deathly silence. Knocked to the ground by the shockwave and deafened for nearly 2 minutes, Chong Li finally heard the ambient sounds around him again. Wow, missiles really live up to the name. A second before the blast, Chong Li had put a full 200 to 300 meters between himself and the center of the explosion. Yet he still caught a shockwave that would have been lethal to a normal person dozens of times over. Wonder if Polar Bear, who was at the center of the blast, is dead. After a long time, the dust and smoke at the center of the blast finally cleared. To Chong Li's surprise, Polar Bear was still there. Although he was charred black, with parts of his body even carbonized, he was indeed still there, his chest still rising and falling. He was still alive. But even though he was standing there alive, he appeared to have lost consciousness. Good grief, was he even human? How did he survive that? Seeing Polar Bear still alive despite being scorched to charcoal, Chong Li's jaw nearly hit the ground. Could his diamond body perhaps, maybe, handle it too? But he absolutely did not have the courage to find out. Fine, let me help you move on. Chong Li quickly reached the center of the blast and looked at the charred Polar Bear with some pity. If you had not brought the mimic octopus to the school just to kill me, maybe you would not have died so miserably. Consider this a blood sacrifice and blessing for the injured teachers and students. Chong Li raised his foot and gave Polar Bear's head a light kick. The already crispy spine and neck muscles fell away instantly. Sequence 3341 Polar Bear, dead.
Ding.
The moment Polar Bear's head fell, the crystal palace in Chong Li's mind let out another loud sound. Then words appeared. The Palace Master acts in coexistence of good and evil. Good and evil Buddha face containment progress plus 5%. Current containment progress 26%. Palace Master's diamond body sequence ability strength 26%. Good and evil Buddha face containment progress has exceeded 25%. The Palace Master can randomly obtain 2 of its abilities. The Palace Master can enter the palace to start the random selection. My God, it is already here. Chong Li was startled by the sudden text. He did not expect the progress to increase twice in such a short time. But it made sense. Both killing the mimic octopus and finishing off polar bear embodied the coexistence of good and evil. Looking around to ensure he was safe, Chong Li closed his eyes and entered the palace within his mind. The giant Buddha statue sealed within the 100-meter mirror was breathtaking, no matter how many times he looked at it. But Chong Li was not focused on the Buddha's nature right now. He could not wait to see which two abilities he would get. After he stepped into the palace, the text before his eyes began to change. After a few jumps, two short lines gradually formed. Palace Master obtained good and evil Buddha face abilities. Evil armor, Buddha tone. What? And then what? Chong Li stared at those two lines of text for a long time, but they remained exactly the same, without any changes. Seriously, is there no manual? What do evil armor and Buddha sound even mean? Can someone at least teach me how to use them? Chong Li looked up at the Buddha statue in the mirror, which stood over 100 meters tall, but there was no response. He turned his head to look at the center of the vast, empty hall. There was no beautiful system girl like in the novels to explain things to him, either. Big brother, Chong Li spread his hands toward the Buddha statue and shrugged. Although it feels a bit pushy to demand more after having received someone's power. But since I have already taken it, and you have already given it, why not just throw in a pair of chopsticks too? The next second, Chong Li did not know if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to hear a cold snort coming from the side of the Buddha statue that represented evil. Then that space warping effect, like a Hitchcock zoom, appeared once again. The massive Buddha statue and the palace began to shrink rapidly in his vision, and just a few seconds later, Chong Li was kicked out of that place. The wasteland scorched by missiles, and the corpse of the polar bear that was already stone dead reappeared before him. Sigh. Chong Li shook his head, feeling a bit awkward and helpless. He, the lord of the palace, actually got kicked out so easily by a sequence sealed inside his own palace. That is just ridiculous. But aside from complaining to himself in his head, he dared not say anything else. After all, their raw power was clearly superior. As for himself, besides those words calling him the Lord, which seemed quite impressive, he really did not have much capital to challenge them. Fine, if you will not teach me, I will figure it out myself. Chong Li rolled his eyes at the air. A few minutes later, the Broken Spine team arrived in a military armored vehicle. As soon as Li Ling got out of the car, he started cursing at Chong Li. Are you out of your mind? Who the hell gave you permission to engage alone? If something had happened to you, how was I supposed to answer to my superiors? And using missiles, if we back you up, I am afraid you will get blown up by the missiles. If we do not, I am afraid you will get beaten to death by that guy. He walked up to Chong Li while scolding him and knocked his helmet with his fist. If Chong Li had not been wearing his helmet, his ear would have definitely been pulled by now. Faced with the captain's accusations, Chong Li could not say much and could only smile awkwardly. Oh, give it a rest, Captain. The kid was just looking out for his school and us. Liu Li quickly stepped forward, pulled the furious Li Ling away, and then gestured for Chong Li to leave quickly behind her back. Seeing Liu Li speaking up for him, Chong Li hid behind her and then slipped into the armored vehicle. How were you so fast just now? Just as he got into the car, Shen Zio, who had already taken off his helmet, leaned over. We have sparred so many times, I have never seen you move that fast. Were you holding back on us the whole time? Not just Shen Zio, but Lin Mo, Wen Yu, and all looked at Chong Li with curiosity. Hearing what Shen Zio said, Chong Li was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He must have been moving way too fast when he lured the polar bear away from the school, exceeding the limit of Shen Zio's perception. But he could not explain it now, so he just smiled awkwardly. I do not know, maybe I was just so excited that I tapped into some speed I do not usually have. Hey, he is a 1998 sequence after all. It is understandable to unlock potential in an emergency, Shi Yue chimed in from the side. The main issue right now is not why Chong Li could reach such speed, but who that person actually was. Shi Yue looked up, his eyes fixed on the charred corpse of the polar bear kneeling in the crater in the distance. If I recall correctly, when we received the request and found Chong Li, he had just been attacked at his home, right? As soon as he said that, everyone who had been curious about Chong Li fell silent. That is true. It seems this person was also targeting Chong Li. But who are these people, and why do they keep causing such a stir to attack Chong Li? Maybe it is because some organization hostile to Camphor Tree wants me dead. Chong Li could actually roughly guess who was hiring these assassins, but because the cause dated back to before he joined Camphor Tree, it was not convenient to discuss it here. We will leave finding out exactly who it is to the military and the higher-ups. No matter who is behind this, we will find them. As a member of the reserve team, what he hated most were these ability users who refused to join Camphor Tree and went around causing trouble everywhere. After Captain Li Ling and the most experienced combatant, Liu Li, reported all the details of the battle to the military, they returned to base in the same helicopter they came in. On the way, Li Ling did not give Chong Li a good look, but fortunately, Sister Liu was there, constantly starting conversations and asking everyone what they wanted for dinner. That barely managed to keep the atmosphere in the cabin from turning cold. What Chong Li did not expect was that as soon as the helicopter landed and he stepped out, Yao Jiao, who had been waiting at the base entrance, lunged at him and hugged him tightly. "Are you okay? I heard a huge explosion earlier. I was so worried about you." I am fine." Feeling that softness against his chest, Chong Li was so stuttering he could not speak.
Uwo. Woa. Tusk.
Before Chong Li could say another word, the broken spine team members who had just gotten off the helicopter let out the typical sounds of nosy spectators. Their teasing only made Chong Li's face turn as red as liver. But Yao Jiao did not seem to care at all. Not only did she not let go, but she hugged him even tighter. Because of the pressure between their bodies, that softness immediately deformed into a shape that made one's blood boil. Chong Li sensed the change and did not dare to look down. He was afraid that if he did, he might have some embarrassing physiological reaction in front of everyone. Go, get inside. What is there to look at? It is not like you have not seen it before." Just as Chong Li was at his peak of awkwardness, not knowing what to do, Sister Liu stepped in again, pushing everyone toward the base like a shepherd driving ducks. Before leaving, she gave Chong Li a look that said, "Go for it, kid. You can win." Although Li Ling was angry about Chong Li fighting without orders, there were no casualties, and the target was indeed taken down by Chong Li's plan. So after dinner, once he calmed down, he just gave a formal lecture about strictly forbidding such things again, and told everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. Perhaps to avoid excessive attention, Yao Jiao stayed in Sister Liu's room. This actually provided convenience for Chong Li, because since they could rest tomorrow without training due to today's combat, he had plenty of time to study his newly acquired evil armor and Buddha sound. Although he complained about the lack of a manual earlier, the term evil armor was actually quite easy to understand. It most likely meant what it said, similar to the Vajra body. It should be a defensive ability, but he just did not know how to trigger it. However, the remaining Buddha sound was a complete mystery. Could it be like Shen Zio's ability, to be able to talk at an extremely loud volume? Thinking of this, Chong Li took a deep breath, slowly opened his mouth, and shouted at the wall across the room.
Hey.
2 seconds later, seeing that nothing happened, Chong Li lay on the bed, speechless. Chong Li felt like such a dork just now. What the hell was he shouting for? What on earth does this Buddha sound mean? Chong Li lay on the bed, racking his brains, but he still could not figure out what it was supposed to mean. Recite Buddhist scriptures. Chong Li searched online for some Buddhist classics left over from before the apocalypse, but reciting them for a long time yielded nothing. Chant Buddhist songs. Chong Li did not know how to pronounce those words at all. If that were the case, this ability would be useless to him. Just as he had been pondering for a long time without finding any answers, a memory from his time in the hospital suddenly flooded his brain. That person on the Anomaly forum who commented that they had seen the 9 sequence and correctly identified it as a Buddha statue. Chong Li hurriedly opened the forum and clicked into his private messages. To his complete surprise, the person had already replied to him many times a week ago. "Are you interested in 9 too? Hahaha, I knew it, I am not crazy. 9 exists in this world. Hahaha, I have seen it. In order to see the most powerful sequence creature and to study them, I lied about my sequence back then and followed a hunting squad outside the wall. 9, it was a giant Buddha. We encountered it, and then everyone died. Only I came back, but no one believed me. You believe me, right? I am waiting for your reply. I am waiting for your reply. Looking at the dense, manic ranting in the messages, Chong Li's brow furrowed tightly. From these words, it was clear that this person's mental state was abnormal, or even completely deranged. If it were not for the fact that Chong Li truly possessed nine, he would have definitely assumed this person was just a dreamer lost in their own fantasies. Chong Li was not sure if he could get any valuable information from a lunatic like this, but after a moment's hesitation, he sent a message. Can you tell me how the hunting squad from back then died? Chong Li had a premonition that the evil armor and Buddha sound abilities he had just acquired were likely related to the ability 9, used to instantly wipe out that hunting squad. After sending the message, Chong Li assumed the other party would take days to reply, but to his surprise, just a few seconds later, a red +1 notification appeared. Haha, I have been waiting for you. I knew you would ask. I knew it. They all died right in front of me. I will never forget it. That Buddha statue that is 9, it only said one thing. It told them to die and they all just died. And that was a hunting squad, one of the only 10 heavenly STEM-level hunting squads within the high wall. They just all died like that. The other person was typing extremely fast. Before Chong Li could finish reading the previous sentence, the next one was already sent. It was evident that this person's mental state was completely unhinged. There was no way to judge how much of what they said was real and how much was fake. But regardless, Chong Li had finally obtained a little bit of information about 9. And that is, it once wiped out an entire hunting squad with just one sentence. Could this be the so-called Buddha sound? But is this claim of theirs true or false? Impossible to judge. Just as Chong Li was thinking, another red +1 notification appeared, but this time it was not a message, it was a follow request. After a brief hesitation, Chong Li clicked accept. The second after he accepted, a voice call came through. And the one calling was none other than this lunatic. Chong Li hesitated for a long time about whether to pick up the call, but just before the ring time expired, he gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button. You believed me, did not you? Ha 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 ha. The moment he answered, a burst of manic laughter came from the receiver. Ha 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 ha, you believed me, ha 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 ha. I was lying to you, I was lying to you. No 9, no big Buddha statue, no wiped out hunting squad, those things do not exist. They told me that it did not exist, it did not exist. It's extreme, maniacal, and piercing laughter echoed from the receiver, and Chong Li subconsciously moved the phone a little further away. It seems this person really is a lunatic, than what they said. I clearly came back, the other person was still rambling. I clearly came back, I saw it with my own eyes. But why, those people who clearly saw nothing are saying that I am lying, that I am crazy. They clearly saw nothing, I am the one who saw everything. How dare they deny me, how dare they? They said I actually saw nothing, nothing at all. Yes, I saw nothing, it was fake, it was something I imagined myself. Ha ha ha, I tricked you, I tricked you. Nurse, look, someone fell for my trick, a little cutie fell for my trick, ha ha ha. The manic laughter ended there. The last thing Chong Li heard was a nurse saying, half an hour is up, give me the phone. Immediately, the call was disconnected. On this side of the phone, Chong Li was stunned by the massive amount of information. On the surface, this person was a lunatic, a completely deranged person who had been locked in a mental hospital for a long time. But Chong Li was not. He could make a precise judgment, and that was, this person was forced to become a lunatic. After he saw 9 wipe out the hunting squad, he came back and told everyone. But in human cognition, the 9 sequence did not exist. What he said sounded to people like they were killed by a ghost. The ghost just said one word and killed them all. Of course, he would be treated like a lunatic. However, Chong Li knew that every word he said was true. Because 9 now truly existed in the palace within his own mind, and the evil armor and Buddha sound abilities had genuinely appeared. Putting down his phone, Chong Li walked out of the room and went to the training ground. At this hour, it was empty, and the lights were all turned off. Wang Li walked straight to the back of the training ground, to a tool room. Sandbags, wooden dummies, padded walls, steel figures. Here were almost all the tools used for combat training. Chong Li walked up to the solid steel figure made of high-carbon steel, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch with all his might. Clang! The moment Chong Li's fist touched the steel figure, a layer of bronze-patterned outer armor skin attached itself to his knuckles. Chong Li had used this solid high-carbon steel figure as a dummy several times during training with his squad members. At 16% progress when he punched it, he would feel intense pain. Even Wild Boar Shi Yue, whose combat skills far exceeded his own at the time, could not go head-to-head with this steel figure. In Li Ling's words, this steel figure could remain unscathed under the bombardment of several missiles. That shows its hardness and density. But now this punch from Chong Li actually left a distinct dent on it. What was even more terrifying was that with this layer of bronze outer armor, Chong Li felt no pain at all. Although it was only a dent, Chong Li knew better than anyone. The power of this punch was already dozens of times greater than at 16% progress. If he were to use all his strength and let himself feel the same pain as before, Chong Li had the confidence to snap this solid steel figure in two. So this is the power of the evil armor. Chong Li withdrew his fist, staring intently at the dent on the surface of the steel figure. The next step was to test the Buddha sound. If everything that lunatic said was true, then the Buddha sound was, in a sense, a command that becomes reality. If 9 in its prime could kill a squad with a word, then at 26% progress, the Buddha sound should have no problem restoring this dent. With that thought, Chong Li wondered if he had lost his mind. Could something like saying a command and having it come true actually exist? But now he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. If he guessed wrong, he would have to explain to everyone tomorrow where that punch mark on the steel dummy came from. Chong Li reached out, opened his palm, and aimed it directly at the indentation. The wicked armor clinging to his finger bones was slowly receding. A moment later, he spoke slowly. I want to take back the power I just exerted on this and have it return to normal.
Creak.
The moment he finished speaking, the indentation on the steel dummy began to deform, emitting a series of teeth-grinding metallic screeching sounds. In just a few seconds, Chong Li watched with his own eyes as the indentation, as if it had a mind of its own, rapidly returned to its original shape. Witnessing this scene, which could only be described as a miracle, Chong Li stood dumbfounded with his mouth wide open, unable to utter a sound. But deep inside, a massive wave of shock was surging. It really is the power of a divine command. Such a terrifying, game-breaking ability, if used in combat, would not that make him truly invincible? In disbelief, Chong Li reached out and touched the spot where the indentation had just been. It was completely smooth. He could not feel even a trace of the previous deformation. After stroking it back and forth for heaven knows how long, Chong Li finally recovered from his shock. To verify his theory, he hurriedly ran out of the training grounds, rushing out of the base under the confused gazes of the researchers who were still working overtime. After arriving outside the base, Chong Li searched for a long time before finding his target. A patch of bushes over 10 meters long. He knew that with his current Buddha voice ability, it was impossible to kill people directly, so he wanted to test little by little what he could actually do. The first step, start with bugs. Approaching the bushes, he saw a large number of tiny insects fluttering in the dark. Just like at the training ground, Chong Li reached out, aimed his palm at the swarm and whispered, "Bugs pointed at by my palm, die." The words were barely out when a small cluster of insects began to wobble in the air as if they were drunk.
Did it work?
Chong Li watched the wobbling insects with excitement, fully expecting them to drop dead to the ground in the next second. But things rarely go as planned. It was a failure from the start. That cluster of insects only wobbled for a moment before returning to normal, disappearing back into the swarm. What? Chong Li's composure shattered instantly. The power that could restore a solid steel dummy could not even kill a few bugs. Could it be that the distance was too far? Still skeptical, Chong Li took a step forward and reached out again. This time, he practically stuck his hand into the flying swarm. Bugs touched by my hand die.
No.
Same as before, the bugs he touched just wobbled for a few seconds before returning to normal. They did not even wobble for as long as they had the first time. How is this possible? A huge sense of frustration surged into Chong Li's heart. He had wanted to start with bugs and gradually work his way up to larger creatures, but he never expected to fail at the very first step. The Buddha voice that could instantly slaughter an entire hunting squad could not even kill a few tiny bugs for him. The gap could not possibly be that big, right? What kind of useless Buddha is this? The frustration made Chong Li feel angry, and he lashed out with his hand. If you cannot even kill a few bugs, what kind of Buddha are you? Even Chong Li did not realize that from the moment his attempt to kill the bugs failed, his emotions had spiraled out of control. All that remained toward the insects was murderous intent and anger. But just as he uttered the last word, Buddha, a strange sensation suddenly flooded his heart. It was a baseless, sudden feeling that instantly extinguished the flicker of rage in his heart. It was the serenity of the good, automatically balancing the anger of the evil. But for Chong Li, it felt like an epiphany, as if he had suddenly understood. Oh right, Buddha voice comes from the good Buddha. If it is purely the good Buddha's power, how could it possibly be used to kill living things? With the balance of serenity and rage restored, Chong Li changed his train of thought the moment he realized this. Buddha has always been about guiding people toward kindness. Could the power of Buddha voice actually be about guiding objects into a different state? Thinking of this, Chong Li reached out his hand toward the swarm again. Bugs in the direction of my palm, all fly over here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The words were barely out before a massive swarm of insects erupted from the darkness, flying directly at Chong Li's face. Oh heavens! Because of the previous failure, Chong Li had never expected this Buddha voice command to take effect so directly. And he had overlooked a very serious issue. It was not just the area above the bushes, there were countless more little flying bugs in the dark night behind them. And the area covered by his palm included everything behind them as well. In an instant, a vast, black cloud seemed to descend upon Chong Li. Oh hell no! Chong Li's trypophobia took over his brain in a fraction of a second, and goosebumps crawled over his entire body. After a brief moment of freezing, he turned and ran. Go away, do not come near me, ah. He did not even have time to be happy about his success. Chased by the massive swarm of insects as if they were looking for their mother, a panicked Chong Li fled back to the base. A minute later, the entire base descended into chaos. Countless midges, mosquitoes, ticks, rove beetles, and even wasps were darting wildly through the base. Some of the more timid female researchers were so terrified by the swarm that they just covered their heads and crouched on the ground, lacking even the courage to run. The bolder ones finally remembered to use insect repellent after a while. But there was only so much repellent in the base. It was nowhere near enough to handle such a massive quantity of insects. Even more terrifyingly, the number of insects in the direction of Chong Li's palm was far greater than this. As the researchers tried to spray them, even more insects were pouring into the base through the front gate. Because of Chong Li's misuse of his ability, a full-blown war between man and insect had erupted inside the base. The massive commotion also woke up the members of the Spinebreaker squad. When Li Ling walked out of his room, rubbing his eyes and about to ask what was happening, the scene in the base almost made him drop dead on the spot. He never imagined that the prestigious reserve squad responsible for cleaning up anomalous organisms, Spinebreaker, would spend an entire night fighting insects in their own home base. The 4 support members of Spinebreaker did not expect their abilities to be so surprisingly effective for pest control. Lin Mo, with his funnel web spider ability, could trap a huge swath in one web. Jiang Qi, the archerfish, took the high ground. Wen Yuan, the honeypot ant, could seal off hundreds of insects with a single lump of protein. And Shen Zhao, the fruit bat, was the most efficient. A single screech could stun a huge area. Ironically, the abilities of Li Ling, Shi Yue, and Lu Lei, who were always on the front lines, found no use against the tiny insects. It was not until dawn that the human-insect war inside the base finally came to a close. Looking at the exhausted researchers and squad members, all bitten and swollen, Li Ling's blood pressure hit the roof. After asking the cleaning crew, who had just arrived for work, to deal with the corpses of insects covering the floor, Li Ling headed to the surveillance room. In the apocalypse, security cameras were extremely rare. Throughout the entire base, there were only 2, one pointed at the gate and one at the containment corridor outside the training grounds. He opened last night's surveillance footage and watched it on high-speed playback. 10 minutes later, the same figure appeared in both camera feeds, just a few seconds apart, and a few minutes after that, the war against the insects began. Li Ling paused the footage. After seeing the person's face clearly, the veins on his forehead began to bulge.
Chong Li.
When Chong Li was called into Li Ling's office, he scratched his head in embarrassment while batting his eyes at Li Ling, feigning innocence. "What did you do? Tell me the truth. How did you attract so many bugs?" Li Ling was practically stunned with anger. For the headquarters of the reserve team to be besieged by a swarm of insects was nothing short of a humiliation. He knew for a fact that it must have been Chong Li's doing, but he had no concrete evidence to prove it was intentional. Chong Li swallowed hard and began a brainstorm. What kind of excuse should I use to brush this off? Say I can control bugs. Impossible. Even if I talked until I was blue in the face, a honey badger does not have that skill. But before Chong Li could think of a good reason, Li Ling spoke up first. Could it be that you destroyed a beehive and got covered in the hornets' attack pheromones after getting stung? Upon hearing this, Chong Li was taken aback for a moment, then immediately had an epiphany, as if struck by enlightenment. Yes, exactly. I wanted to go for a walk, and then I accidentally stepped on a beehive in the bushes, and then, As he spoke, Chong Li put on an act of recalling the tragic scene. I thought there were only a few hornets, so I did not think much of it at first. After getting stung a few times, I realized the bugs were gathering more and more. I panicked, and with nowhere to run, I just... After saying that, Chong Li spread his hands and shrugged at Li Ling, disguising himself as a victim. I am sorry, Captain. If this happens again next time, I will definitely run far away. I will never run back to the base again. Although he lied to Li Ling to cover up the truth, this apology was sincere. He felt truly sorry for causing such great trouble for his teammates and the base. Li Ling rolled his eyes at Chong Li in speechlessness. You expect there to be a next time? Get out of here. All right, Captain, I am off then. Seeing Li Ling finally let him go, Chong Li felt as if he had been granted an amnesty, made a face, and immediately turned to run out of the office.
Sighing.
Watching Chong Li's retreating figure, Li Ling shook his head helplessly. Captain, do you intend to just let this kid keep hiding it like this? As soon as Chong Li left, the side door of the office opened, and Liu Li, wearing a casual floral dress, emerged with an expression almost identical to Li Ling's. What else can I do? Seeing Liu Li come out, the expression on Li Ling's face actually relaxed, and he said jokingly, "Are not all these high-sequence newcomers who are destined for the hunter squad like this? We have seen plenty of them over the years." Tusk, Liu Li almost rolled her eyes to the sky. You look like a strict captain on the surface, but what about the reality? No matter how outrageous his lies are, you always act like you totally understand. And when he runs out of lies, you even help him make them up, destroying a hive and getting pheromones on him. Do you even hear yourself? Liu Li folded her arms across her chest, looking very much like a parent reprimanding a child. This time, it was Li Ling's turn to be embarrassed. I could not come up with any other explanation, could I? How about you do the lying next time? You really spoil him too much. Are not you the same? After the two looked at each other and smiled, their expressions turned serious.
Captain, I think.
Li Ling nodded. I know what you want to say. It is very likely that Chong Li is not a 1998 honey badger. The test results from the hive might be wrong. He has many characteristics that do not look like a honey badger, but rather like a much more powerful sequence. However, what before Li Ling could finish, Liu Li waved her hand to interrupt him. Is not that what you said? All newcomers are like this. We have seen plenty of them. 2 days later, Chong Li, who had been transferred to a hospital out of the province for his injuries, finally returned to campus. Looking at the parts of the academy that were still blocked by boards for repairs, Chong Li could not help but sigh. 2 days ago, when he came here, he was a revered hero, and before the battle, he was still enjoying the cheers of the crowd at the school gate. And now, back to being a student again, this huge contrast made him feel as if ants were crawling all over him. He wanted to kick his feet and rush into the classroom at top speed. He wanted to jump right up to the roof of the teaching building and overlook the entire campus. But he could not, as it would cause unnecessary trouble. Resisting the urge to show off, he arrived in the classroom and was the first to hear his classmates discussing the battle from 2 days ago. And the content of the conversation made up for his regret of not being able to show off. I heard that Jiangqi was performing a sniper mission on the roof of our dormitory building, a female student said. Really? Then I want to go to the roof to see if he left anything behind. What is so special about Jiangqi? Did not you see that new member? another girl next to them chimed in. He single-handedly took on an anomalous creature. I heard it was even a super high sequence anomalous creature. That new member used his own strength to suppress the anomalous creature, grabbed its head, and beat it all the way to that wasteland in the suburbs. The way the girl was telling the story attracted the attention of several other girls nearby, who all gathered around. Even Chong Li, who was not far away, pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Which boy could resist being treated like an idol by the girls in his own class? I heard that the wasteland is still cordoned off, and no one is allowed in because of their battle. The girl kept adding fuel to the fire, as if she had been watching from the side during the battle. In the end, to completely eliminate that anomalous creature, the military directly used missiles to bomb that wasteland. The newcomer and the creature were both hit head-on by a missile. The creature died, but he actually walked out unharmed. Wow, tanking a missile. Is that for real? Is he that strong? The girls around were shocked by her claims. Some showed expressions of admiration, while others expressed doubt. As their conversation deepened, the corners of Chong Li's mouth curled higher and higher, almost to the point where he could not hold it back. In order to suppress the urge to laugh out loud, he was holding back so hard his nostrils were trembling. And just then, a male student suddenly raised his hand in the crowd. I have a photo of the new member of the Broken Spine Squad. Do you want to see it? Upon hearing this, Chong Li felt a jolt in his heart and stood up instinctively. They have photos of me. How is that even possible? Chong Li knew full well that he had been wearing his combat helmet for the entire duration of the battle that day, so it should have been impossible for anyone to capture his face. But what exactly was that male student talking about? Thinking this, Chong Li composed his surprised expression and stepped into the crowd, pretending that he also wanted to catch a glimpse of the photos. By now, all the girls who were there earlier had crowded around the guy. After quite some effort, Chong Li finally managed to see the photos on the guy's phone screen. The first was an extremely blurry, solid white figure. It was Chong Li leading the polar bear on a wild chase toward the outskirts. The second showed the backs of the entire Spinebreaker squad as they walked into the school. The third was a photo of Chong Li just as he stepped off the military helicopter. Only in the third one was it clearly captured that his helmet bore the inscription 1998 Honey Badger. Seeing this, Chong Li finally felt at ease and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was just him in his combat gear. If it had actually been a photo of his face, Chong Li dared not even imagine what would happen next. Oh my God, 1998. The girl who had been telling the story to everyone at the start let out a piercing shriek the moment she saw Chong Li's sequence number in the photo. It was not just her. Several other girls around her covered their mouths, their faces twisted in absolute shock. For these students, who usually only saw ability users on the Abnormal Creature forum, just seeing a reserve squad member in person was already a major fan moment. Not to mention the appearance of such a powerful sequence, it was essentially the same as seeing the Monkey King himself in real life. Hola, I am switching my allegiance. From now on, Honey Badger is my number one. Jiangqi, do not contact me anymore. I am afraid Honey Badger might misunderstand. Boo-hoo. Shenzhou, I am sorry. I am going to have Honey Badger's babies from now on. The sequence 1998 was like a massive bombshell, completely exploding among the girls. The entire ceiling of the classroom seemed as if it were about to be blown off by their collective screaming. Confirming that he was not at risk of exposure, Chong Li silently backed away from the crowd. He had not walked more than 2 steps away when he saw a familiar, graceful figure walking in through the classroom door. He Lan's demeanor was completely different from those girls. She did not seem to care about the battle that had happened at the school just a few days ago. She simply walked with her head down, looking preoccupied, and sat down at her desk. What is wrong? Chong Li walked up to her and asked with concern. It is not that bully bothering you again, is it? Hearing Chong Li's voice, He Lan shuddered, as if she never expected to hear him at this moment. She looked up with a face full of shock at Chong Li standing before her. You are okay, thank goodness, you are all right. Before she could finish her sentence, tears were already streaming down He Lan's face uncontrollably. Then, almost reflexively, she stood up abruptly and hugged Chong Li, burying her face into his shoulder and beginning to sob. Boo-hoo, I really thought that after you were attacked and seriously injured, You would never come back, boo-hoo. He Lan's sudden embrace left Chong Li stunned, and he did not react for a moment. After a brief brainstorm, he remembered that because he had not been to school for so long, Li Ling had requested leave for him, using the excuse of being seriously injured by an abnormal creature attack. I am fine. The doctors at that hospital are really skilled. I recovered pretty well. As he spoke, Chong Li hesitated before tentatively reaching out to hold the crying He Lan, gently patting her on the back. Boo-hoo, I knew they would take revenge on you. I just did not expect it to be so cruel. Boo-hoo, it is all my fault. He Lan, buried in his shoulder, continued to sob. Her voice sounded like she was having trouble breathing. Only then did Chong Li understand that He Lan had hugged him and cried like this because of guilt. She thought his hospitalization was due to retaliation from Chen Yusen's father, Chen Huangjin, after Chong Li had helped her last time. It is all right, it is all right. The captain of the reserve squad saved me, and the matter has already been reported to the top brass of the camphor tree. They will definitely help me find the real culprit. Chong Li explained while patting her back, feeling a tiny bit disappointed in his heart. He had initially thought that He Lan was hugging him because... Cough, cough. After another while, once He Lan's sobbing had subsided, Chong Li gently pushed her away from his shoulder. Whatever you do not tell anyone that I am an ability user, he whispered to her after wiping the tears from her face. He had originally hidden his identity to avoid trouble, but now, having seen those somewhat crazy female students, his resolve to stay hidden had only strengthened. Okay, I will not tell anyone. He Lan managed to stifle her tears and nodded, agreeing to his request. After they both sat back down, He Lan asked tentatively, so, you would not happen to be the Hun? SHHH, hearing the word Hun, Chong Li was shocked as if electrocuted. He nearly jumped out of his seat and quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Do not say such nonsense. I am not him. I am trash, super weak, definitely not that 1998 honey badger. As he spoke, Chong Li glanced toward the group of girls still huddled in a circle, fearful that they might have heard. Oh, He Lan blinked innocently and nodded. The lady doth protest too much. He Lan had already been suspicious. After all, as an ability user, Chong Li's hospital stay had been a bit too long. Besides, she had seen the footage of the Spinebreaker squad arriving at the school gates, and she had felt that the back of the rookie looked somewhat familiar at the time. Chong Li's current reaction basically confirmed that he was indeed Honey Badger. So after being discharged from the hospital, he joined the reserve squad and came to protect the school. No wonder she had not seen him for so long. However, being the daughter of a wealthy family, He Lan had met many ability users before and was not as prone to making a scene like those other girls. Instead, she decided to cooperate with Chong Li. Since he did not want to reveal his identity, she would just help him keep it a secret. The class bell rang, the teacher walked in with their slides, and the female students who had been gathered in a circle all returned to their seats. Just as the teacher finished greeting the class and pulled down the blackboard, the phone in Chong Li's pocket vibrated. Taking it out, he saw a message from Li Ling. The military and the higher-ups of the camphor tree have decided to hire you to temporarily take over school security to prevent another abnormal creature attack. Report to the principal's office after class. I have already told him who you are. Also, do not embarrass me. Take charge of school security. Chong Li stared at the words on his phone screen, stunned for 2 seconds. He knew that maintaining public order was the duty of every camphor tree member, but the way Li Ling put it made him feel like he was being asked to serve as the head of the school's security guards. All right, understood, Chong Li replied. After class, with a rather complicated feeling, Chong Li arrived at the door of the principal's office. He had been at this school for 3 years and had never stepped foot in here. The closest he had ever been to the principal was during the freshman military training, watching him give a speech on the podium. Although he was here for a promotion, staring at the white characters on the red background that spelled principal's office on the door, Chong Li still had a strange illusion. He felt like a kid who had committed a major offense. Who, after taking a few deep breaths, Chong Li finally mustered up his courage, took the leaf shield badge from his pocket and pinned it to his chest, then knocked on the office door. The door is unlocked, come in, the principal's voice came from inside. Chong Li pushed the door open and entered. The spectacled principal was busy reviewing documents on his desk. With his balding head and a somber expression, it was clear that the abnormal creature attack from 2 days ago had kept him swamped. "Is something the matter, student?" The principal glanced up briefly at Chong Li as he entered, then immediately lowered his head back to the files. Well, the captain asked me to see you." Seeing the principal practically smoking from the workload, Chong Li hesitated, unsure if he should bring it up now. "Perhaps he should leave now, come back after he is done." "Captain, what captain?" The principal replied absent-mindedly, glancing up at Chong Li again. But the next second, his head, which was about to dip back down, froze. Looking at the leaf shield badge on Chong Li's chest, it was as if his brain was processing something before he suddenly snapped back to reality. "Oh my, look at my memory. It is Chong Li from the reserve squad, right? Sit down, please sit down." Finally recalling the military security arrangement, the principal immediately set down his files, stood up, and with an exceptionally respectful attitude, ushered Chong Li to the sofa. He then busied himself with boiling water and making tea for Chong Li, muttering while he worked. "Sai, I have been so busy with the aftermath of the attack 2 days ago that I almost forgot about the arrangements made by the military and the camphor tree. Your captain told you, right? The school's security is temporarily under your command until the military lifts the alert." "Yes, they told me," Chong Li nodded, feeling a bit awkward. Logically speaking, for a student to sit on the sofa and watch the principal make tea for him was quite impolite. But on the other hand, apart from being a student, he was now the military-appointed security officer representing the official camphor tree authority, so this reception was within reason. What he did not expect, however, was that as the principal of a research-oriented university, the tea he served was just common bulk tea, and the tea set was nothing more than an electric kettle and disposable paper cups. While inside the high walls, due to the scarcity of land, tea was an extremely rare and expensive resource. But as a dignified principal, even if he did not drink top-tier tea, one would expect at least something from a gift box. Come, careful, it is hot." After pouring the boiling water into the paper cup with tea leaves, the principal handed it to Chong Li. Then he quickly turned around, retrieved a booklet from the safe in the corner of the room, and placed it on the armrest of the sofa next to Chong Li. "This is the floor plan of every building in our school, plus a map marked with all the emergency equipment storage points. Take it." Without waiting for Chong Li to answer, the principal turned again to take something resembling a walkie-talkie from his desk and stuffed it into Chong Li's hand. "Press button 1 to talk to the school security team, and button 2 for the military liaison. Keep this too. There's also one specifically for contacting the camphor tree, but I will not give you that one. You should have your own internal communication channel." After doing all this, the principal finally seemed to remember the cup of tea he had made for himself, grabbed the paper cup, gulped, and finished the scalding hot tea in one go. "All right, understood." Chong Li accepted the walkie-talkie and the booklet, nodded, and then looked at the tea leaves floating in his cup. The fragmented, stem-filled tea leaves in the cup, combined with the efficient, no-nonsense principal he had seen since walking in, helped him understand why this school was able to return to normal operation just 2 days after being attacked by abnormal creatures. "All right, then I will trouble you, student Chong Li," the principal said as he sat back down at his desk. "I still have files to process, so I really cannot entertain you properly. Feel free to sit and have some more tea or do whatever you need, all right." With that, he lowered his head once more and resumed his war against the paperwork. Chong Li did not answer the principal's last sentence. He simply finished his tea, took the 2 items the principal had given him, and quietly left the office. His decision to lure the polar bear out of the school during the battle was entirely out of public duty. But now, having seen the principal himself, and especially his character and work ethic, Chong Li felt even more certain that his decision was right. Back in the classroom, after roughly memorizing the contents of the booklet, Chong Li put it and the walkie-talkie into his school bag. He had no heart to listen to the following lessons, as his mind was filled with how to do a good job in campus security. Abnormal creatures, they should not be coming back anytime soon, no need to worry. The people who attacked him, having just lost a major powerhouse like the polar bear, they probably will not be rushing to throw their lives away again. Even if another polar bear were to come, Chong Li, who had already reached 26% completion, was not afraid at all. He was now even confident that if he were to face the polar bear again, he could kill him without having to lure him out of the school. If that was the case, then what kind of security was left to maintain? Chong Li thought this to himself, leaning sideways against the windowsill, looking out the window in a daze. And as he looked, two familiar faces appeared in his line of sight. The two were dressed in brand-name clothes, walking with swaggering gaits along the path between the teaching buildings, glancing arrogantly through the glass windows of every classroom they passed. They were the very same punks who had followed Chen Yusen and bullied He Lan. Their arrogant and sleazy posturing gave Chong Li a strange sense of time travel. He had occasionally seen on the internet that in historical dramas before the apocalypse, the arrogant young nobles who forced common girls into marriage walked with this exact expression and demeanor. Chong Li curled his lips. Looks like work just found me. The school bell rang, and the next second, the entire campus instantly came to life. But unlike the others, Chong Li did not get up from his seat. Instead, he stayed leaning against the windowsill, watching those two. "What are you looking at?" He Lan's voice rang out from behind him. "Look who that is." Chong Li pointed toward the two people at the door of the opposite classroom. "Those two scumbags are definitely up to no good." Needless to say, He Lan leaned in closer to get a better look. "You did not just spend the whole class period watching them, did you?" As she spoke, He Lan had already leaned right up next to Chong Li, and a few strands of her hair brushed against his neck. The ticklish sensation felt like an electric shock to Chong Li, and he instinctively jumped up, turning around. Hey, stop." Perhaps due to the trauma Yao Jiao had left him, he always felt that the moment he felt that sensation, someone would be breathing right in his ear. But when he turned around, all he saw was He Lan's confused expression. "Huh, what is it? Stop what?" As she spoke, she reached up to push her hair back and looked at Chong Li in bewilderment. "Ah, nothing, it is nothing." Chong Li shook his head, his face flushing red. He knew his reaction was a bit over the top. This was He Lan, not Yao Jiao. To hide his embarrassment, Chong Li immediately leaned back against the windowsill and continued to watch the two people opposite. The next second, their actions caught all of Chong Li's attention, overshadowing the awkwardness he felt inside. As they walked past a classroom door, they suddenly dropped their sleazy demeanor, put on a standard rich kid act, and started following a girl. They are. Yeah, it is likely nothing good. This time, Chong Li did not jump up reflexively, but said with a solemn expression, "I am going to go check it out, do not follow me." "I am going to take a look, do not follow me." Before He Lan could answer, Chong Li had already stood up and walked out of the classroom. That He Lan knows an awakened one, and since Brother Chen has not had a chance to make a move, we should not even think about it, Zhang Lin said to Gu Zihao beside him, staring at the girl's legs not far ahead. "Yeah, Brother Chen has not been to school lately either, so let us just pick up some small-time girls instead." Gu Zihao nodded, his eyes also fixed on the girl's snow-white legs. Besides being chummy with Chen Yusen, the scion of the Golden Group, their own families were quite wealthy as well. Although they were a far cry from big conglomerates like the ones He Lan and Chen Yusen came from, throwing money at girls was easy for them. After following the girl out of the teaching building and reaching a path by a small grove, Zhang Lin and Gu Zihao quickened their pace, sandwiching the girl from front and behind. "Chen's Lin, how is she looking?" Gu Zihao shouted intentionally as Zhang Lin got close to the girl. "Goodness, what are you doing?" Zhang Lin played along, turning and running away, acting like a shy boy who had been pranked by his buddy. This blatant sexual harassment could instantly lower a girl's guard simply by dressing it up as a joke. Sure enough, the girl was amused by Zhang Lin's awkwardness and did not notice the malice hidden in their eyes at all. Once Zhang Lin ran off, Gu Zihao immediately stepped forward and started chatting with the girl naturally. And all of this was seen by Chong Li, who was squatting on a tree branch not far away. It is fucking disgusting." Chong Li spat hard in their direction. If it were a normal guy using this method to tease a girl he likes, it would not be a problem, but people like these. Chong Li did not believe for a second that they liked this girl at all. But he was not in a rush to play the hero and save the beauty. He had a better idea. "Ha, I am just joking with him. You are not mad, are you?" Gu Zihao said to the girl with a smile. His rakish charm, his great physique, and his model-like handsome face kept the girl from feeling even the slightest bit of suspicion. "Yeah, no, it is fine," the girl laughed naturally. But the next second, Gu Zihao's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. A strange sensation washed over his body. He felt like his underwear was shrinking. What is wrong? The girl also noticed Gu Zihao's abnormality and turned to look at him, puzzled. No, it is nothing. Gu Zihao thought it was his imagination and took another step forward.
Squish.
The sound of fabric digging into flesh rang out, followed by excruciating pain throughout his body. His two jewels were instantly forced into a long-distance relationship. Gu Zihao let out a wail, his features completely distorted. Then, clutching his crotch with both hands and knees knocked inward, he squatted down in an incredibly girlish manner. It is well known that the jewels are the most fragile part of a man's body. No fierce attack is needed, just a light squeeze can instantly take down a 300-pound giant. Commonly known as the low blow tactic. Hey, what is wrong with you? The girl did not know what happened to Gu Zihao and reached out with concern, trying to help him up from the ground. But when the jewels are in such a fragile state, any movement sends shockwaves through the entire nervous system. With her pulling, Gu Zihao let out another pig-like shriek and promptly passed out. The girl was frightened by Gu Zihao's sudden transformation. Not daring to ask more, she turned and ran. After the anomalous creature incidents of the last 2 days, who would dare to get close to someone acting so strangely? Watching all this from the tree, Chong Li was already laughing his head off. This was his handiwork, of course. Buddha's chant can restore solid steel, let alone make a pair of underwear deform. He had originally intended to make Gu Zihao's pants fall down, but then he thought that while that would punish Gu Zihao, it would also harass the girl. So Chong Li changed his mind. After Gu Zihao passed out from the pain, and Zhang Lin came running back to check only to have his shoelaces tied together, causing him to trip face first into the dirt, Chong Li finally jumped down and left. Buddha's chant is more useful than wicked armor, that was Chong Li's first thought. At the very least, when punishing ordinary people like Gu Zihao, Buddha's chant can easily handle them without showing his face. The principal asked me to keep the peace, but he did not specify exactly how to do it. The low blow tactic is the best way to punish punks like them. Just as Chong Li got down from the tree, a loud boom echoed in his mind.
Dang.
The palace master acts in a way that balances good and evil. Benevolent and evil Buddha face containment progress, plus 1%. Current containment progress, 27%. Palace master Vajra body sequence ability strength, 27%.
What?
Oh wow, so that counts too. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, looking at the text floating before his eyes with a hint of pleasant surprise. He never expected that such a dirty, low-blow method of being a good Samaritan would actually count as coexistence of good and evil. Although the growth was not as significant as when he took down the polar bear, it was still a pleasant surprise. He turned back to spit at Gu Zihao, who was passed out on the ground, before turning around and walking away. But just then, 30 meters away from Zhang Li, a young man with delicate features was watching his direction. There were many landscape trees, and even hanging willow branches between the young man and Zhang Li, obstructing the view. Yet his gaze seemed completely unaffected by these obstacles, following Zhang Li with pinpoint accuracy. So this is the honey badger that killed both the polar bear and the hummingbird, the young man muttered to himself. But can a honey badger have the ability to move objects with its mind?
Ring-a-ding-ding.
His phone rang in his pocket. He kept his eyes on Zhang Li and answered without even glancing at the screen.
What is it, termite?
Cough, cough, coughs. Did you find the honey badger? Cough, cough, cough. Here's your grilled eggplant. Oh, all right. Termite on the other end of the line seemed to be busy serving customers at his barbecue stall. Found him did not take much effort. There are only so many ability users in this school, but the young man frowned slightly. Cough, cough, cough. What is it? What but? I can only say that the person who put the bounty on Zhang Li has likely played you for a fool. I have only watched him for a few minutes, and he has already displayed abilities that clearly do not belong to a honey badger, the young man continued. Abilities that do not belong to a honey badger, tell me more. Termite's tone turned serious. After listening to the young man's report, Termite was silent for a long while before speaking again. Are you sure he has the power of telekinesis? Certain, 100% certain. I am white-tailed deer 3001 after all. No movement can ever escape my eyes.
Hiss.
Termite fell into another long silence, as if considering something. After a while, he said, Understood, continue with the plan, and try to extract all the information you can from Zhang Li. Let me know immediately if there are any new developments.
What?
White-tailed deer hung up the phone. His gaze remained fixed on Chong Li, who was dozens of meters away. Only when Chong Li completely vanished into the teaching building did he look away and start walking toward it. Chong Li returned to his seat just as the class bell rang. No sooner had he sat down than Lan poked his back and asked curiously, "How did you deal with them? Can you tell me?" Still feeling smug about the dirty tactics he would come up with, Chong Li gave a mysterious smile before turning to tell Lan about it. He certainly was not going to miss this chance to show off in front of the school goddess. However, his description to Lan was a far cry from what actually happened. He did not mention any telekinetic ability, but instead spun a wildly exaggerated story about being a hero, beating up thugs, and saving an innocent girl. Lan could not help but laugh as she listened. She could tell he was bragging, as some details were just too absurd and defied all logic. But she did not interrupt him once, listening with great interest to the very end. "So are you planning to be a hero at school every day from now on?" If Chong Li had turned his head to look at Lan right then, he would have definitely blushed deep red. In the sunlight streaming through the window, Lan's face was flushed with a soft rosy hue as she giggled. Her large eyes were curved into charming crescents, and she tilted her head to look at his profile as he made up his story. "Yeah, after all, I am a member of the camphor tree. Even if there are no abnormal creature attacks, maintaining public order is my duty." Encouraged by the goddess's sweet laughter and silent attention, Chong Li got more and more worked up. Although he tried his best to keep his voice low for fear of being overheard, his tone was as firm as if he were taking an oath. "Then how about you escort me to the school gate when coming to and leaving school, my little hero?" Seeing how serious Chong Li looked, Lan could not help but tease him. "Sure thing, it would be my honor." Having the school goddess personally ask for his escort to the gate, that was a much better gig than keeping an eye on thugs at school. "All right, it is a deal then." In truth, she did not need his escort at all. After being harassed by Chen Yusen last time, her father had spent a small fortune to hire a member of the camphor tree hunting squad to provide her with close protection whenever he was not on a mission. Except when she was on campus, of course. After all, a hunting squad member standing out on campus would be far too conspicuous. That was why Lan only asked Chong Li to escort her to the school gate. She knew the hunter would be waiting for her outside. The period went by, and Chong Li kept staring out the window, carefully observing everything in his line of sight, afraid to miss even a trace of evil. Of course, nothing happened. Even though pests like Gu Zihao and Chen Yusen existed, this was, after all, a scientific university affiliated with the camphor tree, and such people were in the minority. However, right as the class was about to end, Chong Li caught sight of a strange person. That person had been standing in the same spot for a long time, but because there were many trees in between, Chong Li could not see his face. He could only be sure that he had been standing there the whole time. Moreover, Chong Li had a feeling that the person was looking at him too. After staring for a while, Chong Li pointed his palm toward the person and whispered something. The next moment, all the leaves between the two of them flew up, as if caught in a sudden gust of wind. Chong Li finally saw the man. He looked like a freshman who had just arrived at school, still carrying the innocence of having just finished the college entrance exam. Chong Li had guessed correctly. He really was watching him, and after Chong Li cleared all the leaves away, the guy just smiled gently and nodded at him. As if he had known all along that Chong Li would do that. Ding-a-ling! The moment the bell rang, Chong Li jumped up and headed straight for where the boy was standing. His gut told him that this guy was an ability user, the kind like Yao Jiao, one who had not filed a verification application with the camphor tree, and that he had already discovered him before he had even noticed him.
What?
Chong Li ran out of the teaching building and arrived where he had just seen the boy. "Hello there," looking at Chong Li, who had run up to him. White-tailed deer offered a gentle smile and reached out his hand. "Just call me White-tailed deer." The boy had such delicate features that for a moment, Chong Li mistook him for a girl. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chong Li reached out and shook his hand. "White-tailed deer, is that your sequence name?" "Yeah," the boy nodded, showing no intention of hiding the fact that he was an awakened one. "My trait allows me to sense everything around me, including the rustling of leaves, the flow of air, and even the heartbeat of a person." For instance, your heart is beating at 113 times per minute right now. A bit confused, are you? Chong Li's brow tightened at these words. This guy seems a bit strange, who walks up to a total stranger and shows off their ability like that. But his smile was so cheerful and sunny that there did not seem to be any hostility. Yeah, I am a combat type sequence. Chong Li nodded. He wanted to say honey badger directly, but swallowed the words as they reached his lips. Ha, great, I have finally found someone like me in this school. White-tailed deer grabbed Chong Li's arm, appearing exceptionally excited. Forgive me for being a bit excited, hehes. I have never met one of my own kind here before, and I have always felt like an outsider. White-tailed deer looked at Chong Li with immense sincerity, as if he had run into a fellow townsman in a strange land, already prepared to pour his heart out. But Chong Li gently pulled his arm away from his grip and said, Wait. First tell me, how did you find out that I am also an awakened one? Although White-tailed deer's gaze was sincere and his smile sunny, Chong Li kept feeling like his appearance was strange, and his words held an indescribable sense of dissonance. It was as if he were intentionally trying to bind the two of them together. Ah, you are asking how I found out. White-tailed deer did not seem surprised that Chong Li pulled his hand away, and after thinking for a moment, he began to explain. It was about 3 weeks ago. When I passed by that teaching building of yours, I sensed an aura from within that was different from the usual. At that moment, I felt that there must be a second awakened one besides myself, but I could not be certain. The next day, I wanted to head straight to your building, but I could not sense that same aura from the day before anymore. After so many days passed without feeling it again, I started to wonder if I had been hallucinating or sensed it wrong. Just as I was about to give up, I passed by there today and felt that aura again. White-tailed deer's account became increasingly excited. His joy was plain to see. And this time the sensation was much stronger than the last. I stopped and looked in the direction of that aura, and to my surprise, you had already found me. I had assumed you were a sensory type sequence too, never imagined you would be a combat type. White-tailed deer was still rambling on about how excited he was and how much he wanted to be friends with Chong Li. But Chong Li was no longer listening. Watching the excited white-tailed deer in front of him, the sense of dissonance in his heart grew stronger. He was not influenced by white-tailed deer's emotions, nor was he fully immersed in his own suspicions. Instead, he kept observing white-tailed deer. The appearance of this person was just too abrupt. As he was talking, white-tailed deer suddenly shouted without warning, interrupting Chong Li's thoughts. What is it? Chong Li asked cautiously. Senior, so you are a member of the camphor tree. White-tailed deer cried out in surprise, as if he had just discovered a new continent. Hey, white-tailed deer's words hit Chong Li like a hammer to the heart. He immediately stepped forward and covered his mouth. How did you know about that too? Chong Li knew that in this school, aside from He Lan and the principal, no one knew his true identity. How did this kid suddenly find out? Senior, your pocket has a leaf shield. Even with his mouth covered by Chong Li, white-tailed deer still tried to explain himself. I can sense everything around me, remember. Act like you do not know, understand. I am here on a mission. If word gets out, you will bear the consequences. Chong Li was getting annoyed with white-tailed deer. Just a moment ago, he had subconsciously felt that white-tailed deer's identity was suspicious. But now he was almost certain that this was just a naive kid who got overly excited and blurted out whatever he sensed with his ability. White-tailed deer seemed frightened by Chong Li's sudden shift to a fierce tone and nodded hurriedly. Do not worry, Senior, I will not expose your identity. I will just pretend I did not sense anything. Good to know. Seeing the look on white-tailed deer's face as if he had been frightened by him, Chong Li felt relieved. A naive fool like this probably would not have the guts to go around talking. I am leaving now. Chong Li slowly let go of his hand from white-tailed deer's mouth. If you encounter or see anything strange at school, come and notify me immediately. Okay. Having received a confirmed reply from white-tailed deer, Chong Li left, frowning in annoyance. But less than 10 seconds after he left, white-tailed deer's expression changed drastically. The previously sunny and cheerful smile vanished, replaced by a cold, eerie smirk. The look of a dimwit was gone, and his eyes were now full of greed as he stared at Chong Li's retreating back. His sequence was called white-tailed deer, but his gaze was like that of a venomous monitor lizard. Just as before, while keeping his eyes fixed on Chong Li, he reached into his pocket and dialed Termite's number. I saw his leaf shield, and he even mentioned he was on a mission at school. It is definitely the newcomer who just joined the Broken Spine team. Yeah, got it's hanging up now. This time, Termite hung up first. In the pedestrian street of the university town, less than 500 meters from Chong Li's school, a barbecue joint was packed with people. This place had quite a good reputation. Even in the middle of the day, it was often full. And the reason for this place's popularity was not just because the skewers tasted good. It was more because the owner handled everything himself, never put on airs in front of staff or customers, and never shortchanged anyone. This had earned him many loyal customers. Just then, the owner, having finished his busy shift, lay tiredly on a lounge chair in front of a fan, whispering contemplatively, "Broken Spine team, let us have you pay for the lives of Hummingbird and Polar Bear." After giving the white-tailed deer a symbolic warning before leaving, Chong Li did not see him for the rest of the day. There were no classes in the afternoon. After the bell rang at noon, Chong Li first saw he land to the school gate as promised, then headed to the school library. It had been a long time since Chong Li last saw teacher Jiang, not since their meeting at the hospital. Although they had met 2 days ago during the operation to purge anomalous creatures, Chong Li was acting under the identity of Honey Badger 1998, not as himself. "Teacher Jiang, I am here." As soon as Chong Li walked into the lobby on the first floor of the library, he spotted teacher Jiang busy at the reception desk and quickly ran over. "Oh, Chong Li, when did you get back to school? Why did not you let me know?" Seeing Chong Li run up to her, teacher Jiang smiled and scolded him affectionately. "Let me see how your recovery is going." Teacher Jiang set down the forms in her hand, and like a mother looking at her own child, stood up to hold Chong Li, looking him up and down with eyes full of concern and worry. "Oh, do not worry about me, I am actually perfectly fine. But what about you, teacher Jiang? I heard you were trapped here by that anomalous creature 2 days ago." Chong Li gently pressed teacher Jiang back into her seat, his eyes subconsciously drifting to the pillar that Li Ling had used as cover after teacher Jiang fell unconscious. Yes, teacher Jiang, not noticing his gaze, shook her head with a troubled look. "But thankfully, the ability users arrived in time, and I was not hurt. It is just that my heart has been a mess for the last 2 days, and I have not been able to sleep." Only then did Chong Li notice that teacher Jiang's complexion and demeanor were indeed much worse than before, as if she had suffered some severe mental trauma. It was no wonder. After all, while she was trapped here by the mimic octopus, she had tried her best to protect all the students and drew the attention of the mentally polluting creature all by herself. It was to be expected that this would leave teacher Jiang with such significant mental stress. Seeing the weariness between teacher Jiang's brows and the gray hairs that had appeared overnight, Chong Li's heart gave a sharp pang. He secretly vowed to himself that he would root out the leader of the organization behind the polar bear and bring him to justice. "Teacher Jiang, you are so tired. Why are you still working here? Why not take a few days off?" Chong Li said with a heartache. When he arrived, he had already noticed that the items damaged in the lobby during the previous battle had almost all been restored. One could see how much effort teacher Jiang had put in over the last 2 days, coordinating with the school to get everything back in order. I would love to take a break," she said with a soft smile, shaking her head. "I have been in charge of this place part-time for so many years. After such a major incident 2 days ago, if I took time off, who would be here to restore it?" "Oh, I see." Chong Li knew this was unavoidable. Any level of post-disaster reconstruction required someone with experience to lead the way, even if it was just a small library. After asking teacher Jiang if there was anything he could help with, Chong Li headed to the library's storage room. This was the place where teacher Jiang had hidden the students earlier. The lobby outside had been basically restored, but the inside was still a mess. He could even see the spider silk left behind when Lin Mo helped the students retreat. Spider silk detach and gather into a ball. Chong Li reached out his palm and focused on the spider silk clinging to the ceiling and the books. The moment Chong Li issued the command, it was as if all the silk was controlled by a powerful force. Every connection point broke, and they naturally gathered into a small sphere in the air. Chong Li aimed his palm at the ball of silk in the air and slowly closed his fingers. The silk ball began to shrink simultaneously until it became a small, solid snow-white sphere. at which point Chong Li stopped compressing it. He flicked his fingers, and the ball of silk, now less than 2 centimeters in diameter, flew straight into the trash can. Cleaning this place up was the first step. What surprised him was how thin Lin Mo's silk was. Even after gathering all of it from the entire storage room, it was still smaller than a normal marble. After clearing all the silk, Chong Li took a deep breath and focused all his attention on the books scattered all over the floor. Even with his Buddhist sound telekinesis, organizing thousands of books was a massive project. He first had all the books hover in the air, following him like a group of children, and then he placed them back on the shelves one by one according to their categories. Although this method meant he did not have to run back and forth, it was still too slow. Next, he sorted all the books from thinnest to thickest, categorized them by page count, and directed them to fly onto the shelves by themselves. While faster than before, this was still slow, especially since there was no way to refine the classification further after sorting by the thickest and thinnest. After struggling for a while, Chong Li finally came up with a good idea. He would draw the shelf categories into a table to hold in his hand, then turn all the books so their spines, which showed the category, were facing him. A few minutes later, thousands of books were stacked into a giant wall of books 3 or 4 meters high, and Chong Li used his telekinesis on his shoes to lift himself into the air. Starting from the top left of the wall, he checked the category of each book and moved it to its designated spot according to the table in his hand. This method was significantly faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the table, his speed and precision with telekinesis increased. Books flew off like drones from a flight line, precisely and rapidly returning to their original places. After 10 minutes or so, having successfully returned over 1,000 books, Chong Li's control via his Buddhist sound powers began to become increasingly proficient. He was now able to maintain his own flight in the air while moving 3 or 4 books at once. At this point, the whole storage room looked as if an immortal were performing magic, with 40 or 50 books flying through the air at the same time. Having mastered the skill, Chong Li built a makeshift sofa out of cardboard boxes and was flying around in it. In less than half an hour, all the books were organized and returned to their places. The remaining odds and ends were even faster to clear. He did not even need to move his hands, he just thought about it, and the storage room was back to normal. Of course, not wanting to give himself away, Chong Li stayed in the storage room for a while longer before leaving. When he stepped out of the library, the sky had already darkened, and Chong Li, having fallen a bit in love with the feeling of flying, was too lazy to walk. After making sure there were not many people around, he simply used his telekinesis on his shoes to hover and fly just above the ground at a leisurely pace. Following the map provided by the principal, Chong Li spent half an hour carefully patrolling the school before leaving. Of course, he did the whole thing by floating with the help of his Buddha sound technique. If anyone had seen him, they definitely would have mistaken him for a ghost with feet that never touched the ground. After confirming there was nothing unusual inside the school, Chong Li left the campus. But just as he stepped out of the school gate, he saw a figure that left him utterly speechless, Yang Xiu. "Baby, I finally waited for you." As soon as she saw Chong Li, Yang Xiu lunged at him and gave him a tight hug. "Do you know, ever since you had that incident, I have been waiting for you at the school gate every single day. I was so worried about you, boo-hoo." As she spoke, Yang Xiu buried her head into Chong Li's chest. Who knows where she learned her acting skills? She managed to burst into tears in less than 2 seconds, and her hot tears soaked right through Chong Li's shirt. Damn it, facing this sudden bear hug, Chong Li almost rolled his eyes into the back of his head. "What are you doing here again? Waiting for me? Are you that bored?" No matter how melodramatic Yang Xiu's performance was, Chong Li could not muster the slightest bit of interest in her. To guard against her hidden agenda, Chong Li deliberately hunched his back, keeping himself as far away from her softness as possible. "How can you say that?" Hearing Chong Li say this, Yang Xiu looked up at him with a resentful expression and intentionally raised her voice. "You dumped me so heartlessly, and now you will not even let me care about you." Good heavens, what are you saying? Chong Li had not expected Yang Xiu to say that so suddenly and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. But because of their positioning, he was already too late, and Yang Xiu's words were already out. By this time, the foot traffic at the school gate was not as heavy as right after school let out, but there were still quite a few students around. When Yang Xiu first hugged Chong Li, it did not attract much attention, as college students dating was not exactly a rare sight. But after Yang Siyu shouted those words, she immediately drew the attention of almost everyone nearby. Many people stopped in their tracks and looked at the two of them huddled together. Some girls were even looking at Chong Li with a mix of gossip and disgust. People are just like that sometimes. As the saying goes, anyone who passes up a juicy piece of gossip is a fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Chong Li's face turned beet red. Other than when he climbed out of an armed helicopter with a helmet on, when had he ever been put on display like this? He grabbed Yang Siyu by the arm and dragged her away in the opposite direction of the crowd. Only when they reached the next intersection away from the school gate, where there was no one left, did Chong Li let go of her hand and turn to demand an explanation. What exactly do you want? You cheated on me so blatantly before, and now you are acting like a parasite that cannot be shaken off. For someone like Yang Siyu, Chong Li did not want to waste any polite words. He wanted to speak his mind directly. But to his surprise, after hearing his words, Yang Siyu first froze for a moment, then her brow furrowed as she grew angry. What do you mean I cheated on you? Do you have any evidence to talk such nonsense? Do not think that just because you are with the camphor tree now, you can go around slandering people. Let me tell you, if you do not give me a perfect explanation for throwing all my stuff out without a word, I am not going to let this go. And what do you mean by me being a parasite? I went to all the trouble to find you and care about you, and in return, I get bitten by you, accused of being a parasite, right? Even if we take a step back and assume I really went to Liu Ming's house that night, does not that mean you were at fault too? Yang Siyu's words came out like rapid-fire bursts, hitting Chong Li's ears and leaving him completely stunned. It is my fault now. Chong Li stared at Yang Siyu with wide eyes. What the heck, I got cheated on and it is my fault. Seeing that Chong Li was not saying anything, Yang Siyu knew her gaslighting had succeeded, so she continued. You clearly knew I wanted to practice yoga, but you could not get me a private instructor. What is wrong with me asking Liu Ming to help me get one? You cannot just accuse me of cheating on you because I was panting while doing yoga. That is all in your dirty mind. You dumped me just because of your own dirty thoughts. How dare you apologize to me? Yang Siyu was flushed with anger, looking at Chong Li with tears in her eyes. She was brimming with resentment. Anyone who did not know better would truly think she was an innocent college girl dumped by a heartless jerk. What? Chong Li looked into Yang Siyu's eyes in disbelief, his anger rising. In just 2 short minutes, Yang Siyu had twisted the narrative, turning Chong Li, the victim of her cheating, into the perpetrator. But his anger had nowhere to go because Yang Siyu's logic was so airtight that he could not find a foothold to counterattack. It was clear that she had come prepared. Dizzy with anger and unable to retort, Chong Li felt like he had never been so insulted in his life. HMPH, you throw dirt on me and now you will not speak. What are you giving me the silent treatment? Sensing the shift in Chong Li's state of mind, Yang Siyu softened her tone, backing off from her relentless pressure. Apologize to me, I can forgive you and we can still be together. Yang Siyu said as she took Chong Li's hand, relaxing her tone further. I can overlook the fact that you threw all my things out and moved without telling me, but you cannot talk to me like that ever again, understand? Pushing someone to their limit and then softening your attitude to take control, this was Yang Siyu's usual tactic. Chong Li had never realized this before, but now that he had taken off his rose-colored glasses, he could clearly see her true colors. Yet he still could not find a point to argue back. He wanted to push her away in a fit of rage, but it seemed he had no reason to, and if he really laid a hand on her, he would only be confirming her accusation that he was the one with the dirty mind and a sharp tongue. Just as Chong Li was completely bewildered and at a total loss for what to do, a cold yet gentle voice rang out from nearby. Heh, you are quite something, are not you? As a woman, how can you be this shameless? Yang Siyu and Chong Li both froze and turned to look. They saw Yao Jiao standing there with her arms crossed, staring at Yang Siyu with total disdain, not overtly aggressive, but oozing with authority. Who are you? Yang Siyu asked without showing any weakness. Let us go, everyone is waiting for you to eat. Yao Jiao completely ignored Yang Siyu, walked up, pushed her aside without ceremony, and grabbed Chong Li to lead him away. After walking a few steps, she turned her head and looked at Yang Siyu as if she were looking at a pathetic stray dog. I advise you to shut up. If you try to pull any feminist nonsense on me, I would not mind giving you a punch to the face. Yang Xiyu was trembling with rage at Yao Jiao, who had suddenly appeared and ruined her plans. But she did not dare to truly retort, because she knew that look in Yao Jiao's eyes was not a joke. After holding it in for a long time, Yang Xiyu finally blurted out to Chong Li. After slandering me, you are hiding behind your new girlfriend. What kind of man are you? The moment she finished speaking, Yao Jiao suddenly stopped, turned her head slowly, and looked into Yang Xiyu's eyes. She looked like a queen pitying a common street woman. If you say my man is not a man, then what kind of trash are you?
What?
Yao Jiao's words hit Yang Xiyu's face like a heavy slap. Not only was Yang Xiyu stunned, but Chong Li was also taken aback, staring at Yao Jiao in astonishment. Since when did she become so assertive? Yang Xiyu trembled with rage, her fists clenched, wishing she could slap Yao Jiao back right then and there, but she lacked the courage to do so. What, in a rush, want to hit someone? Yao Jiao let go of Chong Li's hand, walked up to Yang Xiyu and stared at her coldly. I will give you a chance. If you have the guts, take a swing at me. If you do not, then get lost. The moment Yao Jiao opened her mouth, the killing intent in her eyes reached its peak. At this moment, Yang Xiyu was no different to her than an ant she could crush at any time. Sequence 2169 Hummingbird, with her aura and killing intent fully unleashed, exerted a level of biological oppression that was absolute for any ordinary person. Yang Xiyu glared at Yao Jiao with malice, but under such a gaze, she did not even dare to let out a peep. Slap! Yao Jiao did not hesitate to raise her hand and slap Yang Xiyu across the face. Wipe that worthless look off your face. If you are not convinced, fight back. If you do not dare, then lower your pathetic head. Your spite cannot threaten me. Having said that, she did not even give Yang Xiyu another glance, as if she did not exist at all. She turned around and took Chong Li's hand. Let us go, honey, let us head home. Chong Li was so stunned by Yao Jiao's coolness that he allowed himself to be led away blankly, like a child. The Yao Jiao in his memory was someone who only knew how to tease him until he turned beet red. She was a completely different person from this queen-like figure standing before him now, defending him with such dominance. After Chong Li and Yao Jiao left, Yang Xiyu stood there in a daze for a long time, having been slapped, before slowly coming to her senses and touching her face. Did I just get slapped by that baddie? This was the greatest insult she had ever suffered in her life, and during the process, she could not even summon the thought to resist. It was as if someone had shoved her head into a chamber pot, forced her to drink it all, and then made her compliment the taste. After a long while, Yang Xiyu stared at the backs of the two leaving, her eyes turning incredibly venomous. She clenched her fists so tightly she almost ground her teeth to pieces. With her looks and figure, where had not she been pampered by men? When had she ever suffered such a direct, humiliating strike? The hatred for Yao Jiao instantly ignited in her heart. For the first time, a desire to kill appeared in her mind. And just as that thought crossed her mind, a voice sounding as if it came from beyond the horizon echoed in her ears. Ding! As the sound appeared, her vision blurred. After a ripple of distortion, a small crystal appeared before her eyes, with a few lines of text written upon it. Name Yang Xiyu. Gender female. Sequence 2038 type and snake. Sequence ability. Your saliva, when triggered by emotional fluctuations, possesses the most potent toxicity on the surface. Milligrams are enough to kill several people. Staring at the crystal panel that had appeared out of thin air, Yang Xiyu was startled at first. Did I awaken an anomaly ability? The next second, her expression changed. The venomous hatred instantly transformed into a crazed delight. Even the heavens are helping me. Hess, look down on me, you all go to hell. With a low growl, Yang Xiyu brought her hand to her mouth, extended her tongue, which now resembled a snake's, and lightly licked her finger. She then broke into a run, her goal clear. Right now, immediately, to kill Yao Jiao and Chong Li who had humiliated her. But just as she turned the corner blocked by the construction fence, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. Do not be in such a rush. Murdering someone in broad daylight like this will get the camphor trees on your tail, and with your current combat strength, you will not survive until tomorrow. Yang Xiyu was stunned, looking angrily at the person who had grabbed her. A young, fresh-faced guy who looked even younger than Chong Li. If he were not dressed so plainly, she would have definitely put him on her fishing list. What business is it of yours? Yang Xiu said viciously. The sequence ability written on the panel gave her immense confidence. She even thought of twisting her wrist to poison this meddlesome boy right now. Hello there, I am Sequence 3001. Just call me White-tailed Deer, the youth said with a soft smile while looking into her eyes. He then quickly pinched Yang Xiu's wrist with his thumb and forefinger. Do not think about killing me, Hess. Although I do not know what your ability is yet, your moves are just too obvious. If you rush in so foolishly, you will be killed by that woman at his side before you even touch Chong Li. White-tailed Deer glanced dismissively at Yang Xiu's fingertips and guessed the gist of it in just half a second. Just awakened, poison-type sequence. Interesting, heh. Why are you speaking up for them? What exactly are you trying to say? Yang Xiu looked at White-tailed Deer with malice, showing no courtesy at all. Her desire to kill Yao Jiao and Chong Li had clouded her judgment. She had not listened to a word White-tailed Deer had said. I am not speaking up for them. White-tailed Deer exerted more pressure on her wrist. I am saving you. A slight soreness spread from her wrist, helping Yang Xiu's mind clear up a little. You cannot even break free from my simplest restraint, so what makes you think you can kill Chong Li and that woman? White-tailed Deer glanced at Yang Xiu with contempt and continued. That woman's strength is far above mine, let alone you. Even if the entire H05 District Reserve Squad went after her, it would be hard to take her down. I have said all this, are you still going to go? You know her. Yang Xiu's emotions calmed slightly as she asked, looking at White-tailed Deer with caution. Of course I know her, but logically speaking, she should be dead. Seeing her here is quite unexpected. White-tailed Deer said as he turned his head to look in the direction where Chong Li and Yao Jiao had left. But what is even more unexpected is, she is actually with the one who killed her and calling him Hunaitu. Heh, interesting, way too interesting. Tell me, how did he, a 1998 honey badger, manage to pull that off?
What?
With that, White-tailed Deer ignored Yang Xiu and picked up his phone. Termite, you will not believe who I just saw. Who? Termite's voice on the other end of the line sounded lazy and indifferent. Hummingbird, our little hummingbird who was supposed to be dead, and she is wearing a leaf shield medal. Who? Hearing this, Termite, who had been lounging comfortably in a wicker chair fanning himself, suddenly bolted upright. Hummingbird wearing the leaf shield. You must be mistaken, damn it. Termite's sudden movement startled everyone nearby who was eating skewers. But he did not care at all about the customers' reactions. His mouth was wide open in shock, and the rhythm of his fanning became visibly frantic. When Hummingbird was killed in action, he had not been anxious, calmly dispatching another assassin instead. When Polar Bear was killed, he had not been anxious either, but rather shifted tactics and sent White-tailed Deer to probe Chong Li's capabilities. But hearing that Hummingbird was wearing a leaf shield medal, his face revealed an unprecedented level of astonishment. I White-tailed Deer, I'm never mistaken about anything, White-tailed Deer continued. And you heard me right, Hummingbird, the top assassin of our camphor nest, is wearing a leaf shield medal and just walked right in front of me. White-tailed Deer's confirmation caused Termite's eyes to glaze over, and his hand holding the phone slowly dropped to his side. Termite knew better than anyone how loyal Hummingbird was to the organization.
Whoosh!
With a wave of his hand, a thin, transparent crystal appeared before him. Name Zhulin. Gender male. Sequence 2138 Termite. Sequence ability. When faith is firm, he can trigger nest resonance, inducing a sense of pseudo-belonging in others. Hummingbird was the first person in the camphor nest on whom he had used his nest resonance. Her inner sense of belonging to the organization was no different from a genuine one. It was as powerful as a mental imprint. But for a hummingbird like that to not only survive her mission but betray him, and wear the medal representing the camphor tree. How was this any different from watching a child you raised with your own sweat and blood stab you in the back without warning? Follow them, find out exactly what happened. Termite put the phone back to his ear, his voice sounding somewhat hysterical now. But just then, a customer suddenly spat out the meat in his mouth and stood up with a frown. Hey boss, why are these skewers so damn salty? Yeah, why are they so salty? Right after that customer, over a dozen people nearby spat out their meat almost simultaneously, looking at Termite with disgust. Shut up, eat. Termite did not even turn his head. As he said those words, he opened his mouth and made his tonsils vibrate rapidly. The next second, an invisible sound wave emanated from his throat, covering every customer present. It is better salty, better salty. It is barbecue, it is only good if it is salty. Yeah, salty is the way to go. Boss, I will take 2 bottles of soy milk. As the sound waves passed, all the customers at the stand returned to normal and started praising the boss is cooking again. Got it? White-tailed deer chuckled on the other end of the line. I will follow them. One more thing, I have found a new friend. I will bring them to meet you later. Having said that, white-tailed deer hung up the phone, watching with interest as Chong Li and Yao Jiao disappeared from his sight. Who are you calling? Yang Xiu asked from the side. Where are you taking me? She had heard everything white-tailed deer said on the phone, and of course, she understood that she was the new friend mentioned. He, someone who can help you kill people. White-tailed deer did not explain further, gave a light chuckle, and walked in the direction of Chong Li and the others. You, wait a second. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Xiu followed him. Thanks, Chong Li managed to stammer a thank you to Yao Jiao several minutes after leaving Yang Xiu. Her cool, imposing aura, like a queen descended from heaven, was still lingering in his mind, which is why he had not dared to speak for so long. He was afraid that Yao Jiao's anger had not subsided and that she might take it out on him. But unexpectedly, upon hearing his thanks, the once domineering Yao Jiao suddenly turned her head away in embarrassment. I was just talking nonsense, do not take it seriously. Her tone no longer carried the intimidation or confidence she had used to deter Yang Xiu. Instead, she sounded like a little girl who had just fallen in love for the first time. As if she had confessed to her secret crush and then immediately regretted it, feeling like she was not good enough for him. What, just talking nonsense? Seeing Yao Jiao suddenly become so shy, Chong Li blushed as well. I mean, calling you hubby, that was just nonsense. Yao Jiao seemed to have used all her strength just to shout that out, her face now red like a ripe apple. I know, of course it was just nonsense. Chong Li, affected by the mood, felt his own face burning up to the tips of his ears. But for some reason, seeing Yao Jiao so shy, there was a tiny bit of joy in his heart. After that, Yao Jiao did not say another word, keeping her head lowered with a blushing face, and silently followed Chong Li onto the bus that went straight to the Broken Spine team's base. While they ate in the training hall, Yao Jiao remained flushed with embarrassment, while Chong Li put on an act of feigned nonchalance, like a naive young man. Everyone was curious about them, and even Liu Lei, who usually stopped people from gossiping, kept staring at the two with curiosity. Had these two just done something they were not supposed to outside? Oh number, please do not make a baby for the base. Did that kid Chong Li even use protection? No, I have to check Jiao's pulse later tonight. After the meal, Chong Li made a big show of insisting that Shi Yue and Shen Zhao spar with him, while frantically signaling Liu Li to take Yao Jiao away. The others all went their separate ways. Wow, patrolling the community every day is so exhausting. Lin Mo stretched her 8 arms, walked out of the base entrance, and prepared to take a walk to settle her dinner. But in the shadows far away, where she could not see, 2 pairs of eyes, one male and one female, were staring intently at her. Is that the funnel web spider from the Broken Spine team? Yang Xiu asked. Yeah, white-tailed deer did not look back. His gaze was fixed on Lin Mo as if he were glued to her. Have not you seen her before? Why keep staring? Are not there plenty of her photos and videos on the forum? Yang Xiu asked with confusion, seeing the strange look in white-tailed deer's eyes. I have. White-tailed deer nodded. But do not you think, for a monster like her, with 8 arms, just staring at her is the cruelest thing you can do. White-tailed deer's words completely choked Yang Xiu. Even she felt that what he said was just a bit too inhumane. What did we come here for? She asked, looking at white-tailed deer. To kill everyone inside here, one by one, of course, white-tailed deer said, pointing at the massive Broken Spine squad base. What? Hearing his words, Yang Xiu could not help but gasp in shock. Kill the entire Broken Spine squad? How is that possible? Although she had awakened her sequential ability, her mindset was still that of an ordinary person, and she felt a natural toward ability user squads. How is it not possible? The ultimate goal of our camphor nest moth is for everyone in camphor tree to die. As white-tailed deer spoke, a malevolence that did not belong to someone his age radiated from his eyes. Seeing those eyes, Yang Xiu suddenly felt a chill. Her goal was just to kill Yao Jiao and Chong Li, who had humiliated her. She had never thought about making a move against the entire camphor tree. I think I will pass. I am leaving now. After considering it for a moment, Yang Xiyu felt like she had been tricked into joining a terrorist organization and made a move to leave. Go ahead, white-tailed deer showed no surprise or attempt to stop her, merely offering a faint smile. You are free to leave, and I will not chase you, but I cannot guarantee whether you will live to see tomorrow. Yang Xiyu's footsteps stopped immediately. It was not that she changed her mind, but she sensed that pair of incredibly malicious eyes behind her, and her legs refused to obey her. She was 100% certain that she would never be able to leave, not today, nor in the future. If you are not leaving, then come over and do me a favor. White-tailed deer was still smiling lightly, his voice sounding harmless, not at all like someone who had just threatened a person. What favor? Yang Guanghao turned around mechanically, looking with some fear at this boy, who seemed like a demon even before doing anything. Use your mouth to gently puff onto this, white-tailed deer said, casually plucking a leaf from the nearby shrub and handing it to Yang Xiyu. On this, Yang Xiyu clearly did not understand his meaning and mechanically took the leaf. If I am not mistaken, your saliva is highly toxic, right? So you do not need much, just a gentle puff so that a tiny bit of spray gets on it. White-tailed deer said, turning his head to look at Yang Xiyu standing behind him. A gentle breeze blew, and Yang Xiyu smelled a faint scent of laundry detergent on white-tailed deer. Even before he confirmed that Yang Xiyu's saliva was toxic, he had stood upwind from the very beginning to avoid any contact with her spray, leaving her no chance to work against him. White-tailed deer, one of the most vigilant animals in nature, even a blade of grass moving in the wind would trigger its extreme alertness. Puff, placing the leaf by her mouth, Yang Tianjin followed white-tailed deer's instructions and blew on it gently. She did not even know if such a light puff could get her saliva onto the leaf. Very good. After Yang Xiyu's gentle puff, white-tailed deer turned his head again to look at Lin Mo, who was slowly approaching. After confirming the wind direction and distance, he had Yang Xiyu hold the leaf high above her head. 3, 2, 1, let go. The leaf drifted away from Yang Xiyu's fingertips with the wind, swaying in the air as it floated toward Lin Mo. Its trajectory through the air was almost exactly as white-tailed deer had planned. This photo is not good, it is too blurry. At this moment, Lin Mo still had not noticed the two people hiding in the shadows, busy scrolling through photos of herself uploaded by students on the forum. Although her appearance was relatively strange among ability users, her small and cute figure made her unexpectedly popular among students and young people. Plop, a small leaf drifted silently onto her head, slowly sliding down her hair, and during this process, the surface of the leaf made momentary contact with her skin. Then it was blown away by the wind again. Throughout the entire process, Lin Mo did not notice the existence of this leaf. Carelessly brushing her hair aside, Lin Mo continued to walk forward. But after walking less than 100 meters, an intense wave of drowsiness washed over her. What is going on? Lin Mo shook her dizzy head, and in the next second, she felt as if the entire world before her was spinning. Thump! Before she could even figure out what was happening, she had already fallen to the ground. The poison acted extremely fast. Simply by having the leaf containing Yang Xiyu's saliva brush against her skin, Lin Mo was left completely paralyzed and unable to rise. Done, let us go, give me a hand. Seeing Lin Mo paralyzed and collapsed, white-tailed deer wore a satisfied smile and beckoned to Yang Xiyu. Oh right, put on your mask. Before turning to walk toward Lin Mo, white-tailed deer took out a mask that looked unused and tossed it to Yang Xiyu. If you do not want to leave a trail of corpses wherever you go and be immediately hunted by camphor tree and the military, then put it on and be good. Captain Little Mo, she went out and has not come back yet. When Juan knocked on Li Ling's room door in a panic. What is going on? Li Ling walked out of the room in his pajamas, looking like he was just about to go to sleep. Speak slowly. Little Mo told me she was going for a walk after dinner. Wen Yuan's face was filled with worry. When it had been 2 hours, I thought she was just craving snacks again, but now, it has been 5 hours, and she is not picking up her phone. As she spoke, tears were already welling up in Wen Yuan's eyes. She had not been that worried at first, but seeing Li Ling's increasingly serious expression, a bad premonition arose in her heart, and she could not control her emotions. It is all right, do not panic. Little Mo has been in the reserve squad for over 2 years, so even by herself, nothing too major should happen, Li Ling comforted Wen Yuan. Although he said that, he actually had no idea either. A mysterious person of unknown identity who had appeared on campus with an anomalous creature was lured away by Chong Li and finally died under a military missile, flashed through his mind. If she had encountered an anomalous creature hiding in the city, a mobile squad member like Lin most certainly would not be in any serious danger. But if it were those mysterious people... Wake everyone up, we are going out to look. Li Ling did not even have time to change out of his pajamas, shouted to Wen Yuan, and rushed toward the stairs. But he had not taken many steps when a small figure with 8 arms slowly walked up from the stairs. Huh, Captain, Sister Annan, why are not you guys asleep so late?
What?
Zio Mo, where have you been running off to? Wen Yuan's brows furrowed the moment she saw Lin Mo. The worry and fear that had been on her face moments ago instantly turned into anger. Did not you say you were going for a walk? You have been gone for so long, and you did not even call to let me know. As she spoke, Wen Yuan had already reached Lin Mo, reached out, and grabbed her by the ear. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? No going out tomorrow or the day after, do you hear me? Her fierce expression was just like an older sister, worried about her little sister. Ow, 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 Sister Annan, take it easy. I was wrong. Lin Mo winced in pain as her ear was tugged. Tell me, where did you go? Wen Yuan did not loosen her grip at all. Instead, she pulled harder, and the base of Lin Mo's ear turned red. Ah, okay, I went to the north side of the city to eat some really delicious barbecue. Sister Annan, please let go first. Because of the pain, Lin Mo's 8 arms kept waving around in the air, looking quite comical. HMPH, I will not let you off the hook if you do this again. When Yuan let go of Lin Mo's ear, it was clear she was truly furious. Oh, Sister Annan, do not be mad anymore. Why do not you come with me next time? That place is really delicious. It is just a tiny bit salty, hehe. Lin Mo said fawningly, while pulling Wen Yuan toward their room. Not eating, I am on a diet. Come on, Sister Annan is the best, just come with me. No. Sigh, young girls, Li Ling watched them leave and sighed softly. As long as they are fine, time to get some sleep. After a yawn, he turned and headed back to his own room. Barbecues, Hess, it has really been a long time. I should ask Lin Mo about it sometime and go grab a bite. Early the next morning, the entire Broken Spine squad, including Chong Li and Yao Jiao, arrived at the base canteen with sleepy eyes. Aside from eating the food Liu Li made at the training ground, they also frequently ate at the canteen with the research staff. Oh my Mo, what is wrong with you? Why are your dark circles so huge? Liu Li was startled the moment she saw Lin Mo's face walking into the canteen. Did you stay up all night playing games? The dark circles around Lin Mo's eyes were alarmingly large, and her face was deathly pale. She did not look like someone who had just stayed up late. She looked like a walking zombie from a period drama. Lin Mo let out a massive yawn, squinting her eyes as she put stir-fried pumpkin vines onto her tray. I did not, Auntie Liu. I was not playing games. I went to eat barbecue last night. The moment Lin Mo mentioned the word barbecue, her expression changed, as if she had suddenly been jolted with adrenaline, and she became instantly energized. Barbecue, that is right, Auntie Liu. Will you go to that barbecue place with me next time? It is really so good. As Lin Mo spoke, her hand holding the tray trembled. Just the thought of how delicious the food was made her brain flood with dopamine. Me, go eat barbecue with you. Although the members of their team had a great relationship, due to the age gap, Lin Mo and Wen Yuan never invited Liu Li to participate in activities meant for young people. Just like Shen Zio and Jiang Qi never asked Li Ling to join them for gaming sessions. This kid, she must still be half asleep, thought Liu Lei. What are you talking about? Just then, Shi Yue walked over carrying his tray. Oh my god, Zio Mo, what happened to you? Did you go out and steal chickens? Brother Stone, I found a super delicious barbecue place last night. Will you come with me next time? Seeing Shi Yue had arrived, Lin Mo's enthusiasm for recommending the place grew even more, and she even put down her tray. She kept telling them both how tasty the barbecue was, and how they absolutely had to accompany her next time. Shi Yue, who had been invited, looked at Liu Lei, baffled, only to find she shared the same expression. Shi Yue also felt Lin Mo was acting strange today. Asking Liu Li was one thing, but asking an old guy like him to go eat barbecue, and it was not even a group outing. Brother Chong Li, I found a really delicious barbecue place last night. Throughout breakfast, Lin Mo tried to sell everyone she met on that barbecue place, until Wen Yuan grabbed her by the ear again and dragged her away, and the canteen finally quieted down. That place, Shi Yue looked at everyone sitting around the table, his expression serious. Do not tell me they are adding something into the meat. The kid is acting like she is addicted. I think so too, and the amount they are adding seems pretty high. No way who would dare to grow that kind of stuff these days. Jiang Zia, who had been silent, joined the discussion. And just as everyone was debating whether or not that shop was adding that stuff, Yao Jiaojio, sitting to the side, frowned. Before being hired as a temporary coach by Li Ling, she was a food delivery driver, and she had visited the North City's snack street more than 100 times. She had never even heard of a barbecue place that good. After breakfast, the Broken Spine Squad, having rested for several days, received a new mission. This mission did not come from the military, but was a request from the Community Neighborhood Committee. A minor online celebrity's home had been robbed. Everything stolen was food, and the house had been tossed in a mess. He suspected an abnormal biological creature had snuck into his home and had been too scared to go back to stream for several days. Because this mission was relatively simple, it did not require the entire team. So after some consideration, Li Ling only sent Shen Zio, who had search capabilities, and Jiang Qi, who had long-range sniping abilities. They formed a standard pest control team to head to the victim's house. Regardless of whether there were abnormal creatures or not, they were going to clear out the thieves. Everyone else, except for Chong Li and Yao Jiaojio, remained at the base to await orders. Because of what happened to Yang Xiu yesterday, Yao Jiaojio felt uneasy about Chong Li going to class alone, so she insisted on coming along. Chong Li could not refuse, so he just had to endure the awkwardness and let her follow behind. They had not walked far from the base when Yao Jiaojio suddenly tugged on Chong Li's sleeve. Chong Li, do you think? Chong Li was stunned for a moment, then instinctively jumped away. Seeing Yao Jiaojio's serious expression and confirming she was not about to blow into his ear again, he relaxed his awkward posture and said, "What is it? Do you think there is something wrong with Zio Mo?" Yao Jiaojio said this with a very serious expression. What is wrong with her? Is not she just a bit of a glutton? Chong Li thought about it and did not see anything wrong, but seeing Yao Jiaojio's look, he knew she was not joking. Numbers, they are on the same team, and since they are always together, it is normal not to notice a problem, but Yao Jiaojio paused here. Do you remember how much Zio Mo hates it when others see her 8 arms? It is fine during daily patrols since she wears a helmet and people cannot see her face, so she does not care as much, but someone as insecure as her, would she take the initiative to go to a crowded night market in the middle of the night to eat barbecue?
What?
Upon hearing Yao Jiaojio's words, Zhang Li's expression began to grow increasingly solemn. She was right, Shen Zio had already told Zhang Li about Lin Mo's deep-seated inferiority complex the very first day they met. Because they were close friends, everyone had long ignored this fact, naturally seeing Lin Mo as nothing more than a cheerful and cute little girl. But just as Yao Jiaojio pointed out, everyone had overlooked one thing. When Lin Mo was not with her teammates, she was still a deeply insecure girl. Then what do you think is going on? Zhang Li asked, frowning. I do not know, but I keep feeling, Yao Jiaojio said, shaking her head in thought, that I have seen Lin Mo like this somewhere before, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. Yao Jiaojio walked forward while lost in thought, and Zhang Li stayed by her side, waiting for her to recall something more. Forget it, I cannot remember. Maybe it was just my imagination, Yao Jiaojio said with a shake of her head after a moment. The moment their eyes met, a faint blush flashed across Yao Jiaojio's face. Why are you staring at me with such an expectant look? After blushing, she immediately turned around and ran back toward the base. It is not like I really want to go to school with you. I was just chatting about this matter with you. She left Zhang Li standing there, completely bewildered. What is wrong with her now? I did not even say anything. After a brief moment of confusion, watching Yao Jiaojio's retreating figure, Zhang Li actually started to get excited. Because with no one following him, he could finally live out his martial arts hero dream. Think about it, what boy has not imagined himself soaring through the sky, now that he had the power of flight and no one was watching? Fly, that brief float in school yesterday was not nearly enough. No sooner said than done. Chong Li pulled the leaf shield emblem and his combat helmet from his pockets, clipping one to his chest and pulling the other over his head. Clang! With a sound of sliding metal, the combat helmet, which fit as if custom-made, covered Chong Li's entire head. Here goes nothing. As he activated the Buddha tone in his heart, a powerful force immediately took hold of his shoes and his entire suit.
Whoosh.
As the force grew stronger, Chong Li's body slowly lifted off the ground. Wow, this feeling! Chong Li was thrilled as he watched the ground move further away. This was his first time truly flying. Compared to the floating he did yesterday, this was like a bird taking to the sky. As the force intensified, Chong Li was already hovering 10 meters in the air. As he climbed higher, the air currents picked up, and parts of his clothes began to snap loudly in the wind. Once he reached a certain altitude, Chong Li tried to lie flat in the air, shifting his entire weight onto the clothing supported by the Buddha tone. He applied more power.
Whoosh.
A powerful thrust surged from beneath his feet, launching him like a missile, pushing him straight forward. But this straight flight only lasted a few seconds before the massive air resistance caused him to wobble in the sky. It was just like sticking your hand out of a car window on the highway. Except for that one perfect balance point, any slight shift in finger movement or wind direction would throw off the sense of balance in his palms. The second Chong Li felt that shift, he lost his balance as if stepping on an invisible banana peel, plummeting straight toward the apartment building below.
2 seconds later.
Woo-ho! A short, startled cry was immediately followed by a series of joyful, childlike laughs echoing between the buildings. Then Chong Li's figure shot out from between them. I am a genius, ha ha ha. If there were a speed gun on him now, it would show his rate of ascent had already exceeded 160 kilometers per hour. As his altitude rose rapidly, his field of vision opened wide. The familiar streets he had walked countless times quickly turned into an unfamiliar, miniature model he had never seen before. Dark gray tiled roofs, snowy white rooftop terraces, laundry hung out to dry, and cars and crowds shrinking into specks. A sense of control over everything from above, mixed with the slight dizziness of his first real flight, made Chong Li's adrenaline surge. Higher, even higher. With the twin support of the Buddha tone and adrenaline, Chong Li became more and more excited, constantly ramping up the lift at his feet. The combat helmet blocked the high-speed air, masking the true sense of how high he was. Before he even realized it, he had charged headfirst into the clouds. Surrounded by a vast whiteness, facing the fog on his V-shaped visor and the ice crystals wrapping around him, Chong Li continued to climb. The sunlight piercing into the fluffy clouds flickered, growing bright and dim due to the varying thickness of the clouds.
10 seconds later.
Whoosh! Chong Li broke through the mist and emerged above the cloud layer. The sun was blinding overhead, and an ocean of clouds churned beneath his feet. It was a magnificent world Chong Li had never seen. My God! Looking at the scene before him, Chong Li let out a generic exclamation of awe. It was not that he lacked the vocabulary, he had simply lost all self-control. When seeing a sight beyond one's imagination for the first time, 99.99% of people, excluding the great poets, would respond with a simple "my God." Looking into the distance, Chong Li saw something that made him say "my God" once again. The anomaly defense wall. At the edge of the distant horizon, a towering wall that had pierced the clouds and reached a level almost parallel to his own height came into view. For as long as he could remember, even on the internet, he had only ever seen the side of the defense wall. This was his first time seeing the top. Everything left of humanity was on this side of the wall, while the other side was the former world. A world devastated and destroyed by anomalous creatures. Before the Crystal Palace appeared, Chong Li had imagined countless times what it would be like to go to the other side of the wall and see the old world. But now, when he truly saw the top of the wall and had the ability to cross over, he found he no longer had the courage. Spanning the entire horizon and built along the country's border, the wall suddenly revealed a sense of sacredness Chong Li had never felt before. What kind of terrifying existence was this structure, which far exceeded human scale, built to keep out? Standing before the last remaining sparks of human civilization, what kind of hell lay behind this majestic barrier? For the first time, a sense of deep bewilderment filled Chong Li's heart. Chong Li really wanted to fly over and take a look, just to see what it was like on the other side. But even with 9 backing him up now, he could not muster the courage to do it. It was not fear of the anomalous creatures out there, but a deep reverence in his heart for the human civilization that had already been destroyed. He still did not dare to face that cruel reality. With that thought, Chong Li lost the mood to continue watching the sea of clouds. He released the lifting force under his feet and began to freefall, plummeting rapidly into the cloud layer. A moment later, the outline of the city appeared before him again. And just then, a brutal, piercing cry suddenly rang out from behind him to the left. The moment the cry sounded, Chong Li felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. It felt as if he had been locked onto by a massive, ancient beast. Chong Li instinctively turned to look, and high in the sky, about 2 or 3 kilometers away, a giant bird-like creature was diving toward him. And the direction it was flying from was undoubtedly the anomalous defensive wall he had just seen.
This is.
The moment he saw the giant shadow, some unpleasant memories surfaced in Chong Li's mind. Wings that blocked out the sky, the foul stench of blood mist, the excruciating pain of his body being etched by acid. These were the last memories he had as an ordinary human before he obtained the Crystal Palace. Damn it, did another one get in? Chong Li stared fixedly at the giant shadow flying toward him. Should not there be massive defensive weapons on the defensive wall? How did they manage to fly over it? Chong Li immediately adjusted his posture, applied the control power of the Buddha sound to his clothes and shoes, and flew straight toward the giant bird. He had to intercept and kill it in the air. He could not let it reach the city below. The tragedy that happened to him must never be repeated.
Scry.
As the distance closed, the giant bird's cry became even louder. Chong Li was almost certain that this cry was one of its attack methods.
But to his surprise,
just as he closed in to within less than a kilometer, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared on his visor. Biological image captured, scanning sequence. Search result 9991, sharp-tailed swallow. Oh, it has this feature too. The text that appeared suddenly gave Chong Li a small surprise. When he faced an anomalous creature while wearing the helmet before, he had fought with his eyes closed, so he had not experienced this function. But while surprised, Chong Li's expression also turned serious. The giant bird that had almost killed him before, he later checked, was 15,649, the fierce bird. And this one in front of him, though it looked similar to the fierce bird, had a sequence number far higher. Furthermore, other than its sequence, Chong Li knew nothing else about it. With my current flight proficiency, can I take it down? A flicker of self-doubt emerged in Zhu's mind. But the distance between him and the sharp-tailed swallow no longer allowed for self-doubt. His flying speed was nowhere near the swallow's. If he did not kill it instantly upon impact, it would be difficult to catch it again. News stories from before the apocalypse about airplanes crashing after colliding with birds flashed through his mind. There was only one way. Chong Li prepared to emulate the bird and use his own Vajra body to ram into the sharp-tailed swallow and kill it. Ah, Chong Li roared, pushing the propulsion of the Buddha sound to its limit, and then, out of care, he reached up to take off his helmet and gripped it tightly in his hand. With 27% Vajra body strength, ramming a 9991 sequence anomalous creature was a guaranteed win in terms of raw durability. The 1 kilometer gap closed to less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With the collision imminent, Chong Li closed his eyes, feeling somewhat disgusted. He had already imagined what he would look like after shattering the creature. He would surely be covered in blood and a complete mess. But the collision he imagined never happened. The moment he closed his eyes, he only felt a strong gust of wind blow past his side, then his body tilted, and he almost lost his balance again. After steadying himself, Chong Li hurriedly turned to look. But strangely, the sharp-tailed swallow had vanished. There was nothing obstructing his view in the entire sky, yet the swallow was gone. No matter how hard he looked, he could not find a single trace. A giant aerial beast with a wingspan of tens of meters, which could be clearly seen from kilometers away, had just completely disappeared. That his ramming attempt would be dodged was something Chong Li could have guessed, as it was normal for his flight capability to be inferior to the creature's. But for such a large beast to disappear without a trace in an instant, how could that be possible? Could it have dived into the city at super high speed? Chong Li became tense instantly, increased the power under his feet, and rushed downward. 3 kilometers away, at an altitude of 2,000 meters. A cute young girl holding a show-quality ragdoll cat stood steadily in midair. While habitually stroking the cat in her arms, she stared blankly at Chong Li, who was diving toward the city. Did he just try to ram the bird to death? After a blank look, the girl's expression suddenly became extremely colorful, as if she had just watched a grand show beyond her imagination. A line-tier ability user, fine, he can fly, but he actually tried to use his bare body to ram a body-tier sharp-tailed swallow to death. Did I see that right? Where did he get the courage? Hiss. Wait, he can fly. How is he flying? A line-tier who can fly, am I dreaming? Could it be the mushrooms from yesterday were not cooked through? No, they were boiled down, they must have been done. The girl seemed to be in a trance, hovering in the air while constantly talking to herself. For 2 whole minutes, she chatted away with herself, becoming more and more excited about everything from Chong Li to what she should eat for dinner.
Beep, beep, beep.
Just as she had talked herself into a happy mood, a sharp ringtone interrupted her. The girl reached out and tapped her earpiece to answer the call. What is up, Sister Yun? What are you doing? You have not arrived after so long. Everyone is waiting for you to start the meeting. A cold female voice came from the other side of the phone. Oh right, meeting. The cold voice snapped her out of her dream, and the girl seemed to just remember she had a meeting to attend. I am coming right now, right now. Oh, by the way, Sister Yun, you would not believe what I just saw. Let me tell you, on my way here, I ran into a sharp-tailed swallow that crossed the wall. Wow, it was huge, seriously huge, let me tell you. Before she could finish, the girl began talking to herself again. Stop, stop, stop. Just record what you saw on your crystal. Can you please come to the meeting now? The cold female voice knew well the girl's habit of talking to herself and interrupted her in time. Oh right, meeting. Sister Yun, wait for me a little longer. I will be there in a sec. The girl hung up the phone upon hearing this. The girl took a step forward, and the space around her seemed to be forcibly distorted by some force. A second later, her figure vanished from the sky. There was no human figure to be seen for 100 kilometers around. Record. After taking a few casual steps, the girl brought up the crystal in her mind.
Name Dukeka.
Gender female.
Sequence 79 silence.
Sequence category, memory sequence. Sequence development level, empty tier. Recorded information, mushrooms are delicious. Wait, no, there was a line-tier boy who looked quite handsome. After putting his combat helmet back on and diving all the way from several kilometers in the air to the ground, Chong Li's expression turned even more solemn. Throughout the entire dive, from the high altitude down to the space between the city's skyscrapers, he had not caught a single glimpse of that giant beast. It was as if it had truly vanished into thin air. Wow, look, a powered individual. You guys look, a powered individual is on a mission. No way, powered individual. Look here, look this way. Look at his helmet. It is Honey Badger, the one who took a missile head-on while fighting that abnormal creature last time. Chong Li landed right in the main plaza of the largest CBD in District H05. Even though the foot traffic was not as heavy as it would be at night, hundreds of people still saw him dropping from the sky. Damn it, where on earth did it go? Chong Li's focus was not on the surrounding crowd. He kept his head tilted up, searching the sky. But he still found nothing. Military, can any military personnel hear me? This is temporary member of the Broken Spine Squad, 1998 Honey Badger. Is anyone there? Anxious and desperate, Chong Li activated the helmet's communication function and shouted directly into the military channel. If that giant beast had really entered the city, it was already too late to contact Captain Li Ling. The only way was to contact the military and have them evacuate the civilians immediately. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? The cheering from the surrounding crowd grew louder and louder, forcing Chong Li to scream at the top of his lungs into the channel. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no response in the channel. Could it be that communication with the military channel only opens when a containment mission begins? At this point, cold sweat was already trickling down Chong Li's back. If that was the case, then things were in big trouble. Honey Badger, look here, look over here. Can we take a picture with you? Just one. Honey Badger. Seeing that Chong Li had no intention of leaving, the surrounding crowd began to close in until he was completely hemmed in. The noise was making it impossible for him to think straight. Picture my foot, why are not you running away yet? Just as Chong Li was getting so anxious, he was about to lose his temper and snap at the crowd. The same flash of insight he had felt when he tried to control the insects reappeared in his mind. The balance of good and evil shifted, instantly suppressing his escalating agitation. That is right, the reaction of these people does not look at all like they have just seen a giant beast attacking from the sky. Chong Li's state of mind was instantly calmed, and he looked up at the crowd around him. Indeed, emergency evacuation during an abnormal creature attack is an instinct etched into everyone's DNA from birth. If they had truly seen a giant beast in the sky, even for just a second, there is no way they would still be this calm, gawking at him. That means it was not that I lost track of the tailed swallow, but that it really did just vanish into thin air. Since that was the case, Chong Li stopped agonizing over it. One possibility for this situation is that the military detected it early and used some powerful weapon to wipe it out instantly. Another possibility is that a high-tier human hunting squad member happened to pass by and took care of it with a casual wave of their hand. However, Chong Li leaned toward the former. After all, top-tier human fighters were so rare that there was not even any information about them on the forums. Just like the saying that sequences 9 and above only exist in legends, no one has ever seen them, they are only potentially real. After letting go of that anxiety, he was faced with a greater one. The crowd around him was getting bigger, and he was going to be late for class. If he did not take off the helmet, the crowd would just keep growing. If he did take it off, forget about it, he would not be able to escape today. Just as Chong Li was wondering whether he should just give up and fly away, Li Ling's voice sounded in his helmet. "Chong Li, can you hear me, Chong Li?" Li Ling's voice sounded urgent, as if something had happened. "I am here, Captain, what is wrong?" Chong Li answered hurriedly. "Good, you have already got your helmet on, so do your best to contain them." Hearing Chong Li's reply, Li Ling's voice sounded visibly relieved. "Huh? Contain what?" Li Ling's words left Chong Li confused. Did that giant bird really appear in the city, but just not here? You have already got your helmet on and entered combat mode, and you are still asking me what to contain. Obviously, the small, abnormal creatures popping up everywhere. It is not just at Shenzhou and Jiangqi's locations. Traces of abnormal creatures have appeared all over the city, and they have even shown up at your school. Wait a minute, does that mean you are not at school? Then why are you wearing your helmet? Li Ling stopped halfway through, suddenly realizing something was wrong, and changed the subject. I am at school, Chong Li stammered in explanation. If he told the truth that he flew to the sky to show off, bumped into a giant beast, failed to track it, and ended up stuck in a crowd, Li Ling would most likely think he was having a nervous breakdown and talking nonsense. I am at school, it is just that. I did not realize it was an abnormal creature attack. I thought it was just... Enough, get to containment. Report back when you are done. Li Ling cut off Chong Li's feeble excuse and hung up the comms immediately. Chong Li let out a long breath. At least now, he had a legitimate reason to leave. After explaining a few words to the crowd, Chong Li tapped his feet on the ground, applied the Buddha sound to his soles, and took off into the air in a standard superhero takeoff pose. Daily showing off, too. After flying to the roof of a high-rise building at school and looking down at the peaceful campus filled with chirping birds and flowers, Chong Li felt a bit dazed. Did I fall into the mimicry environment of the mimic octopus again? Where are the traces of abnormal creatures? Where are they? He wanted to call Li Ling back to ask, but he was too embarrassed to expose himself, especially since he had already boasted that he was already on containment duty. Since the captain said so, the situation could not be that simple. It was highly likely that the military's radar had detected some tiny traces in secluded areas, and they had not evacuated the teachers and students yet to avoid panic. Thinking of this, Chong Li jumped off the teaching building and began searching the forgotten corners of the school, following the terrain map the principal had given him. Sure enough, it did not take long for him to discover something strange on the ground next to the cafeteria's sewage pipes. Dozens of trails of slime that appeared from the grassy area by the river and vanished at the pipe opening after stretching for over 10 meters. They looked like tracks left behind by a giant snail. Are they targeting the cafeteria? Chong Li looked toward the cafeteria, following the direction of the pipes. It was breakfast time, and countless students were rushing toward the cafeteria on the main road in the distance, hoping to grab the freshest steamed buns. Oh no, Chong Li immediately realized the gravity of the situation and rushed toward the cafeteria at full speed. Old Liu, hurry up and wash all the dishes clean. The kids are already here, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron said impatiently in the cafeteria kitchen. Yeah, I know, the middle-aged man called Old Liu, clutching a large stack of plates and bowls he had taken from the cupboard, carefully placed them into the sink. Although the cafeteria does not offer a wide variety of meals to the students and staff, the requirements for hygiene are extremely strict. Even though all the dishes were washed clean before clocking out yesterday, they still need to be scrubbed again before being put to use today. What a hassle! Why is there a need to scrub them every single day? Is not it fine as long as they are clean? After putting the dishes into the sink and turning on the faucet, Old Liu rolled his eyes at the woman's back. But even though he felt annoyed, he still picked up the loofah sponge and started scrubbing the dishes one by one. But just as he had finished scrubbing a few plates, something strange at the bottom of the sink caught his eye. A 4 or 5 centimeter wide object that looked like a twisted, peeled apple skin was floating back and forth on the strainer of the drain, carried by the flowing water. HMPH, and she had the nerve to talk about me. A piece of trash this big stuck on the filter, and she did not even clean it. Old Liu grumbled under his breath at the woman again. Then, out of habit, he reached out his hand, wanting to pull out this apple skin stuck at the bottom and throw it away. But just as his hand dipped underwater and was about to touch the apple skin, it suddenly moved. Just like a leech sprinkled with salt, it quickly curled up and deliberately clung onto Old Liu's hand that was submerged in the water. Old Liu thought it was just the normal movement caused by his hand disturbing the water, so he did not pay any attention and instead reached back to grab the apple skin. But the next second, the slimy sensation from his palm made him realize something was wrong. Decades of life experience subconsciously told him that this definitely was not any apple skin, but some kind of worm that had crawled out of the drain. But it was already too late for him to pull his hand back. The long worm instantly tore through his skin and dove directly into the wound. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. By the time he pulled his hand back out of the water, the entire 2-meter-long worm had already crawled completely into his body. Intense panic made him let out an uncontrolled scream. Everyone in the kitchen was drawn by his screech and looked over at him. What is going on? Are you making such a racket just for washing a few plates? The woman in the apron walked over first, grabbed his arm, and wanted to turn him around to continue scolding him.
Gyo was cuckoo.
After the worm burrowed into his body, Old Liu had already started convulsing and foaming at the mouth within these few seconds, his mouth emitting a hair-raising sound. Good heavens, what is wrong with you, Old Liu? The woman who turned him around was deeply frightened by his appearance. Somebody come quickly, Old Liu is having a seizure, hurry. In her understanding, only someone suddenly having a seizure would behave like this. Seeing this situation, the kitchen staff ran over to press his philtrum, while others called the emergency center and the cafeteria owner. The entire kitchen was thrown into instant chaos. But in the sink, unnoticed by anyone and hidden by the pile of dishes, more than a dozen worms, each about 2 meters long, were crawling up the drain one by one. Move aside, hurry move. Seeing the crawling trails disappearing at the drain pipe, Chong Li rushed toward the cafeteria. Because he was wearing a combat helmet, he did not even need to shout. All the students had already automatically stepped aside. In less than a minute, Chong Li had charged into the cafeteria. There were not many people in the cafeteria yet, as most of the students had not arrived. So the moment Chong Li ran through the entrance, he already heard the screams from the kitchen, while the students lined up at the serving windows were all peering inside with curiosity. Oh no, did I arrive a step too late? Chong Li immediately pushed aside the students blocking the kitchen door and rushed in. And the scene inside the kitchen made every hair on Chong Li's body stand on end. A dozen or so older men and women were lying scattered on the ground, all foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The scene was gruesome, as if they had all been poisoned. I just heard them shouting something about a seizure. Are they having an attack? Seeing an empowered agent arrive, a student at the door immediately told Chong Li the information he knew. Chong Li did not answer, just gave a slight shake of his head. A dozen people having a seizure at the same time. It is impossible. This must be related to the abnormal creature traces I just saw by the river behind. Everyone get away, do not go near here. Go out and tell the students outside, nobody is allowed to enter. There is an abnormal creature here. Although he still had not seen the abnormal creature yet, he had to make an accurate judgment now to prevent the situation from escalating further.
Okay.
Hurry, everyone get out. Hearing the agent say that, all the students crowded at the door ran out in a swarm. Looking back at the older men and women on the ground, just as Chong Li was about to move them out of here to decide what to do next. Not far away on the floor beneath the sink, something twisted and crawling entered Chong Li's field of vision.
What is that?
The next second, 2 lines of text appeared on the helmet's external ocular display. Biological image captured, biological sequence scanning in progress. Scan result 12,779, parasitic tapeworm. It really is an abnormal creature. Chong Li did not hesitate. The moment the text appeared, he rushed over and stomped that giant parasitic worm, which was over 2 meters long, to death.
Squeak.
The extra-long worm actually let out a shrill scream when it was crushed, and before completely dying, it twisted its head, trying to burrow through Chong Li's skin. So, they have all been parasitized. After stepping on it again to grind the worm into pulp, Chong Li turned back and made his judgment. I hope these are just slightly larger parasites that are not life-threatening. Chong Li was only halfway through his sentence when the sight before him made him swallow the rest of his words. The older men and women who were still lying on the ground convulsing just moments ago had all stood up within seconds of him killing the worm. Everyone's mouth was spewing out a viscous, pulp-like red liquid, their eyes vacant, and their limbs hanging down listlessly.
Gyowa.
Old Liu, who was the first to be parasitized, suddenly let out a strange cry, opened his blood-red mouth, and wobbled as he lunged toward Chong Li.
Gwaila.
Right after Lao Liu, all the old men and women began to emit strange, guttural cries one after another, charging at Chong Li in unison.
Zombies.
This was the first thought that popped into Chong Li's mind. He had seen this kind of scenario many times in films, losing one's original consciousness after being parasitized, then attacking others indiscriminately. The elderly folks were not moving very fast, only slightly quicker than a normal walking pace. Such a speed, of course, was nothing to Chong Li. He activated his Buddha voice, and an invisible force acted upon the clothes of the crowd, instantly pinning them in place so they could not budge an inch.
Gwaila.
Once restrained, the dozen or so people could only roar and twitch their fingers in place, as if they were desperate to tear Chong Li to shreds. After immobilizing all the parasitized people, Chong Li thoroughly searched the entire kitchen. Once he confirmed there were no remaining parasites, he turned toward the group of old men and women with a troubled expression. If they were truly turned into zombies like in the movies, there was no difference between them and the dead already. But if this was just a sequence ability of the parasitic tapeworm, they might still be saved. The problem, however, was how to save them.
Gwaila.
The old men and women continued to wail, and with every cry, a large amount of foul-smelling, red fluid sprayed from their mouths. In just a minute or two, that liquid had already pooled into a puddle at their feet. If this liquid was blood, then even if they could be saved, they would have already died from blood loss long before any medical help arrived. There is no time to wait, I have to try. Chong Li frowned, raised his hand, and opened his palm toward them. Before they lost too much blood, he was the only one who could save them. The parasitic tapeworms inside you, get out. This was the first time Chong Li had raised his palm to activate the Buddha voice, using a direct command after becoming familiar with its usage. He did not dare use it silently, fearing that it might affect the precision of his control and cause him to miss the window to save them.
Gurgles gurgle.
Shortly after he activated the Buddha voice, the stomachs of the old men and women suddenly began to make rumbling sounds. Then the stomach of the old woman closest to Chong Li suddenly bulged outward. It looked as if something enormous was about to burst out from inside. Although her face showed no expression due to the parasite, the veins on her neck and forehead were bulging, and her eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to bleed. It was easy to see the intense agony caused by the parasite writhing inside her body.
Stop.
Just as the woman's stomach was about to rupture, Chong Li terminated the Buddha voice. This is not working, I cannot use a command like that. In just those few seconds, sweat had already begun to drip from Chong Li's forehead. The old woman who might have been saved had nearly died under his control. The parasitic tapeworms in your stomachs, all of you, crawl out through the esophagus and come out of their mouths. After thinking it over carefully, Chong Li activated the Buddha voice once more. Plop, before his words had even finished, an old man standing a bit further away let his head slump. The next second, a massive amount of viscous, bloody sludge erupted from his mouth, as if a dam had been opened. Some of it even splashed directly onto Chong Li. With such a massive loss of blood, it was clear without even checking that the old man was thoroughly dead. After his head slumped down, a thick parasitic tapeworm was visible to the naked eye, writhing beneath the skin of the old man's neck. Then, following Chong Li's command, it twisted its long body and crawled out of the man's mouth, its bending form bringing out waves of bloody foam.
Stop, 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 stop.
Chong Li screamed, his voice trembling like never before. Looking at the old man's limp head and lifeless face, Chong Li stood frozen after once again cutting off the Buddha voice. Did I just kill him? He never imagined that his attempt to save someone would end a person's life in a single instant. Although the root cause was the parasite, it was Chong Li who had commanded the parasite to kill the man.
Dang.
The moment the old man's life signs vanished, the crystal palace let out a loud boom. The palace master acts with coexistence of benevolence and evil. Benevolent and evil Buddha face containment progress plus 3%. Current containment progress 30%. Palace master Vajra body sequence ability strength 30%. Aside from killing the polar bear, this was the largest increase in the Buddha face containment progress so far. But as Chong Li looked at the text before him, he could not feel happy at all. Heh, so that is the coexistence of benevolence and evil, he muttered to himself in despair. Indeed, accidentally killing someone while trying to save them, how could that not be considered the coexistence of benevolence and evil? It was just another form of this coexistence that Chong Li had never realized before. It is just that the price was a bit too high. An innocent life traded for nothing but this cold number, 3%. The booming sound from the Crystal Palace slowly subsided, and the hand Chong Li had raised to activate the Buddha voice dropped down. Apart from continuing to hold them in place, he did not dare make any other move. Without knowing the exact condition of the parasites inside them, activating the Buddha voice again could very likely lead to another death. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, that feeling of sudden clarity hit him once again. But unlike before, what emerged this time was evil. A dozen people, one person provides 3% progress if I were to accidentally kill them all. Chong Li subconsciously looked up at the old men and women before him. This progress would increase much faster than anything like killing abnormal creatures to protect humanity. He could not stop trembling at the fact that such a thought had crossed his mind. No, these are innocent people. I cannot kill them, I cannot. But no one is watching. Maybe they were already beyond saving once they were parasitized. What is the harm in giving them a quick end? It increases the progress, which can be used to better protect humanity. That is right, there is no problem with that at all. Chong Li muttered to himself, his eyes gradually beginning to lose focus. If I do not kill them, is not it just a waste? He raised his hand and opened his palm toward the crowd once again. Benevolent and evil Buddha face, one thought to become a Buddha, one thought to become a demon. All these parasites. Chong Li's eyes were growing wild. There was no mercy left in the way he looked at the old men and women. In its place, there was only a madness woven from the deepest evil in his heart. Every one of you. Greed, anger, and ignorance had completely consumed his heart the moment he made up his mind. Dying. Chong Li. Just as Chong Li was one syllable away from unleashing his Buddhist chant, Yao Jiao's anxious voice rang out behind him. What happened to them? Yao Jiao's shout interrupted Chong Li's ability. She did not notice anything, simply walking to his side and looking at the old men and women with a grave expression. How could I? Chong Li looked at his palms, as if waking from a dream after being interrupted. He could not believe what he had been about to do. It was so close, just a split second more. If Yao Jiao's voice had arrived any later, he would have truly succumbed to the evil in his heart and started a massacre. A flash of light appeared again, and a sense of benevolence washed over his heart. Good and evil were balanced once more. What happened here? Yao Jiao did not notice the change in Chong Li under his helmet and continued. Captain Li and the others are busy. He was worried about you, so he sent me to check. What happened? Why is there blood all over the floor? Huff, huff, just waking from the haze of his shifting moral alignment, Chong Li's head felt dizzy. What did you say? He had not even heard the question Yao Jiao had repeated twice. I said, what happened here? What is wrong with you? Why are you so distracted at a time like this? Yao Jiao looked at Chong Li with a hint of resentment. Ah no, it is nothing, just low blood sugar. Chong Li shook his dizzy head hard, forcing his wandering consciousness back, and continued. They have all been parasitized by 12,779 tapeworms. I do not know how to save them. As he spoke, he quietly deactivated the Buddhist chant he had been holding over the people. He did not dare to expose himself, even to Yao Jiao. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the restraint was lifted, everyone turned around, and the elderly man who had already died slumped to the floor. This, Yao Jiao gasped in surprise as she saw the scene before her. Because they were moving so slowly, to Yao Jiao, it just looked like they had turned around from a dazed state of facing the other way. She did not realize they had been restrained just moments before. The worms are huge. I just tried to pull one out of that man's mouth, but I did not succeed. Chong Li pointed at the deceased old man, mixing truth with lies. Once the sense of vertigo faded, a profound feeling of powerlessness washed over him. He possessed the 9 sequence, once capable of wiping out an entire hunter squad in seconds, yet now he was helpless against these small worms crawling inside human bodies. Got it, let me handle this. Yao Jiao said, walking directly toward the group of people. Chong Li stared blankly at her back, full of questions. Was not her ability speed? How could she use speed to deal with this situation? Yao Jiao did not answer. She walked up to one of the people and touched their body with lightning speed. The next second, the man who had been howling fell straight to the ground. As he hit the ground, a massive spray of bright red blood gushed from his mouth. Within the blood, one could see pieces of parasite carcasses shredded to bits. Yao Jiao did not stop. Her slender figure darted among the people, touching each of them as she passed. Thud, thud. Within seconds, everyone had fallen to the floor. From everyone's mouth, a pool of blood mixed with bits of parasite remains gushed out. You just killed them. Chong Li was stunned. You killed them all. He had never imagined that when Yao Jiao said she would handle it, she meant killing them all. Do not worry, I did not kill any of them. After taking everyone down, she stopped. You do not seem to know my ability yet, do you? Chong Li nodded. He had always thought her sequence ability was speed, but hearing her now, that was clearly not the case. Have you ever seen a hummingbird? Yao Jiao said, coming to his side. A hummingbird's flight speed is not actually that fast. Its greatest strength is its ability to hover. It uses the extremely rapid movement of its wings to stay in one place. So my ability is not speed, it is high-frequency vibration. Yao Jiao said, reaching her hand out in front of Chong Li. Looking closely, her fingers were vibrating at an extremely high frequency with an incredibly small amplitude. The speed you see me use is also achieved by the power generated from vibrating my muscles. So I did not kill them. I simply vibrated through their bodies to destroy the worms inside them. Hearing this, Chong Li finally understood. No wonder during training, the seemingly slender Yao Jiao could land punches with force comparable to Shi Yue's. It was all thanks to high-frequency vibrations. However, Yao Jiao looked at the people on the floor with regret. Even if I had not killed them, they would not have survived. The parasites were consuming their bodies too fast. When I activated the vibration, I could feel that their internal organs had already been eaten away. You should notify Captain Li and the military to clean this up. Having so many bodies in the cafeteria will only lead to bigger problems if left here. Right, Chong Li nodded and activated his helmet's comms. In less than half an hour, the military arrived to seal off the cafeteria and all surrounding drainage pipes. After evacuating the students, they loaded the bodies into special bags and hauled them away. The military's efficiency was unquestionable. Once they arrived, there was nothing left for Chong Li and Yao Jiao to do, so they departed. Yao Jiao returned to the Broken Spine team base, while Chong Li received another temporary mission. The situation with Shen Zhao and the others seemed unclear. Just as the military biohazard truck carried the bodies away from the school, white-tailed deer, hiding in the woods near the main road, wore a crazed smile. Only one was killed by you, Chong Li. Heh, that is a bit boring. If only one person dies, the public will not really hate you all, will they? What? Captain, what exactly is going on with Shen Zhao? After parting ways with Yao Jiao, Zhang Li flew through the air while talking to Li Ling. I do not know, no matter how many times I call, Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi do not respond. I suspect something happened that forced them to deactivate their combat helmets. A hint of worry seeped into Li Ling's tone. That should not be possible. Zhang Li's brow furrowed as he heard Li Ling's words. He remembered that Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi had gone to the community to help resolve a case involving a suspected anomalous creature stealing food. But what kind of anomaly could make both a radar-type ability user and a sniper-type ability user deactivate their helmets at the same time? Zhang Li flew at high speed, and it did not take long for him to reach the location Li Ling had sent. It was a very old residential complex. Looking at the mottled plaster and the creeping ivy on the exterior walls, it must have been built at least 20 years ago. Most of the people living here were elderly or migrant workers renting rooms. Furthermore, the most obvious characteristic of these old neighborhoods was that the buildings were arranged in a chaotic and irregular manner. Building 22. Zhang Li walked through the complex, looking up at the building numbers on the side, and it took him a while to find the one Li Ling had mentioned. The mission was taking place on the 5th floor. Since it was already past working hours, Zhang Li did not encounter a single person on his way up. Just as he reached the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The door to the left on the 5th floor was ajar. It was deadly silent inside, not a sound to be heard.
Shen Zhao Jiang Qi.
Zhang Li reached the 5th floor and called out twice toward the open door. Still complete silence, no reply. Did I get the wrong place? Zhang Li wondered. He looked up at the door plate again, 504. No mistake, this was the place. He glanced at the furniture layout. Piles of delivery and takeout boxes sat in a corner, and in the center of the living room was a large square table covered with gaming and live streaming equipment. It was clearly the home of a live streaming influencer. This was definitely the right place. But where were Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi? Zhang Li stepped inside and noticed that the interior decor felt disjointed. The delivery boxes, takeout containers, and gaming computer equipment all felt very modern and high-tech. Yet the walls were adorned with faded, brittle New Year posters and calendars, looking as if they belonged to a century ago. That was not the strangest part. Perhaps the landlord had put them up long ago, unrelated to the influencer living there. The truly bizarre things were the interior doors and the furniture. All the doors were made of wood, old-fashioned styles with small window panes, and each one was painted a deep, jarring red. The furniture consisted of decaying wooden cabinets and chairs, their surfaces stripped of any finish, looking as if they had been placed there fresh from the forest. Even in broad daylight, these objects made a cold sweat break out on Zhang Li's back. Shen Zhao, Jiang Qi, seeing these decorations and furniture so out of place in this era, the unease in Zhang Li's heart intensified. After taking a few more steps inside, a faint sound of flowing water drifted out from behind one of the doors. That must be the bathroom. Shen Zhao, is that you, Shen Zhao? Zhang Li hurried toward it, asking as he walked, but still there was no response. He grabbed the old iron handle and pushed. With a creak, the worn wooden door swung open. Dim, yellowish light from the bathroom spilled out the moment the door opened. Before Zhang Li could fully grasp what was happening, a pungent, metallic, bloody scent rushed into his nostrils. The next second, the hellish scene inside made his pupils contract violently. Jiang Qi was sitting with his back against the toilet, his head hanging at an unnatural angle. His throat had been severed by something, with only a sliver of flesh connecting it to his shoulder. His pure white combat helmet was shattered, and shards of it pierced his face and skull like blood-soaked bone spurs. His hands hung limply in a thick, sticky pool of blood. There was absolutely no sign of life left in him. Shen Zhao, in nearly the same condition, sat on the floor opposite Jiang Qi. His helmet was also shattered, and he was covered in blood, but the only difference was that his throat had not been severed. Jiang Shen Zhao, this cannot be real. The blood in Chong Li's body seemed to have been drained away. His fingertips and soles went completely numb and cold, his lips stiffened, and he could not utter a word. The heavy scent of blood rushed into his nose, and a wave of bile rose in his throat. Chong Li clenched his teeth so hard he barely managed to stop himself from vomiting. He had seen the scene where a polar bear was charred by a missile, which was even more brutal than this, yet he had not felt like this back then. It was only because these two were his teammates, people he had known and lived with for nearly a month. Impossible, impossible, this must be some new kind of mimicry. That is it, it has to be. Chong Li's mind went blank, instinctively refusing to process the information his eyes were seeing. He even had the absurd thought that he might have stepped into another geometric mimetic environment. His gaze swept over the familiar faces of Jiang Qi and Shen Zhao, and he even closed his eyes and opened them, closed them and opened them again, trying to find any traces of mimicry. But no matter how many times he blinked, everything before him remained unchanged. Just as the suffocating terror was about to consume him completely, a nearly imperceptible gasp of air came from Shen Zhao's throat. The rise and fall of his chest and the sound of his breathing were extremely faint, but Chong Li noticed it. The faint gasp was like a high-voltage current, snapping Chong Li out of his numbness and jolting his heart, which had almost stopped from fear, back into a frantic rhythm. Shen Zhao, all the paralysis and numbness vanished in an instant. His body lunged forward before his mind could catch up, and he knelt into the pool of blood beside Shen Zhao. His trembling hands hovered in the air. He wanted to steady Shen Zhao, but he was terrified of touching those horrific wounds. Shen Zhao, can you hear me? Shen Zhao, stay with me. Wen Yuan, right, Wen Yuan, she can definitely save you. Stay strong, Shen Zhao. Chong Li incoherently reached up to his helmet, preparing to open the communication channel. But the next second, Shen Zhao, having heard Chong Li's voice, desperately forced open his eyes, which were glued shut with blood. His unfocused pupils shifted toward Chong Li. His lips trembled violently as if he wanted to say something, but only thick, bloody froth bubbled out. What? Seeing Shen Zhao's movement, Chong Li quickly pulled off his helmet and leaned in, pressing his ear tightly against Shen Zhao's mouth. Shen Zhao used his final bit of strength to force 3 words through the blood in his mouth. 4, 7, 3. What? I cannot hear you, Chong Li whispered. Because there was too much bloody foam in Shen Zhao's mouth, even with Chong Li pressing his ear right against his lips, he could only make out that it was likely numbers, but he could not hear clearly at all. But Shen Zhao could no longer answer. When Chong Li looked at him again, his mouth was frozen in the shape of his final movement, and he had already lost all signs of life. Shen Zhao, Chong Li let out a hoarse cry, hoping against hope that Shen Zhao might open his eyes after hearing his voice, just as he had done a moment ago. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chong Li could not understand. Was not it supposed to be a routine search mission? How did it turn out like this? By now, he no longer cared about touching Shen Zhao's horrifying wounds. After quickly laying him flat on the ground, he began to perform chest compressions. As he pressed, he shouted at the helmet on the side with all his might. Captain Wen Yuan, can anyone hear me? Come quickly. Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, they are both dead. Shen Zhao, hang in there. When Li Ling arrived with the military, the police, and the other members of the Broken Spine Squad, the bodies of Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi were already cold and stiff, beyond any hope of resuscitation. Chong Li, meanwhile, had a vacant look on his face, still mechanically performing compressions on Shen Zhao's cold body. Brother Shen Zhao, how could this be? Lin Mo and Wen Yuan covered their mouths, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to believe what they were seeing. Liu Li rushed forward the moment she arrived. Little Shen, little Jiang. Heavens, who did this? How could they be so cruel? Little Shen, Liu Li, usually the most carefree and calmest of them all, was the one crying the hardest. It took Li Ling and Shi Yue a long time to pull her away from the bodies. Li Ling suppressed the grief in his heart and coordinated the scene with the military captain. After sealing off the area and handling the necessary procedures, he pulled Chong Li aside. Tell me everything you saw. He opened the audio and video recorder as he spoke. His voice trembled to the extreme, and his eyes were bloodshot, but the tears ultimately did not fall. As captain, he could not afford to cry before the truth was fully uncovered. It was like this. Chong Li glanced at the recording equipment, pointed at him, and began his statement with a trembling voice. Li Ling was not treating Chong Li as a suspect. He was recording the testimony of the first eyewitness to prepare for the investigation ahead. 3 digits. After Chong Li finished his statement, Li Ling asked quickly, "Are you sure it was 3 digits?" This was the only clue Shen Zhao left behind before he died. There was a high probability it was the creature sequence he had seen on his helmet's external scope. Yes, 3 digits, Chong Li nodded weakly. He knew what the numbers represented, but he had no idea what a 3-digit anomalous creature sequence signified. Although he often browsed forums about anomalous creatures and learned much about them at school. All of that combined was nothing more than hearsay. Whether it was forum information or school textbooks, the actual help it provided for real-world combat was almost zero. The first digit, what was it? Li Ling asked seriously, holding back his sobs for a long time. The first one, Chong Li thought carefully, still somewhat uncertain. His voice was so faint at the time. I think it was a 4. 4? Li Ling's eyelids twitched visibly upon hearing the number, his expression turning deathly gloomy. Inside the wall, how could a 3-digit sequence appear, especially one starting with 4? Li Ling was no longer looking at Chong Li, murmuring to himself with his head bowed. A moment later, he raised his head to look at Chong Li again. After he finished the last digit, was there any pause? Could it have been a 4-digit sequence, and he passed away before he could say the last one? I do not think there was. Chong Li shook his head, lost in thought. He carefully recalled Shen Zhao's final tone. After speaking the last digit, Shen Zhao let out a physiological death rattle, exhaled the last of his air, and then died. The information about the sequence numbers was critical. If it were a 4-digit sequence, he would have at least unconsciously held his breath or paused before saying the last digit. Even if he did not manage to say it, such an instinctive linguistic pause should have been very obvious. But the truth was, he did not. I am sure there was not. Chong Li shook his head again, much more firmly than before. Upon receiving Chong Li's definitive answer, Li Ling became silent. His lips turned deathly pale, and his hand holding the recorder could not stop trembling. A while later, Li Ling suddenly looked up. Do not go to school for the next 2 days. Wait at the base. I am going to report this. Having said that, he stood up and walked toward the door. Remember, do not go anywhere. Wait for me. He turned back to emphasize before leaving. Chong Li had never seen him look so serious, so helpless. A 3-digit sequence. What is wrong with it? Perhaps because he possessed 9 and the crystal palace within him, Chong Li subconsciously did not think much of a 3-digit sequence. But upon second thought, it seemed he had never seen information regarding sequences under 1,000 in either textbooks or anomalous creature forums. He had always assumed it was because those sequences were just very rare, but looking at Li Ling's reaction now, it seemed to go far beyond that. Less than 10 minutes after Li Ling left, a man wearing a golden leaf shield medal on his chest, dressed in an oil wax jacket with short hair, arrived at the scene. Hello. Upon arriving, the man ignored the broken spine squad members immersed in their grief and walked directly to the captain of the military squad, shaking his hand. I am Pu Ning from the Camphor Tree branch, Su Dog Squad, currently working as a bodyguard in this city. I heard that reserve squad members died during a mission here, and the upper management sent me to take over the investigation of the scene. After speaking, Pu Ning turned his head casually to look at Liu Li, Shi Yue, Chong Li, and others in the room. There was almost no emotion in his eyes, as if this event was something very ordinary to him, not worth grieving over. During this, Chong Li met his gaze. These were eyes that had been through countless slaughters and seen countless deaths. The killing intent conveyed just through eye contact made Chong Li shiver. He was definitely the strongest fighter Chong Li had ever seen, aside from 9. Pu Ning also noticed Chong Li's gaze, his brows furrowing slightly. Your sequence is a bit strange, is not it? What? Pu Ning's words sent a jolt of alarm through Zhang Li's heart. Strange, could he actually perceive the existence of 9? But how is that possible? Even the hive used by the Camphor Tree auditors could not detect it, so how could he tell just by a single glance? While Zhang Li was thinking this, Pu Ning had already walked up to him. You are the new member Captain Li just reported. What is your serial number? His voice was as devoid of expression as his face. Combined with his stern, intimidating appearance and his murderous gaze, the sense of pressure was absolutely overwhelming. 1998, Honey Badger, Chong Li replied after swallowing hard.
Honey Badger.
After staring at Chong Li for a moment, Punning suddenly let out a cold laugh.
Heh, this is actually my first time seeing a honey badger like you. Where is your white hair?
Punning's eyes fixed on Chong Li's full head of black hair, revealing a complex look that Chong Li could not quite decipher. It seemed like both mockery and skepticism. White hair? Chong Li was stunned. Are honey badger sequence ability users supposed to have white hair? He had never heard of this before. More importantly, if he said he had never seen one like me, could it be that he has seen other honey badger sequence users? It is common knowledge that for every sequence ability user in the world, there is and can only be one at a time. Unless he had met a previous generation, or perhaps even older generations, of the 1998 honey badger sequence users. Good news, he did not detect 9. Bad news, he really has seen other honey badger users. If I do not come up with a perfect excuse, I will still be exposed. Chong Li thought for a moment and was just about to explain that he dyed his hair black because the white was too conspicuous, but Punning cut him off before he could speak. Forget it, no need to explain. It has nothing to do with me. What is your name? His gaze shifted from Chong Li's hair back to his eyes.
Chong Li.
Chong Li, are you that classmate of Miss He is, Chong Li? Upon hearing the name, Punning's face showed a look of surprise. He had intended to turn around to examine the scene, but instead sat down across from Chong Li. Miss He, do you mean He Lan? Chong Li thought for a moment. Among the people he knew with the surname He, the only one wealthy enough for a hunting squad ability user to call her Miss was He Lan.
Yes, Punning nodded non-committally.
But then he said nothing more, simply looking at Chong Li with a somewhat gossipy gaze. He stared like that for a long time before standing up and saying,
"You kids, you are quite lucky."
Then he turned and walked toward the restroom, where the bodies of Shen Zhao and Lin Qi were.
I am lucky in what ways?
But before Chong Li could figure out what Punning meant, his voice drifted out from the restroom.
Everyone unrelated, except for the military, leave this place immediately.
The unrelated people here obviously referred to the members of the Broken Spine Squad. Having lost 2 teammates and now being called unrelated, Liu Li and Wen Yuan's expressions changed instantly as they slammed the table and stood up to demand an explanation. But in the end, they were held back by Shi Yue. Sister Liu Zhao and let it go. Let him do as he pleases. The key is to find the killer who took Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi. Let us go, let us go. As he spoke, he gave Chong Li a look, signaling for him to help. Finally, with Chong Li and Shi Yue pulling and dragging them, they managed to lead the furious Liu Lei and Wen Yuan away and back to the base. The training ground at the Broken Spine base had never felt so heavy. After everyone returned, they remained silent for a long time. Liu Lei, who was usually the best at lightening the mood, was the quietest of them all today. Because she was the oldest, she had always treated everyone in the squad like her own children, and the accident involving Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi was for her no different from seeing her own children die before her. The only ones in the training ground whose moods were not quite as heavy were Zhang Lei and Yao Jiaojiao. Zhang Li had not been on the team very long, so his emotional attachment to the members had not reached the level of Liu Li's. As for Yao Jiaojiao, it went without saying that she had been invited to stay by Li Ling specifically to help train Zhang Li. Other than Liu Lei, with whom she shared a room, she had almost no connection to the other members. After a long silence, Liu Li was the first to leave the training ground, and while passing a certain iron door outside, she raised her fist and slammed it against it with all her might. It was as if she were using the abnormal creatures contained within to vent the fury in her heart. After Liu Li left, the others also rose one by one and departed. Nobody discussed what to eat for dinner, and Lin Mo did not bother anyone to go eat barbecue with her. This oppressive atmosphere lasted in the base for several days, and there was no news of any progress from the Camphor Tree officials or the military. Just as the members of the Broken Spine Squad, led by Liu Li, were losing their patience and wanted to demand an explanation, Li Ling returned. His expression was grave and his face was full of exhaustion. Not only was his hair as messy as a bird's nest, but the dark circles under his eyes proved he had not slept properly for days. After entering the base, no matter what Liu Li or Shi Yue asked, he said nothing, just walking straight toward Chong Li's room with a dark face. Having been on the team for so long and knowing Li Ling's personality perfectly, Liu Li and Shi Yue quickly sensed that something was wrong. "Captain, what happened? Did something go wrong with the investigation?" Liu Li had cried so much over the past 2 days that her eyes were as swollen as grapes. Li Ling nodded after hesitating for a moment. But that was all he did, and he did not offer any further explanation, continuing toward Chong Li's room. "Chong Li, come with me immediately." Li Ling bursting into the room startled Chong Li, who was resting on his bed. Because Li Ling had told him not to go anywhere, he had spent the last 2 days either sparring with Shi Yue and Yao Jiao at the training ground or waiting for Li Ling in his room. Where to? Seeing that it was Li Ling who had entered, Chong Li hurriedly stood up. "Jiangnan Province headquarters, the higher-ups are all waiting for you." The expression on Li Ling's face now was even heavier than it had been on the day Shen Zhao and Zhang Qi passed away. Zhang Li did not dare ask more, following Li Ling out of the base and boarding the helicopter waiting to pick them up. "Lin Li, you must answer all my questions honestly from now on," Li Ling said sternly as soon as they boarded. "It is a matter of great importance." "Okay," Zhang Li nodded solemnly, a sense of immense unease having lingered in his heart ever since Li Ling appeared at his doorway. "What is your real sequence number? Speak the truth." Li Ling's words made Chong Li feel as if he had been plunged into an ice cave in an instant, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The fact that Li Ling could ask this question meant he already knew he was not the 1998 honey badger. The feeling of having one's greatest secret discovered was like having one's soul laid bare. It was truly unbearable. But fortunately, this person was Li Ling, someone who would not harm him. But before that, he still wanted to ask how Li Ling had figured it out. "Captain, how did you know I was not honey badger?" "It is simple," Li Ling did not try to be mysterious and said straightforwardly. "All vetted ability users have archived records, including the previous honey badger user who passed away. So, do you understand now?" Chong Li slowly lowered his head like a deflated balloon. So Li Ling had known he was not the honey badger all along. He had just been pretending not to know. "My real sequence." After hesitating for a long time, Chong Li decided to be honest. Because the look on Li Ling's face felt like he was facing a major crisis, he was not interrogating him, but rather pleading with him in a sense. "It is 9, Chong Li took a deep breath and revealed his greatest secret. "What?" Li Ling almost jumped out of his seat upon hearing this. "Do not feed me that nonsense. This is a really serious matter. I have no time for jokes right now. Be honest, what is it exactly?" Li Ling's expression had changed from the earlier pleading to one of anger. He was quite dissatisfied with Chong Li's answer. I am not making it up." Chong Li never expected that even though he had told the truth, he would get such a reaction. Li Ling simply did not believe his real sequence was 9, since in the history of human observation, no sequence higher than 10 had ever appeared. Chong Li saying he was 9 was like a believer shouting in church that he was the ancestor of Jesus. No one would ever believe it. "I am asking this to help you." Li Ling adjusted his emotions and continued asking. "What exactly is it? Be honest, we are almost there. There is no time. If you do not tell me the truth, I will not be able to help you later." A look of worry and a hint of fear began to appear in Li Ling's eyes. It is not hard to guess that he was asking Chong Li about his real sequence to protect him from the so-called high-level officials. Otherwise, he would not be this anxious. Since that was the case, Chong Li had nothing left to hide, so he reached out towards the stack of paper documents beside Li Ling. "I really am 9. The sequence name is Benevolent and Malignant Buddha Face, and it is in my mind right now." As he spoke, Chong Li activated the Buddha sound in his heart, and those papers immediately floated up as if they were weightless. This is one of the abilities of the Benevolent and Malignant Buddha Face. As he spoke, the papers hovering in the air began to fold themselves, turning into vivid paper cranes in a short time, flapping their wings and flying around Li Ling. Li Ling had already been dumbfounded the moment the papers started to float. Seeing the paper cranes flying on their own as if they had a consciousness under Chong Li's control, he was even more shocked and could not say a word. "I am sorry, Captain." Chong Li bowed his head to apologize to Li Ling, who was beyond shocked. The thing about those flying insects at the base last time, It was actually just me not being very proficient with this control ability yet. I lied to you." Afraid that Li Ling still would not believe him, Chong Li applied the Buddha sound directly to Li Ling. After undoing his seatbelt from afar, he made him hover in the air just like those paper cranes. "Captain, this is the Buddha sound. I can control objects according to my own thoughts. And the power that was mistaken for honey badger is malignant armor. These are the two abilities of the benevolent and malignant Buddha face." After explaining everything, Chong Li put Li Ling back into his seat, unfolded and smoothed out the papers that had been folded into cranes, and put them back where they were. Then, like a child who had made a mistake, he lowered his head. Silence fell in the cabin, where only the two of them were present. A silence that lasted for several minutes. After a long while, Li Ling recovered from his infinite shock and stuttered for half a day before asking a question. "What is your sequence classification?" Sequence classification. Chong Li was stunned for a moment. This was a term he had never heard of. Even on the introduction panel of the benevolent and malignant Buddha face, he had never seen those 4 words. "What do you mean by sequence classification?" Chong Li asked in confusion. Everything that had happened recently made him realize one thing. Although he possessed 9, he was like a child from the mountains who had never even seen a bicycle, suddenly receiving a supercar. A supercar is very powerful, but the child himself knows nothing about any means of transportation. Chong Li was that child right now. Sequence classification. Li Ling took a long time to gather his thoughts before saying, "It is a classification naming system for sequences ranked within 1000. I do not know the specific classification method very well. I only know that those between 1000 and 20,000 are all biological sequences, and anything above 1000 is not biological. According to the high-level officials, there is a mutual attraction between certain types of sequences. They suspect that the creature with a 3-digit sequence, starting with 4 that killed Shen Zio, and Jiang Qi this time was attracted by another classification. That is the reason why I asked you what your real sequence is." The meaning of Li Ling's words could not be clearer. That unknown anomaly starting with a 4 was very likely attracted by Chong Li's sequence classification and managed to climb over the high wall in some way. But Chong Li's face turned pale. If it really was because of his 9 that the thing was attracted, then he had become the direct cause of the deaths of Shen Zio and Jiang Qi. "I believe you. The higher-ups only have a slight suspicion, which is why they called you over to verify." Li Ling interrupted Chong Li in time. "Even if we take a step back, even if it was due to sequence mutual attraction, it was not caused by your subjective intentions. No need to blame yourself. Besides, whether this is the reason or not has not been verified yet." Li Ling turned his head to look out of the porthole, his expression becoming extremely solemn instantly. "We are almost there. Your real sequence must be kept absolutely secret. You must insist that you are the 1998 honey badger. No matter how they test you, you must hold your ground. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I understand." Chong Li nodded with an equally solemn expression. He could tell that there was clearly a follow-up to Li Ling's words, something like "otherwise," but perhaps to protect Chong Li, he chose not to say it. The helicopter landed slowly, and their destination, the Camphor Tree Jiangnan Provincial Headquarters, had arrived. This was a standard commercial skyscraper. Chong Li stood at the entrance and looked up, and he could barely see the top at a single glance. "Let us go. They have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Ling waved a hand, showed his pass to the security guard at the door, and led Chong Li into the building. It was completely different from the base of the Broken Spine Squad. You could hardly see any research personnel here. Occasionally, he would see someone rushing by holding materials, wearing solemn bright red robes, looking completely different from the researchers at the reserve squad base. Following Li Ling into the elevator, in less than a minute, it brought them to a floor near the top. As soon as Chong Li stepped out of the elevator, he looked through the window at the end of the corridor and saw the city below, looking just like a Lego model. "Over there, that biggest door, you go ahead yourself." Li Ling pointed to a large brown door on the other side of the hallway. "Remember what I just told you. No matter how they probe you, you must insist that you are 1998 honey badger, and do not display any of 9's abilities. I am going to find someone to help you get out as soon as possible." Before Chong Li started walking toward the door, Li Ling urged him repeatedly, looking exactly like a parent bringing a child to take a college entrance exam.
I understand, Captain. Chong Li nodded nervously. Go on. Chong Li turned around, walked toward the brown door, and reached out to gently push it open. The atmosphere inside the room was unusually heavy. As soon as Chong Li took a step in, he felt as if the air had frozen to the point where it was hard to breathe. It was a massive conference room. 7 or 8 people were sitting around a giant conference table that occupied almost the entire floor space. Without exception, they were all elderly men with graying hair, dressed in pure white military uniforms covered in medals. From their gazes and their temperament, it was clear that they were no ordinary hunting squad members. The look and pressure pining had earlier were pure killing intent brought from the battlefield, but the aura of the 7 or 8 people in front of Chong Li now could be summed up in one word. Power. Compared to them, Pining's aura was like the difference between a common soldier and a general. And the feeling Chong Li just had, as if the air had solidified, came precisely from their presence. Zit. The old man sitting in the main seat saw Chong Li enter and pointed expressionlessly to the seat at the end of the conference table. The low, heavy voice carried an inherent authority, making Chong Li sit down without even a thought. You are the primary witness, is that correct? After Chong Li sat down, the old man at the head of the table fell silent. It was another old man, sitting to the immediate left of the main seat, who took charge of interrogating Chong Li. Yes, Chong Li nodded. What did the anomalous creature that attacked your 2 teammates look like? The old man asked. I did not see it. By the time I arrived, Jiang Qi was already dead, and only Shen Zhao had a last breath left. Do not answer anything beyond the scope of the question. The old man looked at Chong Li without expression. Understood. Is there anyone other than you who can verify the 3 numbers Shen Zhao reported before he died? No. The old man's questioning was extremely sharp, as if he were treating Chong Li as the prime suspect. He nodded and continued. How much time passed between your arrival at the scene and the discovery of their bodies? 1 or 2 minutes, perhaps. Although the old man's aura was formidable and his questions quite sharp, Chong Li had nothing to hide and answered quite straightforwardly. Did you see anything strange on the scene besides the bodies? The old man asked. Strange things. At this point, Chong Li immediately thought of the somewhat eerie furniture and decorations in that room. He did not know if this counted as strange things, but he told them exactly as it was. New Year prints, a cupboard. The interrogating old man suddenly frowned, then turned his head to the side and whispered something to the old man in the main seat. After the man in the main seat nodded, he looked at Chong Li again. Are you certain you saw these things you mentioned at the scene? Yes, I am certain. Chong Li nodded solemnly. He had indeed seen those items that were completely out of place for this era. There was no reason to lie about it. Click. As soon as Chong Li finished answering, the old man reached out and pressed a button on the desk in front of him. The wall behind the main seat slowly descended, revealing a giant screen, which displayed photos taken from various angles of the room where Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi were killed. After pressing the button, the old man sat up straight and looked at Chong Li. Reserve squad members were killed, 2 of them at once. Your testimony would be an important clue, but now your testimony does not match the photos from the scene. Without waiting for further questions, Chong Li was already stunned when he saw those photos. The scene presented in those photos was completely different from what was in Chong Li's memory. There were no faded, yellowed New Year prints or calendars, no rotting wooden cabinets, and no old-fashioned lattice doors painted in bright red. Everything in the room in the photos was normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary rental apartment. Before you arrived, I had already questioned your captain, Li Ling and Pining, who was in charge of the follow-up investigation. Their testimonies differ from yours. So far, only your 2 statements have mentioned the bizarre situation of the furniture and decorations in the room. The old man continued. The 2 statements he mentioned were one from Chong Li's current account, and the other from the audio and video records taken by Li Ling earlier at the scene. In other words, by the time Li Ling and Pining arrived, the situation in the room had already undergone a physical or perhaps visual change. Is that right? The old man in the main seat, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. The things you saw when you arrived were different from what Li Ling and the others saw. This clearly stemmed from changes caused by the anomalous creature leaving, but you claim you did not see the creature itself, correct? Yes, Chong Li hesitated for a moment before nodding again. At that time, because everyone was immersed in the grief of losing Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, Chong Li had not noticed that such significant changes had occurred in the room. Your serial number. Hearing this question, Chong Li felt a sudden jolt. After identifying the flaws in his account, they had finally arrived at the part 51 Ling had warned him about multiple times. 1998, Honey Badger. Chong Li kept telling himself to stay calm. He absolutely could not show any cracks. 1998, biological serial number. Yet you let an unidentified anomalous entity, starting with 4 and consisting of 3 digits, be attracted by something, and it chose to retreat as soon as it realized you were coming. Am I to understand it this way? The old man in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly and locked his gaze directly onto Chong Li's across the conference table. What? Chong Li knew the old man's probe had begun. But he had not expected it to be so direct. This was not even a probe anymore. It was practically trying to seal his fate. If Chong Li gave one wrong answer now, it would be nearly impossible to keep Nine's existence a secret. Before I walked in, I was on the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, and I called out Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi's names several times. Chong Li thought for a moment before answering. If that anomalous creature left because of my arrival, I should have heard some sound of it retreating when I reached that landing. Chong Li knew the chances of lying his way through these old men were next to zero. Therefore, he had to use facts to cover up any clues that might point toward his true sequence. The sound of it retreating, heh heh heh, the old man chuckled softly. What makes you judge that there would be sound when this anomalous creature retreats? Did you hear something, did not you? The old man did not let a single clue in Chong Li's words slip by, pressing him step by step. No, I just made that judgment based on my past experience fighting anomalous creatures. I was merely stating the fact that I did not hear anything. Chong Li answered without the slightest hesitation. As long as he was telling the truth, he would be impeccable. Furthermore, on the way here, Li Ling had already told him that some sequence classifications were mutually attracted to each other. And now, from the old man's account, he deduced that there was not just a law of mutual attraction between biological sequences, but also a law of mutual repulsion based on fear. If it were a fact that the anomalous creature withdrew on its own when he arrived, as the old man claimed, then it must have been the aura of 9 that drove it away. If that were the case, 9 could not have been what attracted it inside the high walls. Mutual attraction and fear-based repulsion cannot exist between the same two creatures. Maybe it was just that my honey badger aura was a bit too aggressive, Chong Li continued. After all, I had just dealt with an anomalous creature event at the school, and I was still quite pumped up. That anomalous creature was probably afraid of trouble, so it left in a hurry. This was an almost perfect excuse. Sequence 1998 was not low, and it was not a stretch to say it could cause trouble for someone in the 400 sequence range. The old man in the main seat let out a breathy sound. He was not agreeing with Chong Li, but rather thinking about other possibilities. Chong Li's answer had not dispelled his suspicion. A moment later, he spoke again. Is that so? Would you mind telling me, what is your sequence ability? In his slightly narrowed eyes, his gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing directly at Chong Li. On the surface, this sounded like the most ordinary question, even carrying a hint of an elder's concern for a junior. But to Chong Li, this was the most aggressive thing he had heard since walking through the door. The old man did not start by doubting his appearance like Pu Ning, but instead threw out a question so simple yet so lethal. It struck right at Chong Li's Achilles' heel. If Chong Li was not the honey badger of 1998, he would not be able to answer this question at all. Based on this, all his testimonies could be overturned, and he might even be pegged as the primary suspect. After all, there were no other eyewitnesses to Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi's death. In that fleeting moment, Chong Li's brain began to spin at top speed. He had to deduce and state the true abilities of the honey badger accurately within a very short time. Li Ling is a migratory locust with incredibly strong jumping ability and leg power. The nickname Spinebreaker is derived from his kicking ability. Liu Li's forearms can turn into blades in combat, no different from a mantis. Shen Zhao is a ghost bat with sonar-level detection. Shi Yue is a wild boar with strong skin resistance and strength, and Lin Mo is a funnel web spider with 8 arms. Yao Jiao Jio is a hummingbird,
I initially thought it was just fast speed, but she explained at school that it is actually the super fast vibrating ability of a real hummingbird. Then for the honey badger. My temper became hard to control after awakening. I do not know, does that count as an ability? Chong Li made his first deduction. My surface defensive power and muscle strength can temporarily reach over 30 times that of a normal human. That is my ability. This was Chong Li's second judgment. He certainly did not know exactly how much the honey badger's defense and strength exceeded a human's, but he deduced it based on the characteristic that his Buddhist face of good and evil could increase its progress. The ability boost from a sequence should be something that can grow stronger over time, rather than a fixed number. The old man in the main seat nodded slightly this time, acknowledging Chong Li's explanation. But immediately he leaned forward, placed his previously crossed hands onto the table, and looked at Chong Li with the look of someone who had already won. What else? It was clear Chong Li's answer had not satisfied him, meaning the honey badger's abilities were far more than that. Or rather, Chong Li had not mentioned a significant ability of the 1998 sequence. Chong Li fought to suppress his panic, thinking while trying to control his micro-expressions to avoid showing any flaws. At the same time, he frantically recalled everything in his biology textbook about honey badgers. He thought of one thing, but could not confirm if it was an ability of the honey badger sequence. Now he just had to take a shot in the dark. God help him. Chong Li let out a long breath and said, "This is a bit embarrassing, but if you really do not believe me, I can prove it to you right now." Chong Li forced himself to put on the look of a child who had been wronged and was ready to just give up, then stood up from the chair and made a gesture to stick his butt out. "Enough, sit down." Before Chong Li could make the next move, the old man sitting closest to him instinctively covered his nose and waved for him to sit down. Thank you." Chong Li secretly strained his muscles, turning his face red with feigned anger as he sat back down. He had bet correctly. The honey badger is known on the savannah as the iron-headed brother, but what most people overlook is, it is a mustelid, and like a skunk, it has scent glands. That thing's aggressiveness is way stronger than just having thick skin and being tough. If the old man had not interrupted him in time, he had already decided that even if he had to push hard enough to dirty his pants, he would make himself stink. Chong Li's actions made all the old men present feel a bit awkward. Yes, having a temper where one would stand up and release a foul odor just from being questioned was indeed typical honey badger behavior. And just as the old man in the main seat wanted to say something else, the conference room door was pushed open from the outside. A young girl holding a ragdoll cat appeared at the door. After scanning the room, she seemed to ignore the old men entirely and said directly to Chong Li, "You are Chong Li. I need you for something. Come with me." Well, Chong Li was taken aback when a girl he had never met before suddenly announced her name. Who is she? How could she possibly know him? But a moment later, it dawned on him. She must be the backup Li Ling had gone to fetch. The person who would help him get out of there immediately. "Quiet, we're still investigating potential leads. Is it really appropriate for you to just take him away like this?" The old man at the head of the table shifted his expression and turned to look at the girl who had just walked in. Although his tone sounded slightly defiant, Chong Li could sense that the girl's position was clearly higher than that of the old men present. "I said he has nothing to do with this accident. Is there a problem?" the girl said softly. She was holding a ragdoll cat in one arm and stroking its head with her other hand, not even looking at the old man while she spoke. "Let us go. Why are you still standing there? Do you like hanging out with these old geezers?" The girl shot a glance at Chong Li without a care, signaling for him to follow her. "Quiet," the old man at the head of the table roared, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. He did not seem angry because the girl was taking Chong Li away, but rather furious that his authority had been ignored. "Do not think that just because you are a member of the Heavenly Stemma hunting squad, you can act so recklessly here." The old man glared at the girl, his face turning livid and the veins in his neck bulging with rage. "Hehes, hit me if you can." Blay, the girl stuck her tongue out at the old man, walked over to Chong Li and dragged him right out of the conference room. "Quiet, you have gone too far." As they walked out of the conference room, Chong Li could still hear the old man's angry roar behind them. But no one chased after them, which meant that besides being angry, they had no way to deal with this girl.
To Chong Li's surprise, Li Ling was waiting right at the door of the conference room. "There you go." After dragging Trigger King Liwo out of the conference room, the girl gave him a push toward Li Ling and said, "I brought him out for you. I am heading off now." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait a second," Li Ling called out to stop her just in time. "Thank you, Ms. Du Keikai." Li Ling bowed as he spoke, while also pushing down the head of the bewildered Chong Li, who had no idea what was going on. "Oh, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Sister Yun. If it were not for her asking me to help, I would not even know who you are." "Right, boss? Ho, we do not know them, ho. Let us go, boss. We are going home. What do you want to eat tonight? Dried fish. Number. We cannot eat dried fish every single day." The girl barely exchanged 2 sentences with Li Ling before she walked away, chatting to the ragdoll cat in her arms. If she had not just taken him away right in front of those old men, Chong Li would have wondered if she had some kind of mental issue. "Captain, who is she?" Chong Li asked curiously. To be able to take him out so easily right here, at the Jiangnan provincial headquarters, in front of such intimidating higher-ups of the Camphor Tree organization, this girl was definitely no ordinary person. She is a combatant for the national-level Camphor Tree hunting squad, Heavenly Stem A, and her name is Du Keikai, number 79. Li Ling said, standing up straight only after the girl was completely out of sight, which showed just how much respect he had for her. A national-level squad, Heavenly Stem A. Chong Li's mouth hung wide open upon hearing Li Ling's explanation. He had heard a thing or two about the classification of the Camphor Tree hunting squads. Above the reserve squads in each city were the 22 hunting squads composed of the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The one who previously took over the Shen Zio and Jiang Qi case was Pu Ning from the earthly branch Sudog squad. The earthly branch Sudog squad was at the very bottom of the hunting squad rankings, yet that did not stop Pu Ning from having the authority to directly take over the duties of a city reserve squad. Then the authority of this Du Keikai, known as Quiet, who came from Heavenly Stem A. No wonder she could ignore those old men. The term Heavenly Stem represented humanity's true top-tier combat power. There was almost no one else who could surpass them. Even if she did not hold any real official power, she could easily walk all over this provincial headquarters with her combat prowess alone. Then who is this Sister Yun she mentioned? Chong Li continued to ask. He had clearly heard her say the name Sister Yun when she was leaving, and telling Li Ling that if he wanted to thank anyone, he should thank her. But unexpectedly, Li Ling did not answer his question, but instead said with a bit of irritation, "Do not go digging for information. Just be glad we got out. You only need to remember that in order to drag you out of that conference room this time, I owe her a huge favor. Let us go quickly, otherwise, if those people inside change their minds, we will not be able to leave." Oh, since Li Ling said so, Chong Li did not want to press further and could only follow him away from there. In the elevator going down, the image of Du Keikai kept replaying in Chong Li's mind. It was not because he had any specific thoughts about her, but because this was the first time he had ever seen a hunter from the Heavenly Stems. It was like an ordinary junior police officer meeting a great general who had reclaimed lost territory for the country and earned a place in history. To say he was not excited or full of admiration would be a lie. While lost in thought, Chong Li began to associate this with his own Nine. If he could fully develop Nine's potential, would he also be able to join the Heavenly Stem squad? Would he also be able to be someone who could walk around the headquarters with total freedom? Ding, the sound of the elevator reaching its floor interrupted Chong Li's imagination. He looked up and realized that the floor they arrived at was not the first floor, but the 58th floor. The elevator opened, and the corridor outside looked like that of a high-end hotel, golden and magnificent, dripping with luxury. Huh, what is wrong, Captain? Did not you say we were leaving? Why bring me here? Just by looking at the decor of the hallway, Chong Li could deduce that this was an important floor, specially prepared by headquarters for important guests. Are we still meeting someone? To stay, what else? Do you think that plane belongs to my family? I can come and go as I please. Li Ling shot Chong Li an annoyed look, then took out a key card and started walking forward. If it were not for your captain having some connections, we would both be sleeping under a bridge today. Do you have any idea how expensive accommodation is near headquarters? While they were talking, the two of them reached the door of the room. Li Ling swiped the card and the door swung open. The scene inside the room left Chong Li stunned.
The decor was so luxurious it was blinding, and what shocked him the most were the two sexy cat girls standing in the middle of the room wearing maid outfits. Welcome, you two, to the Heavenly STEM A-level suite. What? Good heavens. Chong Li stood at the doorway, his eyes darting back and forth between the maids in the room and his captain, Li Ling. Looking at the maids and the incredibly luxurious facilities inside the room, he stood there stunned for a long while before giving Li Ling a thumbs up. Holy moly, a Heavenly STEM grade of sweet, sexy catgirl maids, all equipment free of charge and luxury fit for an emperor. You are a legend, Captain. Talk about a sheltered life. Li Ling rolled his eyes at Chong Li, though the corner of his mouth curled into a slightly proud smirk. Look at you spouting rhymes like you are taking a literature exam. Just get in here, stay if you must, but do not get picky. This is the best grade of hospitality your captain can pull strings for. As he spoke, Li Ling took off his jacket and walked toward one of the maids in the room. I never realized the captain was such a humble bragger, Chong Li muttered under his breath, then followed Li Ling and took off his own jacket. The two sexy maids were clearly meant for the two of them, one for each. The captain of a reserve squad having enough clout at headquarters to pull this off. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Chong Li thought to himself. Half an hour later. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Master, what kind of job did you do before this? Chong Li, who felt like he was being dismantled by the catgirl maid's massage techniques, had been howling on the bed for 20 minutes. But the catgirl masters here were clearly different from the ones in a normal massage parlor. No matter how much Chong Li yelled or screamed, the pressure never let up, as if she were trying to massage him to death. During this experience, which felt more like torture, Chong Li accidentally caught sight of the name tag on the catgirl master's chest. Written in striking gold-stamped lettering were 5 characters. Surface deer master. What does surface deer mean? Chong Li had never heard of it. He even wondered if it was a typo and supposed to say dough or noodle tier. He really felt like he was being kneaded and pulverized like a lump of dough. About an hour later, the massage ended, and the two cat masters thanked them adorably before leaving the room. Man, Captain, that master was too intense. I feel like I am dying. Chong Li felt as if his whole body had fallen apart, and he lay limp on the bed, his neck too sore to even lift his head. Who can say otherwise? Li Ling, who had been silent the whole time, lifted his head from the bed only long after the cat masters had left. Chong Li had assumed that Li Ling was used to this kind of service and did not find it painful, which was why he had not made a sound. It was not until he saw Li Ling's flushed, strained face that he realized he was not used to it at all. He was nearly dead. After the massage, the two of them acted like country bumpkins, trying out all the free equipment in the room, including but not limited to the cryogenic liquid nitrogen freezer, the full-body fascia stretching machine, the bone-setting machine, the ultrasonic sleep aid machine. After coming out of the last machine, Chong Li's review was, "Not fun, I am dying." None of these things were designed for comfort. It was either freezing you to death or treating you like a piece of equipment, with no regard for your survival. If Li Ling had not forced him to take advantage of the freebie, Chong Li would have tried to run away after the second machine. Captain, just how legitimate are your connections anyway? Completely exhausted, Chong Li asked Li Ling while lying on the bed, feeling like he was breathing his last. Legit, of course they are legit. Li Ling was in no better shape than Chong Li. Other than forcing himself to hold on, he looked even worse than Chong Li. As the two lay on their respective beds for a long while, the benefits brought by those machines and the two cat masters finally began to kick in. The soreness gradually faded, replaced by a floating sensation. Chong Li felt like he was not lying on a bed, but on a literal cloud. His senses felt hypnotized, and even the warm light spilling down from the ceiling began to feel dazzlingly bright. Captain, who is this connection of yours, Sister Yun? Chong Li asked, feeling pleasantly buzzed. Is she a middle-aged woman like Sister Liu? What middle-aged woman? She is still very young, Li Ling replied, his tone sounding just as intoxicated. In this dreamy haze, Li Ling began to divulge the information about Sister Yun that he had previously forbidden Chong Li from asking about. Her name is Yun Gui, and like Du Keikai, who had hauled Chong Li out of the conference room, she belongs to the Heavenly Stemma hunting squad. She's one of the top human combatants, even stronger than Du Keikai. And the reason Li Ling knows Yun Gui is because Li Ling was her former captain. Yes, just like Chong Li, when Yun Gui first awakened her power, she was assigned to Li Ling's squad as a temporary member of the reserve team. And just like Chong Li, Yun Gui concealed her true power when she first joined. It was not until training ended and she was about to leave the reserve squad that Li Ling learned her true ability. As for her current official rank, besides being in Heavenly STEM A, Li Ling knows nothing. After all, the gap in their status is too great. Even as her former captain, Li Ling no longer has the clearance to access her information. However, Yun Gui is a very loyal person. When she heard Li Ling say that the higher-ups considered Chong Li a suspect, she took responsibility upon herself and had her teammate, Du Keikai, bring Chong Li out directly. Which means if Chong Li really is the suspect behind the murders of Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, then Yun Gui will be the one bearing all the consequences. So that is how it is. After hearing Li Ling's story, Chong Li was already drifting off, but he still had one question. Captain, do you know what surface deer means? Surface deer? Where did you see that? The ones those powerful cat masters were wearing on their chests. Oh, that has nothing to do with you yet. No need to know. Tell me anyway, it will have to do with me eventually. When asked about this, Li Ling was reluctant at first and even pretended to sleep to ignore Chong Li. But Chong Li, riding on the wave of his floaty high, pestered him relentlessly until Li Ling finally gave in and explained. Surface tier is just a power level classification. Our reserve squad is all thread tier. Most of us will not ever reach surface tier in our lifetimes, though you might have a chance in the future, but that is for the future. You have not even learned how to walk yet. Why are you asking about running? Li Ling said lazily. Just getting a head start. Chong Li felt himself slipping into sleep. Then what tier are Du Keikai and Yun Gui? Heavenly STEM squads are at least at the peak of illusion tier. Du Keikai, she might even be at sky tier. As for that girl Yun Gui, I estimate that right now she. Before Li Ling could finish, Chong Li had fallen asleep. What? When Chong Li woke up the next morning, Li Ling had already left the room. There was a note from Li Ling on his phone. Regarding Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, headquarters still has a lot of work to do. You can stay in the room and hang out if you want, or head back first on your own. It is up to you. Chong Li certainly would not go back alone like that. First of all, Li Ling had done him a huge favor and offered so much help. It would be very rude to just walk off on his own. Secondly, Chong Li had no money. The straight line distance to District H05 is about 100 kilometers. Never mind a taxi, even for the bus, the money Chong Li has on him is not enough. But staying in the room was not very interesting either, so after catching a bit more sleep, Chong Li decided to go out for a stroll. After all, he did not know when he would have another chance to come here again. He grabbed his room card and stepped out, the opulent, golden jade decoration style of the hallway stunning him all over again. Since he was bored anyway, Chong Li started wandering around this floor. Because it was all guest rooms, he barely saw anyone in the hallway. But just as he was about to finish walking the floor, a girl's voice from one of the rooms caught his attention. Thanks for the fan club light board, Bayaziji. Come on, Bayaziji, type Keikai Crispy in the chat to show you voluntarily join our Keikai Star Mycelium and accept the spiritual corruption of cat ears. Let us do it. Ha, right, that is it, Keikai Crispy. Yeah. It was not that Yun wanted to eavesdrop, but the voice was just so loud and obvious that he heard it before he even reached the door. Keikai Star Mycelium, Keikai Crispy. What on earth? The corner of Chen's mouth twitched, his face full of speechlessness. Undoubtedly, this is a Chuni streamer who has gotten way too carried away with her broadcast. But having a streamer in the Jiangnan provincial headquarters, is this really allowed? And Chong Li had a feeling that this voice sounded a bit familiar. Wait for me a moment, guys, I am going to the restroom. After that bizarre fan club light board ritual, a voice came from inside again. Never mind whether there is a streamer here or not does not seem to concern me. Thinking this, Chong Li prepared to walk away. But before he could take a single step, the door swung open. The one who opened the door was none other than Du Keikai, who had brought him out of the conference room yesterday. What are you doing? Eavesdropping because you have got nothing better to do. Meow, the boss in her arms, also let out a soft cry. No, I was just wandering around aimlessly. Du Keikai was completely stripped of that assertive air she had when facing that group of elders yesterday.
Instead, she was wearing monster pajamas, sporting twin tails, and the fuzzy slippers on her feet were incredibly cute. Chong Li had seen her twice, and she had not been wearing makeup either time, but her beauty was still ridiculously high, even completely barefaced. She was in no way inferior to He Lan or Yao Jiao. Her cheeks were flushed from the excitement of the stream, and she fluttered her long eyelashes while looking at Chong Li curiously. Wandering around, did not Sister Yun get you guys rooms? Is your time up? No way, what time even is it? Du Keikai looked down at the watch on her wrist and shook her head. Your checkout time should not be here yet, and besides, would Sister Yun only book for one day? Impossible, she would have booked for several days straight. So why are you wandering around? Is not the room a lot more interesting than the hallway? Chong Li looked blankly at Du Keikai, who had begun muttering to herself for no apparent reason, completely unable to get a word in. But he did not know if he should just leave. After all, she was still talking. He just listened as Du Keikai went from, "There are fun things in the room you did not find." All the way to 200 meters to the right downstairs, there is a super delicious fried rice shop. Their fish-flavored shredded pork over rice is the best. For 5 full minutes, Chong Li did not say a single word, yet Du Keikai had already taken him on a virtual tour of everything in the area. Sister Keikai. Chong Li finally waited until she finished speaking and was about to interject. But he was directly slapped on the head by Du Keikai. Who are you calling sister? I am only 17. Right, Keikai Meme. Chong Li stuttered, wanting to say he was leaving, but felt embarrassed to do so since she had introduced so many things so enthusiastically. Just then Du Keikai seemed to have suddenly discovered something. She pouted her supple lips to one side, puffed up a cheek, stood on tiptoes, and leaned her face right in front of Chong Li. Have I met you somewhere before? Yeah, have you forgotten, Keikai Meme? You were the one who brought me out of that office yesterday. Chong Li explained awkwardly, looking at Du Keikai's face, which was inches away and resembled a porcelain doll. Du Keikai squinted at Chong Li's eyes and shook her head. Not yesterday. Not yesterday, then. Yesterday was the first time they had met. When else could they have seen each other? I remember now. Just as Chong Li was full of confusion, Du Keikai suddenly shrieked. You are it's the one who hit the bird. It was you all along. Du Keikai's expression suddenly turned extremely excited. She hopped around on her short legs, circled Chong Li a few times, and examined him from head to toe. I knew there was a familiar feeling yesterday. It was you, the one who hit the bird, ha 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 ha. Hit a bird? Chong Li was stunned. What bird? After thinking for a long time, Chong Li finally recalled his attempt to knock that swallow out of the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters that day. How did you know about that? The moment he recalled it, Chong Li's eyes widened in surprise. He had not seen anyone within his line of sight that day. How could she possibly know? I also know you went to look for that big bird later, and you did not find it, right? Du Keikai's flushed face was full of smugness. Guess where that big bird went? I guess, Chong Li blinked, looking at Du Keikai, who seemed to be fishing for praise. It was you who took care of it, senior. Before Chong Li could finish his sentence, Du Keikai leaned back in, as if she had already forgotten the question she just asked. Then she posed a new question to Chong Li. You are only at the line stage, right? Tell me, how did you fly so high? There was a spark of curiosity in Du Keikai's clear and bright eyes. I promise I will not tell anyone, I swear. What? Chong Li never expected that she would ask a question like this. Judging by what she said, it was basically certain that she was there at the time, and most likely, the bird's mysterious disappearance had something to do with her. Senior Keikai, I want to ask first, were you the one who dealt with that bird at the time? Chong Li asked. How rude, Du Keikai pouted and looked at Chong Li with some annoyance. I asked you first, so you should answer me first. All right. Chong Li was forced to take a step back by Du Keikai's playful, yet aggressive attitude. In his heart, he recalled Li Ling's instructions. No matter how they try to test you, you must insist that you are a 1998 honey badger. But how could a honey badger fly? After thinking for a moment, Chong Li came up with a possible explanation and tentatively spoke up. I was carrying out a clearing mission at the time. I ran into that big bird on the roof of a high-rise and was carried into the high air by it. What you saw me hitting it, it was not me hitting it, but rather me being thrown into the air and it hitting me.
It might have been a visual misperception that made it look like I was the one hitting it. After finishing, Chong Li looked at Du Keikai with some embarrassment. Even he felt this explanation was a bit far-fetched. Because if Du Keikai had seen him before he made the move to hit the bird, his lie would fall apart immediately. Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder. I was wondering how you, a thread tier, could fly. Du Keikai immediately put on an expression of sudden realization. This left Chong Li stunned instead. Is it that much of a coincidence? She really only saw the moment I hit the bird. Then, senior, can you answer me now? Were you the one who took care of that big bird back then? Chong Li quickly changed the subject. In any case, he had managed to gloss over his own situation. Guess. Du Keikai did not answer, but instead playfully stuck out her tongue and shut the door with a bang, leaving Chong Li standing at the door, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Chong Li looked at the tightly closed door in front of him, suddenly feeling as if he had been played. But fortunately, he had not revealed anything. After blinking awkwardly, Chong Li turned around, ready to leave. But the second after he turned, he froze. The resplendent corridor and Du Keikai's door had disappeared. He had returned to his own room without even knowing when. He had not felt anything unusual throughout the whole process. It was just a turn, and he was back in his room. It was as if he had been standing at the door of his room all along, rather than in the corridor. What the heck, what just happened? Chong Li was completely dazed. The half-drawn curtains, the unmade, messy bed, the shoes and slippers on the floor, and the solid feel of his feet on the plush carpet were all proving to him that this was no hallucination. He really had returned to his room in the middle of a single turn. Is this Du Keikai's sequence ability? Chong Li naturally came to this conclusion. Because when he tried to hit the bird last time, it was a similar strange feeling. He had only closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the big bird was already gone. It was the same this time. He blinked twice, looked back, and he was already back in his room. Aside from it being Du Keikai's ability, he could not think of any other possibility. Since it was Du Keikai's ability, there was nothing to be afraid of. But how is this done? Chong Li became curious and lay on the bed, starting to try and search for it. However, on all the normal search engines, he could not find any information related to the Tiangen Jia team. This was normal after all. They were a national-level team. It would be a miracle if one could just search them up. If Li Ling had not brought him here this time, he did not know how long it would be before he could see them. Next, Chong Li habitually opened his most frequently browsed abnormal creature forum. After typing the characters Tiangen into the search box, only a few search results popped up. But luckily, among these results, one was related to Tiangen Jia. However, it was not an introduction, but a random snapshot by a netizen with a few words of adoration attached. In the photo were 4 people wearing ink-black combat uniforms with dark gold flow patterns. Judging by their figures, they were 2 men and 2 women. They were entering from the Hunter Squad entrance of the high wall, surrounded by the military in charge of security and members of other Hunter Squads. But in the entire background, only they 4 were wearing combat uniforms of this color, while everyone else wore dark cyan combat uniforms with white cloud patterns. Judging by the color difference, those in dark cyan should all be from the Dijai Hunter Squads. Only after magnifying the photo did Chong Li see the sequence number on the helmet of one of the Tiangen Jia members. 79, silence, memory. Chong Li raised an eyebrow. 79 is the sequence number. Silence is the sequence ability. That should not be a problem, but what does memory mean? Could it be what Li Ling called sequence classification? After activating her ability and sending Chong Li back to his room, Du Keikai hopped and skipped back to her computer. Ignoring the barrage of comments on the screen asking where the streamer went, she clicked the end stream button and went offline. Then she could not wait to pick up her phone and make a call. Hey Sister Yun, guess what I found out? Hurry up and guess, hurry up. How would I know what to guess? If you have nothing to say, I am hanging up, I am busy. Yun Gui's cold voice came from the phone. Yun Gui could always keep Du Keikai in check, despite her habit of having a wandering mind and talking to herself. Oh, do not hang up, do not hang up. Sister Yun Gui, do you remember that little hottie your senior brother brought yesterday? The one you told me to take from the old guy's place. I remember, so what? Yun Gui's emotion showed no curiosity at all, as if she were humoring a child. Let me tell you, he is a 9 sequence. He said so himself, and he is the one I told you about before, the one who hit the bird. Du Keikai was incredibly excited. He even actively showed me his ability. He can control objects and has a conceptual level defense. Hearing Du Keikai's machine gun-like words, Yun Gui fell into a rare silence. After a long while, she spoke. You said on what sequence is he? 9, unbelievable, right? Du Keikai also uncharacteristically stayed on topic and did not wander off into her own thoughts. After another long silence, Yun Gui spoke again. 9, then how did you use your silence ability to freeze him while he was showing you his ability? Because he is only at the thread tier, unbelievable, right? He has not even developed his powers at all. Just like last time, it was very easy to freeze him. He has now been sent back to his room by me, and he is probably totally confused, hahaha. Line tiers 9. Yungui's voice came through the receiver again. She did not doubt for a second what Du Keikai had said about Chong Li being in the 9 sequence. What shocked her was that a 9 sequence ability user was only at the line tier. Are you sure he is only at the line tier? Yungui confirmed once more. Of course, I would not get that wrong. In terms of combat power, he could not even beat the masseurs here. I mean, the run-of-the-mill kind. He is just at the level of a reserve squad member. Du Keikai nodded with great certainty. Got it, I'm hanging up. Do not tell anyone but me. After giving this instruction, Yungui hung up immediately. 9, hehe. Once he leaves the reserve squad, I must find a way to recruit him into our Tiangan Jia. Du Keikai looked excited. She clearly could not wait to have Chong Li of the 9 sequence as her teammate. After Li Ling got up, he headed straight to the Camphor Tree Investigation Group, located on the 20th floor. There were not only investigators from within the Camphor Tree, but also many personnel from the police and the military. Normally, there would not be this many people, but due to the unexpected deaths of Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, a large number of investigators had gathered here. While there are many reserve squads nationwide, and many reserve members who sacrifice themselves every year, cases like this, sudden deaths without a single witness or clue to the killer's identity, are extremely rare. Captain Wang, any progress? Li Ling walked straight up to a busy middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He was the commander in charge of this attack incident, Captain Wang Ping of the Dijai Chunyu squad. We have basically identified the anomalous creature that attacked your 2 team members. If nothing goes wrong, it is the Ghost Sequence 473, the New Year painting doll. The man shook his head, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Based on the scene evidence and autopsy results, it is highly likely that its strength has reached the sky tier. That is why your squad members died so instantly. However, we still have no idea why such a high-level sequence would suddenly appear inside the wall. Moreover, we have already invited a Tiangan squad to start a search centered around your H05 district, but there are no results yet. It is actually the New Year painting doll. Li Ling's expression darkened immediately. He had heard of this anomalous creature in certain files. It was known as one of the more vicious entities within the 400 to 500 range of the Ghost Sequence. Li Ling did not know the exact abilities of the New Year painting doll. That information was beyond his clearance. Furthermore, with high-level sequence creatures of this caliber, it should be impossible for one to get inside the wall without being detected, given the defense walls and the presence of the Tiangan and Dijai squads. Especially in a second-tier city like the H05 district. Li Ling thought to himself. Our technicians requested detection data from the military, as well as entrance and exit logs from the wall, but found no traces of the New Year painting doll. So for now, we can infer that it did not climb over the high wall by itself, Captain Wang continued. Then it was, Li Ling already had his own deduction. Yes, exactly, Captain Wang nodded. It is basically certain that someone helped it sneak in, which is why it could appear in a place like your H05 district. And whoever helped it sneak in is very likely from your H05 district as well. Also, from the perspective of behavioral psychology, it brought in such a high-level creature, but did not go on a rampage against civilians. It was as if it were targeted, only killing your 2 members. Captain Wang took a deep drag from his cigarette, the embers rapidly approaching the filter. We have reason to suspect this is a terrorist attack aimed at your Broken Spine squad, or perhaps a provocation against the entire Camphor Tree organization. A terrorist attack, Li Ling's pupils constricted. He immediately thought of the bombing of Chong Li's apartment, the school invasion by anomalous creatures, and the nameless man who appeared at the very end and was led away by Chong Li. And the common thread in all these events was Chong Li. Even if the New Year painting doll was not specifically drawn to Chong Li, the mastermind organization that brought it inside the wall must have Chong Li as their ultimate target. It was not just Li Ling who reached this conclusion. The upper echelons of the camphor tree thought the same, which was why they would not stop keeping an eye on Chong Li. We have already begun the investigation into this terrorist organization. But they are clearly highly professional and organized. After attacking your two members, they vanished without a trace, along with the New Year painting doll. As Captain Wang spoke, he took out another cigarette and lit it directly with the stub of the old one. Captain Li, I know you have your own theories, but regardless, this terrorist organization is extremely dangerous. Once you go back, all of your squad's missions regarding the clearing and investigation of anomalous creatures are temporarily suspended. Report any disturbances immediately and leave the handling to the nearby Tiangan hunting squads and the military. It was clear that the pressure of this incident had pushed Captain Wang to his limit. Just after saying these few words, the cigarette in his mouth had burned down by another half. This is not a suspension of your squad's duties, but a way to protect you. After all, this enemy is not just an ordinary sequence ability user, but the Ghost Sequence 473, the New Year painting doll itself. You can imagine the level of danger involved. Understood, Li Ling nodded solemnly. In this situation, whether for the lives of his teammates or the safety of the civilians, he would not deliberately try to be a hero. When your strength is not enough and you are being targeted by enemies in the shadows, lying low is the best choice. We are also following up on the two previous incidents you reported. Although there is reason to suspect they were committed by the same group, we have not found a link yet. You should head back now. If there are any new developments, someone will notify you. While speaking, Captain Wang finished another cigarette and, just like before, lit a new one. All right, then I will take Chong Li and head back, Li Ling said, giving Captain Wang a standard military salute before exiting the investigation office. After saying goodbye to Yungui, Li Ling left the headquarters with Chong Li. There was no helicopter waiting on the way back, but to their surprise, just as they were considering whether to hail a taxi or take the bus. A luxury car with gold-plated rims, an aura of unimaginable wealth, and paint so expensive that a single scratch would cost 18 lifetimes to pay off, pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man in sunglasses and white gloves in the driver's seat turned to look at Chong Li and Li Ling. Are you Mr. Chong and Mr. Li? Miss Kai asked me to give you a ride back. Please get in. What? Ms. Kai. Looking at the super luxury car in front of him, Zhang Li stiffly swallowed his saliva. The image of that young girl wearing fluffy slippers and cute monster pajamas popped into his mind. Is not she just a streamer? Can streamers these days really make this much money? The next second, Zhang Li remembered the line he heard outside Du Kai's room during her stream. Thank you, Bayaziji, for the fan badge. A streamer who gets so excited over a single fan badge has such an insane car and a dedicated driver. The label of super rich kid experiencing life was instantly slapped onto Du Kai in Zhang Li's mind. Please get in the car, the middle-aged man said again. His tone was extremely polite, and even though Zhang Li and Li Ling looked shabby compared to the car, he did not show a hint of contempt. The car already looked incredibly expensive from the outside. But once inside, it was absolutely outrageous. Things like a starlight ceiling, zero-gravity cabin seats, massive touchscreens, and world-class sound systems were all just standard features. The most insane part was the holographic projection surrounding the entire cabin, making it impossible for Zhang Li to even perceive the car windows or the chassis. Whether by sight or touch, Zhang Li felt like he was floating in deep space. Captain, are not your connections a little too over the top? No, not really. I do not even really know Du Kai. Li Ling shook his head, looking even more bewildered than Zhang Li. You do not know Senior Kai, then this is. Zhang Li stared at Li Ling with wide eyes. If these are not your connections, do not tell me they are mine. The journey of over 100 kilometers took less than 40 minutes. I do not know if the suspension was just that good or what, but Zhang Li felt like the car never once stopped for a red light the whole way. Gentlemen, we have arrived.
please exit the vehicle? The back seats were completely isolated from the cockpit. After the car stopped, the driver's voice came through the sound system. Without a word, the two immediately opened the doors and got out, afraid they had been charged if they sat for one more second. After getting out and looking at the broken spine team base in front of him, Chong Li felt a wave of dizziness. The past 2 days at headquarters felt like a dream. Whether it was those elders who interrogated him, Du Kai Kai, or the name Yun Gui that he had heard of but never met, they all felt like people from another world. Captain, something happened. Before the car that brought them back had driven away, Liu Li came limping out of the base entrance in a rush. Lin Mo, she. Liu Li's expression was full of self-reproach and guilt, panting so hard she could not get her words out. What is it? What happened? Take your time. Seeing Liu Li's state, a shadow instantly crossed Li Ling's face. If the deputy captain Liu Li was this panicked, it definitely was not a small matter. Lin Mo, Liu Li did not even have time to catch her breath, her face pale as she began to speak disjointedly. This morning, Lin Mo insisted on dragging Yao Jiao out for barbecue. Yao Jiao could not say no, so she went with her. That was fine, none of us thought anything of it, but when they came back, Yao Jiao was gone. Only Lin Mo was left with an ashen face. She would not say anything when asked, just kept a dark look on her face. We thought they had a fight, so we did not press for details. But not long after Lin Mo returned, the base alarm went off. The alarm went off. Hearing this, Li Ling's expression changed completely. As captain, he knew exactly what the base alarm meant better than anyone. Yes, Lin Mo, she released all the contained creatures in the base. By the time Shi Yue and I reached the alarm, it was already too late. When we asked her why, she would not say. After injuring Shi Yue and me, Lin Mo left the base with all the contained creatures. Liu Li was still talking, but Li Ling could not listen anymore, instantly activating his locust jump ability and charging into the base. Chong Li followed closely behind. Just as they stepped into the base, Chong Li gasped in horror. The entire first floor was covered in injured research staff. Some had minor cuts and bruises, while others were severely injured and lying in pools of blood. The decorative plants and the sofas in the lounge had all been smashed to pieces. The entire base looked like it had been ransacked and massacred. It was truly shocking. The glass door leading to the training grounds not far away had also been shattered into dust. Li Ling stood in the hallway, trembling, clenching his fists tightly. The iron doors on both sides of the hall were wide open, and traces of slime and other signs of destruction from the abnormal creatures stretched from inside the cells out across the entire floor. It was clear they had vented their fury on the people here after being released, and only left after attacking indiscriminately. Chong Li. Just as Chong Li was at a loss for what to do, when Yuan's urgent voice called out from the side. She was kneeling on the ground, using the gel-like substance secreted by her honey pot ant ability to treat the wounded. Xiao Mo did not leave long ago. You can still catch up if you go now. Wen Yuan's voice was already thick with tears. I do not believe she would do something like this. Please go, bring her back, I beg you. The loss of Shen Xiao and Jiang Qi, the sudden disappearance of the temporary member Yao Jiao, Lin Mo's sudden act of betrayal, the injury of Liu Li and Shi Yue, and the fact that the captain took Chong Li away, cutting off contact due to special circumstances. This chain of events was devastating to the gentle Wen Yuan. The fact that she was still maintaining her composure to treat others was only due to her last shred of reason holding on. Bring Xiao Mo back, I beg you, Chong Li. Wen Yuan's words felt like needles stabbing into Chong Li's heart. Shi Yue and Liu Li were injured, and Captain Li Ling was duty-bound to guard the base to prevent a secondary attack. Chong Li was the only one left with the ability to go out and bring Lin Mo and Yao Jiao back. All right, wait for me. Chong Li turned around with a dark expression, pulled out his tactical helmet, and placed it on his head. No longer caring about revealing his true sequence in front of his teammates, he took 2 steps and soared straight into the sky with immense speed. Regardless of who is behind this, you killed Shen Xiao and Jiang Qi, and now you have gone after Lin Mo and Yao Jiao. Then you must die. Chong Li had never felt such rage before. What? Chong Li still remembered that the delicious barbecue place Lin Mo mentioned was right next to his school. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight toward that snack street.
Although he knew about this place, he had never been here before due to financial reasons. When he arrived, there was not a single soul on the entire street. It was not because it was not dinner time yet, but rather as if the place had been cleared out. Walking down the pedestrian street step by step, he could even see that some hot pots in the shops were still steaming. The tables and chairs arranged along the street were still in a chaotic state, as if the people who had been eating there had fled in a hurry due to some sudden event. These strange sights made Chong Li almost certain that some kind of mutation must have occurred here, leading to Yao Jiao's disappearance and Lin Mo's betrayal. But which one was the barbecue place Lin Mo talked about? There were too many barbecue shops here. Just knowing it was very delicious was not enough to determine which one Lin Mo had brought Yao Jiao to. After continuing another 100 or 200 meters deeper into the deserted pedestrian street, two familiar figures appeared before Chong Li. The boy's face was extremely delicate, even appearing somewhat girlish when he smiled. As for the woman, Chong Li would never forget this face, even in death. Yang Siyu, how are you here? Seeing Yang Siyu suddenly appear, a very bad premonition rose in Chong Li's heart. Yao Jiao had humiliated Yang Siyu last time to help him out, and now, Yang Siyu had appeared at the place where Yao Jiao went missing. It was impossible to say that these two things were unrelated. And what was even stranger was that, for some reason, Yang Siyu was wearing a very weird mask. Calling it a mask was not quite accurate, as it was too large, covering almost her entire face, leaving only her eyes and forehead exposed. If he were not so familiar with her figure and mannerisms, Chong Li might not have recognized her at all. Why cannot I be here? Yang Siyu asked coldly in return. Are only your little lovers allowed to come here for barbecue? Am I not allowed? What do you own this pedestrian street? Hearing this, Chong Li's heart jolted. It really was her doing. And Lin Mo and Yao Jiao might just be bait. Her real purpose was to lure him out. Do not waste time talking to him. Kill him and take that super sequence inside him back to Termite. White-tailed deer, standing beside Yang Siyu, said with a light laugh, looking at Chong Li as if he were already a corpse. What? Chong Li was stunned for a moment. How did he know about the sequence inside him? But there was no time to think, as the masked Yang Siyu had already lunged at Chong Li. Chong Li's heart was jolted once again. Because Yang Siyu's speed was too fast, and neither her posture nor her movements were like those of an ordinary person, she had clearly awakened an anomalous ability. In less than 2 seconds, the heel of Yang Siyu's shoe smashed mercilessly toward the crown of Chong Li's head. Her speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person, but compared to Chong Li, whose progress was already at 30, it was still very slow. It was very easy to dodge Yang Siyu's attack, but that did not diminish Chong Li's surprise. You awakened, wise. This why was both a question of why Yang Siyu would target Yao Jiao and Lin Mo after awakening, and also why someone like her could even have the chance to awaken. What, are you surprised? Is there any law that says Yang Siyu cannot awaken? Yang Siyu's figure spun rapidly in the air. As one leg landed, the heel of the other leg would inevitably be smashing toward Chong Li's head, carrying massive kinetic energy. It was clear that every single one of her strikes was meant to kill. But to Chong Li, her attacks were no different from slow motion, and he could dodge them easily. Considering that you are a human, I will give you a chance, Chong Li said sternly while dodging effortlessly. Hand over Yao Jiao and tell me what you did to Lin Mo, and I guarantee I will let you leave alive. Whoosh! Before Chong Li finished his sentence, Yang Siyu's foot came crashing down again, and instead of landing directly like before, it slashed sideways the moment it passed Chong Li's neck. Screw you, Yang Siyu's tone left no room for negotiation. She had come today specifically to kill Chong Li. Then do not blame me for being heartless. Chong Li leaned back and easily dodged this fatal blow. When he looked at Yang Siyu again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Taking advantage of the moment before Yang Siyu's leg landed and stabilized, Chong Li stepped forward and hooked the leg she was using to stand with his ankle. Then he flicked it with force. Yang Siyu let out a scream, her entire body unable to control its fall to one side. Sorry, you were the one who wanted to kill first. Chong Li's eyes turned ruthless again, and he swung his fist directly toward the head of Yang Siyu, who was still falling. Just as Chong Li's fist was about to touch Yang Siyu, a weird, wicked grin appeared at the corner of Yang Siyu's eyes. Bad news, a sense of extreme unease immediately enveloped Chong Li. He hurriedly withdrew his fist and used all his strength to forcibly twist his body back. And at this lightning-fast moment, a small opening appeared at the mouth position of the strange mask on Yang Siyu's face. TSS. A sound like a spray bottle being pressed once could be heard. Something was sprayed in Chong Li's direction. The next second thud, Yang Siyu fell to the ground, losing her balance. And Chong Li, at the very moment that faint spraying sound occurred, had already flashed a few times and moved to a distance. What is this? Even though Chong Li's reaction speed was already extremely fast, he still clearly felt a burning pain coming from his throat at that moment. Immediately after, a strong wave of dizziness hit him, just like the first time he was tricked into smoking a cigarette. His vision blurred, and he felt extremely nauseated. Who would have thought your speed is actually this fast? Watching the dizzy Chong Li, Yang Siyu got up from the ground triumphantly while glaring fiercely at him. But even getting this little bit on you is enough. Just wait here to die, you pathetic man. White-tailed deer, who had been watching the whole process from not far away, laughed disdainfully after hearing Yang Siyu's words, as if mocking her arrogance. Women with scorpion hearts are just like this, mean and stupid. Just one of Chong Li's abilities is already on par with termites' pseudo-affiliation. Is this level of sequence something that a little taipan snake like you can kill? Immediately, he turned and looked at the manhole cover in front of a barbecue shop behind him. Chong Li is poisoned and dizzy. I wonder if this amount of time is enough for you. What? Beneath the manhole cover, inside the complex maze of underground pipes, a heavy iron door, completely out of place with its surroundings, was standing wide open. Inside the headquarters of the camphor nest moth, only 2 people were present. Termite had his eyes tightly shut, sweating profusely as he activated his pseudo-affiliation ability. And the missing Yao Jiao was kneeling on the floor in front of him, her face full of pain. Damn it, how is this possible? What exactly is the thing that has locked down your mind? Termite muttered through trembling lips, struggling to speak. Pseudo-affiliation was the sequence ability he used to control the minds of all the camphor nest moth members. He himself possessed almost no combat ability. It was solely through this pseudo-affiliation power that he created the camphor nest moth and directed them to carry out various terrorist attacks. And Yao Jiao, the very first member of the camphor nest moth, was the ultimate embodiment of his ability. The obedience he had implanted in Yao Jiao's mind was practically at the level of a mental imprint. But now that level of mental imprint had completely failed. Not to mention obedience, he could not even exert the most basic influence. After controlling Lin Mo to bring Yao Jiao here, Termite almost immediately deduced that this was Chong Li's ability. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not use pseudo-affiliation to take Yao Jiao back. If Termite's pseudo-affiliation was like a mental imprint, then the thing currently controlling Yao Jiao's mind was like genetic DNA information. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it even the slightest bit. His second hypothesis was that if he could severely injure Chong Li, he might be able to shake the existence of that thing and create a tiny window of time for his pseudo-affiliation to intrude. Clearly, judging by Yao Jiao's current behavior, Yang Siyu and white-tailed deer had successfully severely injured Chong Li above. Yao Jiao had already been controlled into kneeling. But that was as far as it went. Termite still had absolutely no solution for the thing that was controlling her. Thump. Completely exhausted, Termite finally gave up the attempt and collapsed limply onto the ground. The kneeling Yao Jiao fell over at the same time. The 2 forces clashing in her mind had drained her stamina as well. But after collapsing, instead of showing the expression of a loser, Termite began to laugh maniacally. Interesting, so interesting, Chen Huangjin, you really did put a bounty on something good, The chilling, eerie laughter passed through the iron door, echoing back and forth in the maze-like sewage pipes, gradually turning into the whispers of a demon from the depths of hell. Chong Li, no matter what kind of hellish thing your sequence is, I am going to have it, With a gradually crazed expression, Termite slowly lifted his phone and put it to his ear. Come down, carry Hummingbird up, we are withdrawing. Did it not work? White-tailed deer's voice rang out from the phone. Number, but that is not important anymore. Keep Chong Li alive, follow the original plan we discussed.
Understood. 10 minutes later. Jiao, wake up. Yao Jiao was slowly shaken awake by Chong Li. The hard sensation of the ground against her back and the blinding sunlight caused her memories to return quickly. Big sister Jiao, come with me to that barbecue place. Everyone else says they are not in the mood. Please come with me. Uncle, I have brought the person. What is next? Go and release all those monsters contained in your base. We need some smoke screens. Yes. Should I call you Hummingbird or Yao Jiao? What on earth is that thing inside your head? Yao Jiao took a deep breath and jumped up, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Chong Li. Chong Li Lin Mo, she has been controlled by termite. She no longer has her own mind. What? Chong Li helped Yao Jiao up, confused, and sat her on a chair. Controlled by termite. What does that mean? Who is termite? I do not know. Yao Jiao tried to recall the face of that man in her memory, but she could not find any relevant memories. He calls himself termite. His sequence ability seems to be able to control people. Lin Mo was controlled by him. Thinking of this, Yao Jiao immediately became tense and grabbed Chong Li's arm. I remember him telling Lin Mo to release all the things contained in the base. You must go tell Captain Li. You have to be careful of Lin Mo. Chong Li gently covered Yao Jiao's hand and sat down opposite her, feeling powerless. The captain and I came back too late. She had already released everything. Sister Liu and Shidu were wounded, as were many from the research group. Jiao, what does that termite look like? Intuition told Chong Li that Lin Mo's sudden betrayal, the previous explosion at the rental house, and the polar bear attack were all the work of this so-called termite. After so much time, a clue about the mastermind had finally surfaced. Hey, Yao Jiao held her head, trying hard to recall the blurry image of that man. Very ordinary, just like a small business owner. There was nothing special about him. There was not even a single recognizable feature on his face. Yao Jiao reminisced for a long time, but finally shook her head. Other than that strange ability in being ordinary, she could not come up with any description. How could it be? Chong Li lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Had the clue that he had finally found just been broken like this? Wait a minute. Just then Yao Jiao seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Chong Li's arm. He had a smell on him, a very familiar smell. A smell? What kind of smell? Chong Li became excited again. As long as there was a clue, even the smallest bit, it would be useful. That smell, it was like. Yao Jiao slowly looked up towards a barbecue shop not far away. The smell of raw meat and marinade from a barbecue kitchen. Chong Li looked in the direction of Yao Jiao's gaze. It was a medium-sized barbecue shop, but the number of tables and chairs placed at the entrance was far greater than that of the shops nearby. After a brief hesitation, Chong Li immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Captain, we found the barbecue place that Lin Mo mentioned earlier. This must be their base. Notify the military quickly. Yao Jiao and I will wait for you here. Within just a few minutes, the military captain who had handled the Shenzhou and Hengjiao Qi incident arrived with a full squad of elites. Chong Li, right, can you confirm the intelligence you just provided? The captain asked as he walked up to Chong Li. He was the only one in the entire squad not wearing a helmet, and his face looked much more haggard than it had just a few days ago. Yes, I am certain, Chong Li nodded. The masterminds behind those terrorist attacks are either the staff or the owner of this shop. Good, the captain reached out and gestured for his team to surround the building. The next second, the entire pedestrian street was literally cleared out, leaving only the soldiers, Chong Li and Yao Jiao. The two of you do not leave just yet, come with me. We might need more detailed information from you later. After signaling to them, the captain led them back outside the perimeter. This, Chong Li and Yao Jiao looked at each other, both wearing confused expressions. They had surrounded the place but did not move in immediately. Instead, they brought them out of the perimeter. What kind of tactic was this? Just as Chong Li was feeling suspicious, the captain pulled a small communicator from his jacket. The shape of this communicator was unlike anything Chong Li had ever seen. It was not just small, it looked extremely sophisticated. Just by its appearance, he knew it was used for communicating with classified personnel. After taking it out, the captain did not speak into it. He quickly typed in a few numbers and tucked it right back into his pocket. Maintain vigilance, clear enough space for the Heavenly STEM squad.
After putting the communicator away, the captain ordered his soldiers. In less than 10 seconds, all the tables and chairs on the street had been cleared away. Just as Chong Li was about to ask what was happening, a massive roar erupted in the sky. Chong Li and Yao Jiao looked up to see several black dots falling rapidly toward the ground from hundreds of meters in the air. Boom! Dust billowed as the black dots landed in the cleared area. There were 6 people wearing ink-black combat suits with gold patterns, and even their helmets were a dark, matte black. Only on the chin area of their helmets were their serial numbers and abilities inscribed in gold leaf. Perimeter security, provide fire support at any moment. Before Chong Li could get a closer look, the military captain roared again. Yes! All the soldiers immediately formed a circle around the street, pointing all their weapons directly at the barbecue shop. Chong Li had seen that kind of combat suit before. It belonged exclusively to the Heavenly STEM Squad. This meant the 6 people in front of him were one of the Heavenly STEM Squads, the pinnacle of human combat power. But a new question arose in Chong Li's mind. Even if that termite was the head of some terrorist organization, was it really necessary to deploy a full Heavenly STEM Squad? He knew that even when going outside the wall to hunt, sometimes only half a squad was sent out. The appearance of an entire Heavenly STEM Squad gave Chong Li an ominous feeling. This probably was not as simple as just dealing with the termite. He had these doubts because Li Ling had not told him about the conclusion reached by Captain Wang of the investigation department. He did not know that the current termite had been linked to the number 473 sequence, New Year doll, who killed Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi. The appearance of a level 473 sequence within the defensive wall was enough for the government to initiate a level 1 combat alert. It was just that they had not pinpointed the exact location and movements of 473 yet, so to avoid alarming the target and the public, the government had not evacuated the civilians on a large scale. After landing, one of the Heavenly STEM members raised their left hand. Following a shrill, humming sound, the 6 black figures vanished from everyone's sight. And everything Chong Li could see in his field of vision stopped the moment the humming sound began. It was as if the space in front of them had been frozen. The air flying trash, dust, even the bowls and dishes that were wobbling from the 6 people's landing. They were all frozen, looking just like a photograph. Captain, what is this? Chong Li could not help but ask the military captain beside him, as his curiosity had become overwhelming. I do not know either. Our orders are just to maintain the perimeter for the Heavenly STEM Squad once we get a lead. As for which squad it is, or what abilities they are using, that is not information I need to know. The captain shook his head, turned, and left to set up the cordon outside the pedestrian street. Static sounds. The moment the captain left, a digital sound signaling a connection played in Chong Li's combat helmet. The next second, a soft female voice appeared in his ear. Are you the discoverer, Chong Li? Hello, I am Heavenly STEM Gui, captain of the Event Horizon Squad. My name is Zhang Kainyu. Hello, Chong Li was stunned as he heard the voice coming through. The helmet, which could only be used for internal squad communication and contacting the military, had been so easily breached by this voice. Judging by the electrical static before her voice appeared, she must have forcibly intervened using her ability. We have found the underground nest. Please provide any relevant intelligence. The woman's tone was very official, showing neither arrogance nor disdain. Ah well, I just reported it. I am actually not the one who discovered it. As he said this, Chong Li took his helmet off and handed it to Yao Jiao. Once Yao Jiao put on the helmet, Chong Li could no longer hear their conversation. Within just a few seconds, Yao Jiao took off the helmet with a solemn expression and shook her head at Chong Li. How was it? Chong Li asked anxiously. Aside from the nest having already been emptied, nothing was found. Yao Jiao sighed and returned the helmet to Chong Li. A second later, the frozen space returned to normal, and the 6-person squad vanished. It was unclear where they had gone. The subsequent collection of clues and the following lockdown were now the military's concern. Chong Li and Yao Jiao provided all the information they had to the military captain. This included Yang Xiu, who had toxic saliva, and the white-tailed deer, who possessed extreme environmental perception. Let us go. After relaying all the clues, Chong Li said to Yao Jiao.
Lin Mo has not been found yet, but this trip was not entirely in vain. At least we have a lead now. Existing evidence proves that Lin Mo did not defect of her own volition, but was controlled by termite, losing her own subjective consciousness. This actually makes her easier to find, considering she is carrying so many abnormal creatures that escaped from the containment cells. If all goes as expected, wherever there is a commotion in the city, that is where she should be. Sure enough, Chong Li's inference was correct. Not long after the two left the snack street, the voice of a military communicator came through their helmets. Honey Badger 1998, please respond if you receive this, please respond. Honey Badger here, please go ahead, Kuruzu Li replied hurriedly. Sequence 11474, Kitten, has appeared in the Social Worker Residential District in the north of H05 zone. Please provide support immediately. The communicator cut off the transmission immediately after speaking. It is easy to imagine that the entire city, just like last time, is now seeing abnormal creatures appearing everywhere. Understood. Chong Li glanced at Yao Jiao, and after a nod to each other, they headed straight for the Social Worker Residential District. The backbone squad that originally maintained the entire H05 zone has now been severely damaged. Existing combat strength, aside from temporary members Yao Jiao and Chong Li, and the captain who must guard the base, is down to just 2 people. Those are the injured Mantis, Liu Lei, and Wild Boar, Shi Yue. Under Wen Yuan's treatment, they should have recovered their combat capabilities by now, but the numbers are too few, and there are too many escaped abnormal creatures. The main military force is currently coordinating with the Event Horizon Squad to hunt down the New Year Doll and the terrorist organization's leader, so they have no time to deal with these weaker abnormal creatures until reinforcements arrive. Therefore, Chong Li and Yao Jiao must take action, both to find Lin Mo and to clear out the abnormal creatures. When they arrived at the square in front of the gate of the Social Worker Residential District, it was already crowded with people, mostly elderly people and children who had just finished kindergarten. With the help of community security guards and police, they had all been evacuated from the residential area and gathered there. This would provide the maximum level of assistance to Chong Li and Yao Jiao. But at this moment, the eyes of everyone in the square were not on Chong Li and Yao Jiao, who had come to solve their problem. Instead, they were all looking up at the large screen at the front of the square. This type of screen is usually used to display community notices or evacuation alerts. But now, there was only one sentence on the screen. The Backbone Squad has betrayed us and sided with the abnormal creatures. Can we really entrust our personal safety to them? The moment he saw this sentence, Chong Li's pupils shrank. There was no doubt this was termites doing. But does not this seem a bit too stupid? A groundless, baseless statement without any evidence, just to sow discord between the public and the ability users. That is thinking a bit too simply. Although they felt it was strange, Chong Li and Yao Jiao did not linger for too long. After speaking with the community police and finding out the building number where the abnormal creature was located, they walked straight into the residential area. Building 6, Units 1 through 3, it is full of cats. That is what the police officer told Chong Li. Approaching Building 6 with caution, before they even reached the unit entrance, the two of them could already hear the cries of numerous kittens. The sound of a single kitten is healing, but when countless kittens cry out at once, it becomes a sound that makes your scalp crawl. Just as he reached the unit stairwell, Chong Li felt as if he had arrived at the entrance to hell. The sound of so many cats mixed together, sounding exactly like the wailing of souls from hell, was chilling. Chong Li. Just as he was about to step inside, Yao Jiao grabbed him, her expression somber as she said, "Could the containment cells at the base hold so many cats? This number is a bit strange, right?" Yes, Chong Li nodded non-committally. He had already realized this. The sound in this stairwell alone sounded like at least hundreds or thousands of kittens. If you add the other 2 stairwells, the number of kittens would be an astronomical figure. The containment corridor at the base is only a few dozen meters long, and there are only a dozen or so cells. Even if every cell were filled with kittens, it could never hold such a terrifying number. It seems this sound is intended to deceive people. After some thought, Chong Li made a preliminary judgment. There is a high probability that such a massive volume of sound is actually coming from just one abnormal creature. This abnormal creature is using its sequence ability to emit a sound that mimics countless cats, confusing and misleading everyone's judgment. Leading the police officer just now to make the false judgment that the entire Building 6 was full of cats. Whatever the case, let us go in and take it one step at a time. Chong Li grabbed Yao Jiao's arm and slowly walked into the stairwell. Whether there is one cat or countless cats inside, they have to go in. But in reality, the confidence supporting Chong Li's entry was the sequence mentioned by the military personnel earlier. 11,474, kitten. The sequence is not high, and the danger is not very great. At most, it is comparable to a mimic octopus, so Chong Li is not too worried. Just as they walked onto the first floor, they could clearly hear the sound of cat claws scratching against the doors on both sides of the stairwell. Moreover, the frequencies inside the doors on either side were completely different. While one side was rapid, the other slowed down, and when one side wailed, the other immediately showed weakness. It sounded exactly like two cats interacting through the door. But even more bizarrely, when the residents evacuated, they did not close their front doors, meaning both doors were now slightly ajar. The gap was not large, but it was certainly big enough for a cat to get out. Yet the cats behind the doors had no intention of coming out. They were simply interacting, wailing, and scratching. Chong Li slowly moved forward, subconsciously shielding Yao Jiao behind him, and after preparing himself to fight at any moment, he reached out and grabbed the doorknob. Then, taking a deep breath, he yanked the door open. Just as Chong Li had imagined, there were no kittens behind the door. Inside was just an ordinary, plain old apartment. However, the sound of cat wailing and clawing did not stop when Chong Li opened the door. Instead, the sound appeared inside one of the rooms in the house. It was as if the cat that had just been scratching the front door had fled into the room the moment Chong Li opened it, and continued scratching and wailing. Following the sound of the cat, Chong Li walked into the house and opened a room door again. As expected, just like before, there was still no shadow of any cat inside the room. Meow, scritch, scritch. The moment the door was opened, the cat's wailing sound instantly flickered away to the next room. This is simply mental contamination, Chong Li said with a frown. This is not just a kitten, this is even more Schrodinger's cat than Schrodinger's cat itself. Well, there is no need to look at that door anymore. There is definitely no cat inside it either. Chong Li had already deduced the preliminary characteristics of the kitten. It creates sounds like auditory hallucinations, luring people to keep searching for it. From this characteristic, Chong Li roughly inferred its method of attack as well. It likely drives people insane through mental contamination via the cat sounds it emits. Whether the deduction is correct or not, I will know once I ask. Chong Li reached out, pressed his helmet, and opened the squad communication channel. Sister Liu, are you there? This is Chong Li, please answer if you can hear me. A moment later, Liu Li's panting voice rang in his ears. I am here, what is wrong? Sister Liu, I am currently at the social worker residential complex dealing with the kitten. I want to ask, what are its sequence ability and attack method? Yes, since the kitten escaped from the Backbone Squad's containment cell, it meant it had been defeated by the Backbone Squad before. To find out its specific abilities, instead of guessing here, it is better to just ask Liu Li, a veteran of the Backbone Squad. The kittens, let me think, damn it, get away. It was clear that Liu Li was being entangled by something, but the battle was not very intense. At least she could still think and recall during the fight. I remember now, I caught the kitten with Shiyue a long time ago. It basically has no combat ability. But it is very annoying. Its main body is tiny and will keep hiding in some small corner. Before you find it, it will keep duplicating its current actions within a range of several hundred meters. If you cannot hold out, you will easily go crazy. I cannot talk anymore. Things are a bit difficult on my end. Liu Li hung up the communication as soon as she finished speaking. Hearing her description, the muscles in Chong Li's face could not stop twitching. Hiding in some small corner, making it impossible for people to find. Hess, it really is a kitten after all. Although he knew its abilities and characteristics now, it was easier said than done to find a kitten hiding in a small corner. Should I use Buddha sound? That would indeed easily control all the doors to open themselves, and one look would show if there is a cat inside. But Yao Jiao is still right beside me. Should I expose my real sequence in front of her like this? Chong Li was suddenly torn with hesitation. Judging from their time together, Yao Jiao was undoubtedly a trustworthy teammate. Even if he told her the truth, there should not be much of a problem. Jiao. Chong Li secretly made up his mind, prepared to confess directly to Yao Jiao. But before he could say it, Yao Jiao walked toward the room door from which the meowing sound was coming. Then under Chong Li's puzzled gaze, she reached out and touched it. The moment her palm touched the door panel, a sound of rapid vibration came through. In the next second, all the cat sounds in the entire house disappeared. It was as if a bucket of water had been splashed onto a small flame, extinguishing it in an instant. This move left Chong Li completely confused. What was that move? After stopping the meowing, Yao Jiao turned her head and looked at Chong Li happily. It really works. What did you do? What works? Yao Jiao gave a sweet smile, tucked her hair behind her head, looking very confident. I can tell you have never raised a cat. When a cat crawls under the sofa and keeps meowing, you just need to tap the sofa and scare it, and it will shut up. Is that so? Chong Li's expression was as if he had been enlightened, but did not quite get the point. Of course, he had never raised a cat. Before joining the camphor tree, his part-time salary was just enough for rent and food. How could he have spare money to raise a cat? Of course. Yao Jiao put her hands on her hips proudly. In that case, catching the cat should be a piece of cake. For the next 10 minutes, Chong Li saw for the first time the true extent of Yao Jiao's control over her abilities. No matter which floor they went to, she did not need to enter the room to check. Just by placing her hand on the wall by the door, she could instantly stop the meowing inside and determine if there were living creatures through the vibration feedback. Some rooms contained pets like small hamsters or birds, but these basically did not hinder their search progress. They just needed to go in and take a look to be sure. As for other rooms with no sign of living creatures, they just left after stopping the meowing. Soon they finished searching all the corners of that unit. All the meowing in the unit had stopped, but they did not find the main body of the kitten. The second unit, the third unit. Following the same method used for the first unit, Yao Jiao used vibration to terminate all the meowing sounds. The whole building returned to quiet. But unfortunately, they still had not found the kitten. Just as Chong Li was feeling discouraged and doubting whether the kitten was even in this building, Yao Jiao suddenly tapped her head. Oh my, I was so stupid. Why am I searching in the building? Goodness, I was so confused by this noise. Chong Li, let us go to the rooftop. Chong Li, let us go up to the rooftop. Before Chong Li could ask what she had thought of, Yao Jiao had already grabbed his hand and rushed into the unit building again. I forgot cats love high places the most. I was being disturbed by the sound earlier, so I did not think of it. It must be on the rooftop. Do not let it get away. The two moved extremely fast, rushing up to the rooftop in 2 steps at a time. Bang! Pushing open the rusted iron door leading to the roof, the old rooftop, where various clothes and bed sheets were hanging, appeared in their sight. Meow! A delicate, kitten-like meow came from a corner. The two looked toward the sound. A kitten that looked extremely beautiful and was no longer than 20 centimeters in length was curled up there. Wow, is that it? What a beautiful little kitten. Yao Jiao was truly a cat lover. The moment she saw the kitten, she was attracted by its beauty and walked toward it subconsciously. But just as she arrived within 2 meters of the kitten, Chong Li clearly sensed a strange, murderous intent from the kitten. It was deliberately acting cute, using its last resort to lure humans in, and then it would strike to kill. HMPH, Chong Li let out a cold snort. In his mind, Buddha sound was activated. Do not move a muscle, just stay curled up like that and let her pet you. Just as the kitten was about to pounce on Yao Jiao, Chong Li applied his Buddha sound, which was at 30% containment progress, onto it. Almost instantly, it was rendered immobile. You little thing, you still want to pounce on me. Yao Jiao noticed the kitten's intention, but she did not realize that Chong Li had applied follow-up control. After walking over and picking up the kitten that was now curled up obediently in her arms, Yao Jiao reached out and stroked it affectionately. Meanwhile, Chong Li was fully focused on using Buddha sound to control the kitten, with no time to pay attention to the sweet expression currently on Yao Jiao's face. Although his Buddha sound was already capable of directly controlling an anomalous creature of this level,
it was clearly not an effortless task. The kitten looked well-behaved in Yao Jiaojiao's arms, but only Chong Li could feel that it was actually trying its best to break free from the control of Buddha sound. "Let us go, since we have caught it. We should just send it back to the base's containment cell now, right?" After petting the cat for a while, Yao Jiaojiao turned to look at Chong Li. "Yeah," Chong Li replied, pretending to be relaxed. He was actually feeling quite disappointed inside, because all they found here was the kitten, and there were no clues related to Lin Mo at all. Sensing the worry in Chen's heart, Yao Zinger stepped forward and patted his shoulder lightly. "It is okay, there is no news from the military or the Tiangan team yet, which means she has not done anything extreme for the time being. We still have time." "Yeah," Chong Li nodded. Before he left, the look of despair on Wen Yuan's face was still swirling in his mind, impossible to shake off. In a sense, all of this might have started because of him, if they failed to find Lin Mo this time. "Let us go, let everyone in the residential area go home first. At least the problem of them being forced to evacuate has been solved, right?" Yao Jiaojiao interrupted his train of thought just in time and reached out a hand, pulling him toward the stairs. Not long after, they arrived at the square outside the residential complex. But to their surprise, upon reaching the square, they were not met with any cheers or welcome. On the contrary, most of the people in the square were looking at them with expressions of disgust. This included the police officer, who had previously provided the information about the kitten's location. "What is going on?" Yao Jiaojiao lowered her voice and asked, as this atmosphere gave her an eerie feeling. "I do not know, could it be?" Chong Li immediately thought of the words they had seen on the square screen before entering the complex. So he subconsciously looked up at the large screen. However, the big screen was already turned off, leaving only a dark gray surface. "Everyone please go home. Yes, you can go home now." Just as everyone was looking at Chong Li and Yao Jiaojiao with strange eyes, and both sides seemed to be locked in an awkward standoff. The residential security guard and the police officer broke the silence and began to disperse the crowd. The residents moved quickly, walking back into the complex in an orderly fashion. The only strange thing was that their routes all bypassed Chong Li and Yao Jiaojiao. It was unclear if they were wary of the harmless-looking kitten in Yao Jiaojiao's hand or simply afraid of the two of them. "What is going on?" After the crowd had mostly left, Yao Jiaojiao looked back at them with dissatisfaction. "Why are we being treated as if we did something wrong after helping them deal with an anomalous creature? What does this mean?" "I am not sure, it is very strange." Chong Li's confusion was no less than hers. Still, I have to thank you both." Just as their confusion grew, the police officer who had finished dispersing the crowd walked toward them. As he spoke, his expression looked both strained and awkward. He looked just like someone thanking an enemy who had saved their life. After finishing his sentence, he prepared to walk around them and leave, just like the other residents. But Chong Li was not going to let him go so easily without answers. After all, this reaction was far too bizarre. "Officer, wait a moment. Would you mind if I asked a few questions?" Chong Li called out. He was just a college student, and the officer appeared to be in his 50s, so calling him uncle was perfectly appropriate. To show his respect, Chong Li even took off his combat helmet. What is it?" The stopped officer clearly seemed uncomfortable, but still turned around. "I wanted to ask." Chong Li walked up to the officer, trying his best to appear humble. "What is wrong with everyone? Why does it seem like they are afraid of us? Did we do something wrong?" The officer became uneasy upon hearing Chong Li's question, his gaze shifting repeatedly between Chong Li and the residents. It was obvious that he was struggling with whether or not to speak. After hesitating for a long time while looking at Chong Li's sincere eyes, the officer finally let go of his reservations and let out a long sigh. "It is like this." Turned out that shortly after Chong Li and Yao Jiaojiao entered the residential complex, the words on the screen disappeared, replaced by two videos. One was a video of Lin Mo walking into the base of the Broken Spine team and releasing a large group of anomalous creatures. The other was a video of Chong Li in the school cafeteria kitchen, seemingly using some kind of spell to kill an old man whose stomach was parasitized by a tapeworm. Each video had background voiceovers. Lin Mo's clip said, "Everyone recognizes this octopus monster, right? I have long felt she was abnormal. As expected, she is not here to protect the common people at all. Look, she released so many anomalous creatures." And the clip of Chong Li said, "Everyone knows the honey badger who made a scene at school recently, right? Hess, if you do not know about a honey badger's temper, you can search it online." As expected, look, he could not control himself and killed someone. Before the officer even finished speaking, Chong Li felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He sensed a powerful and intense conspiracy like never before. All the previously fragmented clues were pieced together the moment the officer finished his story. The times when relatively weak but troublesome anomalous creatures appeared throughout the city were intended to split the Broken Spine team apart, so they could kill Jiang Qi, who possessed dynamic vision, and Shen Zhao, who had consciousness coverage. Having lost the two sensory members, Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, anyone could approach the base without being detected. After killing Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi through some means, they planted tiny clues to frame Chong Li, using the suspicions of the Jiangnan province headquarters to lure away the team's strongest combatants, Li Ling and Chong Li. All of this was to ensure that Lin Mo could release all the contained anomalous creatures and capture clear video footage at close range. And the person being controlled by the termite to do this just happened to be Lin Mo, who had the most peculiar and recognizable appearance in the team. People would remember her the moment they saw her. Finally, all the anomalous creatures released by Lin Mo were placed in the most densely populated residential area, forcing everyone to evacuate and gather in one place. And then, as they were doing now, the videos were made public. The termite's goal was never just a simple terrorist attack. What he wanted was to completely dissolve the trust between the public and the Broken Spine team. What? If my deductions are correct, Termite has already achieved his first stage goal. Then the next step. A chilling sensation instantly crawled up Chong Li's spine. It was the crisis lurking in the shadows, creeping up on him like a centipede. Liu Li, this is Chong Li. Please answer if you can hear me. With no time to explain anything to the police officer, Chong Li turned around, grabbed Yao Jiaojio's hand, and sped off. He put his helmet back on and began to roar. Liu Li, answer me, Liu Li, Shi Yue, Li Ling. This was the first time Chong Li had ever addressed his teammates by their full names. Yao Jiaojio, who was being pulled along, had wanted to ask something, but hearing the muffled roar emanating from Chong Li's helmet, she realized the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent for the moment. Anyone from the Backbone Squad, answer me. Chong Li's pace grew faster and faster, and his shouting grew louder. He had never longed so desperately to hear his teammates' voices through his headset. After a few seconds of anxious waiting, Liu Li's equally anxious voice sounded in his ear. What is it? Why the rush? Has something terrible happened? Immediately after Liu Li, the voices of Li Ling and Shi Yue sounded at the same time. What is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? People are extremely sensitive to their own full names. If anyone suddenly shouts your name, it means something bad has happened. Everyone get back to the base immediately. Trust me, do not act alone. Return to base now. Although he heard his teammates' voices, the worry in Chong Li's heart did not lift at all, and he continued his now hoarse roaring. Why are you yelling so suddenly? Liu Li's voice sounded somewhat puzzled and annoyed. We are all in the middle of clearing out anomalous creatures. What is this about suddenly calling us all back? You are all clearing them out. It was only then that he realized Li Ling's voice had also appeared in his ear. Should not he be guarding the base right now? Yeah, we're all clearing out anomalies, including the captain. After when Yuan finished healing the research team earlier, she went out to help, but she could not handle things on her end, so she called the captain over to assist. Shi Yue said unhurriedly. It was clear that the anomalous creatures he was dealing with were relatively simple. When Yuan called the captain out. Upon hearing this, Chong Li instinctively stopped in his tracks. A feeling of intense déjà vu and unease hung over his heart. First it was Lin Mo's betrayal, taking Yao Jiaojio away. Now it is Wen Yuan taking the captain away. I do not know why Termite did not make a move on Yao Jiaojio, but what about the captain? Thinking of this, Chong Li roared into the helmet once more. Captain, get away from Wen Yuan immediately. There is no time to explain, but trust me. If Wen Yuan had been controlled just like Lin Mo, then the captain's current situation would be extremely dangerous. What you are acting bizarre, suddenly talking about? Before Li Ling could finish his sentence, his communication line was suddenly cut off. Captain, Li Ling, can you hear me?
But no matter how Chong Li shouted, there was no more response from Li Ling's side. "Sister Liu, do you know where the captain and Wen Yuan are?" With no time for emotional adjustment, Chong Li immediately asked Liu Li. "I do not know, our clearance locations are provided to us by the military. What on earth is going on? Tell me clearly." Liu Li, with her years of combat experience, had also detected the anomaly. There was no way Captain Li Ling would suddenly lose contact like this. Either the helmet was broken or... Zhang Li and Liu Li both thought of the tragic state of Shen Zhao and Jiang Qi, who had gone missing in the same way. "I have discovered the identity of the mastermind who has been frequently attacking us. It is a person called Termite, and he possesses some kind of ability to control people." Zhang Li grabbed Yao Jiao and continued to dash forward, explaining as he ran. "Listen, Sister Liu, Brother Stone, if any human who is not an anomalous creature approaches you." "Ho!" Before Zhang Li could finish, a puzzled voice from Liu Li interrupted him. "Young lady, young man, are you all right? Do not worry, I am an ability user from the Backbone Squad, here to save you." It sounded as if Liu Li had found two trapped victims on the battlefield. "Young lady, young man." Zhang Li immediately envisioned the figures of two people. He wanted to shout a warning, but it was already too late. Hiss. A slight sound like a spray bottle came through the helmet, followed immediately by the sound of Liu Li collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Sister Liu," Zhang Li let out a heart-wrenching roar. Undoubtedly, that hissing sound was Yang Xiu releasing her toxic gas. "Zhang Li, I know where Liu Li is, she just told me, and my location, I have sent them all to you." Before Zhang Li could even process his thoughts, Shi Yue's voice came through, sounding powerless and desperate. "They are targeting our squad. Zhang Li, it is all up to you now." Bang! Before Shi Yue could finish, a loud crash of a helmet shattering ended the communication between him and Zhang Li. Shi Yue, Shi Yue. No matter how much Zhang Li shouted, just like with Li Ling, there was no response. How could it end like this? Zhang Li felt as if he had suddenly lost all his strength and stopped his frantic running. He had deduced Termite's objective with the fastest speed possible, yet he was still too late. He was even forced, in the cruelest way, to listen through his helmet as his teammates lost contact one after another. "Termite and termites." Zhang Li roared Termite's name in his heart. He had never met Termite, but from this moment on, Termite became the first target he vowed to exterminate at all costs. Beep. His phone rang softly. Opening it, he saw the location information for Shi Yue and Liu Li, sent just before they lost contact. After silently committing it to memory, Zhang Li put his phone away. "Yao Jiao, he slowly took off his helmet. They have all lost contact. I have to go save them. You are just a temporary coach invited by Li Ling. You do not have to follow me." "No, I am going too." Yao Jiao's voice sounded incredibly firm. "Sister Liu and Captain Li were both very kind to me. I cannot just stand by and watch them die." As she said this, Yao Jiao handed the kitten to Zhang Li, the meaning of which was self-evident. Whoosh! Upon receiving the kitten, Zhang Li threw it into the air and released his control of the Buddha chant. Meow yeah. Finally free, the kitten revealed its true form in an instant. A scrawny 2-meter-long cat-like monster, covered in mouths, appeared above Zhang Li's head. "Sorry, I originally intended to contain you again, but now, there is no time for that." Zhang Li's mind shifted slightly, and bronze patterns began to emerge on the skin of his left arm. Evil armors. Bang! With one punch, Zhang Li's arm pierced directly through the kitten's body. A large amount of bloody flesh burst from its back, and in an instant, its vital signs were gone. It never had much combat power to begin with. In front of the 30 progress evil armor, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Whoosh! After killing the kitten, Zhang Li flicked his arm and tossed its corpse aside. "What is this?" Seeing the obvious mutation of Zhang Li's arm, Yao Jiao was stunned. This was an ability she had never seen Zhang Li use before. "I should have told you earlier, I am not some honey badger. I am 9, never observed by humans, sequence 9, the Buddha face of good and evil." Zhang Li said calmly. "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Yao Jiao was first struck with astonishment, but a moment later she seemed to accept it, her expression shifting into one of relief. "No wonder you act so strange sometimes. That spell-like ability the police officer mentioned earlier, that is also 9, is not it?" Zhang Li nodded silently. He did not know what the consequences of revealing 9 like this would be, but he chose to trust Yao Jiao. After all, they were likely about to face a direct confrontation with Termite and his team. If he kept hiding it from her and avoided using the Buddha sound armor, he would be held back, which would only delay rescuing everyone. Let us go, take me with you. Since you are so powerful, use everything you have got and crush them. Yao Jiao took the initiative to grab Chong Li's arm, sticking her tongue out playfully as she spoke. Yeah, Chong Li nodded with a look of gratitude. Immediately, he applied the power of the Buddha sound to both their feet and clothing. Yao Jiao was surprised once again. She felt as if her body was being lifted by puppet strings, rising slowly to an altitude of over 10 meters. She could achieve brief leaps herself using her vibration ejection, but what Chong Li was showing her was completely different. Her leaping relied entirely on reaction force and inertia, but Chong Li's current suspension was more like true flight. But before she could think about how it was done, boom! The lifting force beneath their feet surged, and the two of them shot forward like a cannonball. A sonic boom roared through the air as they broke past the sound barrier. It was only then that Yao Jiao realized just how fast Chong Li truly was. When they sparred in the training grounds before, he relied solely on his physical body and had almost kept up with her at full hummingbird capacity. But now, with him actually using his sequence ability, the speed he demonstrated was something Yao Jiao could never hope to match. Is this 09? Yao Jiao had never heard of this sequence, but she was now painfully aware of the gap between herself and Chong Li. In just a few minutes, Chong Li had brought her to the location of Liu Lei, as sent by Shi Yue. He went to find Liu Li first because she was a combatant, but lacked the raw physical strength of Shi Yue. If both faced danger, Shi Yue could obviously hold out longer on his own. This was an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Looking at the facade, Chong Li felt it might be a structure from before the apocalypse, easily 100 years old. Not only was the glass gone from all the windows, but even the wall plaster had peeled away, exposing brittle, crumbling bricks. Is Sister Liu here? Yao Jiao asked, her expression serious after recovering from the momentary palpitations caused by their high-speed flight. Yeah, this is the location Brother Stone sent. Chong Li stared fixedly at the warehouse door, guarding against any enemies who might rush out. Then leave this to me, Yao Jiao said. You go rescue Brother Stone, it will save time. As she spoke, she moved to walk toward the warehouse gate. But just then, Chong Li grabbed her. No, we absolutely cannot act alone. Termite's plan is likely to split us up and pick us off one by one. First Lin Mo, then Wen Yuan, and then the captain and Sister Liu. Even if it takes longer, we cannot separate and give them an opening. Chong Li's tone was firm, leaving no room for discussion. All right, Yao Jiao thought about it, realized the situation seemed to be exactly as he described, and dropped the idea of separating to speed things up. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, slowly heading toward the warehouse door. Clatter! Chong Li pushed open the iron door, which was so corroded it was practically falling apart, and looked inside. The concrete floor inside was overgrown with weeds, and a few small saplings had even sprouted through the cracks. But they had all been snapped in half by some external force, indicating that a significant fight had taken place here. Sister Liu, are you here? Chong Li asked tentatively. Thud! Before he could finish, a loud bang of something heavy hitting the ground echoed from the back of the warehouse. They both started in surprise and turned to look simultaneously. The warehouse was not very dark, and they could easily see to the end. On the other side of the overgrown clearing sat a few shipping containers, just as corroded and crumbling as the gate. And standing on top of one of them were 3 figures. Seeing their attire, Chong Li narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surging within him. They were all wearing oversized parkas like the Arctic bear from before, with huge hoods obscuring their faces, making their features impossible to see despite the light. Hehes, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. The one in the middle spoke first, a voice Chong Li knew all too well. Ro dear, it was you all along. Chong Li's internal rage was ready to blow the top of his head off. Oh, you recognized me, hehe. Ro dear did not seem surprised, just smiled lightly and pulled back his hood. Senior, should I call you smart, or just plain stupid? Ro dear's eyes, like those of a rabid snake, stared fixedly at Chong Li from several dozen meters away. What do you mean? Chong Li asked. He wanted to charge forward and tear them all to pieces right now, but hearing Roe Deer, he knew there was more to it. Ha 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 ha, Roe Deer burst into a mocking laugh. Did you ever once stop to wonder why she was able to return to your side without a single scratch? Roe Deer slowly raised a hand and pointed at Yao Jiao, who was standing beside Chong Li. Why she? Hearing this, Chong Li instinctively turned to look at Yao Jiao. It was true, whether it was Lin Mo or Wen Yuan, they had been completely taken over by termite in total silence. But Yao Jiao, she had been missing for so long and yet had not been affected at all. Cold sweat broke out across Chong Li's back instantly. Ha 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 ha, hummingbird, oh hummingbird. Roe Deer sneered as he and the other two jumped down from the container and began walking step by step toward Chong Li and Yao Jiao. I do not know why you are so stubborn about defying termites' orders just to help this bunch of losers you once swore to wipe out, this whole camphor tree thing. But since we are here now, there is no need to keep up the act, is there? Help us kill him. Termite is very interested in the sequence inside him. What? As if. Before Chong Li could respond to White-tailed Deer's words, Yao Jiao had already cut in. What termite? I do not even know who he is. Yao Jiao's tone was more resolute than ever. If you think you can sow discord between us with such a pathetic excuse, I suggest you give it up now. It is truly tedious. Yao Jiao stepped forward, standing in front of Chong Li, staring intensely at the approaching white-tailed deer. Oh, white-tailed deer wore a dismissive expression. So that is what you think. You think I am trying to sow discord between you, ha 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 ha. With a cold laugh, white-tailed deer pulled a stack of photos from his jacket and scattered them before Yao Jiao with a rustle. If that is what you really think, then I suggest you take a look at these first. At this point, the three of them had come within 5 meters of Chong Li and Yao Jiao, but they were in no hurry to attack. Chong Li subconsciously lowered his head to look at the photos scattered all over the ground. He did not even need a close look to see that in the center of them all was Yao Jiao, smiling and wearing a windbreaker. Behind her was a large group of people wearing oversized windbreakers. The backgrounds in the photos varied. Some were in restaurants, others in pitch-black places. But one of the backgrounds looked unexpectedly familiar to Chong Li. It was that barbecue restaurant. All the people in windbreakers were sitting around a table in front of the restaurant, with all sorts of skewers and beer spread across the table. The atmosphere looked just like a company team-building event. What are these? Yao Jiao stared at the photos on the ground, stunned. In her memories, none of this existed. If it were just one or two, she might have reason to suspect they were faked. But there were so many, and every single one looked like a selfie taken from her own perspective. It was hard to explain them away as fabrications. Russell. While Yao Jiao was stunned to the point of a mental breakdown, Chong Li squatted down, gathered most of the photos from the ground, and picked them up. Flipping through them one by one, Chong Li realized that these photos did not just contain Yao Jiao's team-building shots. More of them were selfies Yao Jiao had taken at various crime scenes. Unlike the team-building photos, there was no smile on her face at the crime scenes, only a numbness that chilled the bones. Yao Jiao in these photos was undoubtedly a professional killer, and the purpose of taking these photos was likely to mark her completion of a task. As Chong Li pondered while looking at the photos, Yao Jiao also squatted down and picked up the remaining ones. Just like the ones Chong Li saw, they were either group photos with the windbreaker members or her own crime scene selfies. Chong Li, these, Yao Jiao's voice began to tremble. She could not recall a single memory of having done these things. So what? Chong Li did not answer Yao Jiao. He threw the photos back onto the ground and looked at white-tailed deer with indifference. What is the point of showing us these? Heh, the point. White-tailed deer waved his hand with a puzzled, mocking laugh. Do you even need to ask? I just want you to see clearly what kind of thing this woman, who calls you husband, actually is. Heh, Chong Li gave a dismissive smile. Are you trying to tell me she used to be part of your group? I have every reason to believe that termite took her away with the intent of having her return to your side, but it failed, did not it? While looking at those photos, Chong Li realized that these situations were completely different from Yao Jiao's own memories. And he was inclined to believe that what happened in these photos was the reality, which meant it was highly likely that some entity had modified Yao Jiao's original memories,
making her forget everything that happened in the photos. And the modification was so extensive and deep that it left Termite's proud control abilities completely helpless. This explained how she had reappeared before him unharmed after going missing. Termite's control had failed, so they turned to White-tailed Deer's current approach, trying to shatter the trust between the only two members of the Broken Spine Squad left. Speaking of memories being modified by some entity, Chong Li thought of the time during the sequence audit at the hospital, when the result was changed to 1998. If even the key items used for the camphor tree audit could be easily modified without leaving any flaws, then would not it be child's play to modify Yao Jiao's memories so that Termite could not break through them? A confident smile appeared on the corner of Chong Li's mouth. Although he did not know when it happened, since Yao Jiao's memories were modified by Nine herself, there was nothing to worry about. I know exactly who she is, and now I also know what kind of trash you are. Chong Li waved dismissively at White-tailed Deer. I know what is in these photos is real, but so what? What can you do? Are you going to win her over for me with a few pictures? Chong Li looked directly into White-tailed Deer's malicious eyes while his hand gently grabbed Yao Jiao's, giving it a firm squeeze. That grip, though wordless, gave Yao Jiao an immense sense of security. Chong Li seemed to be telling her silently, "Do not think about anything else, I believe in you." White-tailed Deer's eyes became increasingly malicious, with a hint of frustration lurking beneath. You never know until you try. He knew his plan to turn her had failed. He had already heard from Termite that Yao Jiao was being controlled by a mind seal far beyond Termite's false sense of belonging. But what he had not expected was that not only was Yao Jiao passively obedient, but even Chong Li was deeply convinced of her identity. However, such frustration existed for only a moment before fading from White-tailed Deer's eyes. It was not surprising that Chong Li reacted this way. After all, that was Chong Li's own ability, so it was perfectly normal for him to have confidence in himself. In that case, I will just have to reluctantly kill Hummingbird and take you back to Termite. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people standing beside him began to clench their fists and roll their necks, starting to warm up. What, kill her? Chong Li feigned astonishment, acting as if he had not heard clearly. Just the three of you, you want to kill my favorite coach right in front of me. Chong Li felt a bit of secret delight. Is not this progress delivered right to his doorstep? If their goal was to kill him, it would be difficult to establish the coexistence of good and evil by killing them back. But they had declared they wanted to kill Hummingbird, killing all three of them to protect Yao Jiao. The boost in progress would certainly not be low. What? Forget all that nonsense, here they come. Chong Li patted Yao Jiao on the shoulder, snapping her out of her trance. Yao Jiao, who had been dazed during the conversation between Chong Li and White-tailed Deer, finally woke up as if from a dream and looked at Chong Li with gratitude. She never expected that after seeing all of this, Chong Li would still trust her so much. Kill the woman and take the man to the Termite. White-tailed Deer chuckled, turned around and walked away. Stop right there, Chong Li roared, and Buddha sound activated instantly, latching onto White-tailed Deer's clothes. You think you can just walk away after shooting your mouth off? Do you really think you are some big boss who kills amidst the red dust and escapes through blades? White-tailed Deer, who was walking away, paused, realizing he was frozen in place by some invisible force and could not move an inch. Before Chong Li could say another word, the two who had finished warming up let out a low shout and moved at the same time. One rushed toward Chong Li, while the other lunged directly at Yao Jiao. HMPH, Chong Li snorted as he watched the person closing in on him, death wish. Bronze patterns emerged on the surface of Chong Li's body. In the next instant, he twisted his waist and raised a fist, blasting it directly at the incoming attacker. 30% progress of evil armor. If this punch landed, even a locomotive would be forced to break down right here. But the opponent twisted his body in midair at an uncanny angle, avoiding the lethal blow. Clearly, he knew about the toughness of Chong Li's body and was not planning on head-to-head combat like the polar bear before him. HMPH dodged the first punch, but what about this one? After the evil armor covered him, Chong Li could clearly feel his physical strength increase significantly. Even if the momentum from the first punch had not dissipated yet, it did not stop him from throwing a second one. Bang, using the momentum from the first punch, Chong Li turned his body and launched the second fist directly into the man's face. In terms of both speed and surprise, there was no way for the opponent to dodge while in midair and in the middle of twisting his body. But just as Chong Li's fist was about to make contact, swish! In an instant, countless sharp spikes erupted from the man's body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a ball of thorns in midair. Before arriving here, Chong Li had removed his combat helmet, so he could not use its prompts to identify the opponent's sequence. But judging from the thick, long, black and white thorn patterns on his body, he was likely not a hedgehog, but a much more dangerous porcupine. Hess, a porcupine. Sorry, but I am the honey badger that is going to beat you down. Facing the giant ball of thorns, Chong Li's fist did not hesitate for a second. He smashed right into them. Give me a break, 009 evil armor, afraid of a pig that grows thorns. Crackle. The moment the bronze-patterned fist contacted the thorns, a chorus of snapping sounds erupted, followed immediately by the man's agonizing wail. Ah, white-tailed deer, save me. It was clear that these thorns were connected to his central nervous system. Breaking the thorns was like breaking his bones. But before he could even finish his scream, Chong Li had shattered all the thorns on that side and grabbed him by the shoulder. Ha, save you. He can barely save himself right now, Chong Li said coldly. It was obvious that they, including white-tailed deer and even the termite, had severely underestimated Chong Li's strength. The termite might have guessed that Chong Li's true sequence was not honey badger, but he had not guessed the conditions for the containment progress. Sorry, your intel is wrong, Chong Li said, deliberately mimicking white-tailed deer's voice after grabbing the man's shoulder. Then, with all his might, he slammed the porcupine into the ground. Crack! A chilling sound of thorns, leg bones, and skull fracturing simultaneously echoed through the air. One fatal blow. After killing him, Chong Li gently loosened his grip, letting the body, now drained of all strength, collapse onto the floor like a pile of mud. Dango! The Hall Master acts with both good and evil. Good and evil Buddha face containment progress, plus 5%. Current containment progress, 35%. Hall Master's Vajra body sequence ability strength, 35%. The Crystal Palace made a huge sound as the text appeared. But Chong Li did not stop because of the joy. After easily killing one, he turned immediately and rushed toward Yao Jiao, who was being forced into a retreat. Perhaps because her body had not fully recovered from the previous trance, her movements looked incredibly slow. Slow as if in slow motion. No, wait. Chong Li only took 2 steps forward before realizing something was wrong. No matter how dazed she was, there was no way she could be this slow. Chong Li stopped and looked at the person fighting Yao Jiao. Sure enough, it was his ability. Like Yao Jiao, every move he made seemed like slow motion. From a distance, their slow-motion struggle looked almost ridiculous, like a theater performance. But the next second, Yao Jiao's opponent suddenly sped up, and with speed far beyond hers, landed a punch on her chest with a boom. After being hit, Yao Jiao's body was instantly released from the slow-motion state, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she flew backward. Yao Jiao, seeing her hit, Chong Li rushed over without a second thought. But just as he got within 3 meters of the man, he felt his own movements slow down. The speed of his stride and the speed of his speech were both like being put on 0.1x speed. It felt as if his entire body had fallen into an invisible quagmire, and no matter how much force he used, he could not speed up even a little. What in the hell is this? Chong Li thought to himself. What kind of sequence can make movements slow, and then explode with power in an instant? The next second, the image of an animal known for its slowness appeared in Chong Li's mind. A sloth. This animal could be said to have the slowest relative speed in the entire biological world, but thanks to its muscle strength, it can indeed explode with powerful force in an instant. But actually, whether his sequence was a sloth or not did not matter to Chong Li. Because the moment this person appeared in Chong Li's sight, he had already been sentenced to death. Buddha sound activated, and like white-tailed deer, the man was instantly frozen in place. You are slow, then just stop moving entirely. Abilities clash, control cancelled. The deceleration effect that person had applied to Chong Li vanished instantly, and Chong Li returned to his normal speed.
He ignored that person and ran straight to Yao Jiao, helping her up from the ground. "Are you okay?" "Cough cough, I am fine. This punch was not enough to do much to me." Yao Jiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head. "Good, as long as you are okay." Actually, Chong Li knew that punch would not cause any major harm to Yao Jiao, but his heart still tightened when he saw her scent flying. After confirming Yao Jiao was all right, Chong Li looked up at the sloth who was already fixed in place and unable to move. After helping Yao Jiao sit upright, Chong Li stood up and walked over to the person. "If you have got the guts, let me go. Let us have a proper fight." Boom! Before the person could finish his sentence, Chong Li's hand had already pierced through his chest. Piercing, withdrawing, and flicking off the flesh and blood from his arm, Chong Li's movements were fluid and seamless, without a hint of hesitation. It was as if he had just casually stepped on an ant while passing by. Ding! The sound of the Crystal Palace rang out again. The Palace Master acts with good and evil coexisting. Good and evil Buddha face containment progress plus 5%. Current containment progress 40%. Palace Master's Vajra body sequence ability strength 40%. This was an expected improvement for Chong Li, and just like before, he did not show any signs of excessive excitement. After flicking the mangled flesh and blood off his arm, Chong Li continued to walk forward, arriving in front of the white-tailed deer who had been controlled for a while. Now say what you just said one more time." As Chong Li spoke, he smeared all the blood and flesh from his palm onto the white-tailed deer's delicate face, as if he were playing with mud. "A person like this does not deserve a clean death." Hess, you do not really think that by threatening me in this way, I will tell you where your teammates are, do you? Covered in blood, the white-tailed deer gritted his teeth, losing the extremely venomous look he had at the beginning, leaving only misery. He did not understand why Chong Li's power had increased so much in such a short period of time. It was clear that he needed the military's missile power to defeat the polar bear before, but now he had pierced through the porcupine's body so easily. One must know that the porcupine's defensive power was the best in the entire camphor moth. Even the polar bear at his peak could not have broken through his spike defense without sustaining injuries. But just now, Chong Li's arm had broken through the porcupine's defense without any resistance, like a hot knife through butter, killing him instantly. The white-tailed deer had actually thought that leaving today might not be easy, but he never expected to die directly here. Threatening? No. Chong Li smiled and shook his head. "Do you think I am acting in a crime movie with you? What is the point of threatening you? Anyway, after I kill you, that termite person will still come knocking on my door on his own." After wiping the last bit of blood and flesh from his hand onto the white-tailed deer's face, Chong Li grabbed him by the throat. "If you're willing to say something, I am all ears. After all, a person's words are sincere when they are near death. If you prefer to keep your mouth shut until you die, then I have no objections." 3. After releasing the Buddha sound effect on the white-tailed deer, Chong Li easily lifted him from the ground by his neck and began the countdown. 2, 1. Just as the countdown ended and the power in Chong Li's hands suddenly intensified, the white-tailed deer's mouth suddenly moved. Seeing his movement, Chong Li instinctively relaxed his grip a little to let him speak. I hope, when you kill your teammates next, you can be as decisive as you were when killing me." Squelch. After saying this inexplicable sentence, without waiting for Chong Li to apply more pressure, the white-tailed deer bit off his own tongue, with such resolve that he did not hesitate at all. Large amounts of blood, along with the tip of his tongue, sprayed from his mouth, staining Chong Li's arm and his own chest red. As the blood sprayed out, the white-tailed deer's limbs went limp like a broken sack, losing all signs of life. "Kill my teammates." Although the white-tailed deer was already dead, this last sentence before his death left Chong Li stunned on the spot. What does that mean? Could it be that they have already? An unprecedented, ominous premonition emerged in Chong Li's heart. Ding! The sound of the Crystal Palace rang out again. The Palace Master acts with good and evil coexisting. Good and evil Buddha face containment progress plus 5%. Current containment progress 45%. Palace Master's Vajra body sequence ability strength 45%. Before Chong Li could think it through, those familiar lines of text appeared in front of him. But unlike before, after hovering for a moment, These lines of text dissipated into particles and then reorganized into several lines of words that Chong Li had never seen before. Name Chong Li. Gender male. Sequence 9 good and evil Buddha face. Sequence category faith sequence. Sequence development level peak of line stage. The Palace Master is about to undergo a stage transition from line stage to plain stage. Before unlocking the next sequence, the difficulty of increasing the remaining 5% containment progress for good and evil Buddha face will rise exponentially. Good luck, Palace Master. Chong Li stared blankly at these words he had never seen before. He even forgot for a moment that he was still holding the corpse of the white-tailed deer. Peak of line stage and exponential difficulty increase were both relatively easy to understand. But what does faith sequence mean? Is good and evil Buddha face a kind of sequence that exists based on faith? A moment later, Chong Li's gaze focused on the last sentence. How difficult will the exponential difficulty increase be? There is no way to know for now. After all, the enemies here have all been wiped out, so he will only be able to tell when he encounters enemies in the future. Thud. Chong Li shook his head helplessly, dropped the white-tailed deer's body in his hand, and turned to look at Yao Jiao. Can you walk? It is time to head over to Stone Brother's side. It was not that he did not want to let Yao Jiao rest, but the time was truly tight. There was no time to waste on resting. Yeah, no problem, let us go. Yao Jiao nodded and stood up. These 1 or 2 minutes were enough for her to recover her strength. Chong Li softly activated the Buddha sound. He lifted the two of them into midair, preparing to set off in the direction of Shiyue. But in the next second, just as they started flying, Chong Li was dumbfounded. The speed was too fast. So fast that at the moment Chong Li applied force, the two had already reached the speed of sound. The low-altitude sonic boom nearly flattened the entire dilapidated warehouse. Under such high-speed flight, not only Yao Jiao, but even Chong Li himself felt a bit dizzy from the intense acceleration. But fortunately, both of them were ability users with physical endurance far exceeding that of a normal person, and before long, they got used to the dizziness caused by the acceleration. Supported by the power of the Buddha chant, Yao Jiao also noticed that Chong Li's power was different from before. She knew that something must have happened to Chong Li during the process, but she felt too embarrassed to ask now. The fact that Chong Li chose to trust her unconditionally, even after seeing all that was already forgiveness to her, under such circumstances, she really did not have the face to proactively ask about his secrets. In about a dozen seconds, the two arrived at the location where Shiyue was. This was a very small amusement park in the suburbs, so small that it could not even be called an amusement park, but more like a fitness area for the elderly in a residential complex. Before they even landed, Chong Li and Yao Jiao spotted Shiyue sitting on the central lawn. Stone Brother, Chong Li landed in a hurry and ran to Shiyue's side. When he saw him, Chong Li's heart was already in his throat. He was still here, but he had not contacted him through his helmet, and instead sent his location information. That meant it was very likely. Crouching down beside Shiyue, Chong Li did not even have the courage to reach out and touch him, fearing that he would touch a cold body. But just then, Shiyue suddenly opened his mouth and let out a painful murmur. Stone Brother, you are okay. That is great. Hearing Shiyue's voice, Chong Li's heart finally settled down. It seems he might have just lost consciousness during the battle. But regardless, at least he was still here. Even if he was injured and could not fight anymore, it was better than him disappearing. But where Chong Li could not see, the corner of Shiyue's mouth suddenly curled into an eerie arc. Yao Jiao, stay here with Stone Brother. I will go find the captain and the others. After confirming that Shiyue was still alive, Chong Li turned and said to Yao Jiao. Yao Jiao nodded, but in the next instant, her pupils shrank as if she had seen something. Chong Li, watch out. Yao Jiao's reaction speed was fast. But it was still too late. Clang! Shiyue's fist slammed into the back of Chong Li's head with almost all his strength. The force was far beyond the level Shiyue would use during their usual sparring. With this blow, he was aiming to kill Chong Li directly. He had already been controlled by Termite. But unfortunately, Termite's plan was initiated before Chong Li's progress had increased, and now, Chong Li's progress had just increased by a full 10%.
Even though Shi Yue had used his full strength, he could not move Chong Li at all. At the moment of impact, the bronze patterns of the evil armor automatically appeared on the back of Chong Li's head, completely neutralizing the force of Shi Yue's punch. After reaching the current unlocking progress, the evil armor no longer only appeared when Chong Li attacked, it would even manifest automatically when he was being attacked. It had effectively become an absolute defense to some extent. For Chong Li, what the evil armor could do now was gradually approaching the sequence capability of 9. The 9 entity can ignore all physical attacks from below the 9 sequence. After throwing the punch, Shi Yue looked at the unscathed Chong Li and tilted his head slightly, as if curious about why his punch had not caused any damage. Not just Xiao Yue, but even Yao Verified, who was watching from the side, widened her eyes in shock. She had seen Shi Yue's full-force punch before during sparring. Even the solid steel dummy used for strength training had been dented by him. But Chong Li's, however. "Stone brother, are you? Can you hear me?" Chong Li, having been struck in the back of the head, did not get angry, but instead turned and grabbed Shi Yue's arm. He knew that Shi Yue's punch was the result of being controlled by termite, not his own subjective thought, so he would not strike back. Shi Yue, whose wrist was held, chuckled, revealing a sinister expression that Chong Li had never seen on his face before. "Kid, your strength is improving fast, huh? It has only been a few days since we sparred, and you can take my punch without a scratch." As soon as these words were out, Chong Li and Yao Jiao were stunned. Shi Yue actually retained all of his original memories. But the murderous intent in that punch just now could not have been fake. So this is what it looks like after being controlled by termite. Chong Li felt a bit bitter looking at the malice on Shi Yue's face. He remembered that morning when Lin Mo insisted on pestering everyone to go have barbecue with her. Compared to that time, Lin Mo had already been controlled, and the barbecue was just to lead people to termite. The final result was taking Yao Jiao away. And now Shi Yue clearly looked the same as Lin Mo back then. His subconscious was controlled to do something, but his own consciousness remained relatively clear. Bang! Lu Yue did not give Chong Li any time to think, swinging his other arm and throwing another punch at Chong Li's face. This time Chong Li still did not dodge, letting Shi Yue's fist land on his face. The bronze patterns surfaced. Shi Yue's fist was neutralized for the second time and had no effect. Meanwhile, Chong Li deliberately let go of Shi Yue's wrist that he was holding. "Hey, you son of a bitch are tough, die." Seeing that his attacks had no effect, Shi Yue not only did not retreat, but actually launched even more frenzied attacks. The speed of his punches almost left blurs in the air. Every time a punch fell, a layer of bronze-patterned skin would automatically generate on Chong Li's face to absorb the impact. Clang, 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 clang. After a flurry of punches, Shi Yue's speed gradually slowed down. It seemed his physical strength had reached its limit. Huff and huff, after stopping his attacks, Shi Yue gasped heavily. "You kid, what kind of monster are you? How can you have no reaction at all?" Shi Yue's eyes were extremely malicious, even carrying a hint of the madness that white-tailed deer had. "What kind of monster am I?" Chong Li shook his head and asked back. "I am not a monster, I am Sequence 9. Go back and tell Termite, I Chong Li am 9, and 9 that humanity has never observed before." "Is not that what he wants? Go ahead, tell him exactly that. I will wait for him to come." After saying this, Chong Li turned around without looking back, took Yao Jiao's hand, and left, leaving Shi Yue standing there in a daze. "Why did you?" Yao Jiao asked in confusion just after they walked a few meters. "Why did I take the initiative to tell him about 9, right?" Chong Li smiled faintly. "White-tailed deer said 2 things earlier. First, he wanted the power inside me. Second, he wanted to control the broken spine members to make us kill each other. Rather than being led by the nose, it is better to proactively tell him what he wants to know and let him come to us. As the saying goes, those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad. Doing this will not only provoke him to take the initiative to attack, but it will also minimize the direct conflict between us and Stone Brothers' team." What? Not long after Chong Li left, several people wearing oversized windbreakers came to Shi Yue's side. One of them slowly took off his hat. It was Termite. At this moment, his face looked malicious and somewhat deranged. "What is going on? You did not kill that woman, and you did not fight Chong Li." Termite stared down at Shi Yue viciously, clearly quite dissatisfied with his performance.
Shiyue lowered his head as if admitting a mistake, but he did not answer Termite's question. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he said to Termite, "He asked me to pass a message to you. He said his sequence is 9, which has never been observed by humans before, and he also said he would wait for you to come find him." "Was 9? Termite was stunned upon hearing Shiyue's words. Then, in disbelief, he grabbed Shiyue by the collar, his emotions becoming agitated. "Say that again. Did he really say he is 9? It is absolutely true. That is what he said himself." Seeing Termite suddenly become so excited, a flash of fear crossed Shiyue's mind. Ever since his ability awakened, he had been working for Li Ling in the Broken Spine Squad, a diligent and hardworking kind of employee, so to speak. His mindset had long since shifted from the pride he felt at the beginning to indifference. To him, being an ability user for so long was no different from a regular job. How high someone's sequence was had nothing to do with him. It was just like for any ordinary office worker, how much money the boss makes has nothing to do with them. He had not thought about anything related to high sequences for a long time. Even when Chong Li first arrived at the squad and he learned his sequence was 1998, he did not feel anything special. But now, seeing Termite's expression, he finally woke up and realized what he had just heard. 9. That is an advanced sequence that has never been observed by humans before. For a wage earner like Shiyue, this was no longer a matter of his boss's level, but a tier he might never see once in his entire life. Slap. After receiving confirmation from Shiyue, Termite ignored his fearful expression and shoved him to the ground. After pushing Shiyue down, Termite suddenly started laughing maniacally. The sudden change made the few people who had come with him shudder. 9, it is actually 9. Ha, it is actually the 9 that drove our big brother crazy and sent him to a mental hospital. Ha. Who would have thought, after planning for so many years, it actually jumped out on its own. Ha. The mad and miserable laughter echoed throughout the amusement park, making people's skin crawl. If Chong Li were here and heard Termite's voice, he would immediately realize that Termite's voice was almost exactly the same as the madman who tells the truth that he encountered on the forum. Carrier Pigeon. After the laughter ceased, Termite turned to look at someone behind him, his tone becoming extremely harsh. Present, one person stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Termite. "Go notify Pangolin to expand the hole in the defense wall to the maximum, as fast as possible. Hehe, the war is about to begin." 100 kilometers away from the amusement park, beneath the anomaly defense wall, in a corner hidden by a dilapidated wooden shack. In the wall, which was as hard as military-grade alloy, someone had at some point opened a hole just large enough for a skinny person to pass through. Although the hole was small, it had been completely punched through, connecting the world inside the wall with the world outside. It was just not yet possible for slightly larger creatures to pass through. Only anomaly creatures with very small statures, like Sequence 473 New Year picture doll, could squeeze through this hole. And right now, inside the hole, a man as thin as a rat, with long and sharp nails on all 10 fingers, was busy digging at the wall, trying to widen the opening. "Pangolin, Termite has a word." A boy's voice suddenly rang in the thin man's ear, startling him in the darkness. "Good God, are you trying to scare me to death?" "What useless talk, what else could I be doing if I am not working? Damn it, this wall is truly hard." "What is it, speak?" Pangolin said testily. As the one doing the heaviest physical labor in the camphor nest moth, what he hated most was this carrier pigeon urging him every few days. Moreover, because carrier pigeon's communication was transmitted directly through thoughts, there was no warning at all. It often happened in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. "Termite says you must widen the hole as fast as possible. The war is about to begin." Carrier pigeon's tone was icy, as cold as a machine. He did not care at all what the content he was delivering was. Just like a real carrier pigeon, he was only responsible for sending the information. Oh, hearing this, Pangolin's eyebrows twitched, and he became interested. Is the war finally going to start? Oh wow, the fatigue he had accumulated from working all this time vanished instantly. It was as if, compared to Termite, he was looking forward to the so-called war even more. "All right, got it, I guarantee to complete the mission." Pangolin's tone was incredibly excited. After finishing the communication, he could not wait to crawl out of the hole and return to the dilapidated wooden shack that covered it. This was his home.
After putting everything in the house that could be eaten into the bag on his back, Pangolin crawled back into the hole again. Clearly, he was not planning to leave this hole until he finished the task Termite had just assigned. Amusement park. After having Carrier Pigeon pass the message, Termite's expression remained manic, his eyes bulging as if they were going to pop out of their sockets as he looked in the direction Chong Li had left in. Chong Li, oh Chong Li, I admire your audacity for daring to tell me your true sequence directly. But do you really think I will actively come to find you just because I know it? Are you treating me like some naive fool? Heh. Shi Yue, saying this, Termite suddenly lowered his head and looked at Shi Yue, who had been pushed to the ground. Go find Li Ling and Liu Lei. Your mission now is to kill. Kill anyone, kill wantonly, kill anyone you see. Termite crouched down, looking at Shi Yue with playful eyes, and continued. Whether or not the reputation of your camphor tree can be completely destroyed depends on you. Understood, Shi Yue nodded silently and got up to leave. I want to see whether it will be you coming to find me next, or me finding you. Heh. Termite's gaze turned back to the direction Chong Li had left, and the greed in his eyes was undisguised. What? Although Chong Li had already disclosed his true sequence to White Ant through Shi Yue, and explicitly provoked him to come and find him. His expression remained extremely grave after leaving the amusement park. Since it was now confirmed that Shi Yue was being controlled by White Ant, the hope of rescuing Li Ling, Liu Lei, and Wen Yuan had become even slimmer. Where can we even go to find them now? Yao Jiao felt the heavy aura radiating from Chong Li, and her own expression was just as grim. I do not know, it is a bit too difficult to find them now relying solely on us. Chong Li shook his head helplessly. District H05 is neither large nor small, about the size of a small county town before the apocalypse. But for just the two of them, without any search capabilities, trying to find the missing people in a whole county town was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems we can only rely on the military's search methods. After thinking for a moment, Chong Li made his decision. But just as he reached out to put his helmet back on, intending to contact the military via the communication channel, Yao Jiao grabbed him and shook her head with a solemn look. No, you cannot tell the military. Why? Chong Li asked with a puzzled expression. Under these circumstances, if they did not request military help in time, Li Ling and the others would only fall into greater danger. Do you remember the last thing White-tailed Deer said before he died? Yao Jiao looked up at Chong Li. Before White-tailed Deer died, prompted by Yao Jiao, Chong Li recalled what he had said before biting his tongue to commit suicide. I hope you will be just as decisive when you kill your teammates later as you were when killing me. Chong Li had pondered the meaning of those words at the time, but was interrupted by the sounds and text from the Crystal Palace. If Yao Jiao had not reminded him, he would have almost forgotten it. In that case, Chong Li took off his helmet and looked at Yao Jiao bitterly. Yeah, they have definitely been controlled. Yao Jiao's expression was equally ugly. And based on the video White Ant played on the square's big screen earlier, his goal is to control Captain Lei and the others to harm the citizens. If we notify the military now, there is a high probability that they will directly locate and encircle them. After all, this is the military. They will not waste time trying to persuade them to surrender if it means risking the lives and property of the citizens, because they know they are being controlled. After hearing Yao Jiao's words, Chong Li's expression became even worse. He knew she was right. Although both the military and the camphor tree were law enforcement agencies, the military's first priority was always protecting the lives and property of the people. They would not ignore public safety to reason with them just because Li Ling and the others were ability users. It was highly likely they would use heavy-duty weaponry to eliminate them the moment they acted in a way that threatened public safety. Then what should we do? Chong Li felt like he had reached a dead end. If he told the military, it would be like pushing Li Ling and the others into a fire pit. If he did not tell the military, he would not be able to find their location, meaning he could not stop them from causing harm, and the result would be the same. Chong Li's question made Yao Jiao lower her head in frustration. She realized that no matter what they did, it seemed like a dead end. Wait a minute, just as both of them were falling into despair, Chong Li suddenly thought of someone. That was Du Keikai, who wore cute pajamas and fluffy slippers, and insisted on being a streamer to experience life despite being incredibly rich. If the military could not help, then he would contact a member of the strongest human combat force, the Heaven STEM team. Although there was already a Heaven STEM team, Event Horizon, in District H05, their mission was to track White Ant and kill that sequence 473 creature. The importance of Li Ling's disappearance obviously could not compare to those two things. Moreover, even if Chong Li wanted to find them, he had no way to do so. "What is wrong?" Yao Jiao looked up at him. "Did you think of a way?" "Yes, I thought of someone. She can definitely help us." After recalling Du Keikai, the heaviness on Chong Li's face immediately vanished. "I not only have 9 with me, but I also know Li Ling's powerful connections." "Do you have the Bilibili app on your phone?" Chong Li grabbed Yao Jiao by the shoulders and shook her excitedly. "Bilibili, I think so." Yao Jiao was not sure, so she took out her phone to check. "Ah, yes, it is here. Why?" After finding the app, she asked, puzzled. At such a critical moment, he surely could not be thinking of watching a live stream to relax, right? Thinking this, Yao Jiao handed the phone to Chong Li. What made her even more confused was that after taking the phone, Chong Li really opened the live stream section and started searching. "Are you really going to watch a live stream?" Yao Jiao could not believe her eyes. "Oh no, it is not that." While searching for the keyword Du Keikai in the live stream list, Chong Li explained the encounter he had with her at the Camphor Tree Jiangnan Province headquarters. Heaven STEM A. After hearing Chong Li's explanation, Yao Jiao was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. "Are you sure Captain Li knows someone from Heaven STEM A, and this person is doing live streams on Bilibili?" "Yes, absolutely certain," Chong Li said without looking up, his eyes fixed on the screen. Finding Du Keikai's stream and telling her what happened was the only solution Chong Li could think of right now. "I will do it." After a moment of shock, Yao Jiao accepted the fact that Li Ling's connections reached all the way to the Heaven STEM team and grabbed the phone. If she searched one by one like Chong Li, she would not find her even by next year. Based on Chong Li's description of Du Keikai, Yao Jiao quickly deduced which streaming category she might be in. A few minutes later, a live stream titled "Boss Loves Pickled Cabbage" caught their eyes. "That is it," Chong Li said excitedly. "She has a cat named Boss." "Welcome user 6402, welcome to Keikai's live room." As soon as Yao Jiao clicked in, Du Keikai's sweet and cute voice came through the speaker, and on the screen was a cute cat-eared avatar, bobbing its head to the music. "It is her." Chong Li grabbed the phone and immediately sent a message in the chat. "Keikai, I am the one who was brought out by you from those old guys. A big incident happened here. Help, save us." Li Ling's message was very subtle, preventing the viewers from realizing anything, while ensuring Du Keikai would immediately understand the plea for help. Fortunately, there were not many people in Du Keikai's room, and she read Chong Li's message seconds later. But her response was completely unexpected to Chong Li and Yao Jiao. She seemed entirely indifferent to the matter. "If you need help, go find the police or ability users. Why are you telling a streamer like me?"